border between the land of fire and the land of rivers, somewhere in the woods. A girl with long red hair bit her finger, and a streak of blood streaked across her palm. Hi, Jiao, Yu, Shen, Wei. A note matched with a specific ninjutsu style, suddenly half-squatted and slapped to the ground. Ninjutsu, psychic art. Failed again? The red-haired girl was clearly a little lost. However, at this moment, a thunderstorm broke out in the silence. Boom! Lightning and thunder roared in the black clouds in the extreme distance, from far to near. Suddenly the wind was fierce, and the black clouds rolled. The sudden change in heaven and earth caused the people nearby to flee and escape. Crackle! At this moment, a black gap suddenly opened in the sky, and at the moment when the gap was about to close, a hairy creature spit out from it. Tianyu, who was tumbling, fell freely from mid-air, only feeling that heaven and earth were constantly spinning, nauseated, and wanted to vomit. Snap! Before the red-haired girl could see what it was, she was directly held by her face, and immediately a person and a beast directly tumbled backwards by inertia. After being frightened, the red-haired girl looked at the hairy creature that rolled off to the side, turned out to be a small milk cat, and couldn't help but mutter, "Did I succeed?" In an instant, two figures appeared next to the red-haired girl, looking at the little milk cat rolling on the ground and couldn't help but be speechless. "Sister, my why, this is? Such a movement is just thunder and rain, and it is such a small point? Hey, what's that look on your face?" The girl known as Sister Me also blushed a little when she glanced at the little milk cat that was rolling on the ground, but no matter what, it was also the result of her months of hard work. No, I'm just curious about how the movement is so big that it came out so small." Looking at my Y, who had a bad face, the yellow-haired boy's desire to survive was instantly online, and he waved his hand again and again to explain. Tianyu, who felt a little more comfortable, also came back to his senses, staring at the round eyes and watching a few people the size of giants around him run away, only to be grabbed by the back of the neck by the agile girl's hand, and could only meow innocently. Then he was surprised to find that his body was full of black and gray striped hairs except for the belly and the inside of his limbs, looking like his own cat. After the shock, Tianyu kept complaining in his heart, "Lie in the groove. What the hell is going on here? How did it become a cat?" After being surprised, I remembered that in order to save my cat who was walking on the balcony fence, I didn't notice a mop on the ground and directly held the cat and fell from the 22nd floor. I thought I would die, but the moment I closed my eyes, I felt that I was sucked into a dark lightspeed channel by a strange suction force, and then I felt dizzy and disgusting. After calming down a little, Tianyu, who looked strange, knew that he had crossed over. Just how did he become a cat? Could it be that my soul merged with the cat's body during the crossing? Perhaps there is only one explanation. In any case, Tianyu, who woke up, reluctantly accepted the reality. After all, it seems that it is good that the mortal ending can also go through a cat life. Well, Tianyu, who accepted the reality, had to look pitifully at those gazes that kept looking at him, a little scared. At this moment, a little girl less than 10 years old couldn't help but stroke the smooth and silky hair on Tianyu's body, and sometimes uttered such cute words. Although Tianyu had the intention to complain, he was helplessly caught in the air and could only let the child tease. Tianyu, who was completely confused about his current situation, only hoped to analyze some useful information from their words. Who knows, I can only hear many doubts from their mouths, such as questioning whether they are really a psychic beast or something. Psychic beasts? Did you travel to a world of extraordinary powers? In the face of many doubts and untrustworthiness, Tianyu was also very annoyed, and just wanted to refute a few times, who knew that it was just a few cute meows. Tianyu was stunned, unable to communicate, and helplessly, he had to stare back at the four people with those big eyes. The four of them sat in a circle, and the girl known as my wife put Tianyu in the crowd with a preaching look. "You are a psychic beast that I summoned, you know? Don't run." When I understood, I nodded. Tianyu nodded pitifully, indicating that he understood. Looking at the cat's response, Mei Hui was very satisfied, put Tianyu on the grass and asked, "My name is Vortex Me, how about you? Do you have a name?" Tianyu wanted to say that his name was Tianyu, but the sound he made was a cute meow. "Ha ha." Mei Hui laughed happily. She knew that this cat understood her words, although it could not communicate perfectly, but at least it could communicate. Immediately said, "I don't understand what you say. Since this is the case, I will call you Xiao Tian from today." Tianyu immediately protested solemnly, but reacted in an instant. "Isn't Xiao Tian his nickname?" Then he nodded his head and expressed his pleasure. It was only at this time that Tianyu seriously looked at the girl named Miyuzumaki in front of him, with long hair with a bright red shawl, about 15 years old, and his height was half a head taller than the others, about 1.6 meters. The appearance is unexpectedly very quiet. Listening to the nagging of several people sitting around, Tianyu understood a few key words: chakra, ninja, psychic beast, ninjutsu and more. From these words, Tinayo Hakize was sure that he had crossed into the Hokage world. Uzumaki? No wonder this name is a little familiar. It turns out to be a descendant of the Uzumaki family. Okay, we can also be regarded as a formal understanding. Since you are my psychic beast, what kind of ability do you have? Can you show it? Me asked expectantly. Tianyu used his fluffy cat's paw, scratching his head and thinking, yes, since he came to the Hokage world, and he is a summoned psychic beast, he will not know anything, right? The paw inertia lowers down, and immediately lowers a small transparent window in the upper left of the field of view, which displays the following information. Name, Tianyu, gender, male, age, 3 months, occupation, psychic beast, vortex me, basic attributes, agility 11, strength 5, wisdom 135, chakra 0, spiritual power 135, talent skill, Seipa selling mo. Tianyu looked at his attribute introduction speechlessly. Looking at the name of the skill, Tianyu instantly had a bad premonition, but after rolling on the ground 2 times according to the information in his mind, he meowed with a smile, and waited for a few seconds and nothing happened. In fact, nothing happened, and the girl who arrived later and several people gave a piece of jerky. Looking at the happy appearance of the little girl in front of him, as a 20-year-old youth, Tianyu blushed, and he couldn't wait to find a hole to drill down now. Feeling Mai Huai's resentment, Tianyu's back tightened, and he looked at Mai Huai pitifully and meowed. In fact, Tianyu wanted to say, hey, I'm only 3 months old, just a scum with only 5 combat effectiveness, small arms and legs, what skills do you expect me to have? Smelling the aroma of jerky, Tianyu took a sip of water without fighting. He was actually curious, what would it be like to eat this jerky with the taste of a cat? Try to taste better after eating than when I was a human, and it seems that I will have to adapt to the life of cats in the future. Licking the side of his mouth, Tianyu was surprised to find that the attribute panel jumped, the chakra value increased from 0 to 5 points, emotional eating can increase the number of chakra, hee. At this time, Tianyu was happy in his heart, because he could increase chakra just by eating, so isn't this his golden finger? Is there anything easier than eating to increase the amount of chakra? Tianyu, who was overjoyed, inadvertently activated the sputtering and selling mo skill again. At this time, Tianyu found that this skill could not be activated according to the routine. As long as it showed the characteristics of cute, the skill was activated by default. This is also good, otherwise the shameful routine Tianyu before is estimated to really not be able to use. Tianyu, who probably understood how to become stronger, his dazed heart gradually stabilized. This may be the cornerstone of becoming stronger in the future. Tianyu, who secretly swore an oath, couldn't help but cheer himself up in his heart. Even if it's a cat, it's the strongest cat. Otherwise, in this world of fire shadows, where wars are very frequent, he will not live to be 1 year old. Let's go, everyone pack up their things and pay attention. Just when Tianyu was thinking about it, a man's voice came from afar, and Tianyu only felt that his whole body was light, and then he was held by me in his arms and came to a camp with a few jumps. There were about 70 people in this camp, and there were quite a few goods pulled on each carriage, and Tianyu watched curiously as these busy people were packing their last belongings. Apparently they spent the night here last night. As the sun rises, there is a wave of moisture in the air, and it is clear that there was a light rain yesterday. After packing, the team walked through a dense jungle, and due to the rising temperature, a trace of fog could be faintly seen in the light cast by the humidity in the jungle. Let the sky living in the big city feel fresh. At this time, Tianyu was coiled on a truck, accompanied by Bumps, carefully looking at the accompanying personnel. Among these people, 4 were dressed in armored samurai suits, with each step calm and powerful, apparently accompanying the escort. However, leading the 3 on the right is an uncle of about 30 years old who has never seen him, and at this time, he is on guard, and his resolute face seems to be able to react immediately if there is wind and grass around him. Apparently an experienced veteran. After careful observation, Tianyu found that these people all had one thing in common, that is, they all wore the same metal badge, Mercenary Union, on their right arm. As a cat, Tianyu's ears were smart, and almost everyone's conversation entered his ears, and he realized that this trip was precisely because the caravan that purchased items from the Land of Fire entrusted the Mercenary Union to hire 2 teams of people to escort him to the Land of Kawa. This is an escort mission that takes 7 days. This is exactly day 3 of the mission, which is equivalent to walking half the way. Those 4 armored samurai were samurai mercenaries belonging to the Iron Country, and the hiring price was 1/3 cheaper than the ninja squad led by the middle-aged uncle. It can be seen that in this Naruto world, the status of ninjas is higher than that of these professional samurai. That being said, most of the people who can hire ninja mercenaries are caravans of medium size and above. More small and medium-sized caravans were more willing to hire these relatively competitive samurai. After a long day of trekking, night began to fall, accompanied by a shout, and the convoy set up camp under a cliff. After all, it was very dangerous to travel at night. People coming and going are busy with dinner, and Tianyu, as a little milk cat, can only sell cute everywhere in the crowd. Looking at the gradually increasing chakra, Tianyu swipes down from above, looking at the attribute interface that appears out of thin air. Name, Tianyu, gender, male, age, 3 months, occupation, psychic beast, vortex me, basic attributes, agility 11, strength 5, wisdom 135, chakra 155, spiritual power 137, talent skill, Seipa selmo. After a day of blushing, Tianyu's chakra increased to 155 points. Although it was much less than Tianyu expected, it was still gratifying. After all, he didn't know whether such a growth rate was fast or slow. Unfortunately, after a day of actual combat summary, Tanya found himself a little naive, and without launching the selling skills, the amount of chakra increased by eating was minimal, which was the main reason why it did not meet Tanya's expectations. Come, little one, this is for you. The middle-aged uncle held the freshly roasted piece of meat and shook at Tanya. Although Tanya really wants to roll his eyes, is this teasing Uncle Ben? However, in order to become stronger, Tanya didn't know that he would launch a cute skill at this time, and he didn't know if it was urgent. Shame or something, under the heart of becoming stronger, has long been thrown out of Cloud 9. After a day of contact, Tanya knew that this uncle named Inuyan was a middle ninja, and it was also the leader of this ninja squad. As a member, me and 2 other teenagers, the Yellow Thorn is Yamanaka Harano, a sentient ninja in the team, with a more unrestrained personality. Black-haired, gloomy named Habara Yagamai, somewhat resembles a ninja samurai in Suzuki's appearance, and is good at melee attacks. The kind with a gloomy personality and fewer words. Inuyan looked at the little milk cat in front of him who had no combat power and couldn't help but wonder, why, is this really a psychic beast that you summoned? Not an ordinary domestic cat? Me suddenly remembered something, and suddenly said, Senior Inu, can you tell from your experience whether it is a psychic beast? He was indeed summoned by me through psychic, but it seems that he has no ability at all. Me was a little worried because the psychic ninjutsu scroll she was practicing was found from the family's warehouse. If it is really useful, then how can it be placed in a dusty warehouse? Mei Hui was deeply puzzled by this. As a civilian ninja family with no background, any ninjutsu is precious, not to mention a rare ninjutsu such as psychic. Although she had some doubts in her heart, in the 3 months of practice, she did feel a weird connection during the practice, which is why she has persevered to this day. Until today, he barely managed to summon, but he didn't want to be a little milk cat, and he still didn't have any special abilities. Mei Hui was a little discouraged by this. Tanya saw that Mei Hui seemed to be a little disgusted with himself, and couldn't help but protest, but the cute meow and body movements could not express his indignation. Inuyan lifted Tianyu into his hand, and Tianyu felt a warm current slowly enter his body, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Tianyu, who did not dare to move, looked at Inuyan with a strange face, and did not know what he meant. A moment later, Inuyan said, it does have chakra in its body, although it is a little weak, but it does exist. As far as I know, as long as you can have basic communication, and have chakra in your body, and sign a contract with it, you can become a psychic beast. Whether the psychic beast is strong or not, this is closely related to the strength of the summoner. If you can't summon an adult cat beast, maybe your strength hasn't reached it yet, so don't be discouraged. Mei Hui couldn't help but be happy when she heard that Tianyu had chakra on her. No matter what, this was her first psychic beast, even if she didn't have special abilities, as long as she could communicate, even with the perception of a cat, she could barely act as a half-sentient ninja. Mei Hui, who had dissipated the haze, happily hugged Tianyu into her arms, constantly stroking Tianyu's little head, and the angry Tianyu scolded the real reality. Tianyu, who broke free from Mi's embrace, arrogantly ran away. He was going to go around the others, to harvest a wave of chakra. After all, it was a rare dinner time. With light steps, I circled around the place where there was a campfire, and constantly made cute meows to attract those who cared. At this moment, a voice came from a campfire, hey, there's actually a kitten here. Tianyu looked for prestige, and saw a brightly dressed girl said in surprise, and constantly beckoned Tianyu over. Tianyu's little front leg just wanted to take a step and immediately retracted, turned to look back. He knew that the prey was coming. Seeing the other party open his hands, Tianyu got directly into the other party's arms without saying a word, and meowed. It's so cute. A group of noble women, taking turns to hold Tianyu to feed. Tianyu's front paws pulled, watching the number of chakras on the panel actually jump several waves in a row, directly running to the value of 250 points, and is still rising rapidly. Obviously this collective selling is extremely successful. After the dinner battle, Tianyu, who had a bulging stomach, could no longer eat. I had to go back to Mi's arms and take a nap. I don't know how long I slept. Tianyu's little ears suddenly moved a few times, and then he woke up. Looking for the sound, the imperceptible subtle sound in the dark and quiet darkness still did not escape Tianyu's ears. Looking at the bright and clear surroundings, how did he feel that he had the illusion of white eyes? Facing the sound target, Tianyu's pupils shrank, and then the target became more white and clear. Is this the vision of cats and cats at night? It's easier to lock onto targets than during the day. At this time, Tianyu relied on the cat's dark night vision, and clearly saw a large snake on the ground in front of him that was spitting snake letters, quietly approaching the camp, and this dangerous situation immediately alerted Tianyu. Tianyu, who was hesitating whether to drive it away, suddenly thought of the chakra usage developed during the day. Isn't this a good opportunity to test the results? With a heart movement, the cat's limbs immediately attached to a faint chakra, and the paws were immediately pulled from top to bottom. Looking at the bottom attribute panel that appeared. Name Tianyu, gender, male, age, 3 months, occupation, psychic beast, vortex me, basic attributes, agility 11, strength 5, wisdom 135, chakra 410, spiritual power 137, talent skill, sepa selmo, Tianyu was surprised to find that before going to bed, he also deliberately looked at the number of chakras, which was displayed at that time as a value of 350, but he did not expect to wake up and increase 60 points. Is it caused by food digestion? Tianyu, who was secretly happy, had not yet arrived, but found that the chakra value had changed again. Chakra 409/410. Oh, so it is. Is this the value of chakras consumption after consumption? Fortunately, the upper limit of the value has not been lowered. Does it cost 1 chakra every 5 seconds? Tianyu thought silently in his heart. Immediately closed the attribute panel and approached the big snake that was getting closer and closer, and the big snake on the opposite side must have also noticed Tianyu's approach, and the two beasts were vigilant against each other. Tianyu felt the light body and the sense of power that poured in, and tried to get a few steps closer, and the snake letter spit out by the big snake became faster, obviously having entered the attack state. Tianyu did not dare to be careless, who knew if this big snake was poisonous. Facing the advancing big snake, Tianyu quickly became alert motionless, and with the snake's head attacking, Tianyu jumped back slightly. What are you doing? Is this attack so slow? Hee, is this the dynamic vision of cats? It's really a useful thing. It doesn't take a moment for Tianyu to instantly understand it. Since he roughly understood the attack state of the big snake, Tianyu's hanging heart suddenly let go, but the next moment the big snake attacked again. In the face of this slow attack, Tianyu didn't think about it, just a claw waved, the big snake flew out instantly. Tianyu chased after the victory, and slapped directly on the top of the big snake's head several times in succession, looking at the snake head that was slapped flat, thinking that it would not be alive. Tianyu gently jumped back to look at the snake body curled up because of pain, and found that the panel jumped suddenly, and Tianyu, who felt his heart, immediately pulled out the attribute panel and looked. Chakra 400/430. Ha! Unexpectedly increased the upper limit of 20 chakra. It seems that the battle can also increase the amount of chakra. In this case, then, if outsiders see Tianyu at this time, they must be able to see it from his expression. This guy must be thinking about bad things. Tianyu, who was worried about chakra's growth limit because of his full food, became excited at this time, and his dynamic and night vision were fully activated, and within a second, Tianyu locked onto the nearest target. A mountain rat digging in the soil. Faced with Tianyu's rapid approach, the mountain rat suddenly stopped the work at hand, and his ears moved slightly to find the sudden Tianyu, although after a brief shock, soon the mountain rat reacted and fled towards the depths of the jungle. It's just that its speed can be compared with Tianyu in the state of chakra? Soon, a few seconds later, he was captured to death by Tianyu. Looking at the attribute bar shrunk into strips and vibrating slightly, Tianyu knew that the attributes of the attribute column had been updated, and it was obvious that chakra had entered the account again. Tianyu, who was happy, knew that he didn't have to deliberately do those shameful selling cute in the future. In that case, let's make a big fuss tonight. After a night of practice fighting, Tianyu, who returned to the camp, also felt a little tired, put down an unknown animal with flesh 3 times larger than his own cat's body, lazily leaned on the edge of the campfire, and pulled out the attribute panel. Name Tianyu, gender, male, age, 3 months, occupation, psychic beast, vortex May, basic attributes, agility 16, strength 10, wisdom 135, chakra 251/990, spiritual power 137, talent skills. The difference this time is that the agility and strength attributes have increased by 5 points, spiritual power has also increased from 135 to 137. Chakra increased from the initial limit of 410 points to 990 points, and the hard work of one night increased by 580 points, and the satisfied Tianyu soon fell asleep. I don't know how long it took. Tianyu felt that he was being mentioned in the air. Sleepy-eyed, he looked at the person in front of him in confusion. Isn't this Mei Hui? Looking at Mei Hui, who looked angry, Tianyu of course knew why she was angry, presumably because she didn't see her last night, so she could only say hello helplessly, early. Of course, in Mi's ears, it was just a cute meow. Mi looked at the carcass of the animal she was carrying in her other hand angrily, and wondered, that's why you disappeared last night? Tianyu nodded obediently in acknowledgement. Looking at Tianyu, who was a little weak-hearted, Mei Hui said angrily, I will forgive you this time. Next time you can't leave without a sound. You don't know how much danger exists in this mountain and forest. If you accidentally die, how sad do you have to make me? Talking about Mei Hui, she swallowed a little. Well, since you brought it back, then we baked it for breakfast. After speaking, Mei Hui carried Tianyu to the campfire of the squad, and threw the prey in her hand to the field on the side. This is the prey that Xiao Tian caught last night. You go and clean it up. After breakfast, we are going to leave. Yo! I just said that you don't have to worry about Xiao Tian, how to say that it is also a psychic beast, and you can still protect yourself in this mountain and forest. After saying hello, Wilderness watched the fat prey happily take it and clean up its fur and internal organs. Mi glared at Harino angrily, and followed Yagamai and the others to pack the tent and other items. Tianyu followed the field, sat quietly, and watched with interest as he cleaned up his prey, which was exactly a guess of Tianyu last night. Since killing prey can increase attribute ability, can eating the prey he hunted back also increase chakra? After all, selling Meng is not the road of Tianyu's powerhouse. With a fragrant smell coming to his nose, Tianyu, who had been tired for a night, was already hungry, and he couldn't wait to take a bite on it now. After everyone finished dividing the food, Tianyu looked at the less than 200 grams of calf meat on the plate in front of him and protested seriously to everyone. "I didn't expect you little guy to be quite able to eat," Inu Yin said with a smile. At this time, Mei Mei next to her put part of the food on her plate onto Tianyu's plate and said apologetically, "Inu Sr., I'm really sorry." "Ha! It's okay, after all, the food was found by this little guy, and you can't eat much if you eat more." Inu Yin also put one of his calves on Tianyu's plate. Tianyu, who was eating food silently, had already opened the attribute panel, always paying attention to possible changes in the value. Sure enough, without Tianyu's expectations, Chakra's value jumped slightly, Chakra plus 3 points, Chakra plus 1 point, Chakra plus 2 points, although the growth is slow, but still continues to increase. Just when Tianyu was secretly rejoicing, several people sitting around the bonfire to eat also felt that something was wrong, and Yuan Yi, who was a perceptual ninja in the team, immediately couldn't sit still. He asked, "Inu Senpai, do you feel it too?" Inu Yin frowned and nodded silently. This strange touch, as ninjas, they are all too familiar, but is this possible? Inu Yan, who was silent for a moment, snatched the calf sent out before in Tianyu's plate and continued to eat, feeling carefully again, although weak, but still caught by the keen Inu Yan. The immobile chakra miraculously grew again. The amount of chakra increased by this breakfast was probably almost the same as the amount they practiced chakra in a day. Mei Hui looked at everyone looking at each other, and then at the same time looked at Tianyu with a happy look and asked, "What are you doing watching Xiao Tian?" "Ha! Look at me." Tianyu also looked confused. At first he thought that his harvest of chakra was detected by them, and he was a little embarrassed, but after a moment he knew that he wanted to fork. Feeling the strange atmosphere of everyone, Tianyu is not fragrant to eat. "What are you doing looking at me one by one?" "Who wouldn't?" Tianyu also glared at several people. In the end, it was Inu Yan who broke the strange atmosphere and whispered, "Has your chakra also grown?" Habara Yagamai, who thought it was an illusion, also said with an incredulous and careful face, "Inu Senpai, are you too?" The solemn-looking Inu Yan made a silent gesture and nodded in confirmation. The few people who were confirmed knew that the matter was important, and they couldn't help but carefully check what was wrong with the surrounding crowd. "Chakra? Increase?" Mei Hui looked confused. Everyone looked at her as if she didn't notice it, and the corners of her mouth twitched. This girl's nerves were big enough. But then I thought about it, this girl's amount of chakra that float oil seemed to be a little understood, and the chakra she cultivated every day must be several times that of herself and others, and she had lost sensitivity to this little increase in pleasure. What an enviable talent. Hearing them say that after eating this barbecue chakra grew, Mei Hui also looked incredible. Why didn't she feel it? It was only after paying attention that it was discovered that there were indeed signs of chakra's activity in the body, and chakra increased. Just wanted to ask, but was gagged by Inu Yan and made a silent gesture. Then he looked at the people around him who were packing their luggage as usual, and whispered, "I'll take a look, you guys are waiting here." After speaking, he suddenly disappeared in an instant. Tianyu on the side was also shocked. He really didn't expect that the prey he hit, why they could also get chakra growth. Could it be that he accidentally hit some spirit object? Not the reason for your own gold finger? Looking at Inu Yan who was far away, Tianyu, who thought a little, knew that Inu Yan might also think of going with him. With a lot of thoughts, Tianyu, who was silent for a moment, suddenly thought of something. Pulling Mi's pant leg to signal her to follow, Mi didn't know so she could only follow. After only a few steps, I saw a dead snake lying in the bushes, apparently killed by Xiao Tian last night. Tianyu patted the snake's body and meowed gently, signaling Mei Hui to take it away. Mi understood in her heart and threw the snake's body to Nohara who followed. "Trouble." "Okay." Nohara didn't hesitate. He was shocked by the opportunity to grow chakra, and he wondered if the prey here had such a function. In less than a moment, Nohara's skillful cleaning ability did not take long to strip a 2-pound snake and set it up on the fire to grill. Suddenly, in an instant, Inu Yan returned, and everyone couldn't help but be happy when they looked at the same prey in his hand that Xiao Tian had fought back last night. After cleaning up, they also put it on the fire and roasted it. Apparently they were expecting the miracle that had just happened, which was a great discovery. This may be an opportunity for these civilian ninjas to become stronger. After eating the snake meat, several people were excited to find that the originally stable chakra had grown slightly again. Obviously this growth brought them a different kind of excitement. It's just that when they ate the prey brought back by Inu Yan again, they couldn't help frowning, obviously disappointed. Tianyu, who had been confirmed, instantly understood that this was just the ability brought by his golden finger, and it had nothing to do with what kind of spirit object it was. Mai Hui and the others naturally also blessed him and enjoyed it. The last few people looked at Tianyu with a strange expression. Apparently they also understood that this might be Tianyu's talent skill, a cat that could find a chakra growth spirit object. This is not an ordinary psychic beast. Inu Yan solemnly said, "Me, the talent of your psychic beast is really amazing, please take care of it in the future." Seniors are polite, this is the common blessing of our squad. Mei Hui also knows that the matter is very important, since the matter can no longer be concealed, she must immediately make a stand, only common interests will have the possibility of jointly guarding secrets. Otherwise, it is easy to encounter the covetousness of the strong due to unexpected events. The team set off more than an hour slower than before, and after discussing with the leader of the caravan, the team began to set off. Inuyan said to the people behind me, the front is the country of Kawa, everyone should be vigilant, maybe we will not be easy in the next 3 days. Mei Hui 3 people know, although they are newcomers, but it is not the first time to escort this route of caravans. Since Kawanakuni does not have a ninja village, and it is a battlefield between the land of wind and the land of fire, security has always been chaotic, whether it is defecting ninjas from other countries or bandits and bandits, most of them are active in Kawanakuni in order to prevent pursuit. It is precisely because of this that civil guard organizations such as mercenary unions have become prevalent. The well-fed Tianyu was still lying on the truck, and the warm sunlight shone on his lazy body, which seemed so leisurely, and it seemed that the cat was also good. At this time, Tianyu felt as if something had exploded in his body, felt the shock brought by the attribute panel, and saw a strong chakra blue flame burning on the panel strip, and Tianyu quickly opened the attribute panel. Name: Tianyu. Gender: male. Age: 3 months. Level: lower shinobi class. Psychic beast. Vortex me. Basic attributes: agility 86, strength 60, wisdom 145, chakra 1005/1505, spiritual power 160, talent skill Sappa selling mo, heart to heart sealed ninjutsu. C level. Stealth level up. Tianyu was a little puzzled, but when he carefully checked the specific values on the panel, his heart was clear. There is an additional level prompt in the properties panel. It's upgraded to endure. The attributes of agility increased by 70 points, of strength and 50 points, wisdom points by 10 points, and spiritual power by 23 points, and chakra increased the upper limit by 500 points, and the amount of chakra consumed last night also recovered to 1005 points at this time. Is the limit of this 1000 chakra amount a sign of lower tolerance? Such a rating standard is really simple and crude. You must know that humans are not to become higher level ninjas by how much chakra. Chakra is only one of the criteria, more is the experience of ninja performing tasks and how much ninjutsu they have mastered. The actual combat effectiveness is more important, of course. There are also like Shikamaru who become special ninjas with intelligence or other special abilities. The movement on this side naturally attracted the attention of several ninjas of Mei Hui. However, the chakra that spilled from the Tianyu cat came and went quickly. Mei Hui and the others just thought that Tianyu did not know how to control the mistakes caused by chakra, so there is not much to pursue the reason. After all, now that you have entered the country of Kawa, you must be careful every step of the way. However, at this time, Tianyu was pleasantly surprised. Compared to the previous increase in attributes, what was more attractive was of course the newly added 2 skills. C-level ninjutsu stealth reduces presence, suitable for reconnaissance sneak attacks. When entering battle, the stealth effect is automatically disarmed. Heart-to-heart seal, build a spiritual bridge with the contractor and form a psychic space. Isn't this telepathy? What a good skill, so that I can communicate with me more accurately. Another thing is to form a psychic space. With psychic space, is your own security greatly increased? After all, if you can't beat yourself, you can still hide in the psychic space? At this time, Tianyu recalled the classic scenes in the original anime. The old man has done his best, and the rest of the battle is left to you. Then the psychic was lifted and the bang disappeared. This hand escape trick plays the thief slip. After reading the introduction to use, Tianyu jumped on me without thinking, and drilled into her slightly bulging chest, and Inuyan, who was walking in front, just turned around, and saw Tianyu who was a demon on Mei Hui's chest, and when that white was exposed, nosebleeds suddenly spurted out. I thought, do you want to kill the old man? It's just that at this time, where does Tianyu have time to take care of Inuyan's inner thoughts? 5 chakra flames instantly condensed on the cat's paws, and before Mei Mei could react, the 5 chakra flames were directly printed on Ni's chest position. The traces originally caused by the chakra flame suddenly shone brightly, began to rotate and converge, and finally formed a heart-shaped mark. Mei Hui, who felt the hot sensation, found that the middle part of her chest was exposed, and she was printed with a cat's claw mark. Bastard! Mei Hui, who suddenly had a red face, grabbed Tianyu and flew with a violent hammer. After tidying up her clothes a little, she found that her mind seemed to have a vague sense of connection with Xiao Tian. Did you blame it yourself? Mei Huotan felt a chill. Inuyan also grabbed Tianyu, who had just been violently beaten back, and said, Xiao Tian, don't mess around. Tianyu looked at Inu Kamiyan, who was still ticking with nosebleeds, pretending to wipe his nose with his paws, and meowed, your nosebleed. Of course, Inuyan couldn't understand the cat's words. Just looking at the cat's disdainful eyes and gestures, he probably understood the specific meaning, so he had to cough a few times embarrassed to hide his embarrassment. Tianyu took the opportunity to escape. Meow, meow. Tianyu, who waved his paw at the vortex Mei Hui, condensed a chakra on his right paw, slapped it lightly on the ground, and instantly slammed softly, only to wait for the smoke to clear, where there was still a cat figure in place, and everyone looked at each other. Vortex Me was stunned for a moment, and finally explained. It said that it went back to the psychic space, and let me summon it when I need it. Everyone is speechless. It seems to have only cried twice. You explained so many meanings, what a genius. Me Vortex doesn't know how to explain it, anyway, she knows that's what it means, right? For everyone's doubts, Mei Hui was not sure at once, but this strange feeling was so real. Could it be? Mei Hui subconsciously touched the hot chest before, thoughtfully. At this time, Haihara Yagamai, who had been cold and silent, suddenly thought of something, and asked with a strange look, the next time you summon it, your psychic will not be channeled 1,000 times, right? Everyone was also shocked to know how important the current cat is to their cultivation. If it is really said by the Grey Plain Yagamai, it is the scene of a doomsday-level disaster? Mei Hui noticed the burning gaze of everyone, felt the pressure, and suddenly her face collapsed. Maybe it was really possible. Seeing Mei Hui's unconfident appearance, the hearts of several people present couldn't help but chuckle and feel bad. Originally, they were expecting to enjoy the pleasure of increasing chakra at dinner and breakfast in the future, but they thought of Mi's terrible psychic skills. A few people who looked helpless had to stroke their heads and call it over. Although Inuyan does not know psychic, he seems to have heard a little related information, and comforted. It should not be, since the successful psychic has come out, then when summoned again, you should be able to sense its existence more clearly. Having said that, these are also some of the information he hearsay, so it is not very confident. Seeing that her comfort seemed to have no effect, Mei Hui still looked absent-minded, and couldn't help but ask, Mei, what's wrong with you? Mei Hui hesitated a little and swallowed. This, what, this, that, say it quickly? Inuyan was a little anxious, looking like you would say something quickly. Exhaling a heavy breath, Mei Hui glanced at Inuyan nervously, and said bluntly, Tinyu went back to the space at this time, is he angry? You mean you hit it just now, right? Angry? No, this nasty guy is not as fragile as you think. At this time, Inuyan couldn't help but think of the scene where Tinyu laughed at himself and wiped his nosebleeds, and snorted coldly, don't worry. Tinyu, who appeared in the psychic space at this time, looked at the magnificent natural landscape in surprise, and couldn't help but be secretly shocked, because at this time, he was standing on a huge canyon, and there was a rumbling sound of huge water around him. Apparently this is a huge waterfall. From time to time, there are many big fish swimming in the opposite direction quickly, and even some fish jump out of the water and merge into the huge water vapor, like a fairyland. Not far from the river, there is a huge tree, conservatively estimated to be tens of meters in height, and some sika deer are leisurely resting under the huge shaded area. Tianyu ran through the flowers, stirring a flock of white birds to fly towards the side of the canyon. It's a dream place. The stunned Tianyu couldn't help but sigh. Looking around, Tianyu found a high ground, looked around, looked at the shining microwave sea in the distance. It seems that this is a huge island? Feeling the sweet aroma, Tianyu breathed deeply, and suddenly, the attribute panel was stirring again, and Tianyu understood it and immediately opened the panel function. Congratulations to the host for raising to the lower shinobi level and successfully activating the psychic space. The psychic space is escalating. The psychic space upgrade is complete. Psychic space, in this space, chakras recovery speed and health recovery speed will be increased by 100% compared to the real world, and you can use the Wheel of Luck to obtain various power UPS and special buildings. The Wheel of Fortune will cost 500 chakra cap each time you use the Wheel of Fortune. Oh! After suddenly realizing, Tianyu found that on the right side of the attribute panel, there was an extra roulette wheel shining white in the center. Obviously this is the so-called Wheel of Luck. After Tianyu's consciousness, a large turntable that had been magnified several times appeared. Is this for me to draw a lottery? Tianyu, who was a little hesitant, finally pressed the switch. After all, he now needed the corresponding skills to develop stronger combat power. Take a closer look at the prizes on the roulette wheel, which are roughly divided into food, items, construction, ninjutsu, and special items. In particular, it is worth mentioning that the construction class and the special item category have only a 5% probability, which shows that the things in this should be very good. Tianyu, who was just pondering for a while, decisively pressed the start button, and with the slower and slower pointer, Tianyu's mood became more and more nervous. After all, he only has one chance. If it is not the chief, then he will directly lose the 500 chakra cap. You must know that this is the harvest of his hard day. Give some more force, give some more. No, Tianyu shouted helplessly, holding his head. Watching the pointer, which has lost momentum, rests on the category of food, and can do nothing. Since this is the end of the matter, then we can only hope that this thing is not too rubbish. Exhaled a sigh of relief, readjusted his mood, and suddenly seemed to have a little expectation. Congratulations on obtaining special rainbow dried fish X10 looking at the expectation of being disappointed again, Tianyu covered his head with his hands and said painfully, there is a sentence that I don't know if I should say it or not. As soon as Tianyu finished wondering, the specific information of this special dried fish came to his mind. Special Rainbow Dried Fish X10. Note, each dried fish can increase the upper limit of 100 chakra for eaters. Amount. Tianyu, who was stunned, seemed to come back to his senses, and seemed to have earned it himself. Is it a good thing? After eating quickly, watching the chakra value increase to 2005 points, can you draw 2 times? Before the draw, Tianyu still decided to go to the river to wash his hands. Then let's start. Second draw. Congratulations on obtaining Dark Weapon. Black Terror can stink dead people. Once hit, it cannot be removed within 7 days. Congratulations on obtaining C-level Cat Body Art. Raid Melee Combat. The body function suddenly increases by 300% after the end of use. A short period of time falls into mild fatigue. The more times you use it, the longer the time, the heavier the fatigue. Yay! The excited Tianyu Cat's eyes suddenly lit up, and he finally drew the skills he needed. It is also an attack type skill, which is a ninjutsu that enhances the function by 2 times, and it is completely a sustainable skill that is developed by the stronger the basic attribute. This is very important. Satisfied, Tianyu turned off the wheel. View your properties panel. Name: Tianyu. Gender: male. Age: 3 months. Level: lower. Shinobi class: Psychic Beast, Vortex Me, Possession, Psychic Space. Basic attributes: Agility 86, Strength 60, Wisdom 145, Chakra 1005/1005, Spiritual Power 160, Talent. Skill: Seipa Selmo. Heart-to-heart ninjutsu. C-level. Sneak. C-level Cat Body Art. Raid. Although the amount of chakra has been reduced to the lowest value, it is necessary to sacrifice for ninjutsu, and the amount of chakra can be practiced without it, but without ninjutsu, it is really troublesome. After all, he didn't know how to increase his number of ninjutsu. Once you have clarified how to use it, practice ninjutsu repeatedly to avoid mistakes in battle. After many attempts, he found that although the raid skill was powerful, the chakra consumed was also amazing. Each skill consumes 200 chakra, but it's impossible to raid just once in hand-to-hand combat, right? If it is not successful, it must be launched again, whether it is attack or dodge. Continuous use is the correct use of this raid. In addition, as for the new ninjutsu Stealth, the body is in a translucent state after using this ninjutsu, and if it is used in the Black Knight, it is almost equivalent to stealth. The most important thing is that the skill itself comes with the ability to mask the breath, making the movement safer. I believe that if you are not a sentient ninja, it must be very difficult to find yourself. Because it is a stealth ability, the consumption of chakra is minimal, which makes Tianyu very satisfied. After experimenting with ninjutsu, Tianyu took out the prop items obtained in the lottery. Dark Weapon. Black Terror perceived the specific use information, and couldn't help but smile badly. This thing is better not to use well, it is really hurtful. Looking at his dry chakra, Tianyu knew that he had to go crazy again tonight, and by the way, he also used his new ninjutsu. So I thought about Mei Hui and let her channel herself. When the sun went down, Mei Hui, who was planning to set up camp, suddenly felt hot in her heart. Could it be that Xiao Tian wanted to channel it by himself? Thinking of this, Mei Hui immediately bit her left finger. A bright red blood streaked across the center of the palm of her right hand, and then began to chant rhythmically in her mouth. Hai, Jun, Yu, Shen, Wei. A note matched a specific ninjutsu style, and in less than 2 seconds, he suddenly squatted and slapped on the ground, and shouted coquettishly, Ninjutsu Psychic Art. SHH. After the smoke, Inuyen watched the little milk cat roll out of the smoke, looking like he wanted to vomit, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and said, it seems that you still have to practice more. If in battle, the way he appears is likely to be killed in an instant. Don't care. Once successful, it's already a big improvement. Mei Hui is a little embarrassed. She can clearly sense that there is a vague line in spacetime this time. This line may be the spacetime channel, and the imprint will be finished before the line is stretched to the straightest, causing the distortion of the spacetime channel. Maybe this is the main reason for the cat's dizziness? Tianyu, who had just finished dizziness, stuck out his tongue, and before he could fully adapt, he was surrounded by several people in the squad, and the eager Inuyen smiled at Tianyu, who was lying on the ground in a funny posture. I will ask you for breakfast tonight and tomorrow. Tianyu looked at the few people squatting around him and couldn't help but sit up. Although he had planned to go out and go crazy tonight, being called like this was always a little unmotivating. It would be nice to get something from them, but looking at Inuyen, this guy must be a poor ghost, and the only thing worth worrying about is ninjutsu. Tianyu meowed at Miui and raised a paw, and ran towards the jungle. Tianyu, who stopped, shook his ears a few times, and the originally quiet forest began to chirp, appearing full of life. With the sound of the wind blowing, Tianyu, who had chakra attached to his feet, climbed to a relatively tall tree several times. Feel the movement of your prey. In just a moment, Tianyu locked onto a leopard that was resting on a tree. Sneak accompanied by Tianyu's silent chant, and the stealth skill was activated. A few sensitive jumps came to a tree where the leopard rested, quietly observing the leopard's reaction. After all, it is daytime, although the stealth skill can cover most of the breath, and is in a semi-stealthy state, but the other party is a leopard with a keen sense of smell. It will inevitably be detected. Tianyu feels that it is better to be careful, and by the way, you can also test the specific effect of the stealth skill. After waiting for a while, the leopard's ears moved slightly, and then suddenly became alert, looked left and right but did not find any abnormalities, and then dozed off on the tree trunk. Observing this, Tanya silently thought that the movement that had just arrived must have disturbed it, making it suddenly alert. It's just that when you are in a static state, plus the default semi-stealth skill is activated, it was also able to barely fool this leopard. Although the leopard did not find the area where Tanya was located, as a cat with human intelligence, looking at the leopard's slightly moving ears, Tanya was able to affirm that the leopard was faking sleep, wanting to trick himself out, and then come back to kill. It's really calculating, Tanya said with a smile. At this time, Tanya was thinking about the comparison of his strength with that leopard in his mind, and he didn't know if his small body could deal with this huge forest killer. After thinking for a moment, Tanya felt that he had a psychic space, but he couldn't beat it and couldn't run? Suddenly the guts fattened. But before that, he felt that it was still necessary to test the limit distance of the stealth skill. Looking at the leopard who was faking sleep, Tanya smiled sinisterly. Since this is the case, then I will quietly approach the past, let it think that its strategy has succeeded, and then give the other party a sudden counterattack, which will definitely surprise it. Tanya, who was quietly sneaking, found that the other party's ears moved slightly, knowing that the weeds around him had betrayed him, but he did not panic and still acted according to the plan. Just as Tanya entered the leopard's attack range, the leopard suddenly jumped down from the 2-meter-high tree trunk and pounced on the advancing Tanya. Tanya knew that the opportunity was coming, taking advantage of the gap where the other party could not change direction in the air. Tanya's feet suddenly burned a faint chakra, suddenly more than 1 meter ahead, escaping from the opponent's attack range, and then leaping sideways directly into the back of the leopard. The terrified leopard did not expect that this weak food in front of him would come like this, and directly flew out a few meters away, rolling down in the grass. Tanya, who just wanted to take advantage of the victory and pursue, found that although the other party had suffered a little damage, he relied on his agile figure to quickly complete the defensive posture. Tanya, who knew that he could not pursue, had to confront the leopard. Feeling the low sound and anger of the leopard, habitually licked his paws, and Tanya, who suddenly reacted, spat violently. When will this meow cat movement be completely quit? After the bitter cold, Tanya suddenly heard the leopard roar a few times, which shocked his poor cat's ears with a buzz and slammed in. Tanya was also not in a hurry, knowing that he did not have any advantage in strength, so he used these low jungles nearby to fight with him. In such a state where you chase me and you pounce on me to dodge, Tanya, who occupies a favorable position, still had several wounds on the head of the other party's leopard. It's just that these wounds make this leopard go crazy even more. That angry expression was clearly going to bite himself to death. It feels like enough has been played and it's time to fix it. Just in the chase again, Tanya ran directly towards a tree. The cat's claws were accompanied by chakra, coupled with sharp claws. Tanya climbed directly along the trunk of the tree smoothly. The leopard behind him seemed to think that this was an opportunity, and immediately flew to Tanya, who was climbing up, but Tanya suddenly increased the output of chakra on his feet, and the speed suddenly accelerated, and the poor leopard brother directly hit the solid tree trunk, and suddenly his eyes flashed Venus. Raid launched. Just this gap flew down again. Tanya used the long accumulated raid skill, fiercely swept towards the leopard's head. The leopard instantly felt a powerful force spread throughout the body, only had time to let out a terrible howl. The leopard that flew in the air had not yet come to the emergency reaction. Tanya, who landed first, soared into the air again. Raid strike 2. Tanya, who had been flipping in the air for a few and a half weeks, once again used the force to reverse his body, kicked his back foot on another tree trunk, and once again catapulted towards the head of the leopard that was about to land, and meowed. Raid the third strike. Under 3 heavy blows in succession, the leopard finally couldn't hold on, fell heavily to the ground, could not get up again, and could only let out a burst of sorrow. Seeing that the leopard's belly is still slightly undulating, naturally knowing that it is not completely dead, there is a wheezing sound in and out indicates that it is about to die. The groan was a little sad, but Tanya did not pity. He knew that this was the law of nature. It's just that how is this guy going to get it back? In this battle, Tanya also discovered his Achilles heel, that is, his body size was too small, and the wounded surface of the attack was difficult to inflict heavy damage on creatures much larger than himself. Physical skills are limited by body and strength, so it is not a long-term solution. It seems that it is necessary to find the ninjutsu to lift this restriction. For example, the doubling technique of the Akimichi family is a good choice, and you can carefully plan it in the future. Thinking about it, he walked to the dying leopard, quickly bounced up, and when the height was enough, chakra condensed on the cat's paws, and slapped hard at the leopard's brain band, accompanied by a loud bang. The powerful force knocked the leopard's head and the ground into a dent. It's over. Although Tianyu is also a little sad, this is what he can do for it at the moment, so that it can relieve the pain early. Seeing the 30 chakra amount of receipt, Tianyu suddenly lost his guilt. After all, this is the road of the strong, and the dry bones that fell on this road will definitely not be only leopards. This is a world where people eat people. Why are they not getting stronger to survive? Previously, during the fierce battle with the leopard, the attribute panel jumped several times, and Tianyu did not have time to check it at that time. At this time, Tianyu, who was free, hurriedly opened the properties panel. Name: Tanya. Gender: male. Age: 3 months. Level: lower. Shinobi class: Psychic Beast, Vortex Me, Possession, Psychic Space. Basic attributes: Agility 100, Strength 70, Wisdom 145, Chakra 405/1035, Spiritual Power 162, Talent Skill: Scatter, Selling Mo, Heart to Heart Ninjutsu. Sea Level Stealth. Sea Level Cat. Body Art. Raid. Tanya, who had taken a closer look, immediately noticed the new changes brought by the attribute panel. Agility increased by 14 points, Strength increased by 10 points, and even Spiritual Power increased by 2 points. I couldn't help but realize that this was the case. Only at this time did Tanya slightly figure out his growth mechanism. Killing prey can increase the upper limit of chakra, and fighting with prey can improve basic attributes, which is just like actual combat is also an exercise, and after exercise, it can effectively improve the sensitivity and strength of the body. Finally, there is the special attribute of spiritual power. According to the previous guess, 1 point of wisdom improves a little mental power, and every 10 points or so of the basic attribute of the body can also improve a little spiritual power. After getting more and more understanding of his own growth mechanism, Tanya seems to have found the direction of his growth. If we have firm faith, there will be no confusion ahead. Looking at the huge leopard on the ground, how can this guy get it back? Tanya, who was just worried at first, suddenly had a flash of light, and thought very anthropomorphically with the palm of the hammer. Don't you have a space for items? How about getting it in? I'm such a genius. At this time, Tanya thought of the reward he had received before. Dark weapon, Black Terror, can be summoned back and forth through psychic style. Then this leopard can also think of it. Without saying much, I thought about the location of the space, and then left a paw mark on the leopard corpse, gently patted the mark on the corpse, and after a puff of smoke, the leopard corpse on the ground disappeared. Then Tanya sensed the space and slapped his paw again, and the corpse appeared in front of him again, which was really a convenient space. Prey caught in the future can be sent to the space. This will save you a lot of time and eat wonderful foods that can grow your chakra at all times. Tanya, who was silently happy, ran towards the direction of the camp like this, and the weak prey he encountered along the way was also killed and thrown into the space. Looking at the smoke-filled camp in the distance, Tanya rushed all the way, and when he returned to the camp, it was already dark. Me stood on top of the tall tree, staring at it, waiting for Tanya's return. My Y, who was still worried about Tanya, suddenly sensed a movement in the bushes, and took a closer look at the returning Tanya. Finding that Tanya, who looked tired, did not hit any prey, Mei Hui did not blame, but began to blame herself for being too demanding of this weak little milk cat. Do you know that he is still underage? Why do you just let it go out to find prey on its own? What if it encounters danger? Distressed for a moment, I couldn't help but take it into my arms and comfort it. Hard work. Because of the heart-to-heart skill, feeling the warmth from Mi's heart, Tanya couldn't help but raise his head and lick her chin. This is completely out of the cat's inertia of expressing affection and comforting people. This Tanya knows, but he can't speak, and he doesn't seem to have many means to express his emotions. In order not to worry my wife, Tanya, who jumped from the arms of the beauty, came to the campfire, gently patted the ground, and a leopard weighing about 150 pounds appeared in front of him. Yagamai, who was originally wiping his katana on the side, couldn't help but be shocked, sighing that this little guy's ability is not small. Then he fell into that calm and watery personality. Inuyan, who had just returned from fetching water, was also shocked. He really didn't expect this little one to be so big. Looking at the size of this leopard, at least it also takes an adult Iron Country warrior to be able to kill. According to this guy also has a certain combat effectiveness. As the owner, Mei Hui was naturally pleasantly surprised after the shock. She really didn't expect that the psychic beast that she originally thought could only act as a perception type actually had a certain combat power. I couldn't help but feel relieved. After all, this is my own psychic beast. Looking at this fierce beast, Mi silently calculated that if she didn't use ninjutsu, it would not be easy to deal with this fierce beast. At the same time, he was also afraid of whether Tanya was hurt, so he picked Tanya up again and checked his body. Helpless Tanya had to let her flip and check, who told herself that she couldn't speak. What a troublesome thing. After becoming a cat beast, Tanya also gradually understood how animals communicate with each other. Because the animal's language system is not rich enough, it will add body language, and at the same time combine to express accurate communication information. Even animals across populations can communicate with each other to some extent. It's just that in many places there is a similar barrier of local language. So animals also refer to this principle when interpreting human language. Unfortunately, the complexity of human thought and behavior is beyond the comprehension of animals. This primitive way of communication is precisely what humans are not good at, because humans have become too dependent on rich linguistic systems. When facing animals, it is more about relying on wisdom to guess the behavior and thoughts of animals. Inability to understand the meaning of some of the simplest levels. Fortunately, he still has the talent skill of heart-to-heart, stretching his body, indicating that he is fine. Mei Hui inexplicably understood the thoughts expressed by Tianyu, which was really incredible. My Hui, come and help. Here, here. In this way, with the coordination of everyone, the leopard was quickly divided into several pieces and set up on the fire, and a moment later, a strong smell of meat attracted many onlookers. In the eyes of these people, they and others obviously could not finish eating. One by one, they showed a full of expectations, although Anu Yan was a little unhappy, but it was difficult to say something, and finally distributed the food to the crowd present. After all, it can't be said, right? The adult world is like this, sometimes you don't want to, but you can't, even with tears in your eyes. As for the secret that can improve chakra, he is not very afraid of revealing it. There are no other ninjas among these people present, and I think they can't detect it. One of them, a large Tetsuno country samurai with short yellow hair, held 2 wine altars in his hands, and did not need to be invited by Anu Yan, sat by the fire with his own care, put down the wine jar in his hand, and said with a bold smile, "Brother Anu, these days have been hard, or you ninjas will enjoy it. I don't have anything else, only wine. Come, let's toast." Although Anu Yan is also good at drinking, he is still relatively self-disciplined during the mission. However, at this time, the other party had already come to the door, and for the sake of the harmony of the team, he still pretended to be interested in bumping with the big samurai a few times and drinking a little. From the mouths of several samurai around, I learned that this big samurai, named Thunder, described his sword skills as amazing. The samurai leader who can mix in this Hokage world is not a good character to match. Several other iron-armored samurai talked enthusiastically with me and others, and from time to time admired the deliciousness of this leopard meat. Although everyone is not too familiar, they are all more or less in the same mercenary union, so few of the people present are restrained. In particular, these mercenaries who deal with life and death every day are even more open-minded. As the dinner continued and the meat in the campfire smelled, the nearby civilians also brought out their treasured spirits and fruits, and the bonfire party began. When the wine reaches the depths, there are even people around the campfire and dance a unique dance that belongs to this world. However, the happiest person may be Tianyu, because as a cat, he doesn't know each other well or not. Anyway, where he can harvest chakra, he drills there. Under the double blow of shame selling cute and leopard meat, his chakra volume is rising, and it will break through the 2,000-point mark at any time. If such an achievement is known to Anu Yan, a serious old satyr, I believe he will definitely get drunk, right? Thinking of this, Tianyu couldn't help but touch his beard, wondering, is it such a bonfire banquet every night? Well, it's necessary, I'm a cat and I'm very lively. After a short revelry, the people who were full of wine and food also dispersed, and Tianyu, who had a round stomach, also wandered around the crowd to digest food. The cat's eye moved and found the girl who fed himself a lot of chakra in the past 2 days, because he knew that he was difficult to communicate in language, and this shortcoming had to be made up no matter what. So yesterday, I silently learned a little text with that girl, in order to learn ninjutsu in the future. This Guantin can't escape anyway. Meow. A girl in a luxurious car heard the cat, couldn't help but smile slightly, opened the car door, and Tianyu was not polite. Jumped directly into the car, feeling a unique girlish fragrance. Tianyu is not shy, after all, he is just a cat, climbed into the girl's arms, originally wanted to watch books with her, but the girl put the book on the table just to tease the cat. Tianyu had no choice but to go with her, only hoping that she would let herself go when she was tired. It's just that the cute Meow attracts more beautiful women, and then passes it to each other among everyone, as if everyone wants to kiss him, otherwise it is not enough to express their love. The most unbearable thing is that the fragrance on each beautiful woman is different, and he is really a little dizzy for his sensitive sense of smell. The most disgusting thing is that there is an old woman in her 50s who actually teased his little Tintin, and Tianyu's whole body was excited. Brother is still a virgin, this dead old woman, so shameless. Tianyu, who escaped from the clutches of the devil, shouted angrily. Tianyu, whose mind turned, knew that he would not be able to find a gap to learn words without leaving, so he searched for the taste and found Mei Hui in the field that had just returned from the darkness, and he was a little curious and pulled his steps to greet him. Mei Hui saw Tianyu walking towards her, and happily took Tianyu on the ground in her arms. While stroking the smooth hair of the kitten, he said lovingly, "Where did you run to play before? Make me easy to find." Tianyu didn't know how to respond, so he had to meow, and in less than a moment, Mei carried Tianyu to the camp tent and said to the following field, "You go to rest, you will replace the Yagamai vigil later." Yuenya glanced at the cat, with a somewhat envious look in his eyes, nodded, and also went to a nearby tent to rest. Mei Hui and Tianyu entered the tent, put Tianyu on a soft cushion, and whispered, "Obedient, sleep, I think you are tired today." Tianyu also replied casually, only to see that Mei Hui smiled, and from the backpack in the corner, she took out a rectangular box, and in the box were sheets of paper of the same shape, and a small bottle of dark red viscous liquid, and then began to concentrate on what she was depicting. Tianyu was curious, and then walked to the side to observe. In less than a moment, some strange lines appeared on the paper, and the center of the unknown lines was a circle with a dotted line, and a burst word appeared in the circle, which Tianyu certainly recognized, and couldn't help but think, could it be that this little girl knows how to make detonation charms? With the last stroke falling, after the grain is formed, the lines that appear a little black on the paper seem to be bright red a few times, and finally return to calm. Immediately after that, I saw Mei Hui silently chanting something in her mouth, and suddenly quickly punched out a few hand seals, and pressed each other flat towards the detonation talisman on the ground, as if she was pressing the detonation talisman. Tianyu, who was watching, found a blue-red chakra, which began to slowly connect the detonation talisman on the ground from his palms, and the detonation talisman began to rotate. The endless chakra slowly poured into the spinning faster and faster detonation charm. After about 5 minutes or so, it seemed that the detonator was full. Chakra's intake also began to decrease, and the speed of rotation also slowed down. As if sensing something, Mei Hui hurriedly punched out a very cumbersome hand seal, drank lightly, and pressed towards the detonation talisman that was about to stop rotating, seal. With the palm tapping on the detonator, the surrounding symbol stripes gradually rotated and converged around the circle, until a solid sense of balance was formed before stopping moving. Mi exhaled softly. Wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead slightly, it was obvious that this operation had consumed a lot of her energy and chakra. Looking at her own work, Mei Hui didn't care whether Tianyu understood it or not, and looked at Tianyu to herself and said, Xiao Tian, after meeting you, whether it is psychic or the first intermediate detonation talisman made here, it has been successful at one time. Are you my little lucky star? This kind of detonation charm is quite difficult to make. The slightest mistake will be lost. Not to mention the waste of materials, but also to consume a lot of my chakra in vain. Although Tianyu didn't fully understand, this did not affect his happiness for Mei Hui's success, and he meowed in response as a sign of encouragement. Contented, Mei Hui held Tianyu and fell asleep. I don't know how long it took. Tianyu woke up. He didn't forget that he had to go hunting in the forest tonight, firstly to get more chakra, and secondly to store more prey. In order not to return to the town when the time comes, and have to worry about where to hunt, Tianyu has already planned, when the time comes to return to the town, he will start to study the words of this world. Pave the way for the future strong. The night is silent. Tianyu's lonely figure stepped into the darkness and disappeared in a moment. Yuan Ye, who was originally practicing chakra extraction on the tree, also opened his eyes slightly, using his perception ability to follow Tianyu's figure gradually away from the range of perception, and couldn't help whispering, "It's really a restless cat, running out to play every night. Hee, what an envy." After muttering, the field no longer paid attention to the heavenly universe that disappeared within his range of perception, and continued to settle down. When dawn came, the first sunlight in the sky began to drive away the darkness, and Tianyu was tired, passing through the camp, skillfully getting into Mi's tent, but found that Mei Hui was gone, thinking that he was on duty. Regardless of anything else, he left his prey at the door of the tent and fell asleep. With the chirping of birds and the sound of footsteps walking back and forth, Tianyu yawned and woke up. Smelling the smell of meat wafting in the air, Tianyu stretched out and walked out of the tent. Looking at the busy crowd, my mind was clear. With his sensitive perception, he quickly found a stream that was flowing with trickling water and began to clean his body. I also started gargling my mouth decently. Mai Hui, who was upstream in the water, saw this scene and couldn't help but look strange. Tianyu glared back at her and began to clean up with his own care. This may already be one of the few human habits, right? Alas, it's really inconvenient to be a cat. After cleaning up, Tianyu thought that his chakra had accumulated quite deeply, and it seemed that he could let go of another wave. The properties panel opens. Name: Tianyu. Gender: male. Age: 3 months. Level: lower shinobi class. Psychic beast. Vortex me. Possession: psychic space. Basic attributes: agility 111, power 90, wisdom 146, chakra 2514/2550, spiritual power 168, talent skill Sapa selling mo, heart to heart ninjutsu, sea level stealth, sea level cat body art raid. After looking at the panel, Tianyu was quite satisfied, starting from yesterday afternoon's hunting and the night selling carnival, and then going to the mountains and forests. For a night, successive efforts, resulting in the current chakra volume that rose by 1540 points. The added bonus is an increase of 25 agility, 20 strength, plus 1 wisdom. Looking at the attribute panel full of battle results, the remaining fatigue has long been gone. It's just that now Tianyu is hesitating whether to take advantage of this peaceful morning to have a wave of 3 consecutive shots. Just a moment later, Tianyu was relieved. Isn't it just 3 days more hard to get these points back? What's so scary? Besides, didn't you clean up all parts of your body just now? Maybe impersonate a European? Without further ado, Mari called up the Wheel of Luck. After entering 3 consecutive draws, Tianyu tentatively output it again, without increasing the number of times, thinking that the last 1000 chakra could not be used. Maybe this is the minimum requirement for raiding shinobi. Then let's get started. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining talent skill 9 dead life technique. 1. When fatal damage is taken, the damage is automatically converted to a cat avatar, cancelling out 90% of the additional damage once. The body itself is damaged by 10%. Note: this skill can be upgraded to 9 deaths and 9 lives. A cat doppelganger is automatically restored every 10 days. Meow! Congratulations on obtaining Ninja Tool Boomerang. Injects recognition paw prints. No matter how far away, you can return to the boomerang in your hand. Meow. Looks pretty good. 9 lives and 9 deaths? The legend says that cats have 9 lives, is this what it means? It seems that as long as it is not killed in seconds, it is equivalent to an extra life, not bad. Although there is only one chance to offset the fatal injury, as far as Tianyu is concerned, it is undoubtedly a blessing. Otherwise, why did Tianyu try so hard to become stronger? Isn't it because he is too weak at this time? Although it has the potential to become the strongest cat, it is also necessary to be strong. The excited Tianyu's cat's eyes smiled into a crescent shape, jumping happily in place. But a moment later, Tianyu suddenly remembered something. Didn't he feel very happy now? It seems that the happy cat food can only stimulate potential when it is happy. Casually patted on the ground, after the smoke appeared, a bag of cat food appeared, whether it was 37 or 21. Tianyu kept chewing, feeling like eating potato chips. I didn't expect to be able to eat this familiar taste when I got to the other world. This cat food, I love it. Can you get another dozen? It's just that this happiness comes and goes quickly, and the most important thing is that the happiness is interrupted by his own behavior. After waiting for a while, there was no reaction at all. Although Tianyu was a little lost, he was quickly covered up, and then he channeled another prop. Looking at the boomerang lying quietly on the ground, the size is only about 25 centimeters, and the shape is the same as in the previous life, similar to an L-shaped weapon. The only thing that is a little weird is that this boomerang is completely black, and if you look closely, you will find that there are markings like leeches attached to it, which is uncomfortable anyway. After Tianyu printed his own unique mark on the boomerang, the claw slapped the corner of the boomerang, and suddenly the boomerang spun and buzzed, and the cat's claw clenched tightly, and suddenly felt a wonderful suction force connecting the weapon with his own claw, and after throwing it on the claw, he suddenly jumped up and threw it towards a tree trunk with a thick bull mouth in the dense forest. With a buzzing sound, the branches and leaves of the passage were scattered all over the place, and the trunk of the tree that was the target also broke, and the boomerang immediately spun and flew back, and Tianyu gently gripped it, feeling a sense of heaviness. What about a very good weapon? Tianyu is very happy. Sure enough, life still needs a sense of ritual. Remember to wash your body again the next time you draw the wheel of luck. Back at the camp, I saw Mei Hui and several people eating breakfast by the campfire, and immediately got into Hui's arms and shouted cutely, saying that he wanted to eat barbecue, not Tianyu hypocrisy, but the squandered chakra that made him feel a sense of urgency. Well, it seems that cats are selling cute no matter how they bark, right? After breakfast, the team has packed their bags, shouted, and the team set off. From a distance, the convoy stretching for hundreds of meters is like a giant python passing through the jungle, winding and long. As usual, Tianyu felt the bumps and dozed off. After these few days of getting along, Mei Hui also knows that this little guy always goes to the mountains at night to wander, and did not say anything. After all, it is only a cat, and the cat itself is a nocturnal animal. Of course, it cannot be guessed from a human perspective. Near noon, after turning a rough mountain road, along the winding mountain road, the convoy went from top to bottom, and finally came to the first village with human tracks. Tianyu, who was sleeping, felt that the car was not moving, and couldn't help but wake up slowly, curiously looking at the first village found in this world. From the words of these people, we know that the name of this village is Shuiyun Village, because there is a large river and a huge waterfall nearby, surrounded by water vapor all year round. It is such a village that feels isolated but is a depression. According to the mercenaries, this village is not usually like this. Because of the remoteness, it is difficult to reach here during the war. The only way to enter and exit is this trade road. Passing merchants also brought prosperity to this small village. Tianyu looked for prestige, and saw Mei Hui half squatting and talking to a few children, and couldn't help but follow. Through the conversation of several people, Tianyu learned that a group of robbers had recently come here, not only robbing the passing caravan, but also coming to the village from time to time to fight the autumn breeze, making the people in the village unhappy. Mi stroked the heads of several children pityingly and comforted, and then picked up some food from the truck and distributed it to the hungry children. Instruct the older children to distribute the food. There is not much food, where is it enough? Tianyu looked at these children full of hope and couldn't help but feel compassion, and tapped on the ground a few times in a row, and several wild rabbits appeared in front of him. Inuyan on the side was not calm. He knew that Tianyu should still have inventory, but he didn't expect that there were so many, so he was not embarrassed to ask for some. You must know that they are not far from Shinjuku City, and they still want to eat these foods at that time, and they don't know that they will have to eat these foods. Most importantly, others may not know how precious these things are, but as a ninja, he has a clear understanding, and these seemingly normal prey cannot be overstated. Let these children use to fill their stomachs? This is also too violent. He quickly reached out to stop the approaching child, blocking the chakra-filled game behind him, and said, "Come on, give you this money, go and buy food with the people behind. We don't have much food either." When Mei Mei saw Inuyan's behavior, she naturally knew why, but she just gave him a blank look and didn't say anything, because she saw that Inuyan was surprisingly generous this time, so each child gave 1 silver coin worth 100 taels. It was enough for a child to eat for a day, so Mei Hui did not stop it. An old woman with a face full of vicissitudes looked at these people with kind faces, and couldn't help but walk out of the house with a half-arched body on crutches and reminded, "You'd better not continue to go forward, and you may encounter those heinous robbers further ahead." Mei Hui looked at the old woman in front of her and couldn't help but inquire, "We also passed by here last month, but we didn't encounter those robbers? Could it be that it came recently?" Mei Hui felt a feeling in her heart and couldn't help comforting, "Don't worry, old woman, you can ask the nearest town for help." The person calling for help had already set out a few days ago, and according to the time, it should have been back at this time. "It's just that Wyatt hasn't come back yet, and we don't know the situation," the old woman said. Although the old woman spoke lightly, Mei Hui still detected an indescribable worry. Mei Hui also nodded lightly, since there was a caravan attacked, then other large towns must have also received news. It's just that why no one has come to kill the bandits until now, which in itself is very strange. After all, Shangdao is the economic lifeblood of a country. How can those daimyos allow their money bags to be robbed by mountain bandits? Mei Hui was very angry and said, "Don't worry, mother-in-law, if they dare to rob us on the road, we will definitely make them look good." Mei Hui raised her fist and said viciously. Although Mei Mei really wants to clean up these guys who are on the wrong side, she knows that her strength is not enough, and she has to protect her convoy, which is the self-cultivation of a mercenary. Perhaps it was the earlier factor of independence, and Mei Hui suppressed her impulses very well. What if you want to protect the convoy and eliminate these thieves? You can only wait for the other party to deliver to the door. Hearing Mei Hui's words, the old woman couldn't help but hurriedly said, "Don't, little girl, these people are murderers who kill without blinking, you can't mess around." Yamanaka Harano proudly put his thumb against himself and said, "Don't worry, mother-in-law, don't look at us young, we are ninjas, those guys don't necessarily dare to rob us." "Oh?" When the old woman heard the word ninja, she couldn't help but widen her eyes a little and look at the few people in front of her and said excitedly, "If that's the case, then thank you in advance. If you can't beat it, don't force it, be sure to spread the news to the big town. Be sure to take care of your own safety." The old woman couldn't be excited for a moment, and then returned to her senses. Even if it was a ninja, the two people in front of her were still too small. How could they duel with those bandits who had been through a lot of battles? But seeing the confident sense of the two people, the old woman was still willing to believe the two, but she still had to tell the two to pay attention to safety. Saying that, the old woman walked to the side of the stone bench with a little trembling and said, "People are old, they can get tired after standing for a long time, don't mind inviting me to sit in my home, let me thank you for your great kindness." Mei Hui shook her head, looking at the ruined village, thinking that life was also very difficult. Where would she go to increase the burden on them? Carefully, after helping the old woman to sit down, she refused, "Let's rest for a while, and we will leave after replenishing clean water. Rest assured, if they dare to come, I will definitely not let them go." After resting enough, Habara Yagamai quickly inserted the knife into the scabbard with a trace of murderous aura, raised his foot and said, "Let's go." The caravan set off. Mi was absent-minded, and Nohara asked suspiciously, "Big sister, is there anything on your mind? Or are you thinking about that group of robbers?" Mei Hui shook her head, frowned, and looked in the direction of the village in the rear, worried. "You have also seen the situation in the village. I was thinking, we left, how should they spend their lives in the future? Mei Hui actually knows that their strength is limited and they can't help much. I just hope that the bandits can be solved as soon as possible and put their lives back on track. In this world, there are still too many such people. If only you could become stronger, you would be able to help more people." Nohara didn't seem to see Mi's thoughts, and couldn't help laughing cheerfully. "It's not simple, sweep away those bandits, and life here will naturally be good. As long as they dare to come, hum." Before Nohara finished playing handsome, he was poured cold water by Yagamai on the side. "If I'm not mistaken, you seem to be the weakest here, right?" The corner of Nohara's mouth twitched, and he said with a black face, "Yagamai, sooner or later I will be stronger than you." "Oh?" Very confident. Habara Yagamai responded perfunctorily, leaving behind the smoking Nohara and heading straight forward. Inuyen is also a little embarrassed. As a captain, his majesty does not seem to be enough. These two guys are facing each other again, and they don't put him in their eyes at all. What a troublesome squad. In order to hide his embarrassment, he said with a serious face, "You also know the situation just now. These bandits dare to rob the caravan, which shows that they have a lot of force. We can't be careless. It is possible that the other party still has the existence of ninjas. We must guard against it. Wild, you go and inform the next team, let the team prepare for battle, don't fall behind, and inform Ben Li to take care of the rear, and then you stay in the rear in case they have ninjas raiding the rear team. If it cannot be resisted, part of the cargo can be abandoned and retreated to the middle of the team. I will send support as appropriate. Me, Yagamai, you follow me to fight the front battle, pay attention to the left and right breakthroughs." After Inuyen made arrangements, he walked vigilantly in the front, and everyone left the village and stepped into a vast sea of wheat fields, and the wind blowing from time to time danced with those ears of wheat hanging with fruits, and the smell of wheat filled the tip of the nose. However, at this time, Tianyu was in the arms of the girl in the Chinese costume, reading the book together with relish. After a few days of getting along, Tianyu only knew that her attendant called her Miss Chiba, who was also the daughter of this half of the team's employer. It can also be said to be the employer of Mei Hui and others. The other half of the team was made by the beautiful women, who also employed the samurai of the Iron Country, and because they knew each other and had the same destination, they formed a team of more than 60 people. These employers carry several private soldiers to protect themselves. This is the basic composition of the whole team. Qinyi and Tianyu got along for a few days, naturally knowing that this was a smart kitten, watching it from time to time with its paws to point the content of the book, and then looking back at himself, as if asking for the content of the book. Qinyi, who covered his mouth and smiled slightly, asked, "Do you want me to read it to you?" Tianyu nodded and meowed, very excited. Shiba's voice is very pleasant, full of spirit, and stops from time to time, making the whole story full of emotion. From the pictures in the book and Shiba's explanation, Tianyu learned that this is the love story of a wandering samurai of a fallen family and a rich girl. Since childhood, one of the two is a child of the family and the other is Miss Qinjin, and the parents often cooperate in business and complement each other. Therefore, under the intentional coordination of the parents of both sides, they often brought their own heirs to visit each other, and over time, the two became two childhood sweethearts. But the good times did not last long, and when the wandering samurai was 13 years old, his parents were assassinated by enemies in the business, and both were killed. Before he died, he told the wandering samurai that if he needed help in his marriage with a rich girl, he could go to her house for help. The stubborn wandering samurai is obsessed with avenging his parents, and in the end, he is no match for the insidious business rival, and the business is in decline. In the end, he embarked on the arduous road of revenge alone. Until one day, the two met again in a hazy rainy season, and the wandering samurai recognized the girl at a glance. Just watching her hold a 4-year-old boy, the excitement fell silent. The wandering warrior who covered his face was down, and he knew that he was not worthy of her. Perhaps at this time, there is only endless darkness and revenge left in his heart. The girl held an oil paper umbrella and stood and looked back, as if she felt the throbbing heart hidden under the robe and raincoat. The little boy in Ranner's arms asked suspiciously, "Aunt, do you know that person?" The girl, who had only come to her senses for a long time, still fixed her eyes on the familiar figure that dissipated in the rain and mist, and responded in a low voice, "No, I don't know. It's just a figure like a person I've been waiting for a long time." The story ended here, and Qinyi, who was reading while commenting, couldn't help but cry, obviously bringing himself into the story. Tianyu comforted the sad Qinyi and meowed a few times. Qinyi seemed to sense the cat's emotions and caressed Tianyu's cat head. The story is wonderful and the ending is cruel. What a naive and romantic little girl, Tianyu thought silently. At this time, there was a continuous rumbling sound of water outside. Qinyi opened the half-exposed curtains, and saw that not far away, a water curtain poured down, and the air also carried a fresh and humid water vapor. The waterfall is not high, but it is wide, at least in Tianyu's cat's eyes. The strong current crashed into a clear blue lake, forming a stream of billowing white water scattered everywhere. The blue of the lake and the golden wheat fields form a beautiful landscape. This is a good place to retire, quiet and vibrant. I really can't imagine that in this beautiful place, there are people living in poverty, which is sad. Soon after the team turned around and drove along the shore of the lake turned into a tributary, and a white stone arch bridge connecting the two tributaries appeared tens of meters away. The stone bridge is very long, about 100 meters or so. If it weren't for a small highland island jutting out of the water in the middle of the river, the construction of this stone bridge would have increased a lot except for the escort. Most of them were immersed in such beautiful scenery, and under the good mood, even the fatigue that had accumulated for a long time was much more relaxed at this moment. But Inuyan and the others, who were responsible for their duties, were not so interested, especially when they learned that robbers were very likely to appear in this area, and they had to be very energetic and always on guard. Ha! Seeing that the front team was about to cross the bridge, at this time, Inuyan, who led the team forward, suddenly heard a slight friction sound in the bushes in front, and immediately felt bad, and immediately raised his palm upwards, signaling the rear personnel to stop advancing. The people following in the rear did not know why, and they all looked around, and saw that there was nothing in front of the bridge except a sparse forest, and they couldn't help but be curious to ask each other what the situation was. Mi and Yagamai, who were standing on either side of Inuyan, also sensed something and immediately became alert. Mi held two kunao in her hands, while Yagamai slowly pulled out the katana pinned to her waist, making a gentle metal rubbing sound, which made the silent atmosphere become solemn. "Come out, don't hide," Inuyan suddenly spoke. In less than a moment, dozens of figures with various weapons walked out of the woods, and two of the leading figures slightly pressed down the cloak worn on their heads, as if to hide their appearance. The relatively short leader whispered depressedly, "Big brother, I told you, there are not so many people hidden here, you have to hide, make us look stupid." "Humph, as much as you say." The dully man, who was called the eldest brother, was slightly embarrassed, spit out the grass roots in his mouth, forced away the man who reproached himself and walked to the front, held his hands to his chest, and said in a low voice, "People can go, good stay. Either leave them all and choose one yourself." Inuyan frowned, looking at least 40 people in front of him, which was seriously inconsistent with the intelligence. Among them, there are many wandering samurai, and finally some ordinary thugs with a somewhat frightened face. The most noteworthy are the three people in the center, two men wearing cloaks and katanas on their waists, and trying to hide their faces, suspected of being wandering ninjas. The other is a tall and powerful bald head, plus a strangely shaped hammer, which makes him stand out. At this time, he already recognized who the person was. The head of the mountain thief, Yamaha Ichiro, wanted amount 150,000 taels. And what about the other two? Dressed almost the same, one tall and one short? How does it look a little familiar? Hikaru Nishimurata, Nishimura Yamashita, Naka Shinobu, reward amount a total of 400,000 taels. Inu said fraudulently. He is actually not very sure of the identity of these two people, just looking at their same attire, plus what these two people like to do most is to take money to do things. They belong to the more vicious bounty hunters. As long as they pay money, they can work for it. It is also notorious among bounty hunters, so it is also on the bounty list. Do we know each other? Nishimurata Hikaru was surprised, knowing that they had carried out some disguise before going out, plus the cloak to cover them, and it was impossible for people who were not very familiar with them to easily recognize them. What's more, this mercenary captain in front of him didn't know him at all. Since you recognize it, don't think about leaving. Hikaru Nishimurata, known as the eldest brother, threw the cloak to the side in frustration, revealing a fierce scar face, and slowly drew the knife, but was interrupted by the short Nishimura Yamashita on the side. Big brother, you are too impulsive, he is cheating us. In fact, he doesn't recognize us at all. When you threw away the cloak just now, I saw the surprise in his eyes. Obviously I didn't expect it to be us. Nishimurata Hikaru, who drew the knife halfway, couldn't help but shout angrily, it's really sinister and despicable. At this time, a family warrior ran to the back of the team and whispered to Inu Yan, Captain Inu, there are unknown robbers in the rear, the number is more than 20 people. Captain Thunder asked me to let you know. One of them is a suspected wanted criminal, and the wanted amount 130,000 taels of Akata Jubei. He said that with you at the head, your decision is theirs. The meaning of the words is that whether it is a guarantor or a guarantee, it all depends on your decision. Inuyan looked solemn and carefully calculated the balance of forces between the two sides. Owned 1 middle shinobi, 3 lower shinobi, 1 psychic beast. For Tetsukoku samurai, plus 20 family samurai. Opponents, 2 Naka shinobu, 2 bandit leaders, Shimo shinobu, about 35 wandering samurai, and a number of miscellaneous fish. Total bounty amount, 680,000. It's already equivalent to half an A-level mission. Inuyan frowned. If the other party is willing to let him and the others leave safely, then the failure rate of the task of himself and others will naturally increase, which is a big stain on the future task takeover. Although the other party is much stronger than their own, they may not be able to fight. It's just that this risk is too great. After all, there is no one who can be on the bounty list to deal with. So he whispered to the front brother Nishimura, since you have been exposed, don't lie in this muddy water, otherwise as long as someone reveals it, you will be on the wanted list. When you leave, we should never see you two brothers. How? Haha, do you think we can trust you? Since you found out, I had to kill you all. At this time, Nishimurata Hikaru was also a little remorseful, originally thought it was an easy transaction, but did not expect to be recognized by someone, regardless of whether he was involved in the end or not. As long as some of these people publicized this matter, even if their two brothers were not on the wanted list, they would be jealous of that adult because of the failure of the mission, and it was also uncomfortable. Inuya knew that the battle was inevitable, so he had to whisper to me, the opponent is very strong, wait for the two of us to fight one by one, I will solve the battle as soon as possible to help you. Although the opponent's strength is superior, the high bounty is enough for us to use our full strength, and your detonation charm should not be kept. Mi nodded, and the movements in her hand were not idle, and secretly took out a curled medium-level detonation charm from the ninja weapon bag at the leggings. Yagamai, the big man will be handed over to you. Habara Yagamai's face was expressionless, and he replied, understood. The samurai of the other families each find their opponents to fight, and pay attention to protect the convoy. Yes. One by one, the family warriors present held swords and responded in unison, closely guarding the front of the convoy. It was at this time that the wandering ninja on the opposite side had completed the fan-shaped encirclement of Mi's side, blocked the convoy on the stone bridge. Since you want to resist to the end, then I will give you a ride. After finishing the words, I saw that Inuyan and Nishimura Yamashita were sealed at the same time. Yagamai and 15 family samurai and the other side's wandering samurai began to catch and fight at the same time, and he jumped out of the air, and suddenly shot 3 kunao in a row towards the Nishimura Yamashita who was making a seal in mid-air, thus interrupting his ninjutsu. Hikaru Nishimurata quickly greeted him, and the blade rotated. Ding, ding, 3 consecutive sounds, 3 flying kuwa was resisted one after another, and he smiled and said, Sia Shinobu is Sia Shinobu after all. As soon as he finished speaking, he found that the third kusu of the bomb was smoking a breath of smoke, and the terrified Nishimura Hikaru found that there was a detonation charm rolled on it, and he couldn't help but cry in his heart. After all, such an expensive thing as the detonator charm is not something that Shinobu can afford. For example, the mission amount of this sea-level mission cannot afford to consume a low-level detonation charm. At this point, Nishimurata Hikaru was completely unexpected, and suddenly shouted, "Abominable! Detonator! Scatter!" Nishimura Yamashita, who was in the rear, is about to finish the last handprint. Chakra can complete the condensation in an instant, and suddenly hearing the three words detonation charm is also a revenant. All at this time, ninjutsu cannot stop here, otherwise there is a risk of self-injury. But Nishimura Yamashita, who has traveled among bounty hunters for many years, can be regarded as having experienced 100 battles, and immediately made the safest way to deal with it. Sick! In an instant, the solace of his feet condensed chakra, and between retreating and jumping back, there seemed to be a strong wind dragging him backwards, which was obviously a wind attribute light body technique. At this moment, not only was it out of the scope of the explosion, but the ninjutsu seal in his hand was also completed. Just wanted to launch ninjutsu, but Inuyen took advantage of the opportunity created by me to preemptively complete the ninjutsu style. Wind escape, great breakthrough dash. Suddenly, a powerful wind swept in, and Nishimura Yamashita, who missed the opportunity, was blown and rotated by the powerful wind before he could come and curse. It was also at this time that an even greater disaster struck, and the previous detonation charm also blew into the crowd with the wind, and a huge explosion suddenly came. Boom! Nishimura Yamashita felt a powerful shock wave that shook him backwards, and a mouthful of old blood spewed out of his mouth. Beast, it turned out to be a medium-level detonation charm. What sea-level task does this girl have so much money do? It is important to know that the market price of a medium-level detonator is at least 20,000 taels, and in the event of a war, the price can be doubled or tripled or more. At this time, it was useless to regret it, and he slammed into the ground under the Nishimura mountain, feeling that his body was completely paralyzed and unable to move. Hikaru Nishimurata, who escaped with the earth escape technique, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw his brother suffer heavy damage, and he didn't expect that the detonation charm would be a medium-level detonation charm. The careless two were smacked by a subordinate. Just when he wanted to use the Tudeo technique to rescue his brother, me, who had shot 3 consecutive shots, was about to reach the commanding height in midair, and the knot mark in his hand was just finished, and then the imprint of both hands was closed. Snap dash, fire, dragon fire art. Mei in the air is directly the strongest attack. The huge stream of fire quickly attacked towards the Nishimura mountain, who was still lying on the ground and could not move. Nishimura Hikaru also happened to use the earth escape technique to come to the side of the Nishimura mountain, intending to use the earth escape technique to take his younger brother away, but at this time it was not in a hurry, so he had to make a seal with his hands in a hurry, slapped it on the ground, and shouted, "Two done, earth flow wall." Boom! A thick wall of earth instantly appeared in front of the two people, resisting the raging stream of fire. The huge impact fire stream with the explosion made the earth wall begin to tremble, and soon, the gradually cracked earth wall began to collapse, and it seemed that it would be flattened by this huge stream of fire in the next second. Nishimurata Hikaru was frightened and immediately quickly sealed again and shouted, "Two done, double earth flow wall." In the trembling of the earth, 2 tall earth walls rose from the ground one after another. The explosive impact of the stream of fire was stabilized at once, but the scorching air still surrounded the two. When we saw the 2 earthen walls rising, she knew that her attack was considered a failure, and she couldn't help but be angry. Is this compared to chakra? Mei Hui suddenly increased chakra's output, and her hands were sealed again. Chakra suddenly gathered, and said coquettishly, "Fire escape, super dragon fire art." A huge stream of fire that was several times more powerful than before continued to bombard the huge earthen wall. The seemingly thick and huge earth wall was ruthlessly destroyed before it lasted for 2 seconds. The flames that spread through it swept through the front like a torrent. Boom! After the huge explosion, the smoke cleared, and me looked at the scorched black ruins in front of her, and the two had disappeared. I couldn't help but gasp. Although she had a lot of chakra, it was only relative to Shinobu. After 2 consecutive extremely damaging fire ninjutsu fights, they had already burned nearly half of her chakra. Especially in order to increase the lethality of the last ninjutsu, the output of chakra exceeded the amount she could control, and at this time, she also felt the chaotic state of chakra in her body. Dead? Want to run? Inuyen, who had been paying attention to the situation of the battle, found that Hikaru Nishimurata was holding his younger brother at a critical moment and using the earth escape technique to run hundreds of meters away, fled towards the dense forest in the distance, and couldn't help but chase after him. When he was considering whether to keep up, she found that her own family warrior had fallen into the downside and hurriedly helped. After hitting a wandering samurai with one palm, 3 wandering samurai surrounded it. Me waved her big hand, and instantly shot 3 kunao at the same time, and the 3 people who had no time to resist were instantly shot in the throat and fell to the ground. Before me could catch her breath, a blade came from above, turned and swept her legs, and directly kicked a samurai who jumped down from a tree. The bitterness in his hand shot out again. Originally, the unstable Kuwu was about to stab the other party's throat, but if he wanted a cold light to appear, he only heard a ding, and the Kuwu in that must be provoked away. Me, who frowned in her brows, kept throwing 3 kunai back and forth in succession. The first one directly took the middle-aged samurai's eyebrows, the second locked the right side, and the third hit the second kunai's butt, temporarily changing the direction, and for a moment formed an attack route in 2 directions. The middle-aged samurai who was taken aback just wanted to resist the first kuwu, but the second kuwu came first. Hit a time difference. Cold sweat, he could only take a step back, first dodging the kuwu on the side, and then resisting the first kuwu that came in an instant. Ding dash, the loss of strength fell aside. The middle-aged samurai felt the tip of his nose hot, reached out and touched it. It turned out to be a trace of blood. Obviously this was the side sneak attack. Kuwu was not injured. Facing this ninja who looked quite young, he also had to take it seriously. Whew dash, the middle-aged samurai who was waiting in strict formation, his breath was calm, and his feet were moving steadily, as if he was looking for a fighter. Me looked at the middle-aged samurai on the opposite side with an unhurried look, and knew that she had encountered a leader-level samurai, and the strength she had just revealed had far exceeded that of ordinary wandering samurai, and the speed he showed before was already able to dodge his ninjutsu. You must know that the reason why the ninja presses the samurai is completely based on the weird ninjutsu with chakra and assassination sneak attacks, which makes people unpreventable. However, when it comes to frontal combat, an elite swordsman with superb sword skills and dexterous steps, a ninja who needs to seal the seal does not have such a big advantage. After all, samurai won't watch your seal complete, they will interrupt your ninjutsu seal with superb steps and make you show flaws. Especially those ninjas who are not good at physical skills. Once entangled by this type of samurai, there is also a high probability of death. However, this middle-aged samurai leader had found the wrong opponent. Because Might Y, who is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, has the bloodline of the Uzumaki, the body of a natural immortal descendant. Although she is not proficient in physical skills, it is definitely not comparable to those ninjas who are not good at physical skills. Ding dash, in this short period of time, me fought with the leader of the samurai for dozens of rounds. Me fought and retreated, kept a safe distance from the samurai, used shuriken and other ninja tools to harass and attack, and when she found an opportunity, she used ninjutsu to hit a wave, and so she consumed the samurai's physical strength back and forth. What dash me took out a spatial scroll again, and after a puff of smoke, the ninja tool was replenished again. The samurai, who has been controlled remotely, can't help but be a little discouraged. This girl's dark weapon technique is too powerful, always able to attack him in incredible ways. As a result, he attacked for so long without getting a chance to kill the other party, so that now he was flying a kite by the other party. I thought that the other party had reached the end of the road, and would only throw the dark device remotely, knowing that the dark weapon would be used up sooner or later. So at first, the middle-aged samurai still had the idea of consuming the other party's ninja tools, but now he saw the other party's ninja tools, and he wanted to greet the other party's relatives. The most speechless thing is not this. It's that while the other party throws the dark weapon, it is occasionally mixed with kuwu with the detonation charm. How rich are you fucking mother? Picking up a burst is not money, right? Why not give me an explosive charm to let me go? Didn't Lao Tzu come here just to make some small money? Need Versailles in front of me? The thought of the middle-aged samurai here made him angry. We'll help you. Just when the samurai leader was helpless, the samurai who had been rescued before came to the rescue. The samurai leader knew that in this situation, he would not be able to catch up with the flexible me, and immediately used a special gesture, and the other 2 samurai walked towards me from 2 directions. Me half crouched in a tree trunk and gasped, looked at the 2 galloping samurai on the left and right, and quietly attached a primary detonation charm to the horizontal trunk at her feet. Seeing that samurai leader dragging his katana backwards again and shouting, Mi's foot chakra condensed, flew backwards, and several shurikens in succession. This time, the samurai leader did not directly block with his weapon, but used flexible Z-shaped movement to avoid the advance, and when he couldn't dodge, he opened his shuriken with the weapon in his hand, hoping to kill me in close combat. Over there! Fast! At this pass, several wandering samurai rushed out from the other side of the woods, and me fixed her eyes on it, and the number of enemies increased again. But at this moment, me did not panic too much, just landed on the ground as a sharp retreat. The hand began to seal at the same time. Just when those samurai rushed to the trap set by me, the seal was completed, slapped his hands, tiered, fired, the art of fire and bullets followed by several basketball-sized fireballs directly towards the samurai leader as the center of the covering attack. The samurai leader knew that he could not break through this extremely wide coverage of fire before the arrival of ninjutsu, and immediately dodged behind the thick trees on the side. Hopefully, this will dodge this round of coverage attacks. Boom! A huge explosion appeared one after another, almost flattening the entire woods, and the several samurai who followed were blown up in all directions before they could understand the situation, unconscious. Although the samurai leader who was hiding behind the thick trees escaped, the aftermath of the explosion still made him spit out a mouthful of vicious blood, wiped the blood from his mouth, and looked viciously at me who escaped, and just wanted to pursue. He smelled a familiar burning smell that suddenly alerted him. Detonator? When did she put an explosive charm here? The terrified samurai leader forcibly endured the internal injuries and quickly fled, but before it was too late, he was instantly overwhelmed by a huge explosion. Boom! The huge explosion made the entire forest tremble, and the dust was everywhere, and me only had time to glance at where the middle-aged samurai was. Due to dust and other reasons, the vision was not clear, and it was impossible to confirm whether the other party was dead. After the previous battle, Mei has long been familiar with the opponent's offensive and defensive strategies, and constantly putting a distance from the other party only makes the other party start to become impatient and angry. In this way, the ability to think will be lost, laying the groundwork for the installation of the detonator later. If the other party is still alive, after calming down, he should think, why did he keep this stout-looking tree alone? And the surrounding trees that can avoid the dark weapon are purposefully destroyed by themselves? No matter how fast you are, in the case of huge physical consumption, I will give you a large-scale ninjutsu. However, there is only such a big enough tree around to hide. How do you choose? Instead of venturing out of the blast, it's better to hide behind this thick tree. Me, who succeeded in the scheme, did not have time to rejoice. At the same time, the two samurai behind her had already attacked behind her. Feeling the strong wind behind her, me jumped forward, narrowly dodged the fierce slash behind her, felt the corner of her hair flying, and me turned around in the air with a solemn face, and hurriedly resisted the direct stab of another samurai. Ding! The metal was intertwined, feeling the force coming from the hand. Me's body was slightly sideways, and me was slashed by the straight stab that me forcibly changed with Kumu, who thought that the danger had not passed. The samurai straight stab changed to a horizontal cut. Me felt a numb scalp, tilted her body, flipped her body, her right hand forced the wrist of the samurai holding a knife, and with a short fulcrum, her left foot kicked the samurai's head. Boom! With a muffled sound, the samurai who was kicked to the head lost his balance and collided with another samurai who was collecting his strength, and me slid backwards for several meters continuously with the force of reverse thrust at the moment of landing, and took out two kunai with primary detonation charms from the leggings with his left and right hands. What the samurai in the front was not yet dispersed by the force because someone was behind him to reduce the impact for him, and the katana in his hand rushed to deal with it. Ding! The samurai felt very good, even under the premise of losing a certain stability of his body. He still resisted the first attack of Ku-Wu, but his good luck ended here. The second kunai was directly inserted into the eyebrows in the desperation of the samurai. Looking at the burning detonation charm, the samurai who thought he had survived by luck couldn't help but look desperate. Abominable. Boom! After a loud bang, the two samurai who were close together immediately fell apart, and the dead could no longer die. My wife, who was slightly wiping her cold sweat, couldn't help but secretly say, it was really dangerous. At this time, my wife, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, found a dusty and bloody figure in the left field of vision. My wife took a closer look. Isn't it the middle-aged samurai leader who staggered forward? The two looked at each other, and the middle-aged warrior leader supported his body and posed in a knife style, and a fierce momentum emanated in an instant. Me, who was panting, had no choice but to take out her bitterness and be unprepared for the battle. At this white-hot moment, Tin Yu appeared. Swoosh! The middle-aged warrior leader only saw a small figure flashing by. His neck was cold, and then he saw his body fall stunned. At this time, he just wanted to see what killed him. Unfortunately, darkness fell sooner than he expected, and the middle-aged samurai ended his tragic life. Mei Hui was obviously stunned for a moment, and this sudden situation was unexpected. Just fixed my eyes, it turned out to be Xiao Tian coming. He also sneaked up on and killed the difficult samurai leader. Xiao Tian. Mei Hui was surprised and worried, because before the war began, she told Tianyu not to participate in the war, because Tianyu's body was too weak and needed more time to grow. She didn't want her psychic beast to be killed before it had grown up, and this was not what she wanted. Mei Hui saw the strange L-shaped weapon in Tianyu's hand, and couldn't help but ask curiously, you just relied on this weapon to kill him? Mi pointed to the separated samurai leader. Tianyu meowed cute, completely unable to see that it is a cat that has just killed people. At this time, Tianyu did not dare to look at the middle-aged warrior leader. After all, he killed someone. Fortunately, the expected nausea did not appear. The psychological quality seems to be a lot stronger. I don't know if some physiological changes in themselves after becoming a cat have also appeared. Assimilation. Didn't I tell you to stay in the convoy? How did you run out? It's too dangerous here, you hurry back. Mei Hui pretended to be angry, but she was actually very happy in her heart. After all, Xiao Tian still cared about her. Otherwise, he would not risk his life to save himself. Tianyu is also depressed. Do you think I want to come? Didn't you see half of the enemy samurai on the other side of the convoy attacking you? How can you say that you are also my titular master, and I don't know what will happen if you die? Of course, these Tianyu can only silently complain in his heart. Where are they? At this moment, several sword-wielding samurai rushed outside the woods, and me glanced at them and said, I'm here to attract their attention. You come to sneak attack. Tianyu Ichiraku, this is a good idea. I am small in size, shuttling through the bushes like a flat ground, plus the bonus of latent skills, sneak attacks, or something, I am the best at it. Saying that it was too late, me had already fought with several samurai on the other side, and Tianyu was going around behind the other party to raid. Swish swish what? The samurai who had been besieging me in an orderly rhythm suddenly became chaotic, just to see small figures appear and take away the life of a samurai. For a moment there was panic. Don't panic. For samurai fell in an instant, and their own members didn't even know what the other party was. You told us not to panic? Is your heart too big? Or when we are stupid? Run! These samurai came and ran fast, and they scattered and fled at once. My wife, who was tired, was also speechless, sitting on the ground with her butt, and she really didn't have the strength to pursue. Tianyu is still a little repulsive to killing, and naturally will not chase and kill. It's just that this kind of life is estimated to be indispensable in the future. Tianyu couldn't help but sigh that he was born. No, it should be a cat. At this time, Heibara Yagamai had already fought with that bald man for dozens of rounds. Yamaha Ichiro was strong and powerful, and seemed clumsy, but in fact, he didn't lose too much in speed. Yamaha Ichiro also knew that it was impossible to compete in speed, so he had been holding his ground and was skilled in counterattacks. As long as the Heibara Yagamai approached, it was an earth-cracking technique, or it would be carried hard. Like an iron tower, Heibara Yagamai couldn't start. Sweat flowed from time to time on the forehead of the Heibara Yagamai, his chest rose and fell violently, and the gap in strength made him go all out every time, consuming too much physical strength. He knew that if he continued like this, he would be played to death by the other party sooner or later, and then his heart was crossed. It seems that you can only use that trick. Heibara Yagamai no longer retained, his chest rose and fell and stopped. He let out a breath of turbid breath, calmed his mind, and when he opened his eyes again, the two-handed horizontal knife in his hand also became a dragging knife on the left side of his hands. Wadash with the sound of violent electricity, the hands holding the handle of the sword flashed with electricity, and the entire katana was wrapped in a yellow-white current. The electric light began to shine and was difficult to control. Oh dash, thunder, thunder light blade. Looking at the Grey Plane 8 gods with electric light and rushing forward, Yamaha Ichiro did not dare to resist hard, and it was a one-handed ground cracking technique instantaneously. Although the earth cracking technique is only a D-level ninjutsu, the attack power is not high, but the speed of casting is extremely fast, and the fan-shaped crack shock wave radiating several meters forward is enough to hinder the Grey Original 8 gods who rushed forward. Of course, the Heibara Yagamai, who had suffered several losses, also had a precaution and a way to deal with it, and the thunder he used this time was an important part of this attack. The Heibara Yagamai who jumped up swoosh bypassed the ground attack of the Earth Rift technique, holding a knife in both hands, and in an instant, Yamaha Ichiro did not dare to be careless, and quickly retreated. I only felt a chill in my waist, and I couldn't help but be surprised. What? His knife couldn't reach him at all. How did he get hurt? Abominable. Thunder Light Blade increases attack range? Looking at the cut on the waist, a trace of blood flowed out, and it was indeed scratched. Yamaha Ichiro, who was squatting backwards to help the slide, was immediately angry. His hand quickly flew over, and he slapped the ground fiercely. To long gun boom dash. Heibara Yagamai who had just landed on the ground was quick to his feet, quickly condensing more chakra on the surface of his feet, dodging left and right, and dodging several earthen thorns in succession. Soon he came to the vicinity of Yamaha Ichiro who was performing ninjutsu. Yamaha Ichiro was shocked. This speed was too fast, his ninjutsu casting speed could not keep up with the pace of the other party, and he suddenly found that Heibara Yagamai took off again. This time the attack and defense were exchanged. Thunder, thunder flash. What? Just when Yamaha Ichiro reacted, there was a fierce bright light in his eyes, and his eyes temporarily lost their vision. I can only instinctively wave the big hammer in my hand to take precautions. The Grey Plane 8 gods who shook a shot, the sound of landing was very small, solemnly waiting for the other party's flaws to appear. Here it comes. Just when Yamaha Ichiro's old power was old and his new power was not born, he shot instantly. Several consecutive slashes forced Yamaha Ichiro to block with a big stick hammer, but the thunder that came with the electric attribute attack was transmitted from the weapon to Yamaha Ichiro's body. Although Yamaha Ichiro wrapped a lot of white cloth around the handle of the weapon, mitigating a lot of lightning attacks, it still caused local paralysis in his body, and his movements were also affected by considerable sluggishness. Heibara Yagamai chased after the victory, and for a while, Yamaha Ichiro was slightly embarrassed. The battle between the woods is over, and Tianyu is also sent back to the convoy by me. As the name suggests, you are still too young, fighting is not your business, all you need to do is eat well, sleep well, and grow up quickly. Am I a baby cat? Tianyu was a little speechless. Even if he was watching the battle, he said that he couldn't take care of himself as soon as he fought. It was really difficult for people and cats to communicate. Obedient, got it. Mi pretended to be angry, and after admonishing Tianyu, she left Tianyu alone, and put Tianyu in the arms of the rushing Chiba to support other battlefields. Well, Tianyu, who had just burned his passion, had no choice but to doze off in Kinyi's arms. Mi is actually right, she is just a 3-month-old little milk cat. What she needs at this time is to adapt to this bloody life and improve her combat experience, and the real ninja battle may be a little too early for herself. When you first arrive, you still need to gather more relevant intelligence, improve your understanding of the world, and understand some common methods of ninja combat. It is not beautiful to avoid being killed by some common sense mistake. So, Tianya seems to have found a reason to stay for a while? 2. Done, Earth Gun Technique. It was also at this time that the battle between Uncle Thunder and Akata Jubei also came to an end. In the face of the sudden Earth Ninjutsu, Uncle Thunder used the giant shield in his hand to deftly block the opponent's sudden stab, and the giant shield suddenly went forward. The violent collision lasted less than a second, and the spurt was crushed and shattered by the powerful force of thunder. Flowing martial arts. Thunder Shock. Click, click, click. Thunder, covered in iron armor and covered with a shield, charged against the giant shield. Like a heavy tank, caught off guard, Akata Jubei, who was bumped, was unstable and almost flew out. Fortunately, his skills are still quite agile, and when he is about to land, he flew several backflips in succession, opening up a distance of more than a dozen steps. I thought I could breathe a sigh of relief, but I was horrified to find that Thunder was less than 3 steps away from him, and then I saw the long sword slashing. Several sword slashes in succession. The leader of the mountain thieves, Akata Jubei Revenant's soul burst. Fortunately he has been keeping a certain distance from the other party, otherwise these few strokes can split him in half. It's so ferocious. The chakra under his feet condensed, jumped back, quickly flew in his hand, froze, and said angrily, "Wind escape, wind chaotic wave, swoosh." Several imperceptible wind currents instantly condensed, and they shot towards the thunder that came from the savage pursuit. The thunder saw this, the steel giant shield in his hand blocked, and a cloud of dust was swept up after several violent metal impacts. Click click. Almost not much sluggish thunder impact, like a tank rampage. Akata Jubei saw the situation, really angry and corrupted. In his hand threw out several kunao, shooting towards the only exposed face of Thunder. Thunder snorted coldly, just a big sword grid. Kunao fell to the sides. After feeling his few chakras, Akata Jubei had to jump on a tree trunk several meters high and gasp violently, silently eating a soldier pill, thinking of a way to break the enemy. This iron-armored samurai and a huge combat shield really made him unable to start. It was simply a turtle shell. If he attacks well, he will show certain flaws, but this guy seems to only play defensive counterattacks, and he doesn't have powerful ninjutsu, so he can't help him. Boom! Thunder heard a succession of explosions in the distance, knowing that the battle over there had entered a white-hot state, and his side had to quickly solve the battle, and quickly slapped his weapon on the shield, not provoking, shouting, "Boy, didn't you shout Hawanchi just now? Why can't you play at halftime now? Don't you dare to come down? Abominable." Akata Jubei couldn't help but be angry and responded, "Then why didn't you come up? Sir, I'm waiting for you here." One big sword and one giant shield, plus an armored Thunder is speechless. This suit is specially prepared to deal with ninjas, although the defense is amazing, but also very limited. In a specific environment, if it is not a ninja above the middle ninja, there is basically nothing to do with him. After all, chakra always has a time when it is consumed. However, melee combat is his strong point, and ordinary ninjas simply cannot fight against it. I couldn't help stretching my equipment, and I said helplessly, "If I could climb a tree like this, I would have chopped you a long time ago. If you don't fight, hurry up, I won't chase you anyway." Lei Ting glanced at the other party contemptuously, and everyone around laughed. Akata Jubei, as the leader of the mountain thieves, was so underestimated by the other party. Of course, he was angry, especially before he was still insulting the other party's low strength and being vulnerable to a blow. Until this time he understood how difficult this guy in front of him was. Although he lacks strength, as the leader of the bandits, he is really embarrassed in front of his subordinates, but this does not prevent him from using the invincible mouth shield to save the defeat, and shouted back, "Don't you also have nothing to do with me?" Uncle Thunder looked at the cowering figure above the tree trunk, and said with a serious face, "Didn't you say before that we are vulnerable? Still talking about singling out with me? How do you become a shrunken turtle now?" This guy is dressed in turtle equipment and is kind enough to say that others are shrunken turtles. Doesn't he have points himself? Akata Jubei was really unable to complain. After a fierce battle, Uncle Thunder's melee combat ability is remarkable. The melee leader of the mountain thief is not an opponent at all. After suffering several losses, he can only use weapons such as kunao and shuriken from a distance to assist in sneak attacks. However, he soon learned that such an approach was futile and wasteful. If the two are at odds, all that remains is lip service. Another battlefield. Water escape. The art of mist concealment gradually opened his eyes in the mountain field with his hands folded, and his figure gradually dissipated into the mist, as if this person did not exist in the place where he originally stood. Under the shade of a not very tall tree, two wandering warriors collided and were about to slash each other, but they reacted in an instant, and one of them whispered, "Why is there such a dense fog all of a sudden?" Another figure whispered, "Don't talk, this is each other's ninjutsu, let's go back to back, be careful of each other's sneak attacks." At this moment, swish, several sounds that pierced through the leaves came, and the warned samurai quickly shot away the two kunao, shouting repeatedly, "The other party is in the tree." The wandering warrior who had just rushed up immediately heard a painful whimper from the rear, and suddenly looked back to see that the teammate who was still relying on the defense side by side just now was stuck in his throat at this time, and he fell to the ground stunned. Looking at the direction of suffering, it is inconsistent with the direction of his own flying suffering, and obviously it does not come from the front of himself. Abominable brat. In this mist, which was no more than 2 meters away, and could not distinguish the hiding place of the other party, even the experienced old swordsman began to panic. Grinding his pace, he looked around alertly, as if he was in a situation of encirclement. The mountain wilderness hidden in the grass couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, on the edge of this lake, the rich water vapor was enough for his only ninjutsu to exert its maximum power. Otherwise, with his poor chakra, he would not be able to create a fog concealment technique of this scale. Yamanaka Harano transforms into the dead wandering samurai, and through the perception of chakra in the mist, he quickly finds another target, imitating their behavior and probing around. With his back to another wandering samurai, and then another drama that almost caused a confrontation, the ninja saw that it was a familiar person, and couldn't help whispering to the mountain field, "This must be the enemy's ninjutsu. We are very unfavorable to fight in such a place. We still don't care about that kid. It's the best policy to leave here quickly." Yamanaka Harano couldn't help nodding and agreed, "That's right. This place is too unsafe, and if you don't leave soon, you will definitely die." The corner of the mouth of the mountain field with his back couldn't help but show a hint of success, but he was not in a hurry. In order to gain the trust of the other party, he still followed the person for a while, and suddenly shouted to a figure who appeared from time to time, "That kid is there." The wandering samurai in front was startled by this sudden shout, and then followed the fingers of the mountain field to look at a faint figure, but before he could see clearly, he felt a pain in his lower back. "You. The wandering warrior staggered back a few steps, pointing incredulously at the mountain field and scolding in horror, "You're an old." The mountain field wiped the bloodstains on the short blade, and said with a mocking evil smile, "You are not stupid. Is this considered a blind death? You. Hearing that the other party did not forget to mock himself before he died, he fell to the ground stunned without taking a breath, and his face was dead. The mountain field was speechless. "Ha! Who is it? There's a situation over there." The sudden situation and sound made the nearby wandering samurai notice the location of the mountain field, and suddenly several wandering samurai rushed from the dense fog, and with just one glance, everyone knew who was the murderer of this samurai. Without saying a word, the wandering samurai swung his sword towards the mountain field. Where would the mountain field clash with him, slowly retreat into the fog, and disappear in an instant. Abominable. This is ninjutsu. In order to prevent the mountain field from killing people in the same way again, the wandering samurai could not help shouting, "Everyone watch out for that kid's transformation technique to prevent him from mixing in with us." It's good not to say this sentence, it really helped the mountain wilderness. After hearing it, several wandering samurai nearby couldn't believe the teammates they met in the fog, and some even fought together. The mountain wilderness is only used in the fog, using accurate chakra perception, accurately using kunao and shuriken sneak attacks. Composed, calm, insidious, unscrupulous, these experiences and means are all inherited from his father's personal teaching, who has been seriously injured and quit the ninja ranks. As a civilian ninja family who lacks ninjutsu, he must ensure his personal safety at all times, not to mention that he is now the only source of income in the family. Therefore, safety is very important for the wilderness in the mountains. In the middle of a dense forest, Inuian looked at the front with his unconscious brother and fled. Nishimura to Hikaru couldn't help but secretly marvel. No wonder he could get away with the bounty list for so long, and this light body technique was also beyond his own reach. Inuian doesn't know how long he chased. In short, before this guy's chakra was exhausted, he estimated that he could only hang behind like this. Although he also wants to keep chasing after him, he can't help but worry about the safety of Mai Wai and the others. Just when Inuian was about to give up the chase, Nishimura Hikaru stopped. Inuian looked at the panting Yamamura Hikaru and couldn't help but be happy. This guy has finally reached the limit. Yamamura Hikaru knew that it would be difficult for him to escape with his younger brother, and if chakra exhausted the two of them, it would be over. It was better to solve this hateful tale in one breath while he still had strength. Yamamura Hikaru, who thought of this, said viciously, "Why are you forced to do so? Why does this sound strange? Didn't you guys do it before? Can't fight now and want to run? Is there such a beautiful thing under the sky?" Inu glanced playfully at the angry and corrupted Yamamura Hikaru, and he said, "Do you know how much your head is worth? Isn't it money?" This time, we confessed. There are 500,000 taels in this space scroll, which is all the savings of our two brothers. You can spare our two brothers, right? Inuian really didn't expect that such a person who looked domineering and vulgar actually understood such a smooth way of handling. 500,000? Well, this has to be said. Inuian's heart moved. What else is there to consider for nothing? So he said, "Okay. We ourselves are also unjust and unanimous. This time you should buy a lesson. If there is a next time, it will not die. Don't worry." Yamamura Hikaru was also very naked, and after speaking, he threw the space scroll in his hand to Inuian, but in that moment, Inuian saw Yamamura Hikaru's inexplicable banter. Immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Ghosts. Boom. Hikaru Yamamura, who was half squatting and carrying his younger brother, brought his index finger and ring finger together with one hand and drank softly. The space scroll instantly burst into a shining light, followed by a violent explosion, clearing the entire tree at the center of the explosion into a clearing. After the violent explosion, the smoke cleared, and Yamamura Hikaru checked it and did not find Inuyan's body. Presumably it was shattered in the explosion, right? Haha. Hikaru Yamamura laughed loudly. Others always thought he was a stupid big man, but in fact, who knew that this was just one of his disguise? Let people despise him, he hides behind his brother, just be a rough man. Only caution can live longer. It was at this time that he discovered that his brother had disappeared. Shocked, Yamamura Hikaru knew that he might have been fooled. But how did you fall for it? Damn it. I obviously saw that he was bombed. Pursue. Where to chase? Don't care, go back to their convoy. The angry Yamamura Hikaru no longer keeps Chakra in full pursuit. Inuyan successfully sealed the corpse under the mountain village into the space scroll, and hurriedly rushed to me and several people. Bastard. Without his younger brother as a burden, under the blessing of Fengdun's light body technique, Yamamura Hikaru's speed increased greatly, and soon he saw the back of Inuyan who fled, and couldn't help but roar, damn bastard, don't get caught by me, or I'll skin you. Nima. Is it that fast? Inuyan was taken aback. Speed up and escape with all your might. At this time, Yamamura Hikaru was furious, and did not see his younger brother's figure, which could only mean that the other party had packed his younger brother into the space scroll, and only dead people could be stored there. Abominable. Natsu come. At this moment, he was extremely remorseful, and he knew that he would not be smart. Serious closing of the deal may be the best solution. Because at that time, he didn't believe that Inuyan, who got the money, would really let them go. Until he found out that Inuyan got the scroll, he did not reveal that he wanted to kill the two brothers. He knew that he was a gentleman's belly with a villain's heart. It's just that things have already been done and cannot be recovered. In this ninja world, trust in this thing does not exist, more is a fraud, you can only believe in yourself. Wind escape, wind chaos. Yamamura Hikaru casually grabbed the ground, and a huge lump of earth was grabbed out of the ground by him. He casually smashed towards the location where Inuyan was. Two ninjutsu collided in an instant. Make a sharp cutting sound. After all, the soil block is large enough, and the scattered wind escape can only cut the next part of the fragmentary soil block, and most of the wind escape energy is resisted by the soil block. Inuyan was taken aback. In an instant, it was smashed out by a huge block of earth. At this moment, Yamamura Hikaru smiled and smiled viciously. See if you're not dead this time? Ha ha. Just when Yamamura Hikaru was proud, there was a sudden pain in his abdomen, and he lowered his head slightly to see a sharp blade penetrating through his abdomen at this time. In an instant, the surrounding scene changed, and the place where the two were located was still in the original woods destroyed by the explosion, and the previous pursuit, as well as the battle and other behaviors, turned out to be just false illusions. Shocked into a cold sweat, he immediately thought of something. Blood oozed from his mouth, and he slowly asked, You are actually an illusion ninja, what do you say? Inuyan would not be so idiotic as to reveal his whole cards, and looking at Yamamura Hikaru, who stumbled back a few steps, did not stop him, but asked back with an indifferent face. Hikaru Yamamura, who was sweating coldly, finally figured out something. From the beginning of the contact between the two, that is, after the explosion, when he was searching for his body, he may have fallen into the illusion of the other party, and then found that his brother was missing, and finally became angry, and even the remaining reason was lost. In this way, he inexplicably fell into the other party's illusion. What a master of illusion. However, there is always a strange feeling, but I can't say what is strange. I see. Hikaru Yamamura, who thought he had the truth, began to calm down, and he played the technique in his hand. Solution. In an instant, the surrounding scene changed again, looking at the huge earthen pit around him, which was caused by his own use of earth ninjutsu. The scene returns to the previous pursuit of Inuyan, and the two use ninjutsu to fight each other. Yamamura Hikaru looked at the palm covering the wound and saw that the palm covering the wound was full of blood, and he was really injured. It's really worthy of being a silver-level mercenary. There really is a set. I underestimate you. You actually cast an illusion on me while sneaking up on me, making me think that I had fallen for your illusion before. Poof! Hikaru Yamamura suddenly had a sweet throat, and another mouthful of blood spurted out, which was a sign of internal bleeding. When his life was in danger, Yamamura Hikaru, who was suddenly so angry that he was hysterical, quickly flipped his technique, and both hands slapped the ground at the same time. Snap! This is the end of it, let's die together. Two done, Earthland Cage. Looking at this situation, is the other party planning to die with him? Just as Inuyan retreated in surprise, he found that the ground was shaking, and rows of earthen walls emerged from under the ground with a rumbling sound. Just in less than 2 seconds, the roads left and right were blocked, and Inuyan, who didn't know which direction to break through, soon found that his feet were bound by dirt. And lo and behold, this momentum continues to spread throughout the body. The next moment, darkness approached, and the place where the two were located actually formed a closed space. It can be said that now he has nowhere to escape. Ha ha, didn't expect that, right? This is the last moment. Enjoy yourself, Hikaru Yamamura gasped. This ninjutsu had spent almost all his chakra. Finally, you have to use the detonator to complete the final lore. Inuyen looked at the burning detonation charm in Yamamura Hikaru's hand in horror and said, "Is there something to say? Can you use it to die together? Do you think I have a chance of surviving with such a serious injury? Let's die together." Boom! The huge explosion made the birds of the entire forest fly in fright. Inuyen stood on a mountain with a calm face. This guy is a madman, worthy of being on the bounty list. He is not a good stubble. A few minutes later, Inuyen, who arrived at the scene of the explosion, thought that if he was lucky, he might be able to get parts of Hikaru Yamamura in exchange for a bounty. But as soon as he arrived at the scene, he noticed that something was wrong, because there was not a drop of blood and stump at the explosion site, and there was no blood in the air. Did it run? Inuyen took a layer of ash mixed with white powder, put it between his fingers and rubbed it. It turned out to be a soil doppelganger. What a cunning, abominable. Yamamura Hikaru, who was sneaking underground, hurriedly ate a blood-red pill, and whether he could save his life depended on it. I can't die so easily. I want revenge. I want revenge. It's just, this is really a great guy. Fortunately, he broke out his amazing acting skills in desperate times, and survived to death, which escaped the illusion control of that guy. Silently, one illusion sets another illusion. How the hell is this done? It's terrifying to think about. Above the bridge deck, just when Tianya thought that the victory was decided, suddenly a strange figure appeared behind Kinyi, and finally turned into a human form, followed by a sharp bitter top on Kinyi's neck, and then said with a gloomy smile, "I didn't expect it, right, we met again. Miss Chiba. I'll go." And this hand. Tianyu, who was in the arms of Kinyi at this time, was dumbfounded. Sure enough, the world of ninjas is unimaginable. Even though Tianyu has strong physical perception, his limited cognition limits his imagination. There is still a big blind spot for these unpredictable methods of ninjas. This is also the idea that Tianyu decided to live first. The ninja who can approach here so silently and seize Chiba as a hostage will not be the hydration secret technique of the mist-hidden village, right? The coming man is definitely a tough guy. Is it a Buddha figure or just a water body? Tianyu couldn't tell the difference at all. Are you a ghost lamp water mirror? For someone behind him holding a weapon to his throat, Kinyi at this time can only judge the person coming from the other party's voice and tone. Chiba was panicked. The surrounding family warriors had gone to participate in the battle, and now these people nearby were non-combatants and could not rescue themselves. The feeling that fate is completely handed over to others is simply worse than death. The ghost lamp water mirror looked at the cat in Kinyi's arms, and said with a twisted smile, "After I was chased and killed, living a life where people were inferior to dogs, you were actually happily teasing the cat to play. It's such a blessing." Just after the man behind him finished speaking, Kinyi felt a darkness in front of him, fainted unclearly, felt the hands that were naturally released, and Tianyu hurriedly jumped on the guardrails on both sides of the bridge. Vigilantly watching the man known as the Ghost Lantern Water Mirror jumped into the river with Chiba, and disappeared under the bridge deck in an instant. Tianyu hurriedly jumped on the guardrail in the downstream direction and looked at Miss Chiba, who was taken away by the Ghost Lamp Water Mirror, and it was at this time that the nearby non-combatants found out that Kinyi had been taken away and shouted warnings. Tianyu was a little panicked. He wanted to chase, but soon reason told him that he could not walk on water, let alone study systematically. So Tianyu at this moment can only be in a hurry? No, it can't be. Without thinking, Tianyu hurriedly ran towards the shore and tracked downstream with his sensitive sense of smell. He believed that the civilian hired workers would convey the fact that Chiba had been captured to the mercenaries. If he loses it, then Kinyi is really in danger. After a few days of getting along, Tianyu has long regarded Kinyi as a good mentor and friend. He is also one of the few friends in this world who will do his best to save him no matter what, because he saw endless evil and greed in the eyes of that evil man. For friends, for Chiba, fight. Tianyu, who was galloping all the way, always paid attention to the figure on the water, lest one lose the other party's trace if he was not careful. Tianyu, who chased wildly for more than 10 minutes, also began to think calmly. How would he deal with this situation next? According to the information known, the other party is a ninja who is proficient in the art of hydration, which is very tricky, and he is definitely not the opponent of the other party. The only way is to track and wait for reinforcements. Moreover, once your own tracking is discovered by the other party, the location of the battle must be far away from the riverbank, otherwise the opponent's water system ninjutsu will be increased to a certain extent. Yourself will fall to death. After tracking for several kilometers, Tianyu turned over a small stone mountain, and Kinyi's figure gradually sank, slowly approaching the shore, and Tianyu, who had already entered the stealth state, also followed suit. Hiding in the grass on the cliff, I wondered, is it going to go ashore? But no, this terrain is obviously not the best place to land. Tianyu didn't dare to get too close to the edge of the cliff, who knew what kind of detection ability this ninja had. In case he jumped up directly, he would face the terrifying ninja directly. It doesn't hurt to be careful. Due to the angle of his field of vision, Tianyu could not see the real thing, and could only rely on his keen hearing to judge the situation below. After tens of seconds, I did not hear the sound of the other party coming ashore. Tianyu, who felt strange, finally decided to take the risk of trying to get closer and observed, but he found nothing, and completely lost the trace of Chiba. Tianyu couldn't help but scold the ghost lamp water mirror for being treacherous, and immediately chased along the downstream, galloping for hundreds of meters without catching up. At the speed of the ninja before, shouldn't this be? Right. Even if you can't catch up with the speed of the other party and lose it, then the smell remaining in the air can't completely disappear? Obviously. The way to completely block out your olfactory tracking is that the other party may sink to the bottom. Tianyu, who was thinking, suddenly thought of the strange behavior of the ghost lamp water mirror, and the answer was obviously in the place where the trace was lost. Tianyu decided to return to the place where the stone mountain was, and maybe he could find something. A moment later, Tianyu came to the cliff, but he smelled a faint smell of burnt. Looking for taste, Tianyu came to a gap made of rubble and drilled directly into it. The deeper he got, the stronger the smell of burnt, and there was something strange here. Tianyu, who seemed to understand something, entered a wide and narrow space in a blink of an eye, about tens of square meters, and a torch was burning under the rock wall at this time, shining a bright dark space. As it was, looking at the puddles in the distance, Tianyu finally understood what was going on at this moment. If it weren't for his strong perception and small enough body, who would have discovered this excellent hiding place? At this time, Kinyi had woken up, and the water ninja known as the ghost lamp water mirror seemed to have fallen into a pleasure of revenge, and said with an arrogant yin smile, "Don't worry, this time I am not here to kill you, but I need you to do a small favor. As long as you cooperate honestly, I will not hurt you." Kinyi, who had just woken up, couldn't help but panic and struggle fiercely after discovering the strange environment he was in, but found that he had been tied up and couldn't break free. After seeing the ghost lamp water mirror in front of him and a strange man, knowing that there was no hope of escape, he had to secretly calm down. Slowly said, "Why did you arrest me here? If you use me to threaten my father to cancel your wanted warrant, no problem, you did. When I go back, I will ask my father to cancel your wanted warrant. So satisfied, right? In addition, disperse the people who attacked the convoy, and don't hurt unrelated people." "You mean the gang that attacked you?" "Haha, no. My Miss Chiba, you misunderstood. Although I am barely in the same league as them, they are not my subordinates, they are only responsible for luring away the bait of your guards, nothing more. At this point, it doesn't hurt that our purpose is to tell you. You just need to write a letter to your father with your own hands and ask him to give up the competition for the position of city lord. Isn't it easy to do such a small favor? As for the matter of the wanted warrant, I don't want you to help. Ghost Lantern Water Mirror doesn't seem to care about his wanted order, for him only constant fighting can be stronger, not to mention that he can get a lot of resources from these people who hunt him, so he doesn't mind being troubled. You are the one sent by Kuroda." Kinyi thought for a long time, and he could only think of Kuroda, his father's biggest political enemy. Except for him, no one was estimated to be able to do such a dirty thing. Ghost Lantern Water Mirror smiled and said, "As for who sent it, you don't bother. How is it? It's just a deal, and if you say yes, we'll not only release you, but we'll give your father a great benefit." The Ghost Lamp Water Mirror continued to tempt. "If your father knows the face, even if it is second only to the status of the city lord, it is not impossible." Chiba was silent for a moment. She knew that now that she had fallen into the hands of the Ghost Lamp Water Mirror, there was little chance of escaping, and these ninjas walking in the darkness were the least trustworthy. Since it is a transaction, then you must strive for sufficient safety conditions and make a plan. I couldn't help but get tougher and said, "Yes, I agreed. So now you can let me go, right?" No, my Miss Chiba. Only when the dust settles is the day you are free. During this time, the eldest lady condescended to live here for a while. Kinyi looked at the dark and humid environment around him, as well as the unknown insects crawling around from time to time at that time, and struggled angrily and roared, "Abominable! You can't do this to me. How do I know if you'll keep your promises once you've reached your goals? You have to show sincerity?" Not to be outdone, Kinyi made a look of death, and responded with the ghostly lamp water mirror with a gloomy face. The ghost lamp water mirror slapped Kinyi on the face in annoyance, and said angrily, "It's all here, you still pose like your arrogant eldest lady. It's really unpleasant to watch. Even if you don't write, it's just to make things a little more troublesome. As long as you are in our hands, the result will be the same." After speaking, the ghost lamp water mirror casually plucked a butterfly-like hair ornament from Kinyi's hair, held it in his hand, rotated and played with it for a while, and then slowly said gloomily, "Tell me, if your father doesn't see you for a few days, what will he think? Presumably, those guards of yours should still be able to return alive today, and once your father knows the news that you have been captured, I believe he will make a wise choice. And this is your token in our hands." Kinyi couldn't help but look ugly when he looked at the butterfly-like hair ornament that the ghost lamp water mirror was playing with. That thing was his mother's birthday gift, and this matter happened to know about the ghost lamp water mirror. Exasperating. Don't you even have the last chips? Judging from the whole incident and their attitude of arranging themselves in this way, they are really less fierce this time. Feeling a trace of despair, Kinyi pretended to be calm. With the ghost lamp water mirror glaring angrily, even if he dies, he can't fall the momentum of the Chiba family. Humph. You'd better pray that your father still loves you, or I'll personally deliver your body to him. Looking at the still tough Kinyi, the ghost lamp water mirror said viciously and turned away, and after walking a few steps, he said to another man in black, take care of him, I'll go back to lord you, if something goes wrong, you can do your enlightenment. A black figure who had been silent all this time bowed and responded, yes. After saying that, the ghost lamp water mirror walked to the puddle and disappeared into the water in a blink of an eye. Tianyu was not in a hurry to go out, secretly shrinking in the gap in the rock and quietly observing. He knew that if he clashed with the man in black head-on, he might not be able to fight the other party. Since he can be assigned to perform tasks, he is at least a shinobi, and if he is a middle ninja, then he is cool. After the ghost lamp water mirror left, the space fell into a dead silence, and the man in black was facing Kinyi leaning on the rock wall board, and then scanned back and forth on Kinyi's wet body. Kinyi noticed the other party's burning gaze, and couldn't help but secretly feel bad. You, what do you want? The man in black said with a bad smile, gee, I'm only 15 years old, and my figure is already so good. Now there are only two of us, it's boring to say, why don't I teach you to play adult games? Looking at the man in black who was slowly approaching, Kinyi, whose whole body was bound, could not retreat, and couldn't help but hurriedly shouted, I'll call you when you come again. Haha, call it, even if you break your throat, no one will come to your rescue. Ha ha. As he spoke, the man in black, who had completely lost his vigilance, began to untie his clothes, and even the short knife he was wearing with him was thrown aside. Tianyu felt that this was a good opportunity, so he carefully followed the protrusion on the stone wall, borrowing the darkness in the cave, and Tianyu, who was under the blessing of stealth skills, was like an icy ghost, perfectly fusing with the entire cave. Even if he lurked less than 5 meters away from the man in black, the man in black who had the upper brain of the essence worm was still unaware. Just when the man in black took off his pants, Tianyu took out the boomerang sleeping in the space of the items, and the slight sound also woke up the man in black who was intoxicated with evil. But when the man in black looked towards where Tianyu was, he only saw a pair of eyes glowing with glow, and the next moment he felt a trace of coolness oozing from his neck. Perhaps until he died, he still didn't understand how he was killed. The terrified Kinyi also did not see how Tianyu used the raid skill to kill the man in black because of his closed eyes, until the sound of the corpse falling to the ground came. She found that the neck of the man in black was connected to the slightly trembling body at a strange angle. For this sudden scene, Kinyi, who was terrified, immediately shouted in fright. Tianyu glanced at the black-clothed man who fell to the ground and convulsed, and then stopped looking. Although this was not the first time to kill, there was still an almost innate sense of rejection in his heart. Maybe that's the difference between a recruit and a veteran? Growth always requires a process of going through. Just when Tianyu was still struggling with the matter of killing someone, the attribute bar in the upper right corner showed that the upper limit of 100 chakra had been added. This is much lower than the value expected by Tianyu, but it is relieved to think about it. The leopard killed before is only 30 chakra, and 100 points is already a lot. As for not increasing attribute points, it is estimated that it was because of the sneak attack, and the battle ended too quickly and did not achieve the purpose of training. Tianyu, who wanted to understand what was going on, suddenly felt that the boomerang in his hand had changed, and a full chakra silk thread instantly connected him, and naturally prompted information one after another, instantly diverting Tianyu's attention. Ninja Tool Boomerang 1. Ninfa Stealing. When a weapon causes damage to an enemy, it randomly draws 100-1000 chakra depending on the degree of damage. Draw up to 3000 chakra. 2. Ninfa Explosive Boomerang. When the boomerang touches an object, a huge explosion will be generated, and the explosion power depends on the number of chakras stored in the boomerang as the standard, and the more chakra, the greater the explosion power generated. 3. Ninfa Supersonic Maneuver. 1 second after the boomerang, the internal chakra movement accelerates and advances, increasing the flight speed additionally above the base speed. The more chakras you store, the faster it is. 4. AE Boomerang at the speed of light. When the boomerang is filled with 3000 chakra energy, the boomerang will bloom with a strong light, and at the same time act on explosive inflammation, supersonic and other skills. Chakra is exhausted and returns to its initial state. Looking at the information that came to his mind, Tianyu was shocked. Feel the 700 chakras stored in the boomerang and the 3 chakra metal wires flowing inside it, gradually gathering at the connection point in the center. Is this metal wire wrapped in chakra the so-called chakra metal? This ugly boomerang turned out to be a special weapon with chakra conductive metal? This unexpected surprise was something that Tianyu did not expect. For example, the big knife muscle of the dried persimmon ghost mackerel can absorb other people's chakra and use it for your own use. The exploding knife droplet is a weapon that can perfectly combine with the explosion. These weapons are made by conducting metal from chakra as an energy carrier and are made using special techniques. All belong to the high-level weapons in the Hokage world. However, the weapon in his hand also has these special properties. Happiness came too quickly, and Tianyu couldn't react for a while. Now that I think about it a little, I didn't receive this prompt in the previous lottery, which is obviously related to the fact that chakra is not stored in the boomerang, and the relevant abilities will only be activated once chakra is filled. Thinking that the big knife muscle of the dried persimmon ghost mackerel could absorb other people's chakra and use it for his own use, Tianyu couldn't help but try to extract it. The result was no reaction. Obviously his own boomerang is different from the big knife muscle, can only enter and not exit. Although it was a little lost, Tianyu did not feel that there was anything to be sorry for. After all, this weapon also had skills such as giving speed and explosive flames. It has been able to make up for the weakness of low basic strength in the early stage. Tianyu, who had just come to his senses, heard Qinyi's doubtful voice and said, "Cat, is that you?" Since Tianyu was in a pitch-black shadow at this time, and had not yet lifted his stealth state, a pair of eyes glowing with a faint green glow betrayed his location. Although it is in a semi-stealth state, at such a close distance, after determining the position, if you look closely, you can still see a trace of the silhouette, so there is Qinyi's question. Meow meow. Tianyu put away the boomerang, lifted the stealth state on his body, and walked out of the darkness. Tianyu was very happy at this time, wagging his tail and walking towards Qinyi, who was bound like a rice dumpling, waving his claws, cutting off the rope, sitting in front of Qinyi, wagging his tail, and looking cute. Qinyi also recognized the little cat she was familiar with at this time, and couldn't help but pick it up happily, and constantly rubbed the cat's little face with her joyful and crying face, and said happily, "I didn't expect you to be so powerful, you saved me, thank you so much." Meow. Tianyu responded softly, it seemed to be just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. Qinyi held a torch and circled around the cave, and couldn't help asking, "Little cat, where did you come in?" Tianyu pointed with his paw at the top of the increasingly narrow cave above the cave and meowed. Qinyi followed the prestige. The vertical cave wall was a little smooth, more than 2 meters high. At the smooth wall of the cave, there is a circular opening, about 80 centimeters wide, and the light source cannot shine deeper, and it is obvious that it can go deeper. After thinking for a moment, Qinyi decided to try to climb up, but was stopped by Tianyu. After jumping from Qinyi's arms, Tianyu meowed. The soles of his feet were covered by chakra, and he climbed into the round hole in 2 or 3 strokes, sensing the flow of air. Obviously this hole can lead to the outside, but whether it can let a 15-year-old girl pass through is unknown. Thinking of this, Tianyu decided to go and investigate on his own. With the good vision in the darkness of the cat's eye, in less than a minute, Tianyu came beyond the ground, passing through several relatively narrow places on the way, which were also slightly cleaned and widened by Tianyu. Feeling feasible, Tianyu immediately returned to the cave, just visually measured the height, and felt that it was difficult for Qinyi to climb, and there was just the rope that bound Qinyi before, and tied it to the stone stalactite pillar above the cave wall, and Qinyi climbed smoothly. Fortunately, the cave wall was not high, and a person and a cat passed through a narrow passage and finally escaped from under a huge rock. Tianyu felt the discomfort on his body, and couldn't help shaking his whole body, and the dirt and dead leaves on his body were scattered, and his body was refreshed. Qinyi looked at the dirt on his body. Where is the brilliance of the eldest lady in the past? It's just that Chiba who saw the sky again didn't care about this, looking at the surrounding barren mountains and wilderness with a confused face, not knowing how to return to the bridge. Tianyu walked a few steps, waved his paws, and meowed to signal Qinyi to follow, and just like that, one person and one cat passed through a forest. In less than a moment, Tianyu smelled a familiar smell. After a few meows, a yellow-haired boy jumped out of the woods. This yellow-haired boy tracked all the way to the mountain field here after learning that Chiba had been taken away, and then came the strong and tall leader of the Iron Country warrior Thunder. The two people couldn't help but be overjoyed when they saw Tianyu rescue Chiba. After some conversation, Tianyu learned that the two of them followed the traces deliberately left by themselves to find here, but they lost their traces after arriving here, so they have been wandering around here, looking for clues. Then I thought about it, and I ran into Tianyu and Qinyi, who escaped. After returning to the team, the fighting of the others ended one after another. Tianyu looked for the smell and found me who was bandaging Yagamai on the side, meowed a few times, regarded it as a hello, and found that me was not injured, and her hanging heart was steady. Me also just learned that Miss Chiba was abducted by a hostile ninja, and after careful questioning, she learned that her cat chased and almost died of anger. Fortunately, soon Yamanaka Harano and the Samurai Thunder also followed, which made me feel a lot more at ease, and hurriedly helped Habara Yagamai bandage and rushed early. Who thought, before he had time to rush away, he saw that the cat and Qinyi and the others returned safely. Relieved and worried about Tianyu's safety, after the inspection, found that Tianyu was not harmed, couldn't help stroking Tianyu's little head, and reproached, in the future, such a dangerous thing, you can't mess around again. Although you have a little strength, you must know that you are just a little milk cat, and your body has not yet grown. If there were a 3 long and 2 short, you would make me sad to death. Feeling my wise comfort, Tianyu was quiet, enjoying the warmth that belonged to the two. The Habara Yagamai on the side glanced at Tianyu, who was enjoying in Mi's arms, and wrapped himself around the bandage on his left arm that had not yet been completely bandaged. Sigh secretly, it's really that people are inferior to cats. At this time, Inuyan, who was chasing and killing the 2 brothers of Nishimura, returned with a corpse dragged a corpse. The people who looked at the squad were fine, relieved, and said helplessly Nishimura Pifu was too cunning, he actually tricked him to escape, let him run, fortunately it is not without gain. Inu pointed to the corpse under the Nishimura mountain on the ground, then looked at the injured Yagamai and asked, "How is the situation on your side?" Habara Yagamai said dejectedly, "Yamaha Ichiro and Akata Jubei ran away, and that Yamaha Ichiro is very strong, slightly better than me." Seeing me coming to support, she immediately fled. It's no surprise that these are things that run away when they see something bad. Inuian waved his hand, indicating that it was okay, but after a big battle, he got a bounty head. It's a bit worth the loss. You must know that Mei Hui used a medium-level detonation charm, which is worth 20,000 taels. Ordinary Zongnin is useless. Regular use? It is only used by experts like me who can make her own detonation charms. As for what space scroll is that? They are all million tael starting things, and as a silver-level mercenary with a little money, they can't afford it, so the matter of sealing the corpse has to be handled by Mei Hui. Me also understood, and after using the sealing scroll to seal the corpse of Nishimura in it, she also helplessly answered, "No way, my chakra is almost exhausted, Yagamai is injured again, it is not wise to chase it again. Guarding the team is the top priority of the mission." Inuian nodded approvingly and said, "You guys have done a good job. This battle turned out better than expected, and you all grew. Especially Mei Hui, your strength should have reached the level of quasi-middle ninja, but you still need to hone well, perfect your combat skills, and if you want to truly become a middle ninja, you can't achieve it with a few powerful ninjutsu." Inuian recalled the previous cooperative combat scene between the two, and knew that me chakrato, but this was definitely not a reason to squander chakra. Although the violent output of high-power ninjutsu looks gorgeous, it is very hot-blooded. But if you encounter an opponent of the same level, then such a style of play can easily become a desperate way of playing, and if you are unsuccessful, you will become benevolent. Since he plans to be in this team for a long time in the future, Inuian does not hesitate to point out. So he said, after the task is completed, find a time for us to run in again, and the overall combat effectiveness will definitely be able to go to another level. This cooperation must have seen the effect. Although there is some luck, it can quickly defeat the 2 middle ninja on the bounty list, which can prove the value of cooperative combat. Everyone nodded in agreement. You must know that if you do not take the initiative at the beginning, then with time, it will evolve into a difficult guard battle. Although Inuian has some regrets that those bounty heads have run away, this battle is not without gains, right? Immediately Inuian laughed heartily again. This guy is worth 200,000 taels. His brother was also hit hard by me, and he should not come out to stir up trouble in a short time. However, we can't take it lightly. After I go back, I will find a way to find his traces, cut the grass and remove the roots, otherwise being remembered in the future is not a way after all. That's right, Yagamai and me also agreed deeply and nodded. In particular, Yagamai and Nohara are not at all the opponents of Hikaru Nishimurata, and if they are attacked by a sneak attack, it will be dangerous. There is no way to deal with this combination of brothers. If you offend, then you must completely solve the other party, otherwise there will be all kinds of subsequent troubles. Me nodded in approval and then asked the bandits who had surrendered, Inu-senpai, how do you see these people handle? They all said that the villagers in the vicinity had been forced to join the ranks by the bandits. In addition, I have rescued the captured villagers in Shuiyun village, and the rest of the women have returned to the village in advance, and the remaining people have voluntarily stayed to assist us. Mei Hui pointed to the bandits who were holding weapons and watching over the surrender and said, I can identify that the villagers in the vicinity have basically screened out. The remaining dozen or so people are impossible to identify. Inuian looked at the family samurai who were bandaging the wound nearby, and the family samurai who were displaying several sacrifices side by side on the ground, and after thinking for a moment, he decided, so be it. The bandits were tied up and detained and let them help push carts along the way. If anyone knows them on the road, then they are sent home, and if not, they are detained at the Shinjuku City Police Department and disposed of by the adults. Adults, and the little ones are indeed villagers from this nearby village, and the 3 of us are from Zayahi village. If you don't believe it, you can find someone to identify. Yes, I am from Shilapu, which is far from here, so not many people know us, and we are indeed honest villagers. It's all those hateful bandits who are too cruel, and if we don't comply, they will kill us. The bandits who were squatting on the ground and holding their heads couldn't help but wail after hearing Anu's treatment. Yes, my lord, when they attacked the adult convoy just now, we didn't help. Please also ask the adults to be gracious. Shut up. In any case, you are all involved in the robbery, albeit forced, but this is a fact after all. Inu snorted coldly and said, we don't have time to help you find someone. Well, if you don't meet a villager you know on the road to claim it, then go to Shinjuku City with us for the time being. As for the matter of reporting the letter, the people of Suion village will go to the people. You tell those people your name and address respectively, they will help you to report the letter. If it is true, naturally someone will come to claim it. If not, then going to jail should too. If anyone dares to escape halfway, then don't blame me for having black hands. Looking at Inuyan with a serious and fierce face, the bandits who surrendered suddenly did not dare to say more. They actually knew that the other party did not kill them is already merciful. If you continue to entangle, you will provoke this killing god, so I have to nod my head and cooperate honestly. Mei Hui also has no problem with this arrangement. Just instructed the villagers of Shuiyun village to tie up the bandits who surrendered one by one around their waists with ropes, so that if they want to run, they can only run together, not far at all, and let them be relatively comfortable, and they can also help with some work. Finally, Mei Hui and the others found the captured Chiba, who at this time had undergone a simple cleaning, changed into a clean and tidy dress, and changed back to the noble, gentle temperament beautiful girl. After apologizing, Chiba did not blame me and the others. After all, the situation at that time could be described as critical, and even the family warriors who accompanied them were sent. Through the understanding of the specific situation, Mei Hui and the others couldn't help frowning. Originally they thought it was a simple robbery of the caravan, but they didn't expect that this was a conspiracy against the Chiba family. If this is the case, then they must get out of here as soon as possible. After all, they still know the name of the ghost lamp water mirror. This used to be a rebel ninja of the secret family of the Mist Ninja village in the country of water, and his hidden identity has always been active among the bounty hunters, and his hydration art is very powerful, belonging to the elite ninja level. If you fight in a place with a lot of water resources, you can exert the combat power of the upper ninja level, and it is a very difficult opponent, and the black market reward amount is as high as 1 million taels. Speaking of the relationship between the Ghost Lantern Water Mirror and the Chiba family, it is necessary to mention that Chiba's father once went out and accidentally rescued the seriously injured Ghost Lantern Water Mirror, and finally appreciated his talent, took him under his command, and gave him the surname of the Chiba family to avoid the dark part of the mist-hidden village in the land of water. I thought that I could influence the Ghost Lamp Water Mirror and let him live in the Chiba family steadily, but I thought that the Ghost Lamp Water Mirror that had just been stable for a year defected to the Chiba family. As for what reason, Kinyi did not mention. This is already equivalent to the treatment of an A-class fugitive, and has become the target of many upper-level ninja levels. Now under the pseudonym Komodo, he defected to Kuroda, a political rival with the Chiba family, and planned this plot to kidnap Chiba and force the Chiba family to give up competing for the position of Lord of Shinjuku Castle. After roughly understanding the beginning and end of the matter, Inuyan couldn't help but feel a pain in his brain, knowing that it was not a fortunate thing to be targeted by such a guy. It was immediately decided to set off immediately and leave this place full of water. Most importantly, Shinjuku City is not far away at this time. Hurry up and complete the task and get out of the vortex center of this event as king. After arranging everyone, taking prisoners, and bidding farewell to the villagers of Shuiyun village, everyone went on their way. Mei Whirlpool took one last look at the villagers of Shuiyun village who were about to disappear from everyone's sight behind her, and she was relieved, thanks to some of the grain captured, believing that Shuiyun village could survive this difficult time in the remaining days. The road is ahead, and after this battle, my vortex has become more convinced of the importance of strength. As long as she has enough strength, she can protect the things she wants to protect. Gollum dashed with the sound of the car rolling shaft. I looked at Tianyu who was following the swaying of the truck, and the sorrow between Mei Hui's eyebrows gradually dissipated. She knows that on the road to reviving the Vortex family, she will no longer move forward alone. Drive dash the horsemen who rushed to the carriage twitched their whips and shouted to hit the horses, and the wounded family warriors also benefited from the captured carriages, which made the rest of the journey easier. The closer you get to Shinjuku City's sphere of influence, the denser the scattered villages become. Nearby villagers learned of the recent collapse of the bandit group that had recently wandered, and they came to watch it. Some of the heavily persecuted and emotional villagers even greeted the bound bandits with stones to express their indignation. If it weren't for the persuasion of Mei Hui and a few people, it is estimated that those bandits with bruised faces would not be able to walk to Shinjuku City. I really experienced the tragic situation of a rat crossing the street and everyone shouting and beating. As the eradication of bandits, Mei Hui and others were naturally loved and admired by the villagers, and they asked them to spend the night in the village in order to send their most sincere thanks. Looking at the setting sun, the old man leading the team led his well-behaved granddaughter to talk with Inuyan for a while, and the convoy slowly stopped. Due to the large number of people in the convoy, it was not convenient to stay in the village, so following the guidance of the village chief, the convoy came to a wood, and the busy people set up tents. When the villagers of the nearby village learned that their hero had stayed here, they also returned home and joined the convoy of cooking with a few delicious specialties. Mei followed the eldest sister in the village to the house, took a comfortable hot bath, and washed away the tiredness of several days. Tianyu was driven by Inuyan to hunt deep in the mountains, which is called to exercise its actual combat ability, and by the way, help the villagers solve the wolves wandering nearby. Following the guidance of the villagers, Tianyu moved his little arms and legs, galloped all the way, looking for the howls of wolves that sounded from time to time at that time, and finally found the wolves where they were over 2 mountains. It's just that as soon as Tianyu appeared, he was chased by the hungry wolves running around the mountains, and from time to time he took out a boomerang to sneak up on those wild wolves who were left alone, which was called a relaxed and enjoyable. In addition to being busy, he also secretly sensed the more than 20 wild wolves in the item space, and couldn't help but be pleased to gain a lot. The panting Wolf King looked at his subordinates, his limbs were swinging, but the small prey was still in good spirits, which was simply challenging the dignity of the Wolf King, and he couldn't help but be angry. With a few screams, more wild wolves joined the siege. Seeing this scene, Tianyu ran even more cheerfully. Anyway, when he was tired, he climbed into the tree to taunt, and then continued to lead the wolves to chase, and when he saw the opportunity, he sneaked up and packed it away, and had fun. Some wild wolves were tired like dogs and did not catch up with Tianyu, who seemed to have only a few tails of meat, feeling that it was really worth the loss, and was about to give up. Then Tianyu immediately revealed an embarrassed look. That you chased me again. Seeing this scene, the wolves, who were already hungry and weak, became energetic again. Soon, the intelligent Wolf King seemed to notice something. Looking at the mountains chasing Tianyu, the number of wolf subordinates seemed to be constantly decreasing. At first I thought that the wolf cubs were tired and could not catch up and fell behind, but after careful observation, I found that something was wrong. Just when Tianyu led the wolves out of the woods again, there were a few fewer wild wolves chasing behind him, and the Wolf King couldn't help frowning. This strange phenomenon made it feel a little threatened. Immediately howl a few times into the void and summon the scattered wolves. After Tianyu found that the wolves who had been chasing his but behind him left, he caught up in turn, and the tired and hungry wild wolf had weak limbs and did not have the strength to escape Tianyu's pursuit until the last wild wolf fell. After 1 hour of passionate chasing, the satisfied Tianyu immediately began to count the harvest. This time. Name: Tianyu. Gender: male. Age: 3 months. Level: lower shinobi class. Psychic beast, vortex me, possession, psychic space. Basic attributes: agility 171, strength 120, wisdom 151, chakra 1840/2720, spiritual power 182, talent skill Seipa Selmo, heart to heart 9, dead life technique 1, ninjutsu C grade, stealth C grade, cat body technique. Rate: agility increased by 60 points, strength increased by 30 points, and wisdom increased by 5 points. 44 wild wolves 1,320 points, chakra 12, hares 60 points, 1 leopard 35 points, wild boar 2 large 7 small 120 points. A litter was taken by Tianyu. Add to that the increase in 3 meals a day and the 100 chakra you get for killing a ninja. On this day, a total of 1,670 chakra is obtained. The previous draw consumed 1,500 points and 1,050 points, plus the day's harvest, the total remaining 2,720 points. Looking at the interface that has become rich again, Tianyu Cat's eyes are bent, and being able to have such a rich record is completely due to the relationship of boomerangs. Since having this weapon to kill the enemy, these ordinary beasts have completely died in the face, and it is difficult to escape. Looking at the wolves that had been reduced by half, although the Wolf King was angry, he saw that Tianyu, who was sitting on the opposite rock, was laughing, and he couldn't help shaking his body, took a few steps back, and immediately turned around and fled with the remaining dozen wolves. When Tianyu rushed back, the bonfire party had already begun, and the hungry Mai Huai and the others were waiting for Tianyu's return. Tianyu understood, threw out 8 wild wolves and 3 rabbits, signaled 7 wild wolves to be distributed to others along the way, and ran away with a cigarette. Everyone wondered why Tianyu was so generous, and repeatedly asked that he could not hide it privately, and said that he had a lot of them, so that everyone could rest assured, and promised to send a wild wolf to one person when he went back. Inuyan was speechless. Is this talking about me? I just want to ask you, as a cat, why are you so nice to strangers? Shouldn't cats be withdrawn and selfish? At this time, Tianyu was rinsing his body by the well, holding the bucket and pouring it on his body, and Yagamai and Inuyan, who rushed to fetch water behind him, just saw the scene in front of them, and their faces couldn't help but look strange. Does this cat love to bathe? Walking closer and taking a closer look, Tianyu, who has lost his fluffy hair, his head looks particularly large. What is the cute funny feeling when he looks at the two? The two who wanted to hold back their laughter flashed the indescribable funny feeling in their minds, and they couldn't help laughing. Looking at the laughing Yagamai too, Tianyu glared at them angrily, and deliberately ran to the two of them, shook the water stains on his body, and then ran away happily. Yagamai and Inuyan, who wiped the water stains on their faces, were stunned for a moment. Only then did they know that this little guy would still take revenge. When the reaction came, the cat who had won the hand ran away early with a cigarette, and couldn't help but jump and scold. This little guy is so unlovable. However, at this time, Tianyu came to an old tree beautifully, and with the sound of frogs and crickets in the moonlight, the wheel of luck was opened, and the time to reap the fruits finally came. This time, Tianyu also chose 3 consecutive draws. Well, the burning of incense bathed, it should be no problem. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining C-level Cat Ninja method. Chakra extraction can increase the acquisition and efficiency of chakra by 200%. Congratulations on obtaining Grade B Cat Ninja technique. Life recovery technique improves injury recovery efficiency and fatigue recovery efficiency by 300%, and briefly improves resistance to various abnormal effects. Congratulations on the award. Special building. Junior Cat Fish House can make a variety of fish dishes with special effects. This building needs to be built in a psychic space. Meow, meow, meow. Ninjutsu. 2 ninjutsu, plus a B-grade ninjutsu. At this time, Tianyu was so excited that he was about to die, jumping in place with joy, and even couldn't help singing and dancing. Poof dash the mountain field, which was whistling above the half-hung tree trunk, was learning how adults were drinking at this time, and when he couldn't help but see the cat singing and dancing, he couldn't help but spew out a mouthful of old wine. Ahem. Cough. Mei Hui, who was grilling under the tree, looked resentful, and the back of the mountain field was cold. Knowing that it was going to be finished, he immediately touched the back of his head and said apologetically, I'm sorry, senior. Just now I saw Xiao Tian dancing, and I was choked. Ha, ha. Singing and dancing. Mei Hui and the others looked at the field with disbelief and maliciousness. Yuanya knew by looking at their expressions that he didn't believe what he said, and he was anxious, so he added, really, it seems that there is something good, and I am very happy. Look, it's back. As Yamanaka Wilderness pointed in the direction, I saw a kitten returning from the darkness. Tianyu walked leisurely towards everyone, only to see everyone looking at him strangely. Huh? What do you see me do? Be all abroad. The suspicious Tianyu looked back, and there was no one else? Could it be that Yagamai and Inuyan, the 2 old boys, still remember the feud they threw at the water just now and want to deal with themselves? It shouldn't be that stingy, right? If you can't figure it out, you don't care, but the pace of progress is a little more vigilant. Meow? As it approached, Tianyu stopped and observed that Inuyan and Yagamai did not mean to move further, and couldn't help but let go. It seemed that he was thinking too much. After meowing, he saw me stretching out her hands and greeting herself. Tianyu quickly got into Mei Hui's arms, meowing, and prepared a big meal. Mei Hui looked at the energetic cat and asked, Xiao Tian, you seem to be happy tonight. How do you know meow? The puzzled Tianyu's face was full of question marks. Mei Hui looked at the somewhat silly cat in her arms, and smiled happily. The posture you walked just now almost floated. Isn't there something joyful? Oh, really meow? Am I acting that obvious? It seems that I am a little overjoyed. Tianyu smiled awkwardly, meowing a few times to get by. Then he saw the tight bandage on Yagamai's arm, and with a move of his mind, he got under Yagamai's arm from Mi's arms, and after nodding at the injured place with his cat's claw, he looked at everyone and meowed. After Tianyu found that he successfully attracted everyone's attention, a faint green light flame condensed on the cat's paw, which was different from the blue when condensing chakra, and everyone also instantly discovered this feature, and they couldn't help but be curious, wondering what the cat was going to do next. Tianyu stood upright, and one of the cat paws touched Yagamai's injured arm, and meowed, Cat Ninja, life recovery technique. With the pale green flame of light wrapped around Yagamai's injured arm like a stream of water, Yagamai felt a tingling and immediately opened the bandage, and everyone at this time clearly saw that the pale green flame was wrapped in the injured place, and many superficial scars had disappeared in an instant, replaced by a new skin trace. A minute later, Yagamai was shocked to find that his arm, which had been difficult to move, had recovered as before. This is also too divine. Yagamai, who was stammering as he spoke, couldn't help but wave his arm in disbelief. Really? The most surprised was Inu Yan, who had a lot of experience, and at this time he stuttered in shock. He knows medical ninjutsu, but it seems that medical ninjutsu is not so magical, right? He clearly saw that the cat, no, it was Zaioshin-sama, just lightly nodded at the injured place of the Habere Yagamai, and the green flame of light shifted from the cat's paw, and then Yagamai's injured arm began to heal itself quickly. The whole process took less than a minute, and the arm, which had been unable to move due to the injury, was now healed. This medical ninjutsu was simply a second life on the battlefield. Inuyan stroked Yagamai's arm in disbelief and sighed, really, what a good arm. Inu Sr. Yagamai shook off Inu Yan's claws in disgust. Inuyan felt his gaffe, and immediately adjusted his mood and said, it's really an incredible ability. Everyone thinks, if you are injured in battle, you only need Xiao Tian to lightly tap it, and immediately come alive again, which simply improves the survivability of the entire squad. Xiao Tian, you are too powerful. At this time, Inuyan didn't want to leave the squad. This cat gave him too much shock. He believed that this was a magical cat, not an ordinary psychic beast. At this time, Mei Hui was also shocked by Tianyu's magical medical ninjutsu. It took a long time to wake up. Holding Tianyu high, he said happily, Xiao Tian, you are awesome. You are the best psychic beast. Miao Tianyu, who was almost dizzy by Mei Hui, shouted with contempt, finally know how powerful Uncle Ben is. At first, I still disliked the Miao I came. Tianyu looked at everyone's elated appearance, and couldn't help but feel ripples in his heart. Since coming to this strange world, from loneliness to now happy sharing, does this mean that you are truly integrated into the world? This homely feeling is like family. Family? It's a nice feeling. Knock, knock. At this moment, the abnormality suddenly appeared. Tianyu's heart began to beat violently, and the sound it made rose wave after wave. What followed was an inexplicable force that began to awaken. At this moment, it seemed that the whole world stood still. I don't know how long it took. Tianyu felt the cat's eyes swelling, and in the blink of an eye, his eyes with strange lines seemed to have never appeared. Ding Talent Awakening Cat Illusion Pupil Active Ability. In the Cat Illusion Pupil mode, it directly hits the target's soul, reduces the 5 senses, and makes the enemy have subtle changes in time, space, and distance, and the stronger the spiritual energy, the stronger the effect. Passive ability. When the other party's spiritual energy is not as good as his own, he has the ability to see through all illusions and clear his purpose. I fuck. Tianyu was shocked and burst into foul language. What the hell is this? This is the first time this has happened. Is this a blood succession limit similar to the Sharingan? It is also a phantom pupil with soul attack, pseudo-time, pseudo-space skills, and can also see through illusions. That's a lot of bull. But what the hell is this sudden awakening without warning? A moment later, Tianyu IQ went online. Happy cat food? I thought it was a failed thing, but then it suddenly had an effect. It's just that this effect seems to be a little perverted. Cat illusion pupil? It's a killer thing. This cat food is really a lifelong pursuit. Hey, at this moment, Thunder arrived with 3 subordinates, each holding several wine bottles. Tianyu's eyes opened slightly, and a strange power flowed. Thunder, who was walking in the front, suddenly felt that the heaven and earth rotated, and his feet were frivolous, feeling that his front foot had taken a step, but the result was not so, and the front foot and the back foot that were half a beat slower actually fought. Plop dash, the dust cleared. Inuyan and several people looked at the thunder that fell to the ground and the wine bottle rolling over, and they couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. How many dishes did they eat? Have you drunk like this? How many will you come to us to drink? Afraid not to drink you to death? Several people behind Thunder quickly helped Thunder up. Thunder shook his body, his head accompanied by tinnitus and a little vertigo. The feeling is somewhat similar to being drunk, but not identical. In short, is your nerve response slow? Haha, drank a little too much. Lei Ting knew that he was ugly, and quickly pretended to be hearty, intending to fool the past. It's just that he himself wonders, is he really drinking too much? Shouldn't it? Tianyu, who is behind the scenes, looks like schadenfreude and secretly rejoices. You must know that having such an ability is simply weakening the strength of the other party in disguise. The only drawback is that the mental energy consumption is a bit large. Tianyu opened the panel and found that his spiritual power was only close to half of it just now. In order to use this innate ability, it seems that it is necessary to improve the spiritual energy more. With the addition of several people from Thunder, the atmosphere suddenly reached its peak, eating meat and drinking alcohol. Perhaps this is the most enjoyable thing for mercenaries? During this period, Tianyu also treated 3 iron-armored samurai. Captain Thunder couldn't help but look at each other when he learned that this little cat had extraordinary healing abilities, and even began to climb brotherhood with Tianyu. Fortunately, 1 person and 1 cat, communication is not normal, otherwise it is really necessary to worship the handle. Tianyu, who is a crimer, goes everywhere to sell Mo harvest chakra, and the 7 wolves he gives away are not just because of generosity, but to obtain double happiness. By the way, it also treats those injured family warriors. After all, they still need their armed escort for the rest of the trip. Tianyu, who was full of harvest, found that his stomach could not fit it again, and immediately used the chakra extraction technique, and while the whole body was filled with blue chakra flames, the originally bulging belly also quickly disappeared. Seeing that chakra was dozens of points less than the first time he obtained chakra, he couldn't help frowning. Sure enough, this chakra extraction has limitations. Under normal circumstances, every time you are full, the amount of chakra obtained by self-digestion is about 60 points. The first time you use chakra extraction to get 180 chakra limit, the second time if you use it 5 hours apart, it is still about 180 points. If it is used in a short period of time, the effect will be relatively continuous to weaken, and the second use of Tianyu only gained 120 points at this time. And so on, the third use becomes 60 points. Even so, the effect of chakra extraction is leveraged. After all, 1 meal can get the effect of the previous meals. Whew dash with a sound of air flow, Tianyu's body burned chakra flame again, which was exactly the phenomenon of chakra leakage caused by Tianyu's insufficient absorption in the process of using chakra extraction. After understanding the 3 newly added abilities, the satisfied Tianyu lifted the psychic summon, and at this time had returned to the psychic space. The space is also full of moonlight, and it seems that the time and the space is common to the world of Hokage. Sensing that special building Junior Catfish House in the item space, the area and scope of the building are convenient in front of the field of view. Looking at the nearby flat area the size of several basketball courts, it is suitable for these special buildings. Therefore, Tianyu chose an area more than 10 meters close to the river, which was right next to the tall tree. With a dull sound, special building Junior Catfish House took shape in an instant. It is a square 2-story building of 100 square meters, and there are 2 warm yellow lanterns hanging next to the door, and the word fish is written on each of the lanterns. Directly above the doorway is a delicate plaque with 3 large characters marked Catfish House. It was really a look. The murmuring Tianyu walked in, the stars were shining, and some glowing diamond-shaped crystal stones were arranged on the roofs around it, and the style was very high. The entire interior space is mainly divided into two parts. The first part is the customer area, which has relatively small tables and chairs, which are specially set up for cats. The relatively large seats are clearly designed for humans. The second part is the counter. Directly behind the counter hang small menus made of bamboo slices, and only one of the many blank menus is written with a black brush. First product, special rainbow dried fish, quantity 10, initial price is 2,000 taels, suggested retail price 4,000 taels. Ability to increase the chakra cap slightly. We can only consume the same type of food once a day, except for the host. Tianyu, who was thinking about how to increase the dishes, found that there was a small panel on the right side of the equal position of the properties panel, and the top of the panel said, Catfish House. Tianyu curiously clicked, and the information displayed in it was, Catfish House, can be obtained through the Wheel of Fortune to increase the permission of relevant dishes. Is this encouraging me to visit the Wheel of Fortune? Looking at this lonely catfish house that suddenly appeared under the big tree, there was an indescribable sense of immediacy. Anyway, I finally got a little angry in this empty psychic space. The giggling Tianyu really didn't expect that after he crossed over, he could actually become a restaurant owner in another world? But what the hell is this paying with silver? And where to find customers? Looking at the human chair in the room, I suddenly realized, can this space still invite people in? Well, it seems that it is possible. At this time, Tianyu thought of the three mysterious inheritance holy places in the Hokage world. They are, first, the inheritance place of the Slug Immortals, Wet-Boned Forest. Second, the inheritance place of the Big-Toed Immortals, Myoki Mountain. Third, the inheritance place of the White Snake Immortals, Longdi Cave. These three places are the most secret beings in the Hokage world. The vast majority of people have not even heard of it, not to mention being able to become their inheritor. Naruto and Jiraiya's entry into Mount Myoki seems to have been carried out through reverse psychic techniques. So can this psychic space be the same? Attempts to reverse psychic techniques had no effect. It seems that this psychic space still has many secrets waiting to be developed. As far as is known, spatial abilities and permissions can be increased through level UPS, or auxiliary functions can be added by acquiring various buildings through the Wheel of Fortune. There should be something critical in this that has not been brushed out. In this case, it depends on luck. If you can't figure it out, you don't want to. This has always been Tianyu's style, and the purpose of returning to the psychic space this time has been achieved. All that's left is to return to the Hokage world to earn some money. After all, more and more items can be purchased in the future, so a lot of money is essential. After using the heart-to-heart seal skill to connect with the vortex Maihui, Tianyu once again entered the black hole full of flowing colors. After the smoke, Tianyu, who landed safely, was still a little uncomfortable, because every time he passed through the space tunnel, he was dizzy and nauseated and wanted to vomit. At this time, Tianyu just felt a little weightless, which shows that Maihui's psychic skills have made great progress. Meihui just felt strange when she looked at Tianyu, caressed Tianyu's little head and smiled. What a naughty little trick-or-treater, just returned to the psychic space. Why did you miss me so quickly? Eat, this is calf meat specially left for you. Meow. Tianyu also wants to complain, the psychic space is so lonely, there is not even a living person. Stay there for a long time, no one to talk to. Will he get depression? Here you can at least go hunting and become stronger. As the night grew deeper, the village chief called on the villagers to help clean up and end the dinner happily in order not to disturb the people who would get up early tomorrow. As a night owl, Tianyu became more urgent about hunting after becoming a poor egg. After everyone began to fall asleep, Tianyu, who was a night owl, woke up. After taking a breath, he stretched his small body, dragged his petite body alone, and gradually disappeared into the darkness of the deep mountains. Early the next morning, everyone said goodbye to the villagers who came to see them off, and the motorcade greeted a ray of dawn and slowly advanced along the sheep's intestine path towards the endless mountains ahead. Coming to the foot of the mountain, the vision was even darker, and Anu Yan observed for a moment and shouted, "Over this mountain, it is a smooth road, everyone come on." For those who are not taking this path for the first time, they know what it means to climb over this mountain and can't help but start passing messages to each other. The excited crowd knew that the mission was coming to an end, and they missed the prosperity of Shinjuku City and their families. Because of the sweep of the bandits' lair this time, all of the materials and money obtained were shared by all of them, and it can be said that this time they returned home with double rewards. Thinking of their families, everyone was full of energy. At noon, the convoy circled the circling mountain road and finally set foot on the top of the mountain, and the view was clear. Looking down from afar, villages and golden farmland are revealed, and unknown white birds line up and glide across the sky. In addition to seeing such a magnificent scenery from movies before Tianyu's death, this is the only one in his life. Only at this time can we fully appreciate the heaviness of Mother Earth. Meow meow meow. The excited Tianyu stood on a huge rock, jumping back and forth, like a child with ADHD, causing everyone to laugh. Of course, their laughter was also from the heart, because Tianyu's excitement was exactly what they thought. Tianyu is also helpless, since becoming a cat, due to the catharsis of emotions, as well as the expression of thoughts, it has become a serious obstacle. He can only vent through physical behavior. Over time, such behavior became a habit. I'm just a cat, so I don't need to care what other people think. To live freely, to live out himself, Tianyu decided to let go of himself. Tianyu, who was running in front of the convoy, meowed from time to time, urging the convoy to speed up. Everyone is also helpless, because it is a downhill reason, the speed can no longer be faster. Fortunately, because it was a high land, the height of the downhill was only half of the uphill, so it only took everyone more than an hour to enter a sea of ears of wheat. Well? Tianyu took a deep breath, and the familiar smell of ears of wheat came to his face, which made people feel happy for a while. After coming to this world, Tianyu was also thinking about what time period this was, but due to communication problems, he never got the specific information he had in mind, and he could only learn through the environment at this time that it was probably around July, and in another month or two it would be the harvest season. The convoy moved forward, and Tianyu, who was studying words with Chiba, felt that the convoy stopped, and then an uncle in his 30s came from outside the carriage, dressed as a ninja. Behind him were a new Yan and several Chiba family samurai. Kinyi opened the car curtain and saw the person coming, and couldn't help but be happy. "Uncle Maeda, are you here?" The visitor bowed slightly and saluted. "Miss, it's really good that you're okay. After hearing that you were captured, a few samurai and I were about to go to rescue you, but I didn't expect to run into your convoy here." Hearing this, Kinyi instantly understood. I think that after his own accident, the samurai of the family must have used emergency contact information. That's why this scene appeared. The middle-aged ninja known as Uncle Maeda couldn't help but wonder. Kinyi saw Maeda's doubts, and said in a loud voice, "It's not an ordinary cat, it's a ninja cat." "Oh, so it is." Maeda Hanjian suddenly realized, glanced at the cat curiously, and continued, "Then, this last journey will be protected by me and several samurai of the family. Then it's troublesome for you." After responding politely, Chiba lowered the car curtain and continued to explain the contents of the book to Tianyu. Tianyu listened very carefully, and after a few days of study, he also mastered some words a little. It's just that it's hard to express the exact meaning of what you think in conjunction sentences. It is believed that in the near future, this barrier of communication will be greatly alleviated. With the increasing number of pedestrians on the road, the lane gradually became wider, and many buildings began to appear on both sides. These buildings look very simple, basically some wooden houses that are some years old, and it is rare to see buildings above 2 floors. Although the building is simple, there are various types, such as an izakaya in front of you, which is presumably a tavern. In the open space in front of these buildings, there are often some leisurely people gathered, sometimes looking at the moving convoy, sometimes whispering, not knowing what they were talking about, and even pointing at the convoy excessively. I found this a good opportunity to gather intelligence, and I couldn't help but concentrate my listening and discern the information I needed. Kinyi saw Tianyu looking out the window curiously, and couldn't help but close the book, explaining all the weight of her was also a little tired. I also browsed the town outside the window together, and from time to time I also introduced the local people. After some research, Tianyu learned that this was an important vassal town of Shinjuku City, and on the edge of the town flowed a river about 100 meters wide, which was rich in a white scaly turtle, about the size of a palm, which was one of the important benefits of the town. At the same time, it is also an important water and land transportation hub, so it was named Fish Harbor Town. The traffic here is easy to pass and is the only way to the north, so there are often a large number of convoys, laborers, hooligans, beggars, and even wandering samurai. As long as the money is given, basically everything can be done with them. After entering the center of the town, the buildings also began to become normal, basically some 2 to 3 story buildings, much better than the low, dilapidated buildings before. There are also some high-consumption establishments gradually appearing, such as casinos, restaurants, and adult entertainment venues. The entire town is about the same size as the town in the previous life, and it is estimated that there are about 60,000 urban residents. The busiest area is the port on the edge of town, which is dominated by convoys, busy laborers, and wandering samurai, which are more orderly than when they first entered the town. As the sun set, the red burning clouds in the distance dyed the earth a bloody red. The flow of pedestrians is endless, gradually turning into a lot of traffic. From a distance, a tall city wall appeared in view. The convoy marched to the city gate, the master of the caravan issued the relevant passage documents, paid the entrance fee, and the convoy was able to continue to move forward. Meow? Is this Shinjuku City? The final destination of the trip. Tianyu looked at everything curious about this novelty. All this is completely different from the previous life, whether it is the shape of the building or the way of life, there are many changes. It is also a society with deformed culture, technology, and ideas. The source of all this disaster is the ninja, who do not want to produce and focus on destruction. It was a sad time of power. Some people may think that the Datumo clan brought chakra, which was an invasion of civilization, which caused today's deformed civilization form. This conclusion can only be said to be half true, and it is the people who use powerful forces that really lead to the tragedy of this era. Just like modern society, with the progress of civilization, more powerful energy, and the development of new weapons, different generations will be accompanied by different destructive forces. The direction of these forces depends entirely on the mind of the person who owns them. In the process of gradually mastering, understand the horror of these forces, so that they will be used effectively step by step. With more time to think and calm, we can develop a method of balancing these forces with relative restraint. However, in the world of Hokage, there is a lack of this effective process. From an ordinary person suddenly possessed great power, ambition, and desire, began to expand, and finally forgot himself, thus going to a vicious circle abyss that no one expected. In the end, such a sad era was created. Changing this sad era is only possible by waiting for a strong and wise guide. How hard is that? Just as Tianya was thinking, there was a burst of neat steps outside, and Maida Hanjian whispered outside the carriage, "Miss, the people sent by the adults to pick up have arrived. Shall we send you back to the mansion first?" "Yes, but until then, I have to separate from other people. In addition, you send someone to the mercenary union and change the task of this line to a B-level mission. This is the reward they deserve." "Yes." Maida Hanjian called a captain-level figure and ordered. The captain disappeared into the crowd. Then he followed Shiba Yi to bid farewell to the noble ladies and all the members of the mercenary union, and thanked them for their hard work escort along the way. After saying goodbye to everyone, Kinyi took a name post and said to the little cat, "You are welcome to come as a guest at any time. As long as you show this to the doorman will bring you to me. I'm happy to have you by my side along the way." Miao Tianyu took the name post and stretched out his claws, and after Kinyi was slightly stunned, he smiled and stretched out his hand, holding one hand and one claw, although Kinyi did not understand what this meant. It's just vaguely felt, maybe it's a courtesy. Inuyan saw that the cat and Kinyi were so familiar, and secretly sighed in his heart, it is worthy of being a magical cat with extraordinary abilities, and it is so quickly connected with the nobles. After everyone said goodbye to each other, the convoys diverged, and Chiba left with his samurai. The originally huge convoy also consisted of only a few carriages. Through the conversations of those people, it turned out that they, like Mei Hui and the others, needed to go to the mercenary union to make errands. Yamanaka Harano looked at the gradually sparse crowd around him, stretched his lazy waist, and sighed, the mission is finally over. Mai Hui, who was busy, was also relieved, looked back at the cat's line of sight, couldn't help but look at it, patted Tianyu's head and said, "Look at anything, people are far away." "How? Still want to be a traitor?" What after Inuyan arranged everything, he walked to Mai Hui's side and said, "The task of this trip can be regarded as a thrilling completion. The rest is to go to the mercenary union to hand over the task. Do you go together?" "Of course, I'm waiting for this moment." Yamanaka Harano rubbed his hands, looking like a rich man, obviously eager to hand over the task to receive the task reward. The others couldn't help but shake their heads and smile bitterly when they looked at his impatient appearance. Inuyan responded easily, "This is fine. After handing over the task, I invite everyone to go to the restaurant to get together, right? It's really hard work these days." When Yamanaka Harano heard Inuyan asking for a treat, he couldn't help but shout loudly, "Yay! That's great. Okay, got it. Know that you have a mouth, pay attention to the image." Me looked at the happy mountain wilderness and couldn't help but teach a lesson. Yamanaka Harano covered the short thorn head aggrievedly and said, "Big sister, you hit me on the head again. Didn't you say that you won't beat me anymore?" Me crossed her hands at her waist and taught her a lesson as a matter of course. "Who told you to do this every time? You know that you are now a ninja on your own. Be a little more mature." After walking along the city wall for hundreds of meters, everyone came to a wide square, which was very large, about the size of a football field, and there were square stone slabs 1 meter square on the ground, which seemed very heavy. In the center of the square, there is a square fountain, sometimes gushing several water columns several meters high, and I don't know what principle is used in it. Surrounding the entire square are promenade walkways that are connected together and sheltered from the wind and rain. Among them, there are various types of shops, and outside the stores are convoys of laborers carrying goods back and forth. Mei Hui walked to the center of the square and came to a protruding promenade with carved circular stone pillars on each side, and above the stone pillars was a semi-curved roof, and at the very front of the roof was carved a beautiful circular sign Chuan Book, Mercenary Union. Everyone entered the Mercenary Union Hall, which was about the size of a basketball court. It consists of 2 parts in total. In the center of the entrance is the Mercenary Union's help desk, where registration tasks and handover tasks are handled. On the left wall of the service desk are various task information. Here mercenaries can choose the tasks they need to perform. On the shelves on the right, there are various drinks, which is convenient for some scattered mercenaries who freely form teams to kill the waiting time. Mei Hui and the others entered it, and the mercenaries sitting in pairs on both sides also stopped whispering and looked at each other, which invisibly caused a great sense of pressure. One of them, a tall skinny ninja with towering yellow hair and a white strip of cloth wrapped around his forehead, held a bottle of wine in his hand, walked up to everyone and looked at him. "Not bad, Inu. With a few imps, you can complete B-level tasks. and it seems that you have been able to do it recently. B-level mission? Inuyan looked at the person suspiciously. He naturally knew the person who came, and as a silver-level mercenary, the two were more or less competitors. The tall and thin young man burped and said, "Oh, you don't know yet. Just now, the captain of the rice field of the Chiba family has upgraded your mission to a B-level mission. Isn't it time to invite all of us here to a bottle? Haha, that's it." Inuyan looked at the people present and couldn't help but be speechless. It seems that this is the scene of a premeditated slaughterer? Knowing that everyone was angry, he couldn't help but respond cheerfully. If this is the case, then it must be, leave first. Of course, Inuyan knows that there are incidents of additional mission levels in the major ninja villages, but in the mercenary guild with weak competitiveness, it can only depend on the mood of the employer. This situation is not uncommon, but it is very rare. After all, no one wants to pay twice the amount of the task. Therefore, what the mercenaries are coaxing is not the B-level task itself, but the ability to allow the employer to increase the task level by itself, which is the greatest recognition of the mercenaries. Several people who were in a good mood came to the mercenary union counter and handed over the mission letter and the mercenary certificate. Tianyu peeked and saw that the mercenary certificate was pasted with photos and some personal information. Name: Inuyan, gender male, age 26, height 174 centimeters, weight 78 kilograms, ninja level Naka Shinobu country Kawanakoku, mercenary number 16650, mercenary level silver, mission experience D level 184, C level 164, B level 43, a level 8, overall mission success rate 89%. Name: Miyamahiro, pseudonym, gender female, age 15, height 161 centimeters, weight 54 kilograms, ninja level Shimoshinobu country Kawanakuni, mercenary number 32312, mercenary level bronze, mission experience D level 36, C level 28, B level 10, overall mission success rate 88%. Name: Yamanaka Harano, gender male, age 13, height 154 centimeters, weight 51 kilograms, ninja level Shimoshinobu country Kawanakoku, mercenary number 32755, mercenary level bronze, mission experience grade D 34, grade C 9, grade B 1, overall mission success rate 82%. Name: Haihara Yagamai, gender male, age 14, height 157 centimeters, weight 54 kilograms, ninja level Shimoshinobu country Iron country, mercenary number 32322, mercenary level bronze, mission experience grade D 33, level C 19, grade B 3, overall mission success rate 83%. Above is the personal mission information of the entire squad. Joint C-Class Escort Caravan Mission, escorted to the country of Kawa, Shinjuku City via the Land of Fire. Task accomplished. The waitress who handled the handover procedures was a long-haired green lady about 25 years old, with a pair of small round glasses on the bridge of her small nose, and her demeanor revealed a steady mature beauty. Dexterous fingers flipped quickly through the task sheet. After checking the mission book and the personal information of the team members, no abnormalities were found, and a red completion seal was skillfully stamped on the mission book. Then he explained, after the nature of the task has changed, the task issuer has upgraded the task level to a B-level task, and the task amount has been increased from a guaranteed base of 30,000 taels to a guaranteed amount of 80,000 taels. According to the procedure, the team contains silver-level mercenary masters, the amount is doubled, and the task amount is 160,000 taels. The waiter paused, continued to flip through the records, and continued, the mission time limit is 7 days, and it has been successfully completed. Bronze-level mercenaries, 1,000 taels per day, a total of 7 days, total 7,000 taels per person. Please take it well. Silver-level mercenaries, 2,000 taels per day, a total of 7 days, total 14,000 taels. Please take it well. A girl with short orange hair helped with her as she spoke, taking out 3 small and 1 large money bag from under the counter. Pushed to Mei Hui and several people separately. Feeling the heaviness of the money bag, the mountain field involuntarily shook it, and suddenly made the sound of silver coins colliding. The mountain wilderness, who had not yet arrived and was happy, was glared at by me and suddenly quieted down. Honestly, it's like a little girl who has been wronged. The girl with short orange hair couldn't help but smile slightly when she saw the Yamanaka Harano who was being taught. Due to the huge amount of the mission, it has been deposited in the Kawanakoku Bank. This is a check, please take it. Thank you. After Mai Hui thanked several people, Inuyan weighed the money bag, and he was also very happy. Finally, he cheerfully took out 3,000 taels to the waiter and continued, "This is the money to buy wine, give these drunkards a bottle of wine each." Hearing that there was wine to drink, the mercenaries couldn't help but start to coax. They all raised the wine bottles in their hands, signaling to drink together, enthusiastically invited Inuyan to sit down and celebrate. Inuyan is not stupid. If you sit down, then how much money bag can be left is not easy to say. Dashingly made a casual salute. "Farewell, our team has made an appointment to celebrate, everyone is free, have the opportunity to be together again." Out of the mercenary hall, turn left more than 20 meters to the Kawanakoku Bank. Due to the huge transaction volume here, in order to facilitate the caravan and mercenary transfer business, a branch has been opened here. Since Inuyan is a silver-level mercenary, he takes 50% of the total amount, 40% of ordinary zongnan, that is, 80,000 taels, and the remaining 80,000 taels are divided equally between 3 people, and each person gets 26,666 taels. This is a huge amount of money for ordinary shinobi. Note: 1. Mercenary Union. The task commission is 30%, which is not counted in the task amount for ease of reading, and the client has paid it separately. The captain's commission is 40%-50%, and the mercenary union commission is low, which is related to competitiveness. There is also no complete support system, which includes intelligence support, support teams, mission analysis, etc. Note: 2. The 5 great shinobi villages. The mission takes 50% and the captain takes 50%. There is a relatively complete support system, and most of the tasks with high difficulty coefficient are handled by the 5 major movie villages. Note: silver coins are common currency with the logo of the country on the back. 1 gold coin equals 100 taels of silver. Silver coins come in denominations of 100 taels, 10 taels, 1 taels, and 3 denominations. 1 tael silver coin equals 10 copper coin equals 10 yen. The exchange rate is calculated using decimal arithmetic. Banknotes are issued for various countries, and in most cases they do not use consultation between allies, and exchange rates will fluctuate. Banknotes come in denominations of 1,000 yen, 500 yen, 200 yen, 100 yen, 10 yen, and 1 yen. One person in the civilian class, 200 taels, can basically meet the daily needs. Is it transferred to your mercenary account? The waiter at the bank counter asked Mei Hui and the others separately. After Inuyan looked at the others, he said, "Let's all deposit them into the account." Understood. The reason why Inuyan did this was mainly because everyone had just received a generous mission subsidy, and in addition, he had harvested a lot of money in the process of eliminating the robber's lair, and all of that money was sealed by me with a sealing scroll at this time. In addition, the amount of the bounty under the mountain under Nishimura has not yet been collected, and the funds for the event are already sufficient, so there is no need to withdraw the task amount from the bank. The most important thing is that it will be inconvenient and safe to carry too much money with you. After the matter was handled, Inuyan beckoned to everyone, signaled everyone to follow him, and several people turned 2 streets and came to the bustling area of the town. This is a relatively formal restaurant. Mai Hui and several people took the menu and ordered a few of their favorite dishes. Tianyu also took the menu to look at the dishes and prices on it, thinking that they could understand the prices of the world from the side of the menu. Thanks to Mai Hui's help, Tianyu, who can only understand part of the text, ordered the following dishes. Steamed red carp 115 taels, dried roasted rapiel 120 taels, boiled beet flour 45 taels, safflower hat chicken 100 taels, rice and soup are free. Recently, it has been eating mountain goods, and Tianyu has also changed its taste to eat parallel goods. By the way, I ordered another glass of wheat wine 35 taels and a glass of fruit drink 35 taels. A total of less than 500 taels. The corner of Inuyan's mouth twitched, and he felt a little distressed about his wallet. Looking at the size of the kitten, he couldn't help but touch the belly of the kitten strangely and said, "Just your small body, it's not much bigger than a fish, right? Can you finish ordering so much? The most important thing is that you order juice, and you also order a glass of wheat wine? How many do you mean? Meow Meow want you to take care of it?" Tianyu protested with a cat's paw sweeping away Inuyan's black hand Meow. Tianyu's main purpose in ordering wheat wine is to see if it is beer. After all, he is not interested in beiju, but beer is an exception. Originally, the waitress on the side was a little reluctant to see Mei Hui and others come in with the cat, but when she saw that the cat ordered so many dishes at once, the smile never stopped. At this time, even the cat ran on the table and ignored it. Everything is important to make money there. It is worthy of being a formal restaurant with a name and surname. The efficiency is really high, less than 30 minutes, one dish after another on the table. The wildmouth water in the mountain is about to fall to the ground. Tianyu immediately took the napkin and handed it over, so as not to harm the pondfish. Soon, a pile of food was stacked in front of Tianyu, although it was not delicate enough, but it was full of color and fragrance, and it felt good after enjoying smelling it. "Let's go!" Mi looked at the Yamanaka Harano who couldn't hold on, and couldn't help but say to the Haihara Yagamai who was sitting quietly and Inuyan, who was drinking fruit wine. Inuyan's attention at this time is on the cat, looking at the palm-sized carp in front of him and the red flower hat chicken that is taller than its body. He can't help but steal pleasure. "See how you eat, this is the end of not listening to the old man." Suddenly, after hearing Mai Hui's reminder, he also said, "Since the dishes are all served, let's start. Try to eat today, you're welcome." Inuyan, who looked proud, also began to taste the dish in front of him. The movement in the mountain field on the side is particularly large, and people who don't know think that they are fighting with people. The slightly more normal one should belong to the Haihara Yagamai, who is not in a hurry at any time, and the beauty that needs to remain reserved. Ah, what a comfort! Inuyan took a big sip of wine and took a breath of air. Then he leisurely poured himself another drink. then glanced at the cat, intending to see its embarrassed appearance, and saw that the kitten was drinking wheat wine with a straw, and the dish in front of him was empty. Xiao Tian, you won't lose all those dishes, will you? Inuyan said with a serious face, littering food is not a good habit. Why, you also have to take care of it, you can't let it waste food. At this time, Mei Hui was also speechless, because just now she really watched Tianyu finish all the food. There was still a handful of chicken bones on the ground. It's just that his stomach is so small, I really don't know where everything he eats goes. Although he feels puzzled, he still explains, Senior, Xiao Tian didn't waste food, he was indeed eaten by it just now. Inuyan looked at the ground in disbelief and saw no discarded food, only a few piles of tiny bones, perhaps really finished as me said. It's just that when did this little guy eat so much, and he was not afraid to die? Turning his head and looking at the cat's normal, unseemly belly, he couldn't help but doubt life. My. As soon as he finished complaining, he saw several waiters carrying dishes in front of Tianyu one after another, bowing slightly and retreating. Mei Hui whispered quietly, Senior, I'm sorry, just now Xiao Tian ordered some more. Hearing this, Inuyan almost didn't sit still. I couldn't help but twitch the corner of my mouth. This guy is really fast enough, how do I not know when it was ordered? Just after sighing, he found that the mountain field next to him looked at him with that expectant look. Inuyan couldn't help but be startled, and was depressedly curious. You don't eat? What are you doing watching me? This one. Can the senior order a few more dishes before eating 6 points full? Oh, senior, how did you fall to the ground? No, it's nothing. It's really a half-grown child eating a poor old man, but fortunately he doesn't have a child yet. Inuyan wiped his sweat, and after confirming that he was sitting firmly, he asked strangely, didn't you order 8 dishes just now? I originally wanted to order 12 dishes, but I just felt a little embarrassed to let the seniors spend money, but just now you said don't be polite, so I decided to order 12 more dishes. Yamanaka Harano was a little aggrieved, praying look, shining eyes, people can't bear to refuse. Can you be less honest as a person? Inuyan wordlessly steadied the stool and said, aren't you 6 points full? If you want another 12 dishes, you must not waste it? Yamanaka Harano touched the back of his head a little embarrassed, and said with a look of anticipation, seniors don't know something, the food here is good, I plan to bring some back to my sister. Maybe she's still hungry now. Really a good brother. Inuyan twitched the corners of his mouth again. With these two foodie duos, it seems that today is indeed going to spend a little. Ziyang the stuffy yellow fish 150 taels, steamed white arowana 140 taels, boiled yellow cauliflower 50 taels, while burnt yellow rabbit 190 taels, special mandarin juice 60 taels, clear flower fruit wine. Watching one dish after another being served again, Inu began to doubt life. Thank you for your patronage. A total of 6,300 taels. Inuyan touched the half-shriveled money bag, glanced at Yamanaka Nohara and said, you can eat so much, does your mother know? And you're still laughing. Tianyu looked at Inuyan and patted the shriveled money bag, forced a smile, comforted Meow a few times, don't worry, Meow, next time I will treat you to something delicious. Through Mi's translation, the corner of Inuyan's mouth twitched, delicious? Are you sure it wasn't a mouse caught from which hole? As night falls, the lights come on. People walking in groups stagger and talk to each other, creating a lively scene. Along the way, Mi also bought a lot of gadgets. Yamanaka Harano bought 2 masks, and Inuyan, who was clever and moved, also bought a few ghostly masks, which may not be able to be used when performing tasks in the future. Finally, Mei Hui and the others came to an empty square, and Mei Hui took out the space scroll and spread it on the ground and said, this is some money found in the nest of the thieves, let's divide it equally, right? After seeing Mei Hui pinching the 2 handprints, she said, solution. With a slight sound, the faint smoke dispersed, and a pile of silver coins and banknotes appeared on the ground, and several people probably counted them, totaling more than 200,000 taels. Everyone was divided into 4 parts, but Tianyu was not happy, and quickly ran to the pile of money and meowed in protest. Everyone was puzzled, and Mei Hui translated with a meow. Xiao Tian said that it also has to share a share. It has also been forced. It also said that there will be such a good thing in the future, but you can't forget it. At this time, everyone remembered that Qinyi was taken away, and it was the cat who snatched Qinyi back regardless of life and death, otherwise they would not have a later B-level mission. It's just that everyone's focus is not on this. Inuyan asked a few people's doubts with a strange look and said, what do you want money for a cat? Tianyu glanced at Inuyan. Now there is no money living in the city, and when you see something you like, you still can't meow everywhere? So he took out the paper and pen he asked for from Chiba from the space, drew a silver coin and a book, and drew an arrow between the two, indicating that he wanted money to buy a book. This inspiration is also what Tianyu learned from illustrated storybooks in the process of learning, plus some words, which can also express communication to some extent. Buy books? Inuyan stumbled in surprise. Really, what a literate cat. Then Tianyu wrote a word on the paper. Others understood, did not expect that this little cat silently could write. This is a bit amazing. Everyone was surprised. This cat's IQ is very high. Later, Tianyu took out 3 little wolves from the space and pushed them in front of several people, signaling them to accept them. Ming, got it. So, Tianyu finally won his first pot of gold coins in this world. A total of 50,000 taels. In addition, there is a matter of how to get the bounty under the mountain of Nishimura, and we will gather here tomorrow to discuss it separately, right? After a busy day, everyone must be tired, so let's go back to rest tonight. After Mei Hui finished speaking, she looked at everyone and seemed to be asking their opinions. Inuyan also said with a solemn face, this is indeed a problem, you need to prepare well, there may be a vicious fight. People in that place are not all good people. Mei Hui and the others also nodded thoughtfully. See you tomorrow then. After a few people parted, Tianyu, who was lying on Mei Hui's shoulder, curiously looked at the crowd, walked through the bustling street, and came to a residential area. Mei Hui said to Tianyu, remember the road? This will be your home from now on. Miao Tianyu nodded in response. Mei Hui opens the courtyard door, and the first thing she sees is a set of exquisite stone tables in the center of the courtyard, the top of which is covered by a dense canopy. Almost the entire yard is covered in it. I think it's a great place to chill out in summer. Ha! Aroma? Tianyu looked over and found that there were some unknown varieties of pink flowers planted in the flower bed enclosure under the wall, and a faint fragrance was coming from it this moment. The blue stone road on the grass is exceptionally clean and bright, apparently the result of someone taking care of it from time to time. At this moment, the door of the left room opened, and out came an aunt about 40 years old, buttoning her clothes as she walked and said, Miss, you are back, have you eaten? If you haven't eaten it, I'll go get you a few side dishes. After Mei Hui took her bag, she said apologetically, Aunt Hanaji, I'm really sorry to wake you up. No need to be busy, I've already eaten out. Oh, so, did you adopt this little one? It's so cute. I knew it was the result. Tianyu shrank back in disgust, still not escaping her clutches. Mei Hui looked at Xiao Tian, who was picked up, and explained, this is Xiao Tian, and he will live with us in the future. I'll go take a shower first, and you arrange a room for Xiao Tian. After speaking, Mei Mei entered the room alone. Leave one person, one cat, 2 eyes to each other. Just for a moment, Hua Ji reacted, and said with a smile, my little baby, I will definitely get you a good place to live, and I will take more care of it in the future. After that, he also gave a small kiss on the kitten's cheek, of course, where would Tianyu let her succeed, and easily avoided the sneak attack. Seeing that she didn't succeed or lose it, she let the cat spin around the yard, while she went to the kitchen to build a small nest for the cat. Tianyu was attracted by a lone purple flower in the corner. Before coming closer, I smelled the faint incense, and there was actually a calming effect. This is not an ordinary flower. Meow. At this time, there was a cat sound above the wall, and Tianyu looked for prestige, and it turned out to be a fat cat with a black body. At this time, he was looking at himself with both eyes hooked. Well, what to see? Just when Tianyu Fox was suspicious, the fat cat suddenly spoke, new boy, this is my territory, hurry up and get out. I fuck, the cat talked. Tianyu was surprised and reacted, isn't he a cat? It's strange to be able to understand cat language. After thinking about it for a while, he understood that this was coming to grab territory, and the bored Tianyu thought about teasing it for a while. Jumping up from the yard, the fat black cat was obviously startled, and hurriedly retreated, keeping a certain safe distance. Well, this cat doesn't seem to be easy to mess with. Tianyu pressed towards the cat step by step. The adult and fat cat cowered a little, was forced by Tianyu to the top of the house, and then asked tremblingly, you, what do you want to do? I'm an organized cat, if you dare to mess around, my organization won't let you go. You know what an organization is, right? The fat cat is afraid that this unscrupulous brat does not understand what the organization is, and he will be beaten in vain, so he does not forget to hurriedly remind him. If the other party does not understand the power of the organization, it is better to popularize science in time. Organization? The cat is also organized. It seems that things are getting more and more interesting. Meow. Tianyu was full of question marks, but soon became interested, and continued. Meow, what organization? Can you take me to see it? This is not impossible. The fat cat saw that Tianyu was frightened by himself, felt that he could do it again, raised his teeth, and said, Meow, do you also want to join the organization? Seeing that you are so pitiful, I will reluctantly accept this little brother of yours. Hey, why are you talking to yourself? When did I say I was joining the organization? Tianyu gave it a blank look, and, who said that you want to be your little brother? Don't look at your sluggishness. It's just that now Tianyu is not easy to turn his face. First go to see what the hell its so-called organization is. The fat cat who walked a few steps saw that Tianyu did not follow, and couldn't help stopping, signaling Tianyu to follow, and said as he walked, Meow, come with me, I'll take you to see my boss. In the future, you will call me Brother Columbus, remember? Tianyu meowed casually, and complained in his heart, why don't you call Columbus? The two cats ran on the roof of the residential area, but whenever they touched the street, they crossed the canopy of trees on the side of the street, and they passed all the way. Soon, the two cats slipped above the roof into an abandoned farmhouse. Before entering, Tianyu smelled a strong cat smell. Obviously this is what Corinth called headquarters. Before the two cats entered, the Columbus shouted, "Meow boss, boss, I have a new little brother." Meow. Before the words were finished, I saw that the Corinth who had just entered was kicked out by a cool cat, and flew directly out of the farmhouse and rolled on the ground. The cool cat boss glanced at Tianyu on the side and ignored it, but walked to the Corinth who was rolling on the ground, and said in a meowing voice, "I told you not to shout and shout in the middle of the night. The newly found base we finally found cannot be discovered by those humans." Immediately after, a dozen cats of different colors followed, chirping and meowing. Tianyu on the side finally understood. It turned out that after these cats gathered more, they called around every day, and as a result, they disturbed the people, and they were driven by those residents to this dilapidated farmhouse where no one lived. It's really a hard life, and after communication, I learned that the components of these cats are very complicated, including stray cats and domestic cats, and even wild cats, that is, wild cats in the mountains. What surprised Tianyu was that this one-eyed Totoro boss turned out to be a legendary ninja cat. After the death of its owner, homeless, he made his home here and gathered a group of cats to provide services for themselves, such as food, mating, and fighting for territory. This cat's IQ is not low. Tianyu thought in his heart whether to take it under his command, whether it is to inquire about intelligence or do errands in the future. There will be an errand runner, right? Thinking of Tianyu here, he couldn't help but be happy. Little no, how? Did you find a very happy Meow who organized it? The one-eyed Totoro boss lay on the grass pile with Erlang's legs up and said to Tianyu who was having silly music, "Don't stand silly. After completing the ceremony, you can officially join the Ben Meow organization, which is called the Cat and Cat Group. If you join the organization and are bullied, the organization will help you take revenge." How? Isn't it a great Meow? The boss said that the ritual is to kneel down and obey. Meow. At this time, Corinth, who ran back with a fart, added. The cat boss waited leisurely for Tianyu to bend his knees and submit. That Tianyu, who was still pretending to be stupid for a long time, did not mean that, and couldn't help but be a little annoyed. It seems that this little guy doesn't understand. Just as he was wondering if he wanted to teach this ignorant little point a lesson, Tianyu spoke. How did you become the cat boss? The cat boss looked at the little but in front of him, and he saw that he was a little fart who had just come out of the nest, and he really didn't know if it was the right choice to accept him, and he had to wipe his ass for him. But for the sake of his young age, the cat boss still patiently explained, "Do you know the meaning of the boss? That is, the meaning of the leader. In this group of cats, I am the strongest. Meow. You will listen to me in the future." Got it, Meow. Oh, so, as long as the strongest can be the boss? So can I also be the boss? Meow. Tianyu, who suddenly realized, said to himself, and accidentally said the calculation in his heart. The one-eyed chinchilla boss couldn't help but laugh greatly, squinted at the carring Corinth on the side, and said gloomily, "The silly boy you found there, you go and teach it a lesson, let it know what is called a beating from society." Corinth was very aggrieved. It knew that Tianyu was not easy to mess with, and a puff of smoke cowered and hid in a pile of debris, only revealing a cat's head, meowing timidly. The one-eyed chinchilla boss saw this guy's instigation, and couldn't help but be angry. Waste, what a waste cat. With angry eyes, he beckoned a black cat who was guarding the door and shouted, "Chief Jing, you go." Meow meow. When the black cat Jing heard the boss's greeting, he immediately became bold, looked fierce, and rushed towards Tianyu. Black cat? Sheriff? What a thing, fuck off. The black cat who was guarding the door just rushed to Tianyu, and before he could figure out what was going on, as soon as he saw it, the sky and the earth turned upside down, and the whole cat flew out of the shed. Then, the whole cat shed fell silent. At the beginning, the cat boss has always maintained a contemptuous attitude towards Tianyu, so that he didn't bother to see how the black cat sheriff was flown just now, but after knowing that this little bit was a little powerful, he had to pay attention to it. It looks like a set. Meow Shinashuk, you're on. A large wild cat with dull yellow markings all over its body walked out of the cat group with grinning teeth. Tianyu looked around. This guy was very big. It seemed to be the #1 general under the cat boss, and Tianyu, who was already lying on the thatch, couldn't help but get up to deal with it. Meow dash. After a fierce cat sound, Shinashuk, the big wild cat, also turned heaven and earth upside down and flew out of the house. All the cats looked at each other, all looked at the cat boss. The cat boss also had a blindfolded face. Where did the Columbus find the little brother? It's just to find a big brother for myself. It's really infuriating. In the face of a strong competitor that he has never seen before, the cat boss also has to take seriously the little one in front of him. At this time, there seemed to be a tense atmosphere condensed in the entire house. All the cats also looked at Tianyu and the cat boss in the center one by one. The two cats looked at each other, and it seemed that an earth-shattering battle would break out in the next moment. The two cats remained motionless, as if time had stopped. The cat boss spoke at this time. Boy, you're good, but that's the end of your good fortune today. I'll show you the power of ninja cats. Oh, here it came. Tianyu also came to the spirit. This is the first time he fought against the legendary ninja cat. He is also curious, what kind of level his strength is in the ninja cat. Okay, meow. So let me see your power? Does this kid not know that the ninja cat is powerful, or is this kid also a ninja cat? That's right, not ninja cats can't be so confident. Thinking of this, the cat boss also had to become solemn, and immediately chakra condensed under his feet, and meowed, ninfa, the four-legged technique. Tianyu's eyes widened, which was very similar to the ninjutsu he had developed. It's just that it seems to be a little more clever, worthy of the name of ninjutsu. Ninfa, the four-legged technique. Through chakra, it condenses on the limbs to strengthen the strength and speed of the limbs. Swish snap dash just between the electric flint, two black shadows filled the entire house, and the cat's eyes also followed the cat shadows in the fierce battle to move left and right, overwhelmed. The cat boss also understood at this time, no wonder the previous one or two moves were solved. This little one is not only a ninja cat, but his strength is not yet below him. It's just that in terms of combat experience alone, he is still slightly higher. Just when the cats were about to cheer up the cat boss suddenly saw a cat's paw change from small to large, and then he felt a pain on his cheek. Snap dash, the cat boss only had time to let out a long and painful scream and flew out of the house. Meow meow. In the house, the cats were silent. This guy in Corinth is even more frightened to get into the grass, but honestly, if you want to hide, don't expose your ass outside? Tianyu was speechless. How could he have a sense of seeing the bell? Too lazy to bother with it. The strong are honored. This is an immutable law in the animal kingdom. How about meow, are you willing to be my subordinate? In the shed, the same group of cats, only this time changed to Tianyu hugging the beauty, holding Erlang's legs. They're looking at a group of cats in front of him and said, carry out the ceremony. So the group of cats obeyed. After the ceremony, Tianyu lazily sighed and said, I heard you say just now that there are many territories here that have been occupied by other cat families, right? Yes, meow boss. The group of cats couldn't help nodding in response. Tianyu thought for a moment before continuing, this way, meow, you guys will call me a cat fairy in the future. I don't like the title of the boss. What is your name? Tianyu pointed to the cat boss, and after the cat boss reacted, he responded timidly, boss. My name is Cat Food. This name was obtained, and Tianyu was unable to complain because there were too many slots. Then said majestically, call me a cat fairy in the future. Got it, meow. Cat Food responded nervously, yes, Cat Immortal, very good. In the future, you will be the #1 general under me. The leader here is still you. You only need to be responsible to me. The usual affairs, or you are in charge. I will not interfere too much. I don't have that time. Got it. Meow, obey. What does it mean to know that your status has not been lost, but that you have an additional boss? Cat Food is happy again. Tianyu glanced at the cat food that he felt he had done again, and couldn't help but sigh. What a simple cat, so easy to satisfy. The cat food shook his tail attentively, leaning on Tianyu and asking, by the way, cat fairy, what does the cat fairy mean? Yes, meow, what is a cat fairy? Tell us about it. Inside the house, the cats were booing. Tianyu stared at the cat eyes, looking at these cats in front of him. These guys called the cat immortal for a long time, but they didn't even know what the cat immortal was? One barks more than the other. It's really a dog. It seems that it is necessary to popularize science, otherwise it will not be laughed to death in the future? Tianyu cleared his throat and explained the word cat in the cat fairy is you and me. This is the meaning of cat, you understand this. Immortal means to have powerful and incredible power. Man is what you call human beings. Taken together, it is a cat immortal, that is, a cat with more power than humans, understand? The group of cats shouted with a confused look. It's so difficult to understand. Meow. The corner of Tianyu's mouth twitched. The IQ of these guys is not enough to see and then said, this is good. I will let you see the power of the cat fairy, so that you will understand. Cat Food, come here, get closer. Cat Food didn't know what Tianyu was going to do. In short, the boss called it passed, and then Tianyu pointed to its blind eye and said, what do you think this is? The Wea dash. As soon as the words fell, Tianyu condensed a green chakra energy on his paws, and with more and more energy gathered, the entire house was gradually brightened by this green chakra energy. A burst of warm green light rushed to the cat food like a stream of water, and in less than a moment, the entire body of the cat food was wrapped in this warm green chakra flame. The shocked cat food immediately felt that his eyes began to tickle, and wanted to scratch the itch with his paws, but was stopped by Tianyu. However, in the eyes of other cats, this situation is a green energy wrapped around the damaged eyes of the cat food. In less than a moment, the green light disappeared, and the cat food recovered from its unbearable itching state. Then, gradually, it found that the eyes, which had lost their light, brightened again, and changed from blurry to clear. How are my eyes? That's all right? Shocked, it couldn't help but kneel down towards Tianyu and meowed, respected cat immortal, in the future, my cat food will follow your footsteps, please treat me as a servant, right? This incident is undoubtedly a bombshell in this group of cats. For a while, the whole cat shed from time to time noisy cat calls. People who don't know still think that the cats are fighting. The matter is not over. After several green flames hit several of the cats who were lame due to injuries, those cats with limited mobility also became alive and jumpy. They all surrounded Tianyu and meowed non-stop. This is a show of intimacy, and Tianyu did not refuse. What the hell is a servant? After understanding, I learned what the servant in the mouth of the cat food meant. It turned out that there is a spiritual contract in the ninja cat. Once the contract is signed with humans or the same kind, then the contracted person will leave a trace of the spiritual seed in the master's mind. After the contract is completed, it is equivalent to the contractee selling himself clean, which can also be understood as an unreserved surrender. In this state, all the thoughts of the contracted cannot escape the spiritual reading of the master. Once the owner dies, the spiritual seeds remaining in the master's brain will also die, and the contracted person will have cerebral palsy at light, or die directly. It can be said that this is a secret technique of life and death. For cats who advocate freedom, this spirit is controlled, and the loss of freedom and unequal contracts has long become a legendary secret technique, and only cat food, a down-and-out cat beast, still retains the method of use. The reason why cat food is willing to sign such an unequal contract in addition to repaying grace is that it has seen the strength of Tianyu. This extraordinary strength makes it feel that this cat, which calls itself a cat fairy, will become a powerful character. It is worth following him for the rest of his life. The more you lose, the more you gain. According to cat food, signing such a master-servant contract with the same kind has a huge advantage, that is, the spirit of the contracted exists in the mind of the owner, and indirectly forms a state similar to spiritual unity. The master has absolute control. Not only can he read the spiritual sea of the contracted person at will, but he can also use the convenience of the spiritual contract to easily impart ninjutsu and knowledge. The contracted person gains great power from it, which can better protect the safety of the owner. A benign master-servant relationship is formed. Oh, can it still be like this? Isn't this the equivalent of copying and pasting between computers? Hearing this, Tianyu was very interested, so that he could use this contract secret technique to collect the little brother. Tianyu, who just thought of this, immediately got the cat food to explain, and 2 requirements are required to complete such a contract. First, only if both parties sincerely agree and there is no resistance, the ceremony can be successfully completed, which is the basis of the contract. Second, this technique also has a feature, that is, mental control. The other party's spiritual seed is formed in his mind, and he must pay twice his spiritual power to wrap and control the other party's spiritual seed, otherwise he will be in a state of loss of control. So under normal circumstances, a cat's mental power can only sign such a contract once, so cat food feels like it has made a lot of money. Rejoice for having a thick leg hug. Looking at the happy appearance of the cat food, Tianyu is also ill. Where does it know that the total amount of Tianyu's spirit is not comparable to ordinary cats? Because of the existence of this contract, he can cultivate his junior brother more safely and quickly. Anyway, it is beneficial to him and harmless. Of course, Tianyu is not too afraid of these cats ghosting. After a short period of getting along, he found that these cats had one thing in common, that is, they were pure and white. In layman's terms, it is very simple, very idiotic. The heart is simple and easy to satisfy. Immediately, Tianyu said to the cat food, I agree to your proposal. Then make a contract, right? Really? That's great. Dear cat fairy. Cat food knows that if he misses this opportunity, he will regret it later. The benefits of entering into a contract are self-evident. Being able to follow a strong owner, especially if this owner is also a cat family, then even if he accidentally dies, he is also a cat shadow who can become the owner with a high probability. There is undoubtedly one more life. Cat food and Tianyu came to a compartment, and then kept circling around Tianyu, and kept making a meowing sound, as if some kind of ceremony was being performed. Then a strange pattern appeared above its head, and the cat food signaled Tianyu to communicate with its consciousness, and once the cat food agreed, then the contract was completed. Tianyu is not slack, using spiritual will to sense the light and shadow with cumbersome lines, and the will just approached and felt a faint suction, a bit like the suction of a magnet, and then naturally connected together, until the complicated light and shadow fusion dissipated. Boom! Suddenly, Tianyu's spiritual sea seemed to have experienced a supernova explosion, and his entire mind fell into a blank state. I don't know how long it took, maybe it was just a moment. Tianyu found that his panel was restless and quickly opened it to take a look. Well? Spiritual power directly increased by 40 points, close to a quarter of the total spiritual value. Actually improved so much? Is this a way to boost spiritual power? As soon as this idea was generated, it was dispelled by Tianyu, and since he was spiritually connected with the cat food, as the owner, he naturally received some relevant information about this secret technique. It can be said that this secret technique provides spiritual power for itself due to the need for control, but also restrains its spiritual power. If it is expressed by numerical values, then while increasing 40 spiritual power, the restrained spiritual power reaches 80 points. After one increase and one decrease, he lost the right to use 40 spiritual power. Ninjutsu, the four-legged technique, condenses chakra on the limbs and increases strength and speed by 50%. Although it is useless, it is directly copied for Tianyu, who has few ninjutsu. Contract, master and servant contract. Both parties to the contract must sincerely agree and have no resistance to successfully conclude the contract. The contracted person will store his spiritual seed in the master's spiritual consciousness seed without reservation, in exchange for the greatest relationship of trust. Ninjutsu Shunfang technique can use chakra and spiritual power to interpret certain sound information from the wind. This ability looks good, but from the memory of the cat food, this ninjutsu is a chicken rib, because it's uncontrollable. You can't hear what you want to hear, and you can hear a sound that you don't want to hear hundreds of kilometers away. So, it's all about luck getting the information you want. It is not as good as the cat's own keen hearing, although the effective range is only nearly 100 meters, but the ability to obtain information in a directional manner is high. It's really pitiful, no wonder the masters are hanging. As a ninja beast, you will have these two abilities? Not only is the combat power weak, but even the ninjutsu similar to perception is so weak. But it doesn't matter, with me you just wait to take off. Tianyu, who is the master in the sea of spiritual consciousness, has absolute dominance. For example, you can take the initiative to connect or cut off the spiritual connection between the two parties. You can also directly obtain relevant ninjutsu memories and experience of using them directly from the other party's spiritual consciousness sea. You can also take the initiative to use spiritual transmission to let the other party learn their own ninjutsu instantly, which is equivalent to the data transmission between the mobile phone and the computer. Of course, this special benefit can only be between the same kind, and if the contractor is a human being, then it is impossible to interpret the information in the sea of consciousness at the level of spiritual resonance. Not only is the spiritual frequency not right, but the ninjutsu of ninja beasts and humans are not common. Even the logical understanding of the two sides is vastly different. For IQ reasons, ninjas are not capable of creating a wide variety of ninjutsu uses like humans. This is also the reason why ninja beasts rarely know other ninjutsu other than natural skills. Tianyu, who had received the benefits, also had to sigh at the magic of this contract secret technique. Maybe it may not be so useful for others, but for you who rely on the system, this is a very practical secret. You know, why can't the ninja beast's ability be good? In the end, it is not because of the IQ of the ninja beasts, many advanced ninjutsu they can't learn, or that the learning period is too long, and the time and money spent on cultivating high-end ninja beasts cannot be measured. See Kanaha's Inyazuka Tooth. In order to cultivate their own ninja beasts, the two must constantly practice, cooperate, and create new ninjutsu, even for some particularly powerful combined ninjutsu. Tianyu, on the other hand, does not need these at all, because he is also a ninja cat, so the ninjutsu obtained from the system can be seamlessly connected and used by ninja cats. So with this secret technique, it is simple and fast to want such a loyal subordinate as strong cat food. C-grade sneak, C-grade cat body technique, raid, C-grade cat ninja technique, chakra extraction technique, spirit teleportation. The cat food sitting quietly on the side suddenly sensed 3 more pieces of information in his mind. Information and spirit are fused, and before you know it, cat food has mastered the essentials of using these 3 physical techniques, which can be called divine speed. Although it is not immediately possible to bring out 100% of the essence of these 2 ninjutsu techniques, with a little practice on weekdays, integration is just a matter of course. The cat food, who had obtained the benefits, crouched on the ground excitedly, and said incoherently gratefully, thank the master for the gift, and will definitely live up to the master's trust. Well, it's good, it's just that it's a little unaccustomed to calling me master, and you still call me big brother in the future. You will be my brother from now on. Get up. Meow. The heart of the cat food is extremely excited, because of the mental reason, it can clearly sense the true emotions of Tianyu, and immediately meows excitedly. Tianyu looked at the excited cat food and couldn't help but be relieved. Okay, I know. Ha. No? Knowing a ghost, how can Tianyu understand the mood of cat food to obtain 3 awesome ninjutsu at the moment? You must know that even in famous families, it takes years to obtain these 3 ninjutsu, not to mention that this isn't the case of instant acquisition. Powerful ninjutsu for ninja cats, this is the foundation of life, where dignity lies. Tianyu, who was in a good mood, also obtained the use of this contract secret method as he wished, and he really made a lot of money. Not only obtained a loyal subordinate, but also obtained such a powerful contract secret technique, and tonight was really a good thing. The 2 cats walked out of the compartment, and the cats were envious. Since then, Tianyu has had an additional reliable subordinate, and instructed the cat food to teach the cats to practice chakra and ninjutsu. When the cats heard that they could also learn ninjutsu and become powerful ninja cats, they immediately meowed excitedly, and the whole house exploded for a while. Tianyu was speechless. I'm afraid that you guys are going to change headquarters again, right? The cats were startled, only to find that there was a huge wild boar in the place when the smoke cleared. The cats turned around the wild boar and sighed at the magic of Tianyu. Is this the cat immortal? Truly awesome. Tianyu invisibly installed bee. I don't know if this bee is useful for this group of cats. Tell them to eat this wild boar and then practice chakra extraction, because wild boars can increase the relationship of chakra, and after they eat it, there will be a trace of chakra left in their bodies, and then practice chakra extraction, so that they can more easily sense the residual trace of chakra in the body. After a night of patient teaching, 4 of the cats have been able to initially sense the presence of chakra, and under the stimulation of this role model, the cats can't help but meow excitedly. Throughout the night, the whole house was filled with the excited cat barking from time to time. The whiteness of the fish belly appeared in the sky, the darkness was about to dissipate, and it was time for Tianya to return home, otherwise me found that she was missing and nagged. Instruct the cat food to urge the cats to cultivate hard and become stronger, so that they can come in handy when needed. When he returned home, there was only the chirping of crickets in the quiet small courtyard, and Tianya saw that the door of Mi's room was not closed, so he got in, lay on a seat similar to a sofa, and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Tianyu, whose ears moved, woke up from his slumber. Looking at the busy flowers outside the house, and the fragrance wafting in the air, Tianya knew that she was making breakfast at this time. Mi is tidying up her hairstyle on the dresser, and today's hairstyle is different from the past, no longer the long hair of the shawl, but the hair behind the coil, only the long hair in 2 parts of the flowing sea. It looks like the kind of hair that Sakura coiled up, and it looks more mature and stable. After a night's rest, Mei Hui is full of energy again, and it is good to be young. Tianya thought leisurely with a yawn, and then continued to close his eyes and go back to sleep. Because he knows that there is still a big war to be fought today, it is better to step up and recuperate. Just when Tianyu had a beautiful dream, his body was shaken, slowly woke up, saw that it was Mai Hui, stunned for a moment, only then knew that he had missed the delicious fish and meat meal in the dream. Just a few seconds away, he could bite. Forget it, it's all fake. After thinking about it, Tianyu will no longer be entangled in those fish in the dream. Tianyu, who was brought to the dining table, saw a fish on the table. So my plan was to buy intelligence as a cover, and of course we did buy intelligence. Intelligence of Hikaru Nishi Murata. Everyone nodded thoughtfully. Inu continued. As long as we don't notice our true purpose, we are safe. But the necessary preparation is still to be prepared, in case of emergency. Mai Hui and several people feel that this arrangement is also reasonable, and if it is accidentally exposed, there are also traps as a backhand. This is the first scenario. The second option is that we take a portion of the bounty. In the mercenary union, we were invited to meet us with familiar and honest people, such as my sister and brother-in-law, who I could trust, and both of them were middle-level and silver-level mercenaries. With their escort, our security has undoubtedly increased a lot. What do you think? If you have someone you can trust, you can invite 2 more. Form a squad. Yamanaka Harano thought for a moment and asked, how much does your sister and brother-in-law's commission cost? Not much, friendship price. If there is a fight, the 2 need to pay a total of 40,000 taels, and if there is no shot, it will be halved. Inuyan made a reassuring expression that I am doing errands. You are relieved. Well, it's really not much, it's equivalent to the price of a sea-level mission. Less than a quarter of the bounty amount. You must know that there are no ninja battles in the content of the sea-level mission, which is indeed a very favorable friendship price. Yamanaka Harano muttered and silently calculated for a while, then looked at me and Yagamai to see what their opinions were. Mi is different from the mountain wilderness, she does not have much need for money, and her participation in mercenaries is nothing more than to increase her actual combat experience and strengthen her own experience. Yagamai, on the other hand, has an indifferent attitude and is a very good person in the eyes of everyone. Soon, everyone decided to choose the second option. First scenario. Design traps, which are troublesome and cost a lot of detonators. There is a feeling that the gains outweigh the losses. Second scenario. The biggest problem is trust. If this premise can be achieved, then it is undoubtedly the most flexible, cost-effective, and secure solution. After all, they are also dealing with this situation for the first time and cannot make effective judgments. Since Inu felt the need to set up these insurance measures, everyone had no opinion. Soon, the action plan was set. Me and the others were responsible for purchasing some supplies, and Inu Yan went to contact and help. Everyone agreed to meet at the North Gate at 2 p.m., because the destination of the trip was 40 miles west of the fishing port town. There hides the headquarters of a bounty hunter. The sun was shining, and me and the others who had purchased the items waited for Inu Yan's arrival at the gate of the city, followed by a man and a woman. The man was tall, with curly blonde hair, and dressed very well. The woman is a little similar to Inu Yan, very slim, and Inu Yan has the same black hair, and is very hotly dressed. I have heard about your affairs. You need to be careful in this operation, the risk of combat is very high. We will try to cooperate with you. Inu Yan's sister looked at me and said. Inu Yan stepped forward and continued, this is my sister, Inu Kang. This is my brother-in-law, Yamamura Koshiren. After the introduction, he introduced Mei Hui and the others one by one, and continued, these are now my teammates, sisters, brothers-in-law, you can take more care of them in the future. Well, no problem. The Yamamura you people nodded and replied, please advise more in the future. After getting to know each other, several people hired 2 carriages and set off towards the fishing port town. The 20-kilometer journey was neither close nor far, and because there was enough time and did not want to attract too much attention, everyone decided to hire a horse-drawn carriage to get around, which could also better save physical strength. During the carriage marching, Tianyu took out that special rainbow dried fish and gave it to the 3 Inu Yan, 1 copy each. After my wise explanation, everyone also knew how precious this thing was. Inu Yan looked at the exquisite dishes in front of him, and his appetite increased. As soon as he entered, he immediately felt the change of chakra, and this pure chakra was not comparable to those prey that Xiao Tian had brought back. After carefully feeling the increase in chakra, he couldn't help but be surprised. This is a good thing, it can even offset my 12 days of hard practice. Tianyu was also a little surprised to hear this. The increase in special rainbow dried fish was only 100 chakra, however, according to Mai Huai, it was to offset her 3 days of cultivation. From here, it can be learned that Mai Huai's normal cultivation can obtain about 33 chakras every day. It was 13 days to get to Anu. So according to this data, if he does not have the special chakra meat he provides, can he refine 8 chakra points a day? Until this moment, Tianyu did not know how amazing his chakra acquisition was. Thinking of Tianyu here, he suddenly felt that his progress speed was probably also at the level of a tailed beast, right? Mei Hui looked at Tianyu's surprised and disgusted appearance and probably knew what he was thinking. He then explained ninja between the ages of 5 and 18 is the period when chakra grows the fastest, and it is also the most important period for cultivation. This age is also the most likely age to become a ninja. Once this age is exceeded, the growth rate of the body begins to decline, and the speed of refining chakra will gradually slow down, which is related to the growth mechanism of the body. Take Inu Senpai as an example. Normal ordinary men begin to stop growing at the age of 24, and people beyond this age want to cultivate chakra, and the difficulty factor is much higher. After a pause, he seemed to think of something, and asked Xiangnaka Harano, how much has your chakra grown? Yamanaka Harano carefully sensed the amount of chakra's growth and said, it's about 6 times the amount of cultivation in normal times. That is, the equivalent of more than 6 days. More than 6 days? A day is equivalent to 16 chakra, twice as much as a Inu Yan. Well, so it was. Tianyu nodded secretly. Now you understand, right? Although it is the same food, there are differences in the amount of chakra obtained at different age groups. If a new senpai is over 30 years old, it will become more difficult to improve chakra. Hearing this, Inu Yan's face suddenly turned pig's liver color, and he looked at me resentfully. Feelings, which pot are you not mentioning? Take me as a typical example, and expose my scars? Haha, me also noticed that what she said was a little too much. He smiled awkwardly and said, understood, Xiao Tian. Talking to you so much, I hope you can understand that it is necessary to accumulate chakra while you are young, and only then will enough chakra use more advanced ninjutsu in the future. Otherwise, even if you have advanced ninjutsu, you can't use more powerful techniques because of the lack of chakra. Ha! Just say it? Why do you say when you look at me? Yamanaka Harano seems to have been hit by an arrow in the heart. Miao Mei Hui is right. At my age, it is basically hopeless to quickly cultivate chakra, and I can only rely on water grinding kung fu day by day to accumulate a lot. But now, although Inu Yan did not finish speaking, everyone knew what he meant and nodded clearly. After me and Inu Yan's explanation, Tianyu's understanding of chakra has improved a big step, and he also knows the reason why the number of ninjas is so rare. This is a world where you will be a big step behind others without prerequisite resources, and once you are past your age, it is basically hopeless to become a ninja. Soon, after everyone arrived in the fishing port town, me and Inu acted separately. The main task of the latter two is to respond, which is inconvenient to expose. If the enemy learns that there are 2 Naka shinobi accompanying him, then it will attract a more powerful enemy. Therefore, the so-called reception is to make the enemy mistakenly believe that the target is only 4 people, so there is a high probability that only 5 to 6 people will be sent. Because the more people involved, the less money will be distributed when sharing the loot. After more than 10 minutes, the group came to the edge of a village, which was very different from a normal village, because the people walking around here were either samurai or ninjas. The composition of the buildings is also very simple, most of them are service places, and obviously there are not many permanent residents. After observing for a while, Inu led me and the 3 towards the village gate. At this time, 2 samurai dressed in black jumpsuits were chatting at the door, and when they saw me and greeted them, one of them was a tall thin man who stopped me and asked, "What are you doing here?" By intelligence. Inu Yan looked at the 2 samurai and responded indifferently. After the 2 samurai nodded to each other to confirm that there was no problem, they explained some precautions and signaled that me and the others could enter on their own. After entering the village, there were not many pedestrians in the entire street, and it looked deserted. Everyone stopped when they reached the tallest building in the center of the village, and me looked up and saw the word Sakya written on the door sign. Inu led me and several people up the stairs, pushed open the door rail, and walked in. Squeak dash. The sound of the doorbar caused many samurai and ninjas inside to squint, making me and the others feel a huge pressure. Inu Yan pretended to be relaxed, looked left and right casually, and then walked to the batai and tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. Is there anything I can do to help you? The waiter at the bar is a man with short black hair about 27 to 29 years old, who is wiping the freshly cleaned cup at this time, and without looking back, he puts the cleaned cup on a metal rack and then turns around and asks. Inuyan said unhurriedly, let's first have a bottle of wheat wine and 3 glasses of juice. Please use it slowly. In less than a moment, the bar attendant skillfully filled the wheat wine and juice, and gently pushed it in front of Inuyan and me and the others. A few people found a position against the wall and sat down, and began to taste it. Mei Mei and several people were not in a hurry, and they all silently cooperated with Inuyan's performance. This was one of the things they agreed upon at the beginning. It is a strategy to weaken their arrival with a very casual, purposeless appearance. Because the people who come here have different purposes, some are to receive bounties, some are to buy intelligence, some are to issue bounty orders, and even more are bounty hunters who are stationed here to complete bounty missions to obtain funds. As long as they cannot determine the purpose of themselves and others at the beginning, then the sense of existence of themselves and others will weaken invisibly. Security increases accordingly. Mei Mei carefully looked at the interior space of this pub, which was about 300 square meters, and there were almost idle people sitting in front of each table. Mei Hui was looking at them, and they were also looking at Mei Hui and several people, but when their eyes met, they would stop looking at each other. Otherwise, it is easy to produce some bad misunderstandings. Of course, all this tacit understanding has nothing to do with the kitten. Tin you can look back at the gaze that is scanning himself and the others without scruples, and find some unbridled hostility in these eyes. While Mei Hui and the others were drinking juice, a young man with a wide-brimmed hat walked from the next table, wearing a tight leather costume and a bottle of champagne in his hand, revealing a bohemian denim temperament. The young man came to Mei Hui's side, pulled out an empty chair, and sat down on his butt. Mei Hui and the others looked tense, and after the young man glanced at everyone, he took off his hat, revealing a deep scar on his face. The young man felt the guards of Mei Hui and the others, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Don't be nervous, I'm just here to make friends. After the young man finished speaking, he took another sip of wine and said, I've never seen you, are you new? Inuyan did not expect that after entering here, the vigilance of Mei Hui and the others was too strong, and they were seen by these old rivers and lakes at a glance, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Take the junior to see it. What advice does the brother have? The young man looked very casual, holding Erlang's legs, holding a chair with one hand, shook the bottomed wine bottle in his hand, and said drunkenly, I can't talk about teaching. If I can my brother please drink a bottle? Mei Hui and the others looked familiar when they saw the person. I couldn't help but be speechless for a while, all muttering in my heart about this guy's intentions. The mature and experienced Inuyan did not take this seriously, and with a move of his finger, the waiter sent a bottle of champagne and delivered it to the young man. Bang! I saw that the young man's thumb flicked up slightly, and with a crisp sound, the lid of the wine flew out, and after taking a large sip of wine, he looked a little intoxicated and continued, very good wine. I wonder what information you have to exchange. Exchange of intelligence? My why is also a question mark. Since it was the first time to come to this kind of place, I couldn't understand some of the mechanisms and rules here, so I had to look at Inuyan on the side. Inuyan responded with a pitying tone, I just brought my juniors to see it, and by the way see what tasks can be obtained, that's all, there is no information to exchange. Inuyan also couldn't figure out this guy's vein, and couldn't help but respond curiously, oh, I don't know what kind of intelligence it is. After taking a sip of wine, the young man looked around casually, pretending to be mysterious, and whispered, this is just a little news. It is said that someone killed Nishimura Yamashita, and someone may come to collect his head bounty in these 2 days. The age and composition of the target person are similar to yours. Hearing the beauty here, the bodies of several people couldn't help but tense up again, and the critical value of their spirits suddenly reached the peak. The young man just said it casually, and let Mei Hui and the others be exposed. Inuyan quickly and quietly signaled a few people to stabilize, and then said softly, oh, in this way, these juniors and I are just coming to practice for the first time, and we don't know this person. Inuyan knew that with the spiciness of the other party, he must have found the abnormality of Mei Hui, and with a little probing, he confirmed that me and several people were the target of intelligence. Although it is no longer possible to cover up, the scene of the play still has to continue, only hoping to hide from the other bounty hunters in the bar. Haha, brother, come, drink one. The young man did not care about Inu Shanjian's pretext, and after the 2 bottles touched, the young man continued, Sax, what do you call brother? Inuyan looked at the other party deeply. Since the other party identified himself, it was to tell Inuyan that they had no bad intentions. This is just a kind reminder. It seems that the other party is indeed a bounty hunter with a bottom line. After taking a sip of wine, Xiao also responded lightly, flame. Fraudster? Flame? The young man who identified himself as Saxophone was obviously taken aback and asked back with some uncertainty. Inu laughed and said nothing. Soon Saxophone reacted, cold sweat straightened, although he did not have any malice, but he did hide something. There is already a spiritual flaw left in front of this man, this is a kind of death-seeking behavior. For this name, which has disappeared in the bounty hunter for a long time, it actually appeared again. Oh, Brother Flame, I hope to give more advice in the future. After the shock, Sack seemed to lose his previous freedom, and at the same time, he sensed that me and the others were deeply guarded, and felt that it was time for him to leave. As a first-time deal, it's good to lay a good foundation of trust for the next contact. There is no need to rush. Seeing that the goal was achieved, he put on a wide-brimmed hat, stood up leisurely, and after glancing at my why, he said, "Then don't bother. The next time we meet, I hope to be able to become real friends." After speaking, he also took the wine bottle and motioned to a new Yan in the void, lightly touched the wine bottle, and the two took a sip. Inu understood the reminder in the young man's words. This means that if they can survive this time, then they will have a chance to see each other next time. This kind of friend is certainly not a friend in the true sense, but only a friend under an internal intelligence exchange mechanism. This is common among bounty hunters. It is difficult for lonely bounty hunters to survive in such an atmosphere, so there is a difference between huddles and circles. Having more intelligence means that the success rate of the mission can be effectively improved. Especially in some tasks with a relatively high difficulty factor, you can temporarily form an interest group for short-term cooperation, or exchange information with each other and choose a bounty mission that suits you. In addition, although me and the others are chicks, they have the strength to kill Nishimura Yamashita, which is enough to arouse the co-optation of some groups. So there was this scene of immediate contact. It can also be said that if Mei Hui and others have an interest group this time, then those who want to fight their bounty idea will have to weigh whether they can withstand retaliation. Inu Yan, who thought for a moment, immediately understood that the person who spread the news must be Nishimura Yamashita's brother, Nishimura Hikaru. It seems that this time not only will we face Hikaru Nishimura's small group, but it is more likely that it will face attacks from other interest groups. After exchanging glances with me, Inu got up one after another, walked to the taskbar, and pretended to look at the bounty list task. With Tianya's line of sight, on the corridors on both sides of the bar were stickers of dull yellow bounty lists, made of A6-sized paper materials. Well, at this moment, Tianyu actually found a reward list of Konoha ninjas. The content is as follows. 8 Flying Asma, whether alive or dead, bounty amount 35 million taels, mission level S-class, country of birth, country of fire. Mission description: a descendant of the 8 flying family, gender, male, elite upper ninja strength, master the 2 chakra attributes of wind and fire. Currently known, good at hand-to-hand combat. Although Tianyu can't fully understand the specific content of this bounty list, since the bounty list of 8 Flying Asma still exists in the underground black market, it means that 8 Flying Asma is not dead. According to the clues of this list, Tianyu probably knows the current timeline. From memory, it is known that 8 Fei Asma died at the hands of the undead duo of the Xiao organization, Fei Duan. Then combined with the current relatively peaceful external environment, it is speculated that it is the period between the 3rd Ninja World War and the 4th Ninja World War. Just don't know how old Naruto is now? If you have the opportunity, be sure to go to Konoha to find out about it. Therefore, combined with the occurrence and trend of plot events, it is possible to arrange future development plans more reasonably. For the plot of Hokage, the current Tianyu can only be said to be vague, just remember some events that have a more profound impact. But even so, it is very advantageous, at least it can make Tianyu feel a sense of down-to-earth peace of mind. Thinking of Tianyu here, he followed Maihuai's movement and found several familiar lists. Hikaru Yamamurata, whether alive or dead, reward amount 200,000 taels, mission level B level, country of birth, country of earth. Mission description: the notorious bounty hunter and his brother have repeatedly broken the rules of the industry, and for the sake of money, unscrupulously mutilate their companions, so they offer a reward. Gender: male, Naka ninja strength, master the 2 chakra attributes of wind and earth. Currently known, specializes in earth ninjutsu. Yamamura Yamashita, regardless of life or death, the reward amount 200,000 taels, mission level B, country of birth, country of earth. Mission description: the notorious bounty hunter and his brother have repeatedly broken the rules of the industry, and for money, unscrupulously mutilate their companions, so they offer a reward. Gender: male, Naka ninja strength, master the fire attribute chakra attribute. Currently known, specializes in fire ninjutsu and hand-to-hand combat. Ghost Lampwater Mirror, regardless of life and death, reward amount 800,000 taels, mission level A, country of birth, country of water. Mission description: rebel in Mist Hidden Village, a former member of the branch of the occult family. Uchiha Itake, bounty amount 180 million taels, dead, 250 million taels, raw, mission level SS level, birth country, fire country. Mission description: Konoha Village rebel, former member of the Uchiha family. Gender: male, elite upper ninja strength, master wind, fire, water, yin, yang, 5 chakra attributes. Currently known, specializes in illusion, fire ninjutsu, and physical arts. After roughly browsing the bounty list, Inuyan took 2 bounty lists and discussed with me whether to accept the bounty task. Mei Hui and several people looked at the information on the bounty list. Evil Wolf, whether alive or dead, reward amount 350,000 taels, mission level B, country of birth, country of Earth. Mission description: Tsuchinoko rebelled and slaughtered the villagers of Yunyu village for no reason, hence the reward. Gender: male, middle ninja strength, master the earth attribute chakra attribute. Currently known, is good at earth ninjutsu and dark weapons, has a wolf ninja beast, strength is unknown. The leader of the Wild Cloud Regiment, regardless of life or death, the reward amount 300,000 taels, mission level B level, birth country, Kawanakuni. Mission description: the notorious bandit leader, who has repeatedly robbed the business road of Yaeon Town, and has hundreds of wandering warriors under his command, hence the reward. Gender: male, high-level samurai strength, mastery of the 18-style martial arts of the flowing sword. Currently known, is good at close sword skills, the specific strength is unknown. After the discussion was completed, Mai Hui and the others took the reward list and walked to the batai waiter. The bar waiter, seeing Mai Hui everyone coming with a bounty list, couldn't help but say respectfully, "Excuse me, what can I do for you?" Inuian deliberately raised the 2 bounty slips in Yang's hand and said, "I need to buy some more detailed information." Mei Hui and the others saw that the waiter quickly flipped through the intelligence directory in a book, so she said, "Yes, please come upstairs with me to discuss in detail." Inu and me met each other's eyes and followed the waiter to the attic, which has several compartments, each about 30 square meters in size, and a set of high-end wooden tables and chairs are placed in the compartment for meetings with guests. After the waiter guided everyone to their seats, he said, "Please wait." After speaking, he bowed slightly and exited the room. Within a few moments, the waiter arrived with an intelligence mission book. Then he asked, "The information of the evil wolf is from last month, and the intelligence price is 20,000 taels. The intelligence related to the Yaeon group is from the first 3 months, and because the intelligence is a little old, the price of intelligence is only 10,000 taels. Do you need information for both missions?" Inuian discussed with me and said, "Yes." Seeing that Mai Hui and the others agreed, the waiter continued, "Then please pay the intelligence fee for a total of 30,000 taels first. Can you pay with Nishimura's corpse under Yamashita?" Inuian gestured to me with his eyes, and me understood it, took out the sealing scroll containing Nishimura Yamashita, laid it on the ground, and then formed an unsealed handprint and said, "Solution." I saw the faint smoke disperse, and on the ground lay the corpse under the mountain of Nishimura. Because of the sealing space, Nishimura Yamashita at this time is still no different from before he died. It is not surprising that the waiter saw this scene, because most bounty hunters use this method to pay for intelligence. The waiter greeted the guard at the door and said, "Go and ask Lord Merrill to identify the identity of the mission target." In less than a moment, as the door opened, a middle-aged woman dressed in chanting entered the room with 2 young assistants, one of whom held a thick booklet in his hand. The booklet recorded the physical characteristics, appearance, age and other relevant information of the target person, and only after comparing it correctly, did he report to the enchanting middle-aged woman. She then performed a detection technique to confirm that the information related to the body was not forged before completing the final identification procedure. Finally, after letting a few staff members waiting outside the door carry the body away, the waiter turned to Mai Hui and said, "After the mission target is confirmed, the intelligence amount can be deducted from the mission amount. So let's move on to the intelligence matter just now." Everyone sat down again, and the waiter did not wait for me to ask, so he directly spoke. "The evil wolf, whose real name is Yamakawa Shota, defected from the land of Earth 5 years ago and has since become a wandering ninja, with a wolf ninja beast and unknown strength. According to relevant rumors, this wolf possesses a psychic illusion. According to the latest information, the most recent haunt is located near the city of Takra in the territory of Kawanakuni, and the target has been moving in the direction of the land of rain for several months. The duration of stay in each city is about 2 months. I have never stayed in one location for more than a year, and my whereabouts are erratic. The ninjutsu that he is good at can currently be confirmed, as follows: Tudun, Iwain no Jutsu, Tudun, Tulia Dehi, Tudun, Heart Decapitation, Tudun, Tulia Wall, Tudun, Assault Technique, Tudun, Iwasu Collapse. Weapons are good at hand-to-hand knife skills. It's a tough opponent. Notable ninjutsu is Suka, Earth Flowing River, which is a ninjutsu that turns land into mud. Then there's the Earth Hide Assault Technique, a ninjutsu that combines psychic art with ninja beasts to attack or track enemies from underground. This is a more detailed information book, you can see it for yourself later. Intelligence for the second mission target, the Wild Cloud Regiment. The leader of the Wild Cloud Regiment, male, high-level samurai strength, it is said that he once killed 2 Naka shinobi bounty hunters who went to encircle and suppress. He was a powerful samurai. His subordinates control more than 100 wandering warriors, who wander around the commercial roads near Yaeon City all year round, plundering passing caravans and mastering the 18-style martial arts of flowing swords. Currently known, is good at close sword skills, and the specific preliminary evaluation is high-level samurai strength, elite middle ninja level. His subordinates have 4 intermediate samurai captains of White Wolf, Skybird, Thunder Lightning, and Land. The main range of activities is on the mountain road of the Yayan mountain range, and it is said that the nest is in the depths of the Yayan mountain range, and it usually mainly does some robbing the rich and helping the poor. Mei Hui was a little surprised. Rob the rich and help the poor? The waiter looked at the intelligence and responded, that's right, that's what we investigated. Ordinary people's caravans were almost never heard of being hijacked by them, and the main targets were large caravans or some family caravans. Among them, Captain Heavenly Bird often helps the poor. Mei Hui suddenly realized, that's fine. We are not interested in this kind of person who is not a great evil. There is no need to continue the intelligence of the Wild Cloud group. Okay. After closing the intelligence manual, the waiter continued to ask, the above are the 2B level mission information you need. Are there any other services I need? The waiter glanced at Inu and said to the samurai guarding the door, go and get information from Hikaru Nishimurata. Your luck is good. Nishimurata's latest information is as of yesterday. The amount of information is 20,000 taels. Do you want to check it? Inu nodded and motioned for the waiter to read the information. Hikaru Nishimurata, male, middle ninja level strength, currently known to have 2 chakra attributes, wind and earth. The known wind attribute ninjutsu are Wind Bondage, Wind Done, Wind Cloud Foot, Wind Done, Big Breakthrough. The known earth attribute ninjutsu are Earth Flow Wall, Earth Done, Earth Rock Gun, Earth Done, Earth Hidden Art, Earth Done, Earth Flow Wall, Earth Done, Tuling Danzi. Since his brother, Nishimura Yamashita, was killed by you the day before yesterday, in order to take revenge on you, he has recently sneaked back to Shinjuku City, and secretly entangled several Naka shinobi and Shimo shinobi to take revenge on you. In addition, he also spread the word among the branches and bounty hunters that you were coming to collect the bounty. So you must be careful about the coming crisis. The above is the latest personal information of Hikaru Nishimurata. Next is the accompanying information, which has not been finalized due to time constraints. Do you need to be heard? Mai Wai nodded solemnly and said, please say. At present, it can be confirmed that there are 3 Naka shinobi and 4 Shimo shinobu. Among the 3 Naka shinobi, it is worth noting that one is a female ninja named Keijutsu Niang, who is good at water system illusion. That's all for the time being. This guy was injured, and he didn't honestly find a place to recuperate, and he actually ran out to make trouble, and he wasn't afraid that his accomplice would take his head for money. Inuyan was a little depressed. Apparently he overestimated Hikaru Nishimurata's survival wisdom. It seems that he and others killed his brother for him to be very exciting. It's almost irrational. The more so, the more this person must be removed as soon as possible, otherwise it will only cause trouble. Mai Wai and several people also feel that the mountain rain is about to come, and the situation is not optimistic. Fortunately, they acted as a safe and invited 2 silver-level mercenaries as a support hand, which was somewhat reassuring. At this moment, the door of the room was pushed open by the doorman. The enchanting woman who had left before arrived with a suitcase, and after the waiter took the cash box, after counting the amount needed to purchase intelligence, he pushed the suitcase containing a box of banknotes in front of Mai Wai and continued, the total amount of intelligence is 50,000 taels, and it has been collected. Need other services? Mi sealed the scroll with space in the box, sealed it, and thanked her. Thank you for your information, let's leave it for now. The waiter nodded politely and said to Mai Wai, happy cooperation. In view of your current situation, our underground exchange will provide free secret passages to leave, with a total of southeast, southwest, northwest, and 4 passages to choose from. Don't know if you need it? After discussing with me for a moment, Inuyan said to the waiter again, then it's troublesome. Due to the emergency, the previously planned way of leaving was no longer appropriate, so Mei Hui and the others could only temporarily change their plans and leave with the help of the security secret passage provided by the underground exchange. Mei Hui followed the waiter down a deep staircase passage from the 2nd floor and went straight to the ground. After going underground, everyone found that there was another thing under the building, but because it was a secret place of the underground exchange, it was not convenient for everyone to investigate, and they did not stop until the waiter led a few people to a space with 4 exits. The waiter turned to Mai Hui and said, although not everyone knows about this secret passage, there are many people who know. As is the case today, as an underground black market trading organization, it is obliged to provide customers with some security support. But it's not completely safe either, I hope you understand. Although there are 4 exits, you can choose from them, but you still can't eliminate hidden followers at the exits. You must be vigilant. Mai Wai nodded in understanding, and after thanking them, they got the direction to the fishing port town, and everyone walked along the secret passage for hundreds of meters, and with the light appearing, they finally walked from the dim passage into a low and hidden valley. Everyone rushed all the way through the dim light, and Tianyu also concentrated his energy, fully sensing the possible followers around him. Just as everyone left the exit a few kilometers, Tianyu found a follower hidden in the darkness of the dense forest. I couldn't help but warn Mai Wai. Mi immediately informed several people after learning the situation, and Inuyen frowned and looked at Yamanaka Harano and Habara Yagamaya Shinobi, and asked, can you two still increase your speed? Yamanaka Harano looked at the Habara Yagamai, who was also a shinobi, obviously he had not yet reached the limit speed, and at the same time understood that he could not compete with a speed-type ninja warrior in physical fitness, so he had to gasp, Inu-senpai, I can't be faster, at this speed, the physical energy consumption is too great, I can't continue forever. Inuyan slowed down, leaned towards the slowest mountain field, grabbed his arm and said at the same time, you hold my belt, I will maintain the same speed with you, so that you can use my strength to save physical strength. Just at this speed, you can't throw off the tracker behind. Do you have any good solutions? At this time, Mei is also anxious. She deeply knows that the mountain field that is not good at speed will fall behind sooner or later, and since the people in the rear dare to follow, then there must be a lot of Zhongnin behind him. In terms of speed, sooner or later they will be caught up. Turning his head, he asked the cat again, can you sense the strength of the tracker behind? Tianyu looked at the tracker behind, who thought he had a cover of darkness and did not deliberately hide his figure, and from time to time left marks on the trunks of trees passing by. Can't help frowning and said, he still has spare strength to leave a mark for the people in the rear. It is estimated to be the meow of the middle ninja. Inuyan had long guessed that the rear was followed by a middle ninja, otherwise he and the others would not be followed to death, and couldn't help but worry, if this is the case, then it will be bad. How about I stay to block the enemy? Mei Hui seems to have made a very difficult decision at this time. She knew that once she couldn't quickly solve the tail in the rear, once she was entangled, it would be a situation of 10 deaths. Inuyan frowned, no, this is too dangerous, although you have good strength. But in terms of experience, it is too little. Or I'll try to delay time for you. You guys rush to the place where the trap is laid as soon as possible, so that you can use the trap to escape to the place where my sister and they ambushed, and if it doesn't work, you signal flares for help. Yamanaka Harano, who deeply felt his lack of strength, was also very annoyed, and as a drag oil bottle, he had already tired his teammates. At your speed, you will definitely be able to shake off the pursuers. When he said this, the mountain field was a little determined. You're going to die, you know? I'm the captain and listen to me. Inuyan was a little annoyed, and at the same time stuffed me with a signal flare, and continued, if I can't quickly solve the tail behind, once the opponent's support arrives, I will break through in other directions, and I don't know if I can lead a few away. So be prepared. Tianyu also knew that he had to stand up at this time, no matter which of them was not more suitable than himself. I couldn't help but say, don't fight with all of you, let me go. Everyone looked at the weak and unruly Tianyu, and collectively fell silent. If I can't beat me, I will run back to the psychic space, and I won't die. Tianyu knew what everyone was thinking at this time, but he was just worried that his underage kitten would not be able to withstand the full blow of others and would be killed in seconds. In fact, their worries are not superfluous, and Tianyu also feels that he absolutely can't bear it. Delicate and boneless, it seems to describe the current self, but fortunately, I still have psychic space and medical ninjutsu, so I don't worry too much. Mei Hui also reacted at this time, this may be the best choice, but the other party is Zhong Shinobi, and couldn't help but ask worriedly, the other party is Zhong Shinobi, are you sure you can handle it? Tianyu looked at the dense forest around him that gradually darkened, and coupled with his stealth skills, this place seemed to become his home field. So what's so scary? Don't worry, in the dark is my cat's world, even if I can't solve him, I can entangle him. If I am surrounded, I will run back to the psychic space and go to Meow. Don't forget, these people may just be some fools attracted by the wind. The real Black Hand Nishimurata Hikaru's centaur has not yet appeared, and you have to watch out for Meow. Well, then you are careful yourself, your own life is the most important, you must protect yourself well. Don't be too pushy. Mei Hui has always been reluctant to let the underage Tianyu participate in the battle, it is because she is worried that it will not be able to protect itself in battle. But over the past period of time, Tianyu's combat effectiveness has improved rapidly, which is obvious to all. Although she doesn't know how strong Tianyu is now, she can feel Tianyu's confidence. In order to carry out this operation smoothly, Tianyu tried to put a heart-to-heart imprint on everyone's chest, hoping to effectively solve the problem of communication. I didn't expect that the heart-to-heart seal was also effective for everyone, so everyone at this time could roughly understand, oh no, it should be able to guess the specific meaning of Tianyu. That feeling of being there is not yet fully mastered. As a burdensome mountain wilderness, he was moved, and if he could not die, he naturally did not want to die. After all, he is now the only source of income for his family, and if he does die, then he can't imagine how his family will face the future. Yamanaka Harano felt everyone's concern and was moved. Thank you, Xiao Tian. Be careful yourself, if you can't beat it, just run. Don't force yourself. You guys underestimate me too much, Meow. It's not so easy to want me to die. Tianyu entered a stealth state under everyone's sight, coupled with the gray-black hair around his body. It quickly blended into the dim background. If it were not for the cat's eye that emitted pale green fluorescence, it would be difficult for everyone to detect its existence at close range. Only at this time did everyone find out that this magical cat became stronger again. Well, in that case, please. Inuyan actually thought that it was the best choice for the kitten to block, but he didn't want the cat to take risks. After all, the other party was a middle ninja. Although the cat has some skills, it is still a small milk cat after all, such a dangerous thing to let it do. It is really unbearable. The most important thing is that he does not want the cat to have an accident. The real role of this cat is too powerful, so he would rather risk himself than the cat. It's just that at this time, there is not much way. I can only believe that the cat can save the day. After communicating with Tianyu, Mei Hui said to the others, Xiao Tian asked you all to come closer, and he said that he would bless us with physical recovery. Oh? Although everyone was puzzled, they still followed Mei Hui's words and approached. Tianyu stretched out his cat's paw and lit a little on Mi's body first, and after a green flame of light walked around Mi's whole body, Mei Hui suddenly felt an abundant power revive throughout her body. Isn't that the recovery technique? Can you still restore your strength? Inu Yan, who observed all this, couldn't help but ask in surprise. It's just that the next moment, the originally somewhat tired body became full of strength again, and he couldn't help but be secretly surprised. He had never heard of such ninjutsu in this world. Sure enough, this is not an ordinary psychic beast. Don't fuss, this is just one of those small apps. Tianyu was satisfied with everyone's surprise and grinned. This is not an ordinary recovery technique. Its own chakra only stimulates the damaged cells of your body, increasing the activation, so that the injured and overtired cells can be revived. So, I just stimulated your cell activation. Although the effect is miraculous, but in this process it is inevitable to accelerate the number of cell divisions. You must know that everyone's cell division is limited, virtually accelerating the aging state, which is the price to pay for this operation. Simply put, this technique is not a conventional medical treatment, so it is not recommended as a last resort. The more miraculous the effect, the more the corresponding price to pay. But you don't have to think too much. For example, the cost this time is minimal, and you don't have to pay attention to Miao under Tianyu's explanation one after another. The three of Inu Yan and the translation of Meng Duan and Mei Mei understood the principle and function of this technique to some extent. With a clear mind, he also suddenly became enlightened, and he had a new understanding of the magical medical ninjutsu. Don't worry, Xiao Tian has become very strong. Not to mention the recovery technique, there is also the latent ability that was just cast. At least in terms of survivability, it is no longer comparable to us. As Xiao Tian's thin figure gradually disappeared into the dim dense forest, Inu Yan felt Mi's worry and reluctance to stop talking, and persuaded. This time Xiao Tian's mission is only to slow down the tracking of the other party, and it is not necessary to defeat the enemy. It's really not good. It can also return to the psychic space at any time, so you should also let Xiao Tian grow. The sun is setting in the west, in the dark forest. Tianyu's thin figure quickly merged with the surrounding scenery with the blessing of the latent skill, like a poisonous snake lurking in the grass, ready to give its prey a fatal blow. Step dash with a crisp sound. Tianyu's ears, which were already slightly closed, moved a few times. Well, here it comes. Feeling the airflow of the other party's rapid travel, Tianyu's keen five senses from the cat were all instantly mobilized. In order to paralyze the other party, Tianyu also deliberately chose a tree trunk that could not hide people, so that the other party's attention would not pay too much attention to his hiding place, so as to achieve a surprising effect. The fluctuating airflow made the hair on Tianyu's body tremble. The distance was already close, but Tianyu didn't move. He knew that the ninja's caution, even subtle changes, might not be able to hide from the other party. He needs to wait for the last moment. Raid! Tianyu, who suddenly opened his eyes, was like a ghost awakening in the dark, and only two ghostly eyes the size of copper bells were left in sight. With the skill launched, Tianyu was unsheathed like a sharp sword. The trailer, who was in the state of volley, was shocked to find a small figure rushing towards him from behind a tree trunk, conditionally holding the void in his hand. Ding dash! After a crisp sound, the trailer suddenly felt a sharp pain, and he didn't have time to shout, only to see that strange little black shadow return again. How could it be so fast? The trailers did not have time to think and responded hastily. Gong Gong dash! Tianyu was also depressed, and the blow that he had thought was safe actually failed. Is the vigilance of this stalker too high? At such a close distance, it was actually reacted by. What an inappropriate son of man. But fortunately, Tianyu's raid was launched instantly. Not once? So how about twice? Puff dash! The two figures staggered out again, and Tianyu's fierce cat face looked at each other's terrified and painful expressions for an instant. Tianyu has no mercy, and the murderer will always kill. This is a battle between you and me, and there is no room for mercy. Poof! The stalker's head and weapon were cut in two by a sharp boomerang at the same time, and the corpse separated and fell into the low jungle. Tianyu lightly stepped on a nearby branch with the help of spare strength, came to the body of the follower, and threw the body into his own item space with a mark. Tianyu did this for two purposes. The first is to reduce the bloody atmosphere in this place and create conditions for the next ambush. Second, that is a little personal fetish. Touching corpses, searching for belongings, maybe there are some good things. Hiding in the woods again, patiently waiting for the sound of getting closer and closer. Judging by the sound, Tianyu knew that there were two waves of people who followed. Every 3 people were a small team, a total of 6 people, and the distance between the front and rear was estimated to be less than 400 meters. This person is a bit much, huh? Tianyu was a little depressed, and he only had 30 seconds to sneak attack. Regardless of success or failure, evacuate. Soon, the first squad that followed had entered the alert range of Tianyu, who was hidden among the dense leaves, observing the 3 followers who jumped on the trunk from time to time. The leader was a man in his 30s, followed by 2 young men in their 20s. The formation is in the shape of a zigzag, and through preliminary judgment, the one leading the team in front is obviously an experienced middle ninja, and the 2 people behind him are most likely to be lower ninja. Then since it is a sneak attack, it is naturally a sneak attack on this most powerful middle ninja, and the remaining 2 subordinate ninja are not afraid. Having made up his mind, Tianyu continues to lurk on their path, with the help of a double overlay effect of darkness and stealth skills, slowly blending into the dense forest. Seeing that the first wave of followers was about to enter the ambush range of Tianyu, the Zongnin who took the lead stopped, and the suddenly raised right hand also stopped the 2 lower shinobi who followed closely, and the 2 lower shinobi didn't know why, just looked at what instructions the Zhong shinobi had next, and did not make a sound. After only a moment, Naka Shinobu looked around, and his face became more solemn. His intuition told him that there was an ambush here, but according to his observations, nothing was gained. There are only 2 such situations. The first is that you are suspicious. The second is that the other party's concealment ability is too strong to detect by themselves. After pondering for a moment, he still decided to remind the 2 behind him and whispered, "Intuition tells me that there may be an ambush here, pay attention to vigilance. Brother Huangquan, you are also too careful. Such stop and go, when will you be able to catch up with the Wang Numa seniors? Don't let your prey run away." When the 2 subordinate ninja heard that the leading Zongnin was so solemn, they couldn't help but take the kunao on the leggings to the guard. Even so, they still couldn't help but complain. You must know that if this road was not so suspicious, the 3 would have caught up with the Wang Numa senior who was tracking the prey in front. The Naka shinobi known as Huangquan seems to have been said to have hit the sore spot. For a while, he was speechless, knowing that along the way, this was the 3rd time he had detected danger. As a result, it turns out that today's self seems to be a little too sensitive. You must know that there is still your brother opening the way ahead. If you are still so careful, the prey will really run away. So he reminded, "What you said makes sense, but being careful can save your life. Be careful." The 3 paused for a moment and moved on. Sensing all this, Tianyu couldn't help but move his ears, and in this quiet environment, Tianyu's sensitive hearing was to hear the other party's words clearly, which has to be said to be an innate advantage. This guy is cautious. Even if I don't move, I can be detected, which is worthy of being a middle patience. Tianyu secretly sighed in his heart, knowing that the other party was already on guard. Tianyu, who had wanted to attack close again in close quarters, knew that there might be risks in doing so he changed to a more secure but not very concealed boomerang long-range attack. Anyway, his purpose was only to delay their pursuit, not to completely annihilate them. As long as they delay for enough time, Mei Hui and the others will be able to get out quickly. Without the marks left by the trackers, it would be difficult for these pursuing forces behind to determine which direction Mei and her men fled from, thus losing their pursuit targets. Then your task is completed. However, you can't be careless. In order to be on the safe side, in case the other party has an unknown tracking method, Tianyu still decided to hit the other party hard and let the other party know that he was powerful and left on his own. Thinking of Tianyu here, he didn't get too entangled, and instantly decided to try his boomerang skill, Supersonic Boomerang, which has 700 chakra storage capacity. Just how powerful it is. At the moment when Nakanin's footsteps bounced off the trunk again, Tianyu launched a boomerang attack, and the sudden whistling sound immediately alerted the Naka ninja who took the lead. Because in the dim dense forest, the line of sight is unknown, that Naka Shinobu only saw a constantly rotating black shadow rapidly attacking towards him, and his heart couldn't help but chuckle. This is a shuriken? At the moment when Kuwu collided with the shuriken in his hand, a strange and heavy force spread throughout his body, followed by a tearing pain in his arm, and when he came back to his senses, he found that he had lost an arm. Damn it! What kind of weapon is this? As a professional ninja, he knew the moment he touched his shuriken. Just what exactly is this strange weapon? How come I've never seen it myself? The frightened Nakanin didn't have time to think too much, endured the severe pain, and quickly checked the direction where the strange weapon was flying. At this moment, an urgent reminder came from behind him. Watch out behind you. Behind? Just for a moment, Nakanin heard the whistling sound of the unknown weapon getting closer and closer, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat, and just wanted to escape. He felt a cold neck, and his head was instantly separated. Senior! The 2 shinobi who witnessed everything in the rear were taken aback. They also did not expect that this weapon could actually fly back, which was really unheard of. How can it be repaired? After being surprised, the 2 subordinates were immediately furious. One after another, they took out Kuwu and shot towards the dark place where Tianyu threw his weapon. I want to use this to force out the sneakers in the dark. Tianyu hid behind a tree, feeling the sound of the dense forest around him. After discovering a wave of attacks, he immediately shifted direction, and the dexterous figure shuttled through the dense forest, like a divine help. Tianyu, who had shifted direction, saw that the two shinobi were actually still performing ninjutsu towards their original location, and even threw out an expensive Kumo initiation charm. Boom! The huge explosion alarmed the creatures in the entire dense forest, and the light of the fire it brought also revealed the original shape of the sky that was hidden in the darkness. Tianyu, who saw this scene, was happy. These two sand sculptures still thought they had succeeded? So lax? Ninfa Supersonic Maneuver. Ninfa Supersonic Maneuver. 1 second after the boomerang, the internal chakra movement accelerates and advances, adding additional flight speed on top of the base speed. The more chakras you store, the faster it is. The characteristic whirring sound of the boomerang was quickly discovered by the two lower shinobi, but it was also at this moment that the two lower shinobi were terrified. Damn it! Boom! The one standing closest to Tianyu had just had time to resist, and his throat was instantly cut by the unique attack method of the boomerang, and the blood flower brought up sputtered the lower shinobi behind him. The boomerang did not stop and continued to fly towards the next ninja. That's right, Tianyu went around to their side, and the two of them had become an attack line for Tianyu. Got it. Who thought that Tianyu hadn't come and was happy, only heard a bang, the smoke cleared, and there was still someone at the target who was originally hit. This is clearly a stand-in. This reaction was really fast enough. Tianyu's cat eyes were smart, and he soon found the lower shinobi who was running towards the rear. Tianyu sneered, since he is here, don't leave, right? Hee. Tianyu sneered and chased up. The boomerang has a characteristic that it will automatically return after attacking, so Tianyu does not have to recycle it at all, and automatically flies in the direction of Tianyu. At this time, Xia Shinobu was already frightened and bloodless, secretly glad that he had escaped that strange attack. It's just that at this time, he knows that he has not completely got rid of the other party's attack and killing. As long as he holds out for 20 seconds, he will be able to converge with reinforcements in the rear. 18 seconds. Flutter blood splattered, and time seemed to stop at this moment. With a face full of despair, he could only cover his throat, looking at the cat that leaped past him, and his calm smile was like the devil from hell. Is this the smile a cat should have? Plop! Darkness descends, taking away not only lives, but also a life of killing. Tianyu once again threw the enemy's corpse into space. Because he knew that these ninjas generally had some inventory on them, and now he didn't have time to check them, so he had to deal with them like this. If you can get some ninjutsu scrolls, it will definitely be a big help for me. After all, the biggest gap between being a civilian ninja and those ninja villages is the type and number of ninjutsu available. The limited chakra determines the ninja's attack methods and the number of times it is used. For example, although he has two powerful ninjutsu, but after a few chakras, it is urgently exhausted, which is very unfavorable when caught in a bitter battle. If there are perfect and effective low-level attack methods, and they are used in conjunction with each other, not only can more weird attack methods be added, but also save a lot of chakra. Increase the endurance of battles. A cat? Tianyu had just finished cleaning the battlefield when he heard a doubt. Although he had been mentally prepared, he was still surprised. These guys came really quickly. For the sake of his loot, Tianyu did not hesitate to be discovered by the other party, which was also the result of full consideration. Because his previous self was in a sneak attack position, he always had a sense of emptiness that was invincible. So this time he decided to fight head-to-head with his opponent to test his true combat level. After Tianyu turned over and observed, he found that the other party seemed to be all Zhong Shinobi. How the fuck is this? It's rare that you have to confront it head-on, but now it's good. It can't be a cup, but it has become a tragedy. Although the situation is grim, Tianyu at this moment is not panicked at all, because he has the whole card of psychic space. It really doesn't work and slips away. As a faceless and skinless cat, Tianyu has no pressure at all for such a shameful thing as escaping. This is just a ninja beast, his master must be nearby. Don't be careless. Senior, tomorrow night, there is a strange thing here, there is a fierce battle here, but I haven't seen Huang Quan's corpses. Weird indeed. The three people also realized that it was wrong at this time, but where it was not clear to them, they simply put it aside. At this time, it was more important to pay attention to why only one cat and beast appeared on the other side, while the others were hiding. This is what makes the three people most puzzled. Meow. Tianyu was depressed. Tianyu just wanted to say, what are you looking at? Here is just me, a cat, if you have the courage to let the horse over. But there are only a few meows. Tianyu felt that he could give up treatment. After thinking for a moment, Tianyu's battle plan was formed in his mind. The purpose of his trip is to delay the pursuit of the other party, so he must delay time as much as possible. As for defeating these three Zongnin, a little overthinking. Therefore, Tianyu shamelessly turned the frontal confrontation into a guerrilla war. In this dense forest, it is his home field. Why do you have to fight head-on with the three Zongnin? Isn't this thinking that your life is too long? With his mind determined, Tianyu quickly broke through in one direction. What? Waiting for us to come with great fanfare? You thought you wanted to do something? This runs? The thin ninja of the three shouted angrily, and just wanted to pursue, but was stopped by a burly ninja beside him. Snow Demon quickly used the telepathy to detect the surrounding situation. Avoid ambushes. Hey, I've already probed it. There is only this kitten here, and no other abnormalities have been found. But you still have to be careful, the situation here is a bit weird. It was hard for him to believe that it was such a weak-looking little milk cat who was fighting Huan Quan. However, judging from the results of the probe, there is only this seemingly impossible possibility. What an incredible result. In either case, you can't be careless with this kitten. After instructing the three of them launched a joint defense pursuit formation, defended by a burly man, a perceptual ninja to probe the surrounding situation, and a skinny man to attack. Do you want to run at this time? Wind escape, storm wave. Swish. As soon as Tianyu entered the jungle, he felt a huge wind force cutting off some of the trees behind him. Feeling the fluctuations of chakra, he moved left and dodged sensitively in the scattered attack, and when he saw that an unavoidable wind blade could not dodge, he suddenly stepped on a flying branch in the air to change the direction and trajectory. After the wind dispersed, there were much fewer obstructions behind him. The black and thin ninja followed. The depressed Tianyu will not remote ninjutsu, otherwise it will definitely give him a shot, although the boomerang can also carry out long-range attacks, but as far as the current situation is concerned, the success rate is not large. Well? At this time, Tianyu remembered that his boomerang was not an ordinary boomerang. Feeling the full energy in the boomerang, Tianyu's cat face was full of confidence. You need a moment, a time to destroy each other. It's so fast. The skinny man himself was a wind ninja, and he was absolutely confident in his speed, but when he saw Tianyu's speed today, he couldn't help but praise. But you think you'll be able to escape from my hands in this way? Are you thinking too much? Wind escape, wind bondage. Tianyu glanced back and saw the arrogant wind ninja, with a combination of techniques in his hand. I felt as if I had walked into water, and I felt like I was stuck in a quagmire. Suddenly surprised. The dark passage is not good. It is clear that his speed has dropped by 30%. If at the current speed, it is only a matter of time before the other party catches up with him. Just at the moment of thinking, several more wind dunjutsu hit. Tianyu couldn't dodge and was hit by a wind blade sideways, and the blood suddenly stained the gray-white hair. Tianyu followed a medical cure, and his feet did not stop, changing from going straight at the beginning to running left and right, specifically looking for those places with many obstacles. In this way, you can offset the lost speed. Abominable. With a small body, specifically looking for these places to drill? The burly man quickly saw Tianyu's intention, and immediately flew over in his hand. Snap, fire escape, Phoenix immortal fire art. Burn. Go. Hua one by one fireballs ran after Tianyu. Tianyu looked at more than a dozen fireballs behind him, and was immediately startled. If he was caught up, his cat hair would not be burned to the ground? When I thought that I was going to run naked, I was terrified, and I scolded the other party for not talking about martial virtue. The calf, which was not slow, suddenly came with strength, and ran faster with a puff of smoke. The skinny wind ninja chased at full speed, and did not forget to curse and scold. Abominable. This little guy is really fast. Don't panic. The burly man waved his big hand, and a huge fireball suddenly appeared from the right side, completely blocking his right side. There was no reason why such a striking fireball Tianyu could not find it, and when his mind flipped, he understood that the other party had predicted his escape route in advance. Use the fireball to pinch back and forth. This trick is good, but the speed of the fireball is too slow. Raid. Boom! The huge explosion emitted a flame, igniting the surrounding dense forest, and spreading thick smoke. The sentient ninja and burly fire ninja who followed behind him all stood next to the wind ninja and asked, "Did you hit it?" The skinny wind ninja was not very sure, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Maybe, such a strong explosion, he should not be able to dodge. Even if it is not completely hit, it is estimated that the injury is not light." Right now, there was a discordant sound in the light of the thick smoke. Whew-ha! Not good. Scatter. At this moment, the perceptual ninja who sensed something bad shouted and fled to the side. Ooh! Boom! Wave at the speed of light. Note, when the boomerang is filled with 3000 chakra energy, the boomerang will bloom with a strong light, and at the same time act on explosive inflammation, supersonic and other skills, and the combination releases the mysteries, lightspeed cyclotron. Chakra is exhausted and returns to its initial state. The boomerang in flight is activated, and suddenly the bright light shines and the speed skyrockets. This sudden change caught the three people off guard. Although the wind ninja is the fastest, it is also the closest to Tianyu, and naturally becomes Tianyu's primary target. Perception ninjas are the most perceptive in unknown environments, so they were the first to spot boomerangs hidden in fire and smoke. Only had time to remind him, and he took refuge. The burly fire ninja was the slowest and only had time to use a stand-in to escape to the edge side. But in the end, the ultimate mysterious power of the boomerang is underestimated. Cyclotron at the speed of light. Exploded. Boom! Tianyu first felt a strong flash, then the ground trembled, followed by a shock wave caused by a huge explosion. Meow meow. Tianyu, who was blown away by the shockwave, grabbed a handful of branches with difficulty to avoid falling from the tall tree. Feel the rubble and wood chips flying everywhere around you, like a Category 13 typhoon. Frightened. I'll go. This power is also no one. Fortunately this time the distance is far enough. If you use it closely, I am afraid that I will be finished. Tianyu's eyes widened, and his heart palpitated. The energy fluctuations subsided, and the surrounding fires were extinguished by the huge shock wave. This shows how terrifying this shock wave is. When Tianyu came to the center of the explosion, he saw a crater about 5 meters deep and more than 10 meters wide, and the trees around nearly 100 meters were all razed to the ground. This is simply the scene of a disaster. The terrifying Tianyu can't help swallowing saliva. This stunt can't be used indiscriminately, it's really terrible. Through his sensitive sense of smell and vision, Tianyu soon discovered the dying fire ninja and the sentient ninja who fled first, and although the two escaped the center of the explosion and avoided the end of ashes, they were still seriously injured by the aftermath. Robbery? Excuse me. Everything for you is mine. The fierce battle here was also noticed by Mei Hui and several people, and they stopped marching one after another. Looking at Mei Hui behind her with a worried face, can Xiao Tian really handle this level of battle? No, I have to go back and help. Inuyan noticed Mi's mood change at the beginning, and immediately stopped. Mi, you have to calm down. Xiao Tian risked his life to block the enemy, just to give us time to escape. You can't go back. In this way, everything Xiao Tian did will go down the drain. Got it? But. Mi almost cried out in a hurry, but looked at the fierce Inuyan and stopped abruptly. There is nothing to be. Do you understand? Tianyu is able to protect himself, he has psychic space. Ming, got it. Mi stopped struggling. She knew that Inuyan was right. If she went back herself, then Xiaoshan's efforts would be in vain. This is extremely irrational. As a qualified ninja, she needs to endure what ordinary people can't endure and control her emotions. Oh my god. You must come back safely. After cleaning the battlefield, Tianyu felt a stir in the attribute panel. The cat's body began to burn blue chakra flames again. Well, is this a promotion? Tianyu quickly opened the properties panel. 1. Congratulations to the host for growing to 4 months, rewarding 10 points for all basic attributes and 2,000 points for chakra. 2. Congratulations to the host ninja for upgrading the level to elite shinobi. Reward 50 agility, 20 strength, 5 wisdom. Innate ability blast awakening. Name Tianyu, gender male, age 4 months, level elite shinobi, class psychic beast, vortex me, possession psychic space, basic attributes agility 431, strength 280, wisdom 186, chakra 1740/5520, spiritual power 295, money 38,000, tails, talent, skills Seipa, selling mo, heart to heart seal 9, dead life technique 1, cat illusion itomi, swift wind ninjutsu C level, stealth C level, cat body art raid C level, cat ninja, chakra extraction B level, cat ninja, life restoration B level. Contract, Master Servant Contract D-Level Ninjutsu, Shunfang Technique D-Level Ninjutsu, Four-Legged Technique. Tianyu looked at the attributes that had grown greatly and the extra talent ability, and he was happy. Blast can increase the attack speed by an additional 50% at the moment of attack. Although the improvement is not much, with the blessing of the raid, this 50% attack speed should also be terrifying. The brightest part of this skill should be the sudden acceleration, which can make many empiricists miscalculate. I glanced at chakra with satisfaction, thinking that 5,000 chakra is the limit of elite tolerance. So how many chakras does Naka Shinobu need? Tianyu was a little curious, but this time was not the time for him to be curious. He had to rush to join Mei Hui and them as soon as possible. After all, the enemies they had to face would only be stronger than these people. In the state of improving the basic attributes, Tianyu's travel speed is as fast as the wind, which makes Tianyu feel that he is about to take off, which is very fascinating. It's just that the next moment, feeling the empty chakra in the boomerang is a little ugly. After all, the next battle is likely to be more brutal, and now that this powerful long-range attack method is lacking, then Tianyu has to risk a melee attack. His own chakra was also lost a lot in the battle, less than half, gave himself a recovery technique, felt the full physical strength in the body, and even chakra's recovery speed has improved. Seeing such a situation, even Tianyu had to sigh at the magic of this restoration technique. It really deserves the name of life restoration. Almost all positive state is restored. If there is no fatal flaw, then this ninjutsu can also be called fairy art. This battle was much smoother than expected, and Tianyu gradually discovered his own unique advantages, such as clear vision in the dark and the cat's super visual dynamics, keen hearing, etc., which can be said to be an innate advantage. Coupled with a dexterous body shape and naturally camouflaged hair, with a latent skill in this dim wood, you can easily complete a silent killing performance. In addition, it is his super hearing. As long as it is within hundreds of meters, the enemy's so-called battle plan is invisibly exposed. As the so-called knowing the other and knowing oneself, winning 100 battles. This is also a different kind of perceptual ninjutsu. There is also a high-level weapon that is no less than the 7 people of Mist Yin. Boomerang. This ultimate weapon becomes terrifying once full of power. If you insist on a weakness, it may be a lack of strength, but with the blessing of the boomerang, this weakness has not been completely exposed for the time being. This battle has some element of luck though, but it is not ruled out that he already has the strength to confront Zhongnin head-on. Coupled with the fact that he has now been promoted to an elite shinobi, his attributes have been improved. Then there is no problem. Lao Tzu can also be regarded as a person with self-preservation power. Well, it's a cat. The ability of cat illusion pupil Tianyu has never been willing to use it. After all, this is his final hole card, and it takes a lot of chakra and mental power. Therefore, Tianyu will only use it when encountering difficult opponents, so as not to fall into a deficit in his spiritual power and affect the later battle state. Tianyu's speed was extremely fast in the state of improving the talent Rapid Wind, and soon sensed the sound of explosions coming from ahead, and he couldn't help but mutter, could it be that Mei Hui encountered a strong enemy and led the enemy into the trap set by the detonation charm? Tianyu's guess was not wrong. At this time, Mei Hui and the others can be described as quite embarrassed. Fortunately, they asked the help of the two Zhongnin before, otherwise Mei Hui and several people may not be able to stick to the trap under the attack of the other party. Tianyu has activated the latent skill while approaching, hiding in the canopy of a tall tree, silently observing the battlefield situation on the side. After the huge explosion, smoke and dust, the other party has a total of 7 people. Feel the intensity of chakra. It is estimated that there are 5 middle ninja and 2 lower ninja. Hikaru Nishimurata doesn't know what kind of price he paid. Dealing with his own people is really bloody. If he and others have not set a backhand, then it may really be his way. Obviously, this time Nishimurata's plan seems to be going bankrupt. After observing the situation, Tianyu found that 2 people on the other side were injured and one of them died. The originally precarious situation suddenly made the strength of the two sides balance again because of the role of the detonator trap. As for adding yourself, this battle seems to have nothing to worry about. Just when Tianyu was making a small calculation, he suddenly found a female ninja hidden in the nearby lake. It seems that this may be the water system illusion ninja mentioned in the intelligent Shadow Moon Niang. It's just that why didn't she join the fight? Glancing at the calm lake, Tianyu seemed to understand. I think this Shadow Moon Niang wants to amplify her illusion with the help of the water element of the lake, right? You must know that the amount of chakra in the middle ninja is still not enough to launch a large-scale illusion. If not, chakra is depleted and retreats to recovery. Tianyu was right, this Shadow Moon Niang used a large-scale water system illusion at the beginning, trapping Mei and several people in it, and was attacked by a new Kang's couple who rushed to the rescue. So much so that the illusion failed, and he suffered not light internal injuries, and at the moment he is recovering from his injuries in chakra. That being the case, Tianyu didn't care what her purpose was hiding here. First sneak attack this fallen ninja to avoid future troubles. Soon, Tianyu quietly came to the edge of the lake, but Tianyu, who had just approached the lake, found that something was wrong, because there was a layer of seemingly empty mist here, which made people feel very abrupt. The art of mist concealment? Frightened, he remembered that Yamanaka Harano also often used this ninjutsu for defensive perception. It was at this time that the Shadow Moon Lady, who was recovering chakra, also discovered the change on Tianyu's side, and if Tianyu did not use the stealth skill, perhaps the other party might still think that it was a lost wild cat. But Tianyu, who is in a stealth state, is obviously a ninja cat who is alive. Then this had to attract the attention of Shadow Moon Niang. This was discovered. Tianyu was a little depressed. If he knew that he had been exposed because of his caution and used the stealth state, he would definitely vomit blood. The art of mist concealment can sense air currents and chakra fluctuations through chakra scattered in the mist. It is a kind of detective-type perception ninjutsu that is half-hanged. The disadvantage is also very obvious, that is, the perceived range and density are insufficient. However, this is an exception where there are many natural water resources, and water ninjas can easily create large amounts of mist. Neither the range nor the density of detection can be compared to normal situations. It is precisely because of this that the Shadow Moon Niang will restore chakra alone in the center of the lake, without worrying about the reason for the sneak attack. Is there a situation? Shadow Moon Niang, who gradually opened her eyes, looked at where Tianyu was, and no matter how she observed, she did not find anything abnormal. Could it be that I am overthinking? Shadow Moon Niang wondered if she was too sensitive. But he quickly denied this idea, and this situation can only be said that the other party's concealment kung fu was very clever. The cautious Shadow Moon Niang did not dare to approach rashly, but her hands groped out several kunao at the thighs, and the two hands intersected and suddenly shot towards where Tianyu was, and Tianyu hid behind the tree trunk with his claws, lightly avoiding the other party's Kyowu attack. The corner of Shadow Moon Niang's mouth smiled slightly, and said out loud, "Don't hide, I have already found you." Only then did Tianyu understand that the other party was doing this, just to confirm his own judgment. If you stay put, the other person may be confused. If you move yourself, you will immediately be exposed to the perception of the mist concealment technique. It's cunning. Tianyu smiled and walked out of the dark woods. Looking at the other party's somewhat stunned expression, Tianyu instantly understood the reason. I guess the other person must be surprised to know that he is a cat. Oh, is it a ninja cat? That's interesting. Is my opponent you? For the appearance of Tianyu, Shadow Moon Niang was a little surprised, because according to the intelligence, there was no existence of this ninja cat. However, this omission is also normal, so I don't pay much attention to it. Even if its hidden kung fu is powerful, how powerful can its hard power be? Unless it starts cultivating in the womb. Watching Tianyu, who was by the lake, try to act on the surface of the water with his claws, and return to the woods on the shore of the lake after failing, Shadow Moon Niang suddenly smiled. I think this stinking ninja cat can't walk on water yet. It seems that his speculation is not wrong. Hee, if you catch it, maybe you can force it to become your own ninja? Thinking of this, Shadow Moon Niang quickly tread water and chased in the direction where Tianyu was. She was right, Tianyu tried to walk on water, although it did not sink, but half of his body was also trapped in the water, which seemed to have nothing to do with Chakra walking on water. Yes, that's right, Tianyu completely failed. Since he couldn't get into the water, he had to lead the ninja to fight on the shore. He had just returned to the woods when he saw the female ninja rushing towards him without thinking, and it seemed that he had been underestimated. At this time, Tianyu did not take out the boomerang, because the boomerang plus his own speed was naturally invincible. But Tianyu didn't want to solve this female ninja who was not very good at hand-to-hand combat so quickly. There are 3 reasons for this. The first reason is naturally based on the information obtained. This female ninja is a real ninja. Tianyu decided to test the strength gap between himself and Naka Shinobu. The second reason is his serious lack of actual combat experience, and the previous battles have been sneak attacks, and the experience of head-to-head combat is almost zero. As for the third reason, naturally, because this is the first illusion-type ninja to come across, Tianyu intends to take this opportunity to test the passive ability of the cat illusion pupil. In the state of cat's illusory pupil, as long as the other party's spiritual power does not exceed his own, then he has the ability to see through all illusions and clear his purpose. In a sense, as long as you can use the cat's illusion pupil to break the other party's illusion, then it shows that your spiritual power is above the other party. As long as you test the other party's spiritual power boundary, then you can indirectly understand the level of your spiritual power in Zhong Ninja. As for the danger, Tianyu didn't think so much. After all, the battles between ninjas were full of all kinds of dangers. The situation is now at least under its control. This is an opportunity to learn more about the ninja world. Only by constantly seeking verification will you understand where you are. Yo, little one, it's quite flexible. Be careful. Shadow Moon Niang found that in this kind of terrain, she couldn't catch up with the speed and flexibility far beyond her own. Tianyu hurriedly sealed the seal in his hand, and did not forget to remind Tianyu in the process. Water escape, bursting water chaos, boom dash. A huge waterspout instantly rose from the surface of the lake behind Shadow Moon Niang, frantically rushing towards the fleeing Tianyu. Just as Tianyu, who was jumping between the trees, suddenly felt a violent impact of water from behind, it was obviously the female ninja named Shadow Moon Niang who performed a huge water ninjutsu, and Tianyu hurriedly climbed towards the highest canopy, narrowly dodging it. Boom dash. Tianyu's cat's eyes widened, looking at the forest below him that had been washed away by the water ninjutsu to the point that only the trunk of the tree remained, and the puddles full of water. This water-done ninjutsu is a bit powerful. Fortunately, I ran fast enough, otherwise I would definitely be swept away by the huge current. Just such a kung fu, the female ninja has caught up with the fleeing Tianyu, a teleportation technique, reached the front of Tianyu, and the seal was completed at the same time. Hurriedly said, illusion, land of water mist. Tianyu's spiritual sea suddenly shook, and then the dense forest turned into an endless sea. The sky was very clear, and the white seagulls flying in the air called happily from time to time, a peaceful scene. It's just that this seascape world only lasted for a second, and suddenly began to collapse and shatter, reducing to a messy forest scene. The illusion was lifted. The moment the illusion was lifted, Tianyu found that the Shadow Moon Lady, who thought she had succeeded, leaped towards him with a happy face, obviously wanting to capture herself alive. But, Tianyu smiled strangely and meowed, Raid. What? It is clear that the other party has fallen into his own illusion. Why did he suddenly lift his illusion? Shadow Moon Niang didn't have time to think about it, and immediately launched a two-handed parry posture. Tianyu smiled contemptuously. Does such a block make sense? The claws hidden in the cat's claws are chilling. Oh dash. After several quick attacks, Shadow Moon Niang immediately felt that the back of her hands was already bloody, careless. Since the defense cannot avoid damage, then it is only necessary to fight back. Shadow Moon Niang endured the pain and planned to exchange injuries with Tianyu. Suddenly stabbed out Ku Wu. Under the dynamic vision, any action of the Shadow Moon Niang could not escape Tianyu's eyes. Slow, too slow. Blast. This is one of Tianyu's latest acquired talent skills. Ability to increase attack speed by an additional 50% in an instant. Tianyu tried to use this skill when he was rushing before, and finally found that this skill could not only increase the attack speed by 50%, it was completely a connection skill. Because when using this talent skill, a powerful acceleration airflow is suddenly generated. Combined with the balance of Tianyu's tail, it can make some strange movements in an instant. For example, at this time, after Tianyu delivered a powerful blow, due to the reaction force, the two would bounce off each other for a short distance. But Tianyu can use the talent ability Swift Wind at this moment, and Tianyu can rely on his tail to instantly adjust his posture, and then use the sudden acceleration air wave to attack the other party again. This feeling is similar to the sound barrier effect produced when a fighter accelerates instantly. That's right. Tianyu once again superimposed the wind effect in the state of the raid. The sudden acceleration of the airflow wave is close to the substance. If you have to use a metaphor, the feeling of stepping on the air in this state is similar to the feeling of stepping on soft sand. Snap dash punch out. Under the dizzying speed, Shadow Moon Niang found that she had made a mistake. I underestimated this cat with a very confusing appearance. Click, click dash Shadow Moon Niang, who was punched with a powerful air current, broke several calf-thick tree trunks one after another, and fell directly to the ground, motionless. Those who didn't know thought that the other party had passed out. However, a few seconds later, Tianyu found that the other party trembled and climbed up, obviously suffering a lot of damage. Tianyu watched as the other party's clothing was destroyed by his sharp claws into many strips, and even the alluring bandeau was exposed in a white color, and Tianyu trembled in his heart. I admit to underestimating you, little one, but I can't beat it so easily. I'm going to be serious. At this time, the Shadow Moon Lady flipped back into the air, stepped on the ground, and made a starting gesture. Looking up at the sky high above, he couldn't help but look solemn. I don't know why, my illusion suddenly failed, so that I was passively beaten and suffered a big loss. Ha! What's going on with this cat's eye? Shadow Moon Niang still remembers that at the beginning, she didn't find anything special about this cat's eyes, but how did the cat's eyes become such a strange pattern at this time? It is precisely because of this that this attracted the attention of the Shadow Moon Niang. At this time, Tianyu was depressed, and this woman was too casual. The meatballs are exposed. Can you talk about martial virtue and stuff the meatballs back before you start? Do you know how eye-catching this is? For illusion, this is the real killing move, right? For Tianyu's angry meow, Shadow Moon Niang couldn't understand it at all, and only thought that the other party was mocking herself. Feeling her few chakras, at this time, Shadow Moon Niang was still a little glad that she had just started using ninjutsu to turn this place into an environment conducive to her own battle. This greatly reduced the number of chakras who performed illusions, otherwise he could only run away at this time. Illusion, rain dew. Tianyu watched as the other party's body gradually turned into water droplets and flew towards the sky. People disappeared. Immediately after that, it rained drops in the sky, and as soon as Tianyu's eyes opened, everything returned to calm, and he found a bitter stab towards him. A burst of light smoke erupted in Tianyu's hand, summoning a boomerang block. Ding dong. The two weapons collided. Feeling the strength in his hand, Tianyu knew that his strength was slightly stronger than the other party, and it was obvious that the other party was not a power-type ninja. When one blow failed, it immediately bounced back to a tree trunk and shot several Kiwa darts in a row, and Tianyu has super dynamic vision and sensitive skills. It's easy to deal with this. Ding ding dash. In the face of these fierce darts, they used boomerangs one after another to easily pick them off, but the next moment, Tianyu knew that he had been fooled, and the ninja named Shadow Moon Niang actually disappeared while he was distracted. It's just that after Tianyu's sense of smell and cats I quickly discovered one of the trunks she was hiding in the woods. Tianyu didn't think of anything else, and directly used the characteristics of the boomerang to throw towards the tree. Shadow Moon Niang sensed that the other party used a long-range weapon to attack her location, obviously discovered by it, and immediately wanted to change places, but I thought that the weapon was actually missed. This quasi head is gone, right? When Shadow Moon Niang just wanted to tease the other party, the weapon that had been deflected actually returned. In the midst of this surprise, Shadow Moon Niang found that she could no longer dodge. While one knife and half Tianyu was speechless, it was like saying, "Are you proud too early? Okay now, right?" Originally, Tianyu didn't plan to end the battle so quickly. With such an ideal sparring partner, Tianyu is still quite cherished. How to think that this guy actually died like this, it's a little embarrassing. At this moment, the vision abruptly appeared. The corpse that had been divided in half before began to gradually turn into a stream of water. It turned out to be a water body? Go and died. At the moment when Tianyu was stunned, the puddle behind him suddenly condensed into a figure, and the bitter in his hand stabbed towards Tianyu's vest. Two metal weapons were added. There was a piercing sound. Shadow Moon Niang was surprised. She couldn't imagine that the sneak attack had failed. Abominable. This little guy's reaction power is too fast. The two figures staggered and separated, looking at the sharp point of the weapon with a few cat hairs and bloodstains. I think that the sneak attack just now was not completely in vain, otherwise wouldn't it be in vain that he had laid out for so long? Feeling the pain of drilling his heart, Tianyu died of depression. Really? Ninja is a high-risk profession. It's good that I have medical skills, otherwise I'm afraid I will have a fear of fighting, right? One person and one cat looked at each other again, holding each other like this, and seemed to be thinking about something. Tianyu also figured it out, and after the other party cast the illusion, his true body was hidden. Separate a water body to attack in place of yourself. This not only allows you to calmly observe how you break her illusions, but you can also make tentative attacks. The attack does not turn into bait, and the real body sneaks up when he is paralyzed. It was a good hand, but she underestimated her hearing. Any movement cannot escape his keen ears. The half-squatting Shadow Moon Niang gasped slightly, because the cat's speed was too fast. At this time she could only maintain a relatively safe distance, thinking about how to deal with the next situation. At this moment, a faint green chakra fireworks lingered on Tianyu's body. The blood that had been flowing had also stopped. Looking at Tianyu's already somewhat painful expression, it changed to a leisurely and comfortable look after a few seconds, looking completely fine. The Shadow Moon Niang, who was waiting for the stern formation, frowned. Is this medical ninjutsu? Hiss. This ninja cat is very valuable. It's a pity that this little guy doesn't eat his own illusion set, otherwise he will be taken away. If Shadow Moon Niang's careful thoughts were learned by Tianyu, would she be so angry that she vomited blood? Take away? Hold your sister. Really treat me like an animal? Seeing this scene, Shadow Moon Niang is already planning to retreat. Her biggest reliance on illusion is actually ineffective against it. This cat is not simple. Looking at the wounds on his body, he can't do it without resting for a month. This war of attrition can't be fought. Fortunately, although the other party is fast, he can't walk on water, so he can escape as long as he retreats into the lake. Shadow Moon Niang, who had made up her mind, checked her chakra status. Well, there is another big ninja. Shadow Moon Niang's eyes froze, and her hands crossed her chest waved, and bitterness shot out. Tianyu suddenly saw the other party throw out Kuwu, and immediately blocked with a boomerang, and the flying Kuwu spun and bounced away with a whirring sound. Tianyu sneered, actually throwing bitterness at the cat. Unless I fell asleep, I couldn't touch the hair. Yin, ugly, Shen, Zi, Hai, Yu, ugly, Noon, Yin, Yin. Shadow Moon Niang's figure retreated, the seal technique in her hand flipped rapidly, and there were words in her mouth. Well? Tianyu actually bounced backwards after seeing the other party throw Kuwu and kept a longer distance from himself, and the fast-flying knot seal technique in his hand came out one after another. A long seal? Combined with the behavior of losing bitterness before and opening the distance, the other party is holding back a big move? It's a pity that I don't have defensive ninjutsu, so now rush up or run away? Forget it, safety first, retreat. Tianyu's body is dexterous and extremely fast, like a flea in this bare dense forest, and he has run more than 10 meters away in 3 or 2 strokes. During this period, he couldn't help but glance at the Shadow Moon Niang who was performing ninjutsu behind him. Water escape, the art of the great waterfall boom dash ripples began to appear on the originally calm surface of the lake, and the rising chakra began to condense and rotate, and soon formed a huge shockwave of water flow. At this time, Tianyu found that because of the battle between the two, he had a certain advantage, and returned to the lake while fighting. It seems that all this is not accidental. This female ninja is very smart. She knows that she can exert her strength in a place with a lot of water. It can really be described as advancing and attacking, retreating and defending. Terrible. Fierce winds, huge waves, closely chasing the running Tianyu. Tianyu was depressed. When will you give me a defensive ninjutsu? Fortunately, he has newly awakened the swift wind talent, which has a great articulation effect on his mobility and makes him more flexible. Otherwise, this time he would really be drowned by this mighty water ninjutsu. Swish dash Tianyu, shuttling back and forth in the dense forest, was like a small black shadow, which made people not see it so real. Feeling that the sound of the water rushing behind him had slowed down, Tianyu stopped, carefully observed the situation behind, and saw that the female ninja did not chase. Tianyu was relieved for no reason. It seems that the other party is also exhausted in Qian donkey skills and does not dare to chase deeply. Well, doesn't that seem to be right? Is this guy going to run? Thinking of Tianyu here, Tianyu hurriedly returned, and in less than a moment, Tianyu knew that he had guessed correctly. Because I passed through the woods and came to the edge of the lake, I saw the figure of the Shadow Moon Lady who gradually faded away. If you can't walk on water, you can only dry your eyes. At this moment, that Shadow Moon Niang suddenly stopped and shouted at Tianyu Jiao, I won't give up. Looking at the Shadow Moon Niang who dissipated in the fog, Tianyu was speechless. What does this mean? What does it mean not to give up? What's going on here? Inexplicably. At this time, Tianyu did not know that he was being targeted. Another battlefield. Yagamai, we meet again. Who is it? The black-clothed ninjas who were besieging me suddenly noticed that 3 ninjas suddenly appeared on the trunk in the direction of 3 o'clock, and when you looked closely, there were ninja guards. A leaf-shaped ninja brace, which is all too familiar to ninjas from neighboring countries. Suddenly he was taken aback. Konoha ninja, ha ha, count you still have some insight. A teenager with messy hair touched his nose and laughed. Woof dash well, and a little milk dog lying on his shoulder is also going to forcibly show his face. Teeth? It turned out to be you. Haha, I didn't expect that we would meet again not long after we separated, what a coincidence. Inyazuka grinned. Why, there are Konoha ninjas here. The ninja who besieged me and several people were a little depressed. The most important thing is that these ninjas still seem to be acquaintances with their targets, so aren't they working in vain? How? Comments on our presence here? At this moment, one of the 3 Konoha ninjas, wrapped in a cloak and completely unable to see his face, stood up and questioned. The leader of the black-clothed ninja was speechless. At this time, it was not a good idea to provoke the other party, so he said in a deep voice, "Do you want to intervene in our battle? How else?" The leader of the black-clothed ninja looked at a timid female ninja hiding behind the 2 arrogant young ninjas, a little funny, but this was only a momentary thing. Only when he saw the eyes of the girl ninja, his whole body was immediately excited. This is White Eyes. Then it is the people of the Hyuga clan. According to the urine nature of the Konoha ninja, they will definitely be equipped with an elite upper ninja to give growth protection. At this time, the black-clothed ninja couldn't help but scold his mother, "What a fucking bad luck." But at this time, you can't panic. After all, you and others have no hatred with them, and there is still room for turning around. He immediately spoke, "Since the Konoha ninja has come forward, let's withdraw." The ninjas in black came and went quickly, and even if they died, they were slightly injured, and all kinds of consumables were also lost, but it was conceivable that they lost their wife and broke the army. We just gave up. The black-clothed ninja looked behind him and found that there were no chasers, but some people were still indignant at the captain's decision. Humph, good thing we ran fast. Otherwise, you will all die there. SHHH. The black-clothed ninjas looked at each other. They really didn't expect such serious consequences. He immediately asked, "Captain Iron Wolf, what do you say about this? Isn't it just 3 Konoha ninjas who have not dried up? Aren't we unable to fight? 3? You dare to fight with them without even understanding how many people on the other side? Ignorance is also a kind of happiness." The captain known as the Iron Wolf was almost scared just now. Didn't you notice that the girl ninja behind those 2 teenagers was from the Hyuga clan? A white-eyed clan with a blood succession limit. SHHH. Blood succession limit. Everyone here was immediately shocked. One of the tall, thin ninjas explained, "It is rumored that ninjas with blood succession limits have incredible abilities. It's just that I've never seen it with my own eyes. However, I have heard of the special ability of the white-eyed people, and it is said that it can see through everything, including the meridians in the human body. Once hit by the meridians by the soft fist of their Hyuga clan, then the ninja loses the ability to control chakra. Very powerful." The crowd was silent. Stupid. Have you observed that? The reason why I gave the order to retreat is because according to the habits of Konoha ninjas, once this kind of strictly controlled blood succession limit is out of the village, then there must be an elite shinobi to accompany and protect and grow. That is, their instructor. Got it. Captain Iron Wolf had to tell them solemnly that they had picked up a small life this time. Otherwise, everyone still thinks that he is a soft egg captain, then it will be difficult to bring the team in the future. Saying this, everyone suddenly realized and admired the heroism of Captain Iron Wolf. The corner of the Iron Wolf's mouth hooked, and an intriguing smile said, "Hurry up and join the Moon Niang, this operation has completely failed." Although everyone's hearts were unbalanced, this was also a helpless move, and they all lamented that the years were unfavorable. Abominable. It's all to blame Hikaru Nishimurata. Today's loss will go back to him to reimburse. That's right. It is this girl who conceals information and leads to unfavorable actions. Everyone smiled mysteriously. "A look like you understand. I understand, everyone understands." It was at this time that a small bug flew out of the clothes of a Naka ninja, and all this seemed so natural that no one noticed it. They walked away. If Tianyu was present, then he could recognize this person at a glance. This person is a member of the Oil Lady clan, one of Konoha's 12 small powerhouses. Oil Lady Shino is also. "Shino-kun, you're here too. Ha ha." Habara Yagami happily went up and hugged him with both hands. Me and the others couldn't help but settle down when they saw that the always calm Yagami was so happy, and they were so familiar with these 3 Konoha ninjas. Yamanaka Harano couldn't help but ask curiously, "Do you know each other?" "Of course," Inyazuka said loudly. After introducing each other, after questioning, everyone learned that it turned out to be a mission. Inyazuka suffered a one-time life crisis, and finally was saved by 2 Yagami brothers passing by, and several people of similar ages became good friends. After the previous escort mission from the Land of Fire, it was less than half a month, and several people met again in this wild place, which showed that they were very happy. Say both sides. Tianyu chased away the Shadow Moon Niang, and after resting for a while, he ran towards Mei Hui and the others, and at this time, he heard the conversation of several people in black clothes in front of him, and immediately entered the stealth state. At this time, Tianyu was not in a hurry to make a move, but to obtain intelligence from their mouths and understand the development of the situation, so that he could decide how to act later. It was at this time that Tianyu actually heard the message of the Hyuga clan. White-eyed girl? Well, kind of interesting. After Tanya silently tasted what the other party said in his heart, he learned that my Y and the others were safe for the time being. So I took out the boomerang and looked at it, which contained 300 chakras, and I was immediately relieved. Let it go or hit? Beat? It doesn't seem to make sense, right? Unless you want to rob the other party. Otherwise, it's a senseless battle, right? What Tianyu immediately blocked with a boomerang, easily flicked away the shuriken, and the figure instantly swooped a few times and changed positions. Will be careful, abominable. What is it? The leading Iron Wolf captain couldn't help but be surprised, and quickly said, Maida, what is the other party? For this sudden ambush, it suddenly confused the people who had just escaped death. Even the usual marching formations are full of holes. Somebody died? The Iron Wolf saw a teammate fall from a tree at a glance, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat, and he and the others died without even seeing what the other party was. Damn it! After possessing the rapid wind, Tanya's mobility has been greatly enhanced, and it is simply a mobile machine in this complex dense forest environment, and it is extremely dexterous. The few people who were ambushed could only see small black shadows walking through the woods in the dark environment. It is clear that the other party is not human, but he and the others didn't provoke such a troublesome existence? The Iron Wolf is pressing. He couldn't help but scold, Maida. Locked the other party's position. The person known as Maida is the only sentient ninja in this squad, and he is also breaking out in a cold sweat at this time. Too fast. 4 o'clock direction. Fire, fire dragon bomb. Boom dash heaven and earth shook, Tanya smirked, wasting strength. Dash with a miserable howl, a black-clad ninja struggled to resist for a moment before an arm was cut off. The Iron Wolf captain was dumbfounded and shouted, what? Everyone tightened the formation. After knowing that the opponent is a melee attack type, then concentrated defense can effectively resist the opponent's sneak attack on their own fallen personnel. 8 o'clock direction. The perception ninja named Maida immediately pointed out Tianyu's location at this time, but Tianyu himself has been in a state of movement, and the speed is very fast, and the information obtained by Iron Wolf and others is completely outdated, and it is strange that it can have an effect. Shiyu dash looking at the shuriken that kept flying behind him, Tianyu didn't care. Constantly look for the opponent's defensive loopholes. It was only after a moment of panic that the black-clothed ninjas once again combined into a defensive formation, knowing that they would not have much chance, and immediately retreated decisively. Attention everyone! If you notice movement, warn immediately. The people who were waiting had already come to their senses and carefully distinguished the dark shadows in the darkness, but after a few minutes, the dark dense forest was still silent. The silence is a little scary, but at this time, everyone is enjoying the atmosphere. Abominable. Caught off guard. Captain Iron Wolf angrily punched the trees next to him and asked, Maida, you found out about the other party's ambush just now, why didn't you tell us? Maida was speechless and quickly explained. Captain, I was just suspicious, so I threw out a few shurikens casually, but I didn't expect that there was really an ambush. Humph. The other party is just a beast, it should not be coming at us. It is estimated that you provoked the other party and suffered the attack of the other party. It was the ninja who lost an arm that was indignant. He felt that he was the most wronged, and inexplicably lost his arm. At this time, a black-clad ninja who had gone to collect the corpses of his companions returned. Angrily said, abominable. The other party took Hanjian's body away. Everyone was silent for a while, quite a bit of a rabbit-dead fox sadness. This operation is really miserable. Still chasing, one of the ninjas asked weakly. Captain Iron Wolf glared angrily, and said with a look of hatred that iron is not steel. Chase? Chase a fart? Aren't losses miserable enough? I definitely didn't look at Huangli when I went out today, so I quickly went home to wash and sleep. Pray for a good day tomorrow. Feeling the boomerang in his hand absorb another 800 points of chakra, a burst of joy and confidence. Tanya knew that the Maivai people at this time must urgently need their own medical skills, so he did not stop for a moment and ran towards Maivai and the others with all his strength. Swoosh dash at this moment, Tanya suddenly stopped, because he saw a female ninja blocking the way in front of him. Take a closer look. Kana has forward protection, red eyes, enchanting figure, and a sexy dress. Isn't this Kanaha's illusion ninja Sunset Red? At present, the situation is unknown, and Tanya does not dare to make any changes to avoid causing misunderstanding. Tanya meowed a few times, but Sunset Hong didn't understand it at all. One person and one cat glared at each other. At this time, Tanya channeled out paper and pen, brushed and wrote a few big words, meow meow. The depressed Tanya wanted to vomit blood, and the cat couldn't speak. Shiri Hong couldn't help but be curious when she saw this cat writing and drawing, so there was no movement in her hand, so she looked at Tanya holding a sign above her head, which said, the ninja cat of the mercenary guild, not XX, bad guy. I originally wanted to write, not an enemy, but I didn't know how to write it, so I changed it to the word bad guy with the same meaning. The reason why I wrote this is all because I overheard the conversation of the black-clothed ninja before, because Tanya didn't know what the Sunset Red team had to do with me and the others, but just thought that Lu Jian was uneven and pulled out his sword to help. Therefore, he mentioned that he was a ninja cat of the mercenary union, not a suspicious character. Please show mercy to your subordinates. Ask for love, ask for hugs. Sunset Hong saw the cat look stupid and cute, the corners of her mouth outlined an arc. She wanted to laugh and had to endure. She is now a teacher, to keep the focus. This is what her mother often mentions, nagging. Swoosh dash, since you can't help it, let's quickly hide and laugh. Tianyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Shirihan use the teleportation technique to leave. If he really fought, he would be in trouble. It's okay. Who is it? The Yamanaka Harano soon sensed the arrival of Tianyu through the mist concealment technique. Tianyu meowed above a tree trunk, and everyone realized that it was Tianyu who had returned. Mei Hui finally exhaled a sigh of relief when she saw Tianyu's arrival. This time, she really let Tianyu do her own task. Until this time she was still uneasy. However, after this trial, Tianyu should really have the ability to perform tasks alone. Tianyu observed and found that several people were injured to varying degrees, especially Inu Yan's injury was quite serious, not to mention 2 broken fingers, and half of his body was burned, and he was cleaning his wound at this time. Habara Yagamai took Hinata, Inyazuka and Akamaru, 3 search experts, to find Inu's severed finger. Hinata couldn't help but show a surprised expression when she heard that they also had a ninja cat, and it was also a cat that was good at medical ninjutsu. Ninja beasts that can use medical ninjutsu are all 1 in a million, which is extremely rare. Inyazuka and Hinata looked at each other, meaning that it seems that the information we got is correct, and Shinjuku City in Kawanakuni is indeed full of ownerless ninja cats. It seems that this trip was not run in vain. Of course, the two also asked Habara Yagamai, who was more familiar with Shinjuku City, about cats and beasts. Habara Yagamai said that he usually travels between the Land of Iron and the Land of Fire, and there are not many opportunities to come to Shinjuku City, but he can introduce the two to me. Me and Inu are both registered mercenaries in Kawanakuni, presumably local people, so they must know this matter better. So, the 3 people and 1 beast who found the broken finger and returned just happened to see a cat healing everyone's injuries, and immediately watched curiously. Is this cured? Inyazuka and Hinata were taken aback, because the treatment is too easy. In their eyes, Tianyu just threw a few green light flame balls from the cat's paw, and the injured few people were wrapped in green light flames, and the wounds began to heal. In the end, only Inu Yui, who was most seriously injured, was still being treated, especially the light flame where the broken finger was the most concentrated. If you look closely, you may also be able to see that the broken finger has begun to grow and recover. The treatment is over. Inuyan moved his fingers in surprise. Perfect. This healing technique is so amazing that it can even treat broken fingers. This has to be said to be a very practical ability. This amazing scene was naturally also seen by the Shangnan of Sunset Red. This information has to be reported. Inu Kang looked at his younger brother with envy and said, "No wonder you want to team up with them. This cat has such a powerful medical ninjutsu, I am hungry to see it." Inuyan stared at his sister and said, "Don't think about it, are all from their own family, and I hope to keep it secret, and I believe that Mei Hui will not be stingy if I need treatment in the future." "Oh Clang. What are you talking about? I think anyone will be hungry for such a powerful cat beast, right?" Inu smiled haughtily at me. "You have to be optimistic. Thank you seniors for reminding me. If it weren't for Inu senpai's risking his life to fend off the attack for me this time, then it would be me who lay down. I really don't know how to thank you. Everyone is their own person, and it is of course obligatory to have the treatment of cats. Me is sincerely thankful. This time is much more dangerous than expected. It seems that she still needs a lot of training to become a good ninja." Inu Yan's injuries were recovered, and even his mental head was a little excited. Stretching out his hand, he thanked him. "That's right, this time thanks to your help." "Haha, you're welcome. I'm good friends with Yagamai, and if I see him in difficulty, I definitely want to help." Inyazuka shook hands with Inu with a big grin. Wow, Akamaru agreed with a wagging tail as well. Hinata was timid and withdrew his hand after touching Inu Yan. As for what was said, Inu Yan did not hear clearly. It is estimated that it is a particularly shy little girl, and Inu Yan does not mind. After treatment, everyone's injuries healed and their mood was particularly good. In addition, I heard that Inyazuka and several people wanted to ask him and me about something, and the Yamamura Koshido happened to kill a beast while on patrol. Everyone unanimously proposed a bonfire party to celebrate the victory of the battle and the meeting of Inyazuka and the others. As for security issues, there are Konoha ninjas, and few people dare to stir the tiger's whiskers. Meow Meow Tianyu, the good cat, took turns selling cute chakra everywhere, and the atmosphere of everyone was cheerful. Hinata had already prepared her food and waited for Tianyu to drill into her embrace, and she could see that she really liked Tianyu. Tianyu has actually paid attention to it for a long time. Could it be that Hinata is also a cat petting professional? This cat Tianyu is not allowed. As soon as he got into Hinata's arms, he rubbed hard, causing Hinata to laugh, completely without the usual sense of shyness. Eating the food given by Hinata, Tenyu suddenly felt the chakra explode. Chakra plus 10, chakra plus 20, chakra plus 30, chakra plus 40. This is cow bee on a plane, cow bee on the sky. What's going on here? Everyone else gives a single digit, and Hinata basically gives 2 digits? Does this sell most still depend on the people to sell? Finally compared with my why, Tenyu thought thoughtfully and seemed to understand something. As the owner, my why's heart to love her cat is definitely undoubted. So eating the food she gives, chakra grows 1 to twice as much as someone else. At the beginning, Tenyu did not take it seriously, because this situation occasionally appeared in others, so Tenyu only regarded it as an accidental event. But after Hinata's feeding, Tenyu felt different. It turns out that this is still the case. Is the love given directly proportional to chakra? So powerful chakra increased, Tenyu didn't want to leave. The round that the stomach ate was digested with chakra extraction, and I ate it until I was forcibly taken away by me. Tenyu looked at Mei Hui innocently, and Mei Hui was a little angry. He looked at Tenyu resentfully and said, "You are like this, others still can't eat, I'll feed you." Haha, everyone laughed, and Inyazuka poked Hinata, "It seems that Xiaotian likes you very much." Hinata's face was a little red, and she nodded and admitted, "I like Xiaotian too, it's so cute. It's a pity that it already has an owner." Haha, it's okay. We'll be able to help you find a cat beast. We must have come to the right place this time. Inyazuka laughed heartlessly, picked up a bone and fed it to the little milk dog next to him. Akamaru, did you say that? Wang the oil girl Jinai added wood fire, and the fire that hooked became more and more vigorous. Every now and then, a spark shone on his face that was so calm that he could not feel any anger. Shino-kun, I haven't asked why you appeared here this time. Shino didn't speak, raised his right hand directly, and then a small bug came out of his clothes. Looking at the slowly crawling worm, he said, "Just to find it. This little bug is called the star moonworm, and I heard about this area, so we came." Oil Lady Jinai is concise and to the point. "Oh, so your mission was successfully completed?" Habara Yagami drank the juice he had snatched from Tenwu and gave Inyazuka a glass to each of them. Speaking of juice, he is also strange. Why does Tenyu collect a lot of weird things? For example, some condiments, cushions, pillows, cutlery and so on. It seems that these items were purchased separately in Shinjuku City before coming. What a cat to enjoy. No, this is just one of the missions. This time we came to Shinjuku City with 2 more missions, one of which was to help Hinata find a cat ninja. She loved it. In fact, Hinata saw that each of her teammates had their own ninja beasts, and she also wanted to have her own ninja beasts, which could also indirectly enhance her strength. So taking advantage of this opportunity to help Shino find new bugs, she proposed to go to Shinjuku City to find a cat beast that belonged to her. This information was also obtained by chance in the family, so with this experience, she also wanted to try her luck. Everyone nodded involuntarily when they heard this. Inuyen continued the topic, "If you are looking for cats and beasts, then you're in the right place. Shinjuku Castle is also known as Cat Town because there are many cat ninja beasts gathering here. Especially during estrus, cats and beasts from all over the world may come to look for mating partners. In another month or 2, it's mating season again," Inuyen said, and looked at Tenyu, seemingly expectant. So everyone present glanced at Tenyu curiously. "Tenyu that gas not ah, you say it well, look at me and say what do you mean? I'm only 4 months old, and I'm far from mating." Bah! How was he wrapped in? When I am a cattle. What an inappropriate son of man. Mating or something? That doesn't exist. Ben Meow is destined to be a laid-back single cat for the rest of his life. Hey, by the way, I heard that Konoha village also has a ninja cat gathering place. How did you get to such a far place in the country of Kawa? Isn't it close and far? Mei Hui raised doubts, and Tenyu also wanted to know. So I listened carefully. Finally, I learned that the cat beast itself is a creature that likes freedom, and has always only cooperated with the Uchiha family, and now the Uchiha family is gone. They are also considered to be free, so they will not sign any cooperation contracts with any family or individual for the time being, only accept some form of employment relationship. You know, if a ninja wants a ninja to be strong, it must take a lot of resources and energy. If you can't become a family ninja, you can't get family resources to cultivate. However, ninja beasts that are not strong enough are of limited help to ninjas. Therefore, the cats and beasts of Konoha village are chicken ribs. So it is. Tenyu, who understood it, said in a meow, "If you can't find a cat beast, I can introduce a cat beast to you at that time, but now it's weaker than meow." Is it? That's so thankful. Hinata almost jumped with joy after getting these translation. It doesn't matter if you have a weakness, as long as you have chakra, then with her family's resources, your achievements must not be too low. The most important thing is that I am also in the growth period now. After growing together, we will have a more tacit understanding. Just look at Inyazuka and Akamaru. Wow, so Yagami and I won't have a chance to participate in this competition. The mountain field was a little depressed and felt despised. We've only been in the mercenary union for a year, and you want to make a name for yourself in an event of this level. These contestants all have the strength of the middle ninja level. Therefore, in addition to a new senpai, only me is eligible. Habara Yagami duly reminded. According to what you say, Ya already has the strength of Nakanin? Yamanaka Harano was surprised. This guy is probably about the same age as me, right? Bastard. You are to honor me as Tooth-kun. Inyazuka crossed his hands over his chest and grinned in annoyance. Is this underestimating me? If nothing else, my Hwai's strength is also the most inferior existence among the contestants. Even if you two go, it's just going through the motions. We can't do shameful things. But my Hwai has a little god. In my opinion, it is the favorite to win the championship. Do you want to bet on my Hwai? We make a lot of money. Everyone was suddenly shocked by Inu Yan's jumpy thinking. After sparing for a long time, it turned out that Inu Yan was waiting for everyone here. Inu senpai, thank you for looking at me. The corner of me's mouth twitched. Will this Inu senpai speak? What is the most inferior existence? Is this trying to praise me or to belittle me? It's really bitter and unspeakable. In fact, where is her strength so bad? Due to the relationship of the Vortex family, the sealing technique has always dared not use it at will, because it will bring trouble to himself, even exposing his identity as a Whirlpool clan, especially the King Kong blockade unique to the Vortex clan. At least until you have the strength to protect yourself, it must not be exposed, otherwise, powerful ninjas will be attracted. So according to what Inu said, the performance is indeed quite bad. But that's okay, she's been working on a new killer app lately. Thinking of my Hwai here, I am full of confidence again. At this time, Tinyu also understood that his feelings were so attentive to my Hwai's participation in the competition, it turned out to be because he could make a fortune fiercely. Now that you can buy some things in the psychic space, you all need coins, so you can also take this opportunity to scavenge for some money. This is indeed a good idea, but I didn't expect that Inu Yan, as a ninja, is still a little talented in terms of money. Finally, I listened to various introductions of Inu Yan, and for half a day, this method is that the major markets will open bets during the competition. According to Mei Hui's resume, she is the most inconspicuous newcomer, so the odds given by the gambling house market are very high. Simply put, the fewer people buy, the higher the odds, but not the high odds will be bought, because everyone is not optimistic about each other's chances of winning. In order to attract speculators, the casino increases the odds, but reconfigures the odds through the outcome of each match. Tinyu doesn't understand these things, he just needs to play with peace of mind. As for the matter of trading and making money, it is up to Inu Yan to do it. During this time, Tinyu also asked Inyazuka about how ninja beasts speak human language, which was also a problem for Tinyu. You must know that many Konoha ninja beasts can speak people's words. What method did they use? The final response was that it was a ninjutsu that simulates the human voice. Adjust the vocal tract by condensing chakra in the throat, and you can simulate the language you want to speak by relying on the adjusted tone. But to truly master this profound ninjutsu, you need not only IQ, strong observation, but also precise chakra control, and it takes a long time to practice. It looks hard. Tinyu was a little surprised. It is no wonder that although most ninja beasts can understand the meaning of humans, few can speak. For example, the goods in front of me seem to have never been able to speak human words. Patience alone can brush half of the ninja beasts. I won't do this ninjutsu. So, if you have a chance to go to Konoha in the future, you can go to me. I will introduce you to Kuromaru, and you can learn from it. Inyazuka touched the back of his head and smirked. Well, thank you so much. Tinyu is very happy. No matter how difficult this thing is, you have to learn. Otherwise, communication disorders will vomit blood in some cases. It's like the sunset red-eye encountered earlier. If it weren't for the fact that he would be able to write well, then he might have made a fuss. It was at this time that Tinyu found Akamaru sniffing around behind his ass. Suddenly his face darkened. What does this product want to do? Tail sweep drove him away. Akamaru, don't you feel ashamed that you don't seriously study anthropomorphic grammar and do these tasteless things every day? Well, I smell you have a lot of chakra stuff there. Can you let me lick it? Akamaru snorted excitedly, wagging his tail. The language between animals is constructed together with the body of the voice. As long as it is a four-legged creature, it can basically communicate 30%-50% in language, so Tinyu can probably understand it. Nope, Tinyu knows what the other party wants to do. It's really a dog that can't change the pattern of eating. In order to avoid a sudden attack, he quickly covered his vital points with his tail. Who thought that at this time, Tinyu found a black ball rolling under Akamaru's feet? Meaning this thing exchanged? Nope, Tinyu just glanced at it and closed it. Although this thing contains a trace amount of chakra, it is a dregs compared to his own special rainbow dried fish. Just such a broken thing still wants to make such excessive demands. It's really infuriating. Akamaru was immediately rejected by Xiao Tian, immediately dejectedly shouted and walked away. At this time, the mountain field leaned over from the other side, and Tianyu glanced at it curiously, feeling that this mountain field had something to find himself. Kitten, please promise me a request, Yamanaka Harano said solemnly. As early as before, Yamanaka Harano couldn't help but be shocked to see that Tianyu's medical ability could even be reborn with a broken finger. At that time, he was thinking that his father, who was seriously injured at home, might also be able to recover through Tianyu's treatment. Since you can regenerate a broken finger, can you regenerate a wrist? So at this moment, the idle mountain wilderness seized the opportunity and asked Tianyu to be able to treat his father. After listening to Yuan Yi's words, Tianyu's face was solemn. Although he had not tried it, he still had a little count in his heart about this ninjutsu. I'm afraid it's difficult. However, it is probably not good to block the hope of the field without trying. After thinking for a moment, Tianyu still decided to resign himself to his fate, and responded to go and see the situation first, but you better not get your hopes up. Yamanaka Harano was not disappointed by such an answer. After all, such an injury had never been heard of and could still recover. At least you can try, isn't that a hope? Thinking of the wilderness here, his heart was also a little open-minded, and he said gratefully, thank you. You're welcome, we're all teammates, don't you call me sister too? Rest assured, there must be a way to solve my uncle's injury, Mei Hui said with relief. She knows the family situation of Yamanaka Harano. After her father lost the ninja income, the economic situation plummeted, until Yamanaka Harano gradually became a shinobi. The family's living expenses gradually normalized. It is precisely because of this that when the mountain wilderness, which has just entered the mercenary career, has no mission experience, low strength, and difficulty in forming a team, me has extended a helping hand, and since then the mountain wilderness is like a fartworm, following me out of the mission every time and gradually accumulating experience. Yamanaka Harano's ability to quickly accumulate experience in dozens of missions and survive brutal killings to the present is inseparable from Mi's care. In his heart, he has already regarded Mai as his big sister, which is an emotion that surpasses his teammates. Looking at Mi's sweet smile, Yamanaka Harano inexplicably had a hint of hope for his father's recovery. The moon is shining, the sky is full of stars, and the flat and bright meadows are divided into poles with the darkness of the surrounding mountains and forests. The crowd of people who had a busy day also had enough to eat and drink, and gathered together in twos and threes, some cultivating chakra, some chatting, and some setting up tents to rest. Although it was not far from the fishing port town now, everyone was in no hurry, so they decided to return to Shinjuku City after dawn. Goo dash with the cry of an unknown night bird, Tianyu woke up. At night, Tianyu's spiritual head came up, so he stretched his waist, cat's eyes were smart, and went out to hunt some prey. Tianyu had just disappeared into the darkness of the woods, and Akamaru screamed twice and chased after him. Ha! Tianyu found that there was a familiar smell behind him, and sure enough, Akamaru chased after him. Tianyu slowed down, and two ninja beasts, a cat and a dog, shuttled through the woods. In order to exercise the autonomy of the disciples, Sunset Hong, who was hidden in the shadows, did not get too close, but only protected it in secret. Most of the time you won't show up. Seeing the two ninja beasts chasing so happily, they ignored it and continued to meditate and refine chakra. Since Tianyu obtained the talent Rapid Wind, Tianyu has always felt that he is like a fish in water in the complex terrain, and the flexible figure with dynamic vision is almost extraordinary. There is always the illusion that the wind is behind you. Swish Tianyu meowed a few times, asking Akamaru to follow. He had the intention to test his speed in the jungle with Akamaru. Akamaru quickly comprehended Tianyu's intentions, and chakra burned under his feet, and his speed suddenly skyrocketed. Tianyu knew that it was the ninjutsu four-legged technique that ninja beasts would almost always use. Since obtaining the skill of cat food, Tianyu has not used this ninjutsu, because in terms of the current speed, it is no longer comparable to ordinary ninja. Unexpectedly kept up. Tianyu was a little surprised. You must know that this is in the mountains and forests. If in the plain area, Tianyu's straight-line speed may not have much advantage, but in this kind of complex mountain forest, being able to keep up with himself can only mean that Akamaru's four-legged technique is 2 levels higher than cat food. Is this the foundation of the 5 great ninja villages? It's not to be underestimated. A cat and a dog ran wildly, but they were blocked by a river in front of them. Tianyu hurriedly slowed down, saying that he would not tread water, hoping that Akamaru would teach him some experience. Woof rapid around me. Akamaru wagged his tail and raised his neck and barked proudly a few times. Then chakra condensed on the soles of the feet, and Tianyu looked closely and found that there were 2 forms. The first form was to form a face under the feet. It is possible to increase buoyancy. The second form is the continuous output of the appropriate chakra under the foot, forming a straight line that extends downward. It is similar to stepping on chakra stilts on the water. Just maintain the stability of chakra. If you are running, then you need to adjust the output of your chakra at all times to balance the transition between speeds. It takes constant practice to be practiced and perfect. Another thing to note is the fluctuation of the entire water flow. It will interfere with chakra's stability at all times, which tests chakra's control. Therefore, when I first started learning, I usually practiced in a place where the water flow was relatively stable. After getting familiar with it, you will be challenged in various places with harsh water flow environments. As long as the basic principles are understood, then it is practice. Tianyu watched the cheerful Akamara running in the river by the river, and quickly mastered the trick, which may be a little imperfect at first, but after Akamara's demonstration, Tianyu smoothly learned the treading problem that troubled him for a long time. After a period of getting along, Tianyu found that Akamara was a very good dog to get along with, but he was a little obscene. Tianyu, who got the benefits, also sent a special rainbow dried fish to Akamaru, and Akamaru ran around excitedly. For such thanks, Tianyu didn't know whether it was right or wrong, and he was really a little worried that Akamaru would not be able to eat that kind of unpalatable dry food in the future. Akamaru, you used to copy bread. A cat and a dog, cooperative hunting, driven by Akamaru, and killed by Tianyu. Soon the harvest was full, and Tianyu also happily harvested hundreds of chakras again, full of joy. As for the prey that Tianyu killed, they all had the nature of increasing chakra, and it was still in the secret stage, so Tianyu only gave Akamaru the 2 prey he killed himself. As the name suggests, you can't take that much. Who said that Tianyu had psychic space and he didn't? Of course, in order to compensate for Akamaru's efforts, Tianyu gave a special rainbow dried fish. Makes Akamaru drool with pleasure. Note: Akamaru belongs to the family ninja dog and has no psychic space. Tianyu is a psychic beast with its own psychic space. There is a certain difference between the two. Accompanied by the chirping of birdsong, the camp gradually rose to the top of the cooking smoke, and after breakfast, everyone packed their bags. Since Hinata and they still had to continue the task of catching bugs, everyone had to say goodbye for the time being. Akamaru was entangled with Tianyu. Tianyu was embarrassed. He really did not expect that one day he and Akamaru became friends. Looking at me and others who were gradually leaving, Akamaru screamed. Inyazuka touched Akamaru's head soothingly and comforted Akamaru. The separation of men is for the next reunion. We'll meet again soon. Woof. Soon, me and the others came to the suburban woods near Shinjuku City. Tianyu threw out the ninjas he had killed. It feels strange to keep it in the space backpack all the time, so deal with it as soon as possible. SHHH. Me counted several people, there were actually 7 ninjas. After listening to Tianyu's story, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Although it was a sneak attack, with the ability to kill 4 middle ninja and 3 lower ninja in this blow, even Inuyan, who was a silver-level mercenary, was not sure to do it. How far has this cat grown? It seems that he still underestimated this little guy. Habara Yagamai and Yamanaka Harano now feel that they can't even see the taillights of a cat. This is really shocking. Is it any wonder that Inuyan said that me as Xiao Tian is the favorite to win the championship before? Originally I didn't believe it, but now it seems that it is necessary to bet? If you have money, you don't earn a bastard. After a while of groping, all the loot was concentrated. The total ones are as follows: 4 C-rank scrolls, 2 B-grade ninjutsu scrolls, and 1 valuable space scroll. There are several strategic materials such as various detonation charms, shurikens, kunao, flying claws, and soldier food pills, and the total value is estimated to be about 200,000 taels. The money totaled 400,000 taels. Since these harvests were captured by Tianyu, Tianyu has absolute priority. Then Tianyu chose a B-grade ninjutsu scroll and 400,000 taels of money. Tianyu actually has no special need for ninjutsu scrolls, and asking for one is just for research and trying to see if he can learn the ninjutsu scrolls of this world. Inuyan paid the most because he obtained a space scroll worth hundreds of thousands of taels. Inuyan, who felt that he had taken advantage of the big advantage, decided to give up all other reward attribution. So no one has any objections either. The remaining various strategic materials in 2 C-class and 1 B-class ninjutsu scrolls were divided between me, Yagamai, and Harano. Finally, it is time to distribute the amount of the bounty that was exchanged for the corpses of Nishimura. In addition to the 50,000 taels of purchase mission intelligence and the 40,000 commissions of Inu Kang, there are still 110,000 taels left. Of course, Tianyu also happily received 30,000 taels. Inu Kang and his wife got the reward for this mission, because the task was not registered through the mercenary union, so it would not appear on the mission resume, and naturally did not have to pay the task commission, but actually got a reward of 40,000. He also obtained 2 C-grade ninjutsu scrolls and a few gadgets. The two left happily. It was at this time that everyone also noticed Inuyan's changing face, and me was curious. Inu Sr., is there any problem? Inuyan didn't know how to say it all of a sudden, so he had to say strangely, now there is good news and bad news. I don't know which one you want to hear first. Bad news? Yamanaka Harano couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. There were so many things that had happened recently, he didn't want to make any more mods. So he said nervously, then listen to the good news first. The good news is that 2 of these people have bounty amounts. This person is called the Snow Demon, Ascension Ninja, wanted for a long time, but I didn't expect it to be planted in Xiaoshan's hands. This can be obtained directly at the Daimyofu, with a total value of 350,000 yuan. After Inuyan finished speaking, he pointed to the next corpse and explained, and this little fat one is one of the people in the group who attacked us, named Hanjian, who has a reward of 150,000 on the underground exchange. We can seal this with the Space Seal Scroll and receive it together when we have the opportunity in the future. Everyone gained a lot this time, and they were exhausted and did not want to cause any more trouble. So I am very much in favor of the way Inu is handled. And what about the so-called bad news? Tianyu also asked curiously. The bad news is that this guy named Hanjian has an older brother who is a shinobi. Tianyu's eyes widened. It seemed that this time was absolutely troublesome, and he actually accidentally provoked a Shangnan. Others are also tight-hearted. Inuyan soothed, for a while, it is estimated that it will not be discovered so quickly. It would be nice to be careful in the future. I don't know much about his brother, but I remember it was stated in some intelligence. So a little impressed. Everything is done, and there is nothing to fear. Tianyu spread his hands very nakedly. If there is a problem, push it on me. Want to kill me? Not so easy, meow. Tianyu opened the properties panel to see how the growth has been these days. Name: Tianyu. Gender: male. Age: 4 months. Level: elite shinobi. Class: psychic beast. Vortex me. Possession: psychic space. Basic attributes: agility 471, strength 300, wisdom 174, chakra 7990/7990, spiritual power 297, money 468,000, tails, talent, skills, Seipa, selling mo, heart to heart seal 9, dead life technique 1, cat illusion, pupil, swift wind, ninjutsu, C grade, stealth, C grade, cat body art, raid, C grade, cat ninjutsu, chakra extraction, B grade, cat ninjutsu, life recovery technique, B grade, contract, master and servant contract, D level, ninjutsu, shunfang ear technique, D grade, ninjutsu, four-legged technique 7,990. How uncomfortable this number looked, so I took out a special rainbow dried fish. Maybe eating it will have a miraculous effect. Tianyu, who had just finished eating, actually burned with aqua blue chakra flames all over his body. Tianyu, sure enough, 8,000 chakra is a threshold, directly promoted to Zongnan. Name: Tianyu. Gender: male. Age: 4 months. Level: Naka shinobi. Class: psychic beast. Vortex me. Possession: psychic space. Basic attributes: agility 671, strength 450, wisdom 194, chakra 8090/8090, spiritual power 328, money 468,000, tails, talent, skills, Sapa, selling mo, heart to heart 9, dead life technique 1, cat illusion eyes, rapid wind, secret technique, combo transformation, ninjutsu, C level, stealth, C level, cat body art, raid, C level, cat ninjutsu, chakra extraction grade. Beat cat ninjutsu, life recovery technique, master and servant contract, secret technique, D-level ninjutsu, the art of the wind ear, D-level ninjutsu, four-legged technique, agility has increased by 200 points again, strength 150 points, wisdom 20 points, spiritual power also skyrocketed by 37 points, and the talent skill added a secret art combination transformation. Tianyu's eyebrows bent. Just by looking at the name, you can know that it is a good thing, but the question is, what is this thing? The abnormal changes in Tianyu were inexplicable to everyone watching. What the hell is this suddenly leaked chakra flame? Could it be that this little monster's chakra has become so much that it can be leaked at any time? The various emotions of everyone did not attract Tianyu's attention at all, because Tianyu's attention at this time was all on the extra talent note. Isn't this combination ordinary powerful? The highlight is that after the combination transforms, you can also transform into the cat fairy mode again. Only 3 minutes though. Without fairy skills, you can't exert the full strength of the immortal mode, which belongs to the kind of experience version. But that's also the existence of the hanging sky. The most important thing is that it is written clearly above that after transforming into the cat fairy mode, you can experience the absorption of fairy chakra. After that, wouldn't you not have to apply toad oil to the cultivation immortal mode like a toad immortal? Can you sense natural energy directly? According to this, then it seems that cultivating the immortal mode is countless times easier? It can be said that mastering this combination transformation technique will obtain the key to enter the immortal mode in disguise. This conclusion really shocked Tianyu and made people unbelievable. At this moment, the entire panel shook again, and a new function panel appeared on the side of the Wheel of Fortune, which immediately attracted Tianyu's attention. Only Tianyu's consciousness just looked at the newly appeared functional interface, followed by a row of text. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to the medium shinobi level. The onboarding phase is complete. The system upgrade is complete. What's new? 1. The lottery function requires 1,000 chakras per draw, and increases the probability of obtaining the rarity level. Limit to 3 times per day. 2. Turn on the Ninjutsu Master function. Ninjutsu Masters can improve ninjutsu strengthening, fusion, and learn 3 functions for you, and you can become stronger with a charge. After reading this funny new function description, Tinyu was speechless for a while. Sure enough, even if he came to the other world, he couldn't escape the law of charging money. Because at this time, a new function panel appeared in Tianyu's vision. It is divided into 3 areas, and it is the first function bar that is currently lit. The other 2 colors appear in an unused gray state. Strengthening, please put in the ninjutsu you want to strengthen. Tianyu casually threw in a raid ninjutsu. A row of text appears directly below the ninjutsu icon. Enhancement is expected to increase overall ninjutsu to 400% ability. Is it strengthened? Total amount required for reinforcement, 50,000 taels. Tianyu thought for a while. This ninjutsu is the current main ninjutsu, and then looked at his reserve amount, a total of 468,000 taels. Sufficient funds, then there is nothing to say, directly strengthen. Ding dash upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining Grade B Cat Body Art Raid in close combat. The body function suddenly increases by 600%. After the end of use, it falls into mild fatigue in a short period of time. The more times it is used, the longer the time, the heavier the fatigue. The overall capacity has been increased from 300% to 600%. The rating has also changed from C to B, which is a qualitative improvement. Tianyu looked at the balance of silver coins in the lower corner of the attribute panel, and sure enough, it decreased by 50,000 taels. Then I looked at the reinforcement panel tips. Is it going to the next stage of ninjutsu enhancement? It is expected to improve the overall ninjutsu to 1000% ability. Is it strengthened? Total amount required for strengthening, 200,000 taels. 200,000 taels. Genema expensive. But the enhanced ratio is also huge. Even if you have tears in your eyes, you can go down. Congratulations on obtaining a level Cat Body Art Raid during close combat. The physical function suddenly increases by 1000%, and after the end of use, pounds. It is enough for the time being, and now it is mainly necessary to strengthen the medical technique, otherwise it seems that it is impossible to rely on the current medical treatment. As a result, Tianyu looked at it. Total amount required for strengthening, 300,000 taels. Belch. Looking at the remaining 218,000 is not enough at all. Just in an instant from a spendthrift little rich cat to a poor ghost. Tianyu wants to cry without tears. It seems that he will make more money in the future. I thought that I could live an easy life without desire and want. Unexpectedly, even if you become a cat, you can't escape the law of making money. After the depression, continue to look at the next function panel. Fusion, please put in the ninjutsu you want to fuse. There is a certain probability of ninjutsu mutation, and the mutated ninjutsu may lose the functions and attributes of the original ninjutsu. The probability generates a brand new ninjutsu. Please use it with caution. Tianyu casually threw 2 ninjutsu into the fusion bar. Grade B Cat Body Art Raid. Grade C Cat Ninja Chakra Extraction Technique. Immediately after that, a row of prompt text appeared under the ninjutsu icon. Is the fusion success rate 10% and the mutation probability 90% fused? Total amount of fusion, 200,000 taels. Hiss. The probability of mutation is so high. Compared to the current scarce skills, Tianyu did not dare to carry out this unknown fusion direction. Quickly replaced chakra extraction with stealth. Fusion success rate 80%, mutation probability 20% is fusion. Total amount of fusion, 150,000 taels. Although the success rate is much higher, there is no alternative ninjutsu in Tianyu now, so even a 20% mutation probability is not a risk that Tianyu can bear. Since there is no money, then just ignore it and look directly at the last function panel. Learning, you can quickly learn different ninjutsu through this function, and the amount of consumption depends on the ninjutsu level. Belch? With this, wouldn't it be easy to learn anthropomorphic grammar? Well, but you have to leave enough money before that, otherwise another 200,000 will come at every turn. Can't take it out. After roughly understanding the new features, Tianyu's mind was full of how to make money. In the future, all the ninjutsu that are not needed will adopt skill mutations, and you may be able to get some new ninjutsu to use. Tianyu, who was shy in his pockets, had to reluctantly exit the panel, thinking about how to start earning money in the future. After sharing the loot, everyone followed the mountain wilderness to a place similar to a slum, which was relatively remote, and most of the houses were dilapidated, but fortunately the natural environment was relatively green. There is also a small stream flowing through, and you can usually catch some fish and shrimp, so it is not too poor. Everyone crossed the bridge, and not far from it was the home of the wilderness in the mountains. Yamanaka Harano invited several people into the courtyard, and called out to the people in her family, and soon a little girl about 10 years old with 2 pigtails ran out happily and grabbed Yamanaka Harano's arm and cried happily, brother is back. Hey, Sister May is there too. And who are they? Mei Hui beckoned with a smile and said, Hanako, come here, show my sister if she has grown taller again. This is Shimei, Hanako Yamanaka. Yamanaka Harano touched his sister's head and introduced. After looking around a few times and not seeing his father, he asked, "Sister, where is my father?" "Father-sama is out and will be back soon." Hanako Yamanaka teases Mi's classmate Tianyu, and Tianyu doesn't care and pretends to sleep. It's just that this girl is too much. She actually hugged herself and teased her little Tintin. Tianyu, who had a black line, hurriedly fled. Yamanaka Harano and others also saw this scene and couldn't help laughing. Abominable girl. I don't learn well at such a young age. The angry Tianyu climbed on the beam of the room. Can you sleep peacefully here, right? Before he could fall asleep, he was awakened by a call. Tianyu looked at a flower cat in front of him. Or a mother. Tianyu continued to fake sleep, ignoring the female cat's overtures. Hey, that's enough. Tianyu watched speechlessly as the flower cat kept coming towards him. Originally soft and nothing was regarded as a pet cat, but this guy had to harass himself with a beard. Where to reason on the depressed Tianyu? The flower cat glanced at the fake Tianyu with a flattering look and said, "Little brother, you are also a ninja cat, right?" "So what?" Tianyu opened his cat's eyes and took a deep look at the flower cat, but he didn't expect that the other party was also a ninja cat, and he didn't notice it. Even if it's a ninja cat? Tianyu, who had exhausted his curiosity, continued to fall asleep again. Hua Cat smiled happily and came closer. "What do you think of me?" "How about what?" Tianyu was speechless. Did this cat want to provoke him? Thinking of this, the whole body is exciting. "My brother is a man, and he loves women, not cats." Hurriedly shouted, "Can you stay away from me? It will be difficult for me to sleep like this." The flower cat leaned on Tianyu flatteringly and said, "Hee, I'm a famous lady. How about cheap you?" "Don't." Hua Cat didn't expect Tianyu to refuse so crisply, and felt that he had received 10,000 blows. Unyieldingly, he continued, "To tell you the truth, I am also a ninja cat, and if we combine strongly, we will definitely be able to produce powerful offspring." Tianyu shook his head and said resolutely, "I'm not interested." Hua Cat said depressedly, "Then what are you interested in?" "I see, you're interested in great strength? Follow me, I can teach you powerful ninjutsu." "Ha! Powerful ninjutsu?" When Tianyu heard ninjutsu, he immediately opened his eyes and said curiously, "Oh? What ninjutsu can you teach me? Let's listen." Tianyu, who was halfway through, suddenly turned dark and stopped abruptly. "Even if that's the case, I won't have anything to do with you." "Why meow?" Hua Mao's eyes were as big as copper bells, obviously surprised, and hurriedly asked, "Is it because I am not beautiful enough? Is it because I'm not strong enough?" "Don't ask why, go away, let the side go. As I told you earlier, I'm not interested in cats." "I understood, got it." The flower cat looked at Tianyu from beginning to end. His tone was very slow, and then he suddenly realized, this little guy is not yet in heat, he is too anxious, and when he is in heat, he will be able to succeed when he is in heat. The flower cat, who felt that he had found the truth, smiled and did not care about Tianyu's indifference. Tianyu looked at the flower cat and couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. This color Mimi's eyes are not hungry for their own body. I couldn't help but move a few steps to the side. With a wary face, he said, "What do you understand?" The flower cat felt that he was too anxious, so he began to devious tactics. Answering, Faye asked, "Then it's always okay to make a friend, right?" It's no problem." Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this guy had finally given up. He never thought that he would one day be eaten by cats, which was terrifying. In order to avoid the other party continuing such a terrifying topic, he couldn't help but change the topic and ask, "By the way, before you said that you are a famous lady, what is a famous lady show?" Although Tianyu can literally understand the meaning of the word, he still wants to hear the explanation of the flower cat himself. Maybe the cat's world may be different from the human world? The flower cat curled his eyebrows and scolded with a smile, "Is it only now reacting? What a nerd. I'm new here, I don't know a lot, tell me about it." Tianyu met a cat group before, and now he has encountered a famous lady show. The world of cats does not look simple, and Tianyu, who was quite curious, immediately asked what he thought. "Since you want to mix in this world, of course, you must know more information, otherwise it will not be fun to become a pure white in the future." Hua Cat didn't know what it meant to be the first time to arrive, so she guessed that the other party must be because of his young age and there were still many things he didn't understand, so he patiently explained, "The so-called famous family is that our family has reached a cooperation with a powerful human ninja family. We became their ninjas, and they provided everything we needed. This includes research and development of ninjutsu, training resources, habitats, and more. Rely on each other and strengthen each other." "Got it, meow." "Oh, so it is." Tianyu pretended to realize that this was like Jireya's contract scroll, which belonged to a lineage that could be passed on to Wei Fengshiman and to Naruto Uzumaki. But the model of the flower cat family is more like the Uchiha family, signing a long-term cooperation agreement, and both parties are beneficial. It's sad enough not to be driven everywhere by humans like cat food, or even have a place to roost. As long as you want, you can also join our family. Not only can you get a lot of resources, but you can also become more powerful. The flower cat's eyebrows danced to describe a beautiful prospect for Tianyu. It's just that Tianyu relies on the system and is not interested and said, "As far as I know, it seems that there is no powerful ninja family in the country of Kawa, right? Which family are you from? The Ishikawa family of the land of Earth. Have you heard of Meow? The flower cat patiently introduced. Although the Ishikawa family is not a top family in the land of Earth, it is also a second-level powerful family. Earth country, this is really far enough. Meow. You don't stay in the family. Well, how did you run to the country of Kawano? In this regard, Tianyu was a little surprised, and he didn't know what this flower cat was doing here. Hua Cat saw Tianyu's doubts and explained, our family is going out for trials when I am my age. There is also a major purpose to find a strong ninja cat to breed strong offspring. I heard that there are ninja cats here, so I came and took a look. If there is no gain, venture to the land of fire. I heard that there are also powerful ninja cats there. Tianyu glanced at the flower cat squint, thinking that this guy wasn't talking about cat food, right? For now, in Shinjuku City, he has only seen such a down-and-out ninja cat as cat food. As for the cat food said that there are 3 powerful ninja cats, Tianyu has never seen it. Well, it seems that when will you visit, maybe you can learn some ninjutsu. Oh, you're talking about the ninja cat family of the Uchiha family, right? I know this. Tianyu responded without a match. The flower cat was a little surprised. A moment ago she thought that this guy was a wild, but she didn't expect to know the Uchiha family. Could it be that this little brother is the ninja cat of the Uchiha family? The flower cat couldn't help but ask doubts. Tianyu hurriedly explained, no, I just heard of. Instead of being disappointed, the flower cat who got the answer became happy. You must know that cats with belonging are not something they can win over at will. Wild good, if that's nothing, you can't win it back. Thinking of this, the flower cat's eyes were fiery when he looked at Tianyu. Tianyu's eyes widened, and he unconsciously moved away from a few positions to remind. The flower cat knew that he was out of shape, adjusted it and continued to ask, little brother, why are you here again? Were you born here? Tianyu was a little speechless, and he didn't know how to answer this question. I had to perfunctory, to be precise, it should be in the land of fire. Tianyu is also right, the place where he appeared at that time was the border of the Fire Nation. The flower cat sniffed and said, the red-haired girl below is your master, right? It looks good. Tianyu didn't hide it, because judging from her actions just now, she knew why she knew so clearly, because she stayed with Mei Hui for a long time, and her body was inevitably contaminated with her own smell. For cats, this is not a great skill. It's just the cat's talent. Hua Mao's brows couldn't help frowning. He didn't expect that this little brother already had a master at such a young age. It seemed that it was impossible to win back to the family. I can only retreat to the second place to bear powerful offspring with him. Thinking of this, the flower cat's eyebrows stretched again. After glancing at Tianyu, he couldn't help but think about it, and suggested, let's try it out. Right, if I win you'll be with me. If you win, how about learning from me a ninjutsu I have? Tianyu suddenly came to the spirit. Although I don't know how strong this flower cat is, but from the degree of cat food, this flower cat is estimated to be not strong. So he said happily, it's okay to compete, but I won't do anything with you. Of course, you can also learn a ninjutsu from me. How about meow? This is a reciprocal gamble. That's okay too. The flower cat glanced at Tianyu's underage body, and looked clear. This little brother's feelings did not know how exciting it was. But think again, this little brother's age, it's too early now. Take this opportunity to let her know her strength, and it will be convenient to ask for that in the future. Tianyu didn't know that Hua Mao was so thoughtful, but he was a little surprised that this guy agreed so cheerfully, so he was also full of energy. Then let's go to the open space outside. Swish dash my Y and the others saw that Tianyu actually ran out with a flower cat, thinking that Tianyu had found a friend. I didn't care too much, but Gengji's mountain field suddenly reminded, Sister Mai Hui, Xiao Tian won't be seduced by that female cat, right? Mothers? How do you know? Mei Hui wondered. Yamanaka Harano told the story of seeing flower cats hooking up with male cats everywhere these days. Mei Hui's face suddenly turned dark. How can this work? Hurriedly said, let's go over and take a look. Several people were very fast, and in less than a moment, they followed the two cats to an open area, and everyone saw a gray and black marked domestic cat and a flower cat in the confrontation. Meow dash in less than a moment, the two cats crackled into a ball, very fast, and neither side had an absolute advantage. After a fierce fight, the two cats separated by several meters, and began to confront each other again, and constantly made cat sounds. Although everyone could not understand what the flower cat was saying, because of the heart-to-heart relationship, everyone could analyze the general content of the conversation between the two cats from Tianyu's words. Simply put, let the other person let go. Then they began to praise each other's quite powerful union. When Yamanaka Yuen saw the chakra flame on the limbs of the flower cat, he knew that this was a ninjutsu commonly used by ninja beasts, and he couldn't help but be taken aback. This flower cat is actually a ninja beast? Usually when I see him, I often feed him, and I don't find any difference with other cats. The main reason why Yamanaka Harano was so surprised was that ninja beasts generally did not eat the food of strangers. They have their own pride. But this flower cat actually ate his feeding, which is very incomprehensible. Everyone looked at him speechlessly, looking like you are still not a ninja? What about your vigilance? What about your powers of observation? Do you just observe whether it is male or female? Yamanaka Harano felt the contemptuous eyes of everyone, and touched his head embarrassedly and smirked. Speechless. It's so fast. Snap dash snap dash. Several people watching the cat battle couldn't help but exclaim, in such a small range, the two cats have clashed dozens of times, and the figures overlapped as if several cats were fighting in close combat. Inuyan couldn't help frowning slightly. Xiao Tian's growth had completely exceeded his comprehension. As far as the current speed of the two cats is concerned, it is difficult for ordinary Zhongnin to be close to him, and most importantly, Xiao Tian obviously did not exert his full strength. At least it can also use the ninjutsu four-legged technique, which is common to ninja beasts, to greatly increase its strength and speed. But Xiao Tian didn't do that. It can be seen that Xiao Tian still has spare strength. At this time, Inuyan also silently used the melee strength of his silver-level mercenary to simulate the engagement situation at this time, and the final result was completely passive. That's so fast. Whether it was Hua Cat or Xiao Tian, at least in close combat, they were already able to threaten him as a silver-level mercenary. If Tianyu is full of firepower, maybe he will lose. Belch. What was he thinking? Xiao Tian, this little monster had just killed 4 Zhongnin existences, and it seemed that he was already on an equal footing with himself. It's too late, it's fast. The two cats staggered again in the air. Tianyu's body bowed, just above the flower cat, the hind legs kicked towards the back of the flower cat rolled towards the ground, and the flower cat who just landed on the ground meowed a few times when he turned around. Ninfa, doppelganger slash dash. As soon as Tianyu landed on the ground, he saw 3 flower cats rushing towards him at the same time. Ha! 3? Tianyu was slightly surprised. The cat's eye turned extremely fast. Which one is real? But it all looks real. The only difference is, that's you. Triple raid. Swoosh dash chakra flames flourished under Tianyu's limbs, and suddenly a cyclone exploded the dust on the ground, and in a blink of an eye, the latecomer came to the top. The flower cat, who was attacking in the air, was caught off guard by Tianyu, whose speed skyrocketed. How could he be so fast? Could it be that his speed had not reached its limit before? Meow with a miserable howl, the flower cat was beaten away by Tianyu's claw, flipped several hundred degrees in the air before falling to the ground. Since it was just a competition, neither cat used sharp claws between them, so the damage was not very serious. After a few seconds, he stood up and meowed, "Is this your trick?" "Sort of." Tianyu meowed and responded, "If there are any other moves, let's use them." When the flower cat knew that he was much worse than the other party in speed and strength, he decided to change his strategy. Meow said, "I'm going to use a trick. Be careful." "Aha, come on." Tianyu's whole body tensed, and he was waiting for the way. At this time, the flower cat suddenly bowed down, exhaled deeply, and the chakra in his mouth condensed and inhaled into his abdomen. The sharp meow that was released in an instant was like a sharp blade directly penetrating Tianyu's eardrums, accompanied by a burst of dizziness. The line of sight began to overlap, and the center of gravity of the body shifted. Tianyu's ears tightened, his body couldn't help but swing back, and he couldn't stand steadily. Dark call is bad. This is a sonic attack? Just for a moment, in the cat's 280-degree wide view, he found that his body was up and down, and there were all flower cats in front and back. Tianyu's cat's eyes flashed. The essence of the attack was quickly perceived. This trick again. This is just an upgraded version of doppelganger slash. Tianyu immediately used his body hair to feel the fluctuations of air flow from his body, but soon, Tianyu found that the method he had used before had failed. Is it all a trick? If there is no air movement, it means that there is no entity, and these are just ordinary avatars. The only real body back to where it was? These seemingly overflowing doppelgangers are just bait, trying to induce me to make movements? And then the real body will carry out another raid? Tianyu looked at the flower cat that didn't seem to have moved with a smile and commented, waiting for the opportunity, "This trick is good. It would be more effective against humans if it were against humans." As the afterimage of the sky gradually disappeared, Tianyu remained still. A pair of smart eyes stared at him tightly, and the flower cat knew that his move was seen, and the forced sneak attack was just a fly. The speed and strength of the other party are above themselves, which gives the other party the confidence to plan and move. In the end, strength is everything. The breath of the flower cat seemed to wither, and the tense body also relaxed, and said to Tianyu, "Admit defeat, Meow. It's really worthy of being the cat I fancy." Although the flower cat admitted defeat, he did not look too sad at all, but was a little embarrassed, sighing at the strength of Tianyu. "Is that a compliment?" Tianyu is speechless. "Do I need you to see it? I'm not happy at all." The flower cat quickly came out of the shadow of defeat and asked with a wink, "You honestly say, how much strength did you use just now?" Hua Mao knows that the other party has not used all his strength at all, so he can't defeat the other party after using his stunts, so he decisively admits defeat, which can effectively avoid suffering himself. It's a clever performance. Tianyu is a little embarrassed to speak. If the flower cat learns that she has just started warming up, will she be thunderous? At this time, Tianyu also sighed. If he was before charging money to strengthen ninjutsu, it was estimated that he would have to take out most of his strength to be comparable to Hua Mao. But today's cat body art raid has evolved into A-level ninjutsu. That's 8 times the power and speed. Tianyu believes that only Shangnin can survive under this skill. What else is Shinobi really qualified to take a blow? Tianyu remains skeptical. Therefore, in the battle with the flower cat, Tianyu only used twice as many raids. Half of it. Tianyu said with a sloppy look on his cat's eyes. The flower cat was silent. According to its brain capacity, it is impossible to imagine how Tianyu cultivated in the mother's womb. Since you can't figure it out, don't think about it, and say directly, what ninjutsu do you want to learn? Speaking of this, Tianyu thought for a moment. The doppelganger slash and the cat killing had a certain confusing effect, and the role of the raiding cat body technique was somewhat overlapping. At best, it was just a few more combat changes. If it is recognized, it will be like that. Raids are a real way of fighting. If you resist, you can resist, and if you can't resist, you can only be beaten. However, sonic attacks are only suitable for sneak attacks, and if the other party is prepared, this ninjutsu is useless. In addition, it is difficult to match with existing ninjutsu. Do you want me to carry out the sneak attack to the end? It's a bit confusing. In the end, Tianyu decided to learn sonic attacks. Enrich your own ninjutsu. The advantage of this is that it can cope with more battle scenarios. For example, when he encountered the Iron Wolf squad in the forest before, the other party found that he was mainly based on melee combat and urgently formed an iron barrel array. If he is still reckless, he will definitely be besieged. If there is a sonic attack at this mid-range distance at that time, in the case that the other party thinks that he is sure of himself, suddenly coming like this, combined with his own speed, will definitely be able to catch the other party by surprise. There was another reason why Tianyu decided to learn this ninjutsu. That is, the sonic attack is similar to his cat illusion eyes, are able to weaken each other's strength in disguise. It's just different from one that acts directly on the soul and is not defensible. One uses ultrasound to act directly on the senses of the brain, can be defended. But this is a ninjutsu that can be used frequently, if the other side finds a way to defend. For example, cotton plugs in the ears physically blocks most sonic attacks. So at this time, if you cooperate with the defenseless nature of cat's phantom pupil, those who think that they can resist ultrasonic attacks by plugging their ears will definitely doubt life, right? In addition, ultrasonic attacks should have a lot of potential to be exploited. For Tianyu, who is a ninjutsu master, he is still looking forward to it. After thinking about it, Tianyu nodded involuntarily. It seems like a long time has passed, but in fact, the thinking in the brain is only a momentary thing. Meow said, then sonic attack. By the way, what is this called ninjutsu? Deterrence. Flower cat responded. Deter? It is really in line with the naming method of the animal kingdom. Indeed, animals have to roar a few voices before the battle, whose voice is bull, who has a strong momentum. The timid ones are directly scared away. Meow, that's it. Then Hua Mao told Tianyu the principle of ninjutsu and the cultivation method, and repeatedly demonstrated some difficult points for Tianyu to see, let him pay attention to possible mistakes in some places, and instructed him to practice union often. Of course, Hua Cat didn't know that Tianyu was backed by the system, and at this time, Tianyu had already turned on the ninjutsu master function of learning ninjutsu. Do you consume 30,000 taels to learn C-grade ultrasonic ninjutsu? Shock. Yes, learning. 10%, 30%, 100%, learning complete. Congratulations on obtaining C-level ultrasonic ninjutsu. Shock uses chakra to compress the sound into a straight line, which can cause a certain degree of ultrasonic attack at medium and close range. Effectively causes the target to stun for 1 to 3 seconds. Although it is not a great ninjutsu, it is also rare for Tianyu, who is now seriously lacking in ninjutsu, and he gave a recovery technique to the flower cat. The flower cat saw a faint green flame burning around him, and disappeared again in less than 2 seconds. The flower cat only had time to be surprised, and found that his injury had healed, and he looked incredulous. What kind of ninjutsu? Tianyu glanced at the stammering flower cat in surprise. Cat ninja, life recovery technique. The flower cat's eyes became bigger like a copper bell. You must know that medical ninjutsu is the rarest type of ninjutsu, and for now, only the village of Konoha in the Land of Fire has such a healing ninjutsu. Others, such as the sand-hidden village in the Land of Wind, do not have a cure that can be cured by ninjutsu alone. Basically, primary treatment is used, and the treatment is carried out with drugs. Father Sama is back. Everyone heard Hanako's shouts behind them and turned back. When they got closer, everyone could see who was coming. This is a middle-aged man with a fierce air, and his beard is obviously not taken care of for a while. Under the white cloak, he wore a simple to shabby robe, and on his back was a flat burden, and at the other end of the flat burden hung a bamboo basket with a lot of fresh fish and shrimp, apparently fresh from fishing in a nearby river. After everyone greeted each other, they walked in the direction of Yamanaka House, and during the process, Tenya did not notice the self-pity of the other party with a disabled person. In addition to wearing a tight cloak as a cover for his disability, the positive optimism makes it completely impossible to see that this is a man who is close to trouble. When everyone arrived at the courtyard of the Yamanaka family, Yamanaka Harano introduced everyone to his father and explained the purpose of the trip. Yamanaka Harano's father, whose real name is Kazuto Yamanaka, couldn't believe what he heard when he heard that it was coming to treat his wrist, which had been missing for many years. After all, such a thing as the rebirth of a severed limb is too bizarre. It's just that after the deeds of Inu Yan and Kat Xiaotian were clearly explained in the mountain field, even Yamanaka Kazuran, who had not shallow experience, was unbelievable. However, with all the human and material evidence, Yamanaka Kazuto slowly recovered from the shock. I can't help but sigh that in this world, there are only those that have not been seen, and there are no non-existent. This son of his own has become a ninja who can earn money to support his family. I believe that this kind of thing will not be untargeted. Despite some outrageousness, he still decided to trust his son. After hearing Yamanaka Kazuto's story, he learned that when he was on a mercenary mission, he encountered the poisonous shinobu, and in order to avoid being poisoned to death, he had to break his hand to survive. It is a blessing to be alive now. So Kazuto Yamanaka was not depressed by the lack of wrists. The only thing he couldn't bear was that the burden of his family now could only be borne by Yamanaka Harano, who was just 13 years old. Tianyu observed Yamanaka Kazuto's missing wrist for a while, and found that the missing wrist was neatly cut off by the blade. Now that the wound has healed, if you want to treat it, you must cut the wound again. The cat said that the injury was much more serious than expected. After all, to reshape so many physical bodies, there are too many cells and energy that need to be divided. Even if it is barely cured, then it will be greatly damaged, and some gains are not worth the loss. It's better to wait until he learns more advanced medical ninjutsu before coming back for treatment. This will also be much more certain, Mei Hui explained. More advanced medical ninjutsu. The crowd got to the point. Take a breath. Hasn't such a powerful medical technique reached the end yet? It's unimaginable. Well, it's said that if it costs at least 1 million taels, it can go to their family to learn more advanced medical ninjutsu. 1 million taels to learn such a perverted healing ninjutsu, it is really very cheap. But they can't get that much money. Just when the mountain field was embarrassed, Mei Hui took out a space scroll and unsealed it. I still have 2 million taels here, I don't know if it's enough. SHHHH Mei Hui is indeed a rich woman. Inuyan guessed early on that Mi should be a rich woman. But at this time, it was a little surprising to be confirmed. After all, normal shinobi can't own space scrolls and detonation charms. Mi glanced at Inu and explained, this is what I got from doing tasks this year, selling detonation charms and space scrolls. As long as the cat can improve its strength, what is this money? I also have 100,000 taels. Yamanaka Harano was moved to mess up, and took out all the bounty he had recently received. He couldn't let Sister Mei Hui give the money alone. Looking at the money piled up in front of him, Tinya suddenly developed. Well, am I a white? As for what cat fairy family, Holy Land or something, it's just nonsense. Since the money was all in hand, Tinya had to make a gesture and return to the psychic space in order to fulfill the lie. He said this simply to increase his influence. In order to face some organizations or forces in the future, some preparation has been made. After all, a ninja cat with a background will make people scruple. Therefore, there is the saying of the cat immortal, according to the character set by Tianya for himself, Mao Er Island is the so-called fourth holy place. Haven't heard of it? That's you're alone. In this way, it will be convenient to bluff people by pulling the banner in the future. Otherwise, with so many magical abilities, there will always be people curious to inquire, and they can't say that they have a magical system, right? So there is always a need for a source to explain everything. The fourth holy place, the cat fairy family, this golden signboard is big enough and bluffing enough. Tianyu, who came to the psychic space, checked his amount. There are 2,348,000 taels in total. Select the enhanced screen. Grade B Cat Ninja Life Restoration. Place in the reinforcement box. A row of text appears directly below the ninjutsu icon. Do you move on to the next stage of reinforcement? The total amount required for reinforcement, 300,000 taels. Ding dash, congratulations on obtaining Grade Cat Ninja Technique. Life Recovery Technique improves the injury recovery efficiency and fatigue recovery efficiency by 10 times, and briefly improves the resistance of various abnormal effects. Although the recovery efficiency has improved a lot, it is estimated that it is still a little reluctant to regenerate a wrist to this extent. Anyway, there is still money, continue to strengthen. Do you move on to the next stage of reinforcement? The total amount required for reinforcement, 1 million taels. Million. Although Tianyu cursed, his body was honest and he quickly pressed the strengthening switch. Ding dash, congratulations on obtaining S-level Cat Ninja Technique. Rejuvenation Technique. Rejuvenation Technique means the art of deadwood in spring. Injecting life into the affected body, no longer consuming the cell activity of the affected body itself, compensating for the defect of rapid recovery at the cost of one's own life. The remaining vitality left by treating the injury will bring a continuous youthful appearance to the affected body. Restore bodily functions to its best. This, Tianyu was very surprised. He didn't expect that this would happen when he was strengthened. The A-level Cat Ninja Method Life Recovery Technique, which was originally used as a reinforcement carrier, seems to have reached the bottleneck of the enhancement limit, thus automatically generating a brand new skill. S-level Cat Ninja Rejuvenation Technique and A-level Cat Ninja. In other words, ninjutsu that has been used before, unless it is mutated in fusion, all skills that have been used will remain in this sequence. This can also understand the reason why Tianyu can still use the original C-level raid even if he strengthens the cat body art raid to the A-level. Tianyu rubbed his chin and thought, is it to strengthen a certain ninjutsu to the top, and when it has no potential, it will automatically generate an extended ninjutsu? Well, quite possibly. After all, some ninjutsu do not have enough potential, then you need to break through the cocoon into a butterfly, derived from better ninjutsu, and this S-level Cat Ninja Rejuvenation Technique should be a similar product. Fortunately, the previous life restoration technique is still there. Then this money, well spent. Do you move on to the next stage of reinforcement? Total amount required for strengthening, 2 million taels. 2 million taels. It's really not worth taking money. Just this one ninjutsu, it has cost more than 1 million to strengthen to the S-level. Tianyu snorted, sighing, what is a rich person? The speed at which this money is spent, that is completely unrecognized by the 6 relatives. Tianyu silently looked at the balance, 1048000 taels. Since you still have money, see what other skills you can upgrade. Therefore, Tianyu put the cat's phantom pupil into the strengthening bar. See if this type of talent can be strengthened. Did you evolve the talent skill, Cat Illusion Eyes? Total amount required for evolution, 500,000 taels. 500,000 taels? It's a bit expensive, but Tianyu is still curious about what can evolve. So he continued, yes. Ding dash, congratulations on obtaining evolutionary Cat Illusion Pupil Active Ability 1. In the Cat Illusion Pupil mode, it directly hits the target soul, reduces the 5 senses, and makes the enemy have subtle changes in time, space, and distance, and the stronger the spiritual energy, the stronger the effect. 2. Absorb the illusion or pupil technique cast by the enemy for your own use. The current number of storage is 1. Passive ability. When the other party's spiritual energy is not as good as his own, he has the ability to see through all illusions and clear his purpose. Added the ability of an absorption, not bad. Do you continue to evolve the talent skill, Cat Illusion Pupil? The total amount required for evolution, 1 million taels. Glancing at the amount of evolution in the next stage, Tianyu directly gasped. Tianyu, who thought that he had made a fortune, could be a little rich. How to think that in the end it is still the familiar poor ghost. Can you not take money and look at it inappropriately? Tianyu wailed. Change one for another. Does Heart-to-Heart Seal evolve the talent skill, Heart-to-Heart Seal? Total amount required for evolution, 5,000 taels. This one is cheap. B. Ding dash, congratulations on obtaining the talent skill. Spacetime Imprint inherits all the abilities of the Heart-to-Heart Seal and adds the Spacetime Coordinate ability. You can use spacetime coordinates to freely enter and exit psychic space. At this time, several spacetime coordinates appeared in Tianyu's mind, and those who were concentrated together must be Might Y and a few people. There are also 2 marks that were made earlier because they were fun. They are the imprints of the fishing port town and the underground exchange, but I didn't expect that it has now become a spacetime coordinate. There is a feeling of being crooked. According to the description of this spacetime mark, it means that in the future, entering and exiting the psychic space does not require Mei to use psychic techniques, and she can also enter and exit freely. That's good. In the future, it will be easy to go back and forth. At this moment, Tianyu's mind flashed. The previous heart-to-heart imprint was the role of the spiritual bridge, and now this time-space imprint, is it the role of an additional spatial bridge? The mind turns sharply, the space begins to turn, and the next moment, the rotation stops. Tianyu is surrounded by bustling fishmongers. This is a fishing port town? Tianyu, who was stunned for a moment, suddenly laughed. This skill is actually only 5,000 taels. Who do you look down on? Tianyu happily helped Xingxin Xianjian by the way. This ability is absolutely amazing. If used well, it is a space-time level ninjutsu? Tianyu was so happy that he rolled all over the ground, suddenly stunned again, sat up quietly. Come, let's continue to see what else can be upgraded below. Do you strengthen the D-level ninjutsu Shunfang Ear technique? Total amount required for strengthening 30,000 taels. Ding dash, congratulations on obtaining C-level ninjutsu Shunfang your art. Do you move on to the next stage of reinforcement? Total amount required for strengthening 60,000 taels. Congratulations on obtaining Grade B Ninjutsu the Art of the Wind Ear. Congratulations on obtaining Grade B Ninju Shock. Congratulations on obtaining Grade B Ninjutsu the Four-Legged Technique. Congratulations on obtaining Grade A Cat Ninja Chakra Extraction. Congratulations on obtaining Grade A Cat Ninja Chakra Extraction. Is it an evolutionary talent skill to sprinkle and sell cute? Total amount required for evolution 10,000 taels. Ding dash ding dash ding. Congratulations on obtaining talent skill. The chakra buff obtained by Splash Selling Mo is increased by 2x. Tianya watched as the talent skill Sputter Selling Meng that had evolved 3 times in a row, and the strengthening price also increased to 80,000 twice in a row, and then stopped. Because with the special rainbow dried fish, the existence of this skill is much less, but sometimes it is just for the sake of talking better than nothing. Another direct reason is that I still had the opportunity to find Hinata Kaira wool recently. After this big upgrade, Tianya seems to have discovered a problem. That is, the cost of foreign ninjutsu enhancement seems to be more than twice as expensive as the system that comes with it. I don't know if it's an illusion, this Tianya can't be sure yet. For example, Heart to Heart Seal advanced only 5,000 taels. Sputter and Cell queued 10,000 taels to start. It looks cheap. Of course, the first evolution cost of the evolutionary Cat's Phantom Pupil is directly 500,000 taels. That's just because it's worth the money. If it is an alien ninjutsu of the same level, it is estimated that it is unlikely that it will start with less than 2 million taels. At present, only the amount left is 828,000 taels. It seems like a lot, but it can't stand up which talents are all million taels to start with. For example, the 9 Dead Life technique can evolve into the 9 Dead 2 Life technique, and the price is directly 1 million taels. Tianyu didn't even look at it and directly passed. How hot is this money to order this skill? Another new talent secret worth paying attention to. Occult Combo Transformation costs 5 million taels to advance to the next level. The concept of consumption collapsed directly. Get money. After this significant reinforcement, Tianyu made up his mind and worked hard to make small money. This Ninja World Martial Arts Conference is a godsend. At least make a few million taels, right? With these millions of taels, you can strengthen more ninjutsu. It's just that it's not a long-term solution. Must do some business to stabilize income, plus bounty hunters can also increase a little side business income? Rob? This comes quickly, but it is also risky. I don't need to think about this for the time being. First of all, you must learn anthropomorphic grammar, otherwise people will not understand what you are here to do, and if people throw a dried fish for you to eat, wouldn't it be embarrassing? At that time, do you say robbery or not robbery? And most importantly, a cat robbery? Isn't it too silly? You can't hide your identity if you want to. Looking back as a bounty list or something, will you still be able to take a nap then? So robbery simply goes straight to pass. So how about blackmail? Phishing enforcement? Isn't there a red rock ninja worth 150,000 taels in the Space Seal scroll? Go to collect the bounty with great fanfare, and naturally someone will come to rob, and then there will be a counter-robbery. Well, that's a great idea. In the realm of Kawanakuni, there do not seem to be many upper shinobi, and so far, according to Tianyu's observations, less than 20 upper shinobi have been found. Middle shinobi and lower shinobi are the most common. This is also the source of confidence that Tianyu dares to fish for law enforcement, but you have to be careful. After all, the country of Kawa belongs to the battlefield buffer zone of the country of fire and the country of sand, and secretly there must be a lot of confrontation between the upper shinobi of the two countries. You must know that the strength of the ninjas of these big ninja villages is much stronger than that of ninjas of the same level without ninja villages like Kawanakuni. This is mainly reflected in the ninjas' ninjutsu being more powerful, mental, combat experience, and professionalism. None of them can match a ninja in a country like Kawanakuni. As long as you pay attention to avoiding these big ninja villages, there should not be much risk. Look at the only thing left, 828,000 taels. Tianyu finally stopped ninjutsu strengthening. This wave of enhancement has greatly strengthened his strength, so there is no such urgency to increase the ninjutsu level. He must leave some money ready for the next casino market bets. He wants to make a lot of money on this. Whether you want to develop obscenously in the future depends on whether this wave of rhythm is good or not. Satisfied, Tianyu decided to see how his panel changed. Name Tianyu gender male age 4 months level Naka shinobi class psychic beast vortex me possession psychic space basic attributes agility 681 strength 460 wisdom 194 chakra 8090/8090 spiritual power 328 money 828,000 tails talent skills C level Sapa selling mode B level spacetime imprint 9 dead life technique 1 A level cat illusion pupil B level blast secret art combination transformation ninjutsu A level cat body art raid A level cat ninjutsu chakra extraction A-level cat ninjutsu life restoration A-level contract master servant contract B-level ninfa shunfang technique B-level ninjutsu four-legged technique B-level ninja shock B-level sneak S-level cat ninja rejuvenation can still be used normally for life recovery techniques, and Tianyu was not surprised. Instead, because of the strengthening, a more powerful S-level cat ninja technique rejuvenation technique was derived. The principle is roughly the same, both act on cell activation. Life restoration still exists as a low-level ninjutsu. For example, the C-level cat body art raid is 3 times the overall ability improvement. Grade B is 6 times the overall ability improvement. This range is just a difference between using 3x or 6x strength. Life restoration is the principle of using surgery to stimulate cell activation, and 90% of the energy source itself is the recipient's own life energy, so it has the advantages of fast operation and stimulation, suitable for battlefield first aid. At the same time, the disadvantage is also very huge, that is, small injuries are not elegant, the life energy required for major injuries will be very huge, and in a very short time to recover the injury, there is a large shortage of life energy. Cell aging accelerates, and it is difficult to replenish in a short time, even after the injury has recovered. The body can also fall into a state of weakness. The degree of weakness depends on the size of the injury. Rejuvenation is different, and the duration of treatment is relatively higher. Treatment time refer to cure. It is not suitable for healing while fighting, precisely because the caster provides more life energy to the recipient. Postoperative weakness is also minimized. Although the caster bears a part of the life energy, as long as he masters it well, not overdrawing the life energy will not affect the life or physical health of the caster. Tianyu, who looked at the panel, felt that he could do it. At least get rid of the risk of being destroyed at any time and have a certain self-preservation ability. Tianyu, who exhaled a breath, only then remembered that he had to go back, afraid that Mai Huai and several people were in a hurry, and their minds moved, but there was no response. Sure enough, I can't teleport directly to Mai Huai, and I have to pass through the bridge of psychic space. That is, the transfer station can directly return to Mai Huai and the others. After all, this is not their own ability, but the ability to use psychic space. The role of this bridge cannot be ignored. After the smoke, Tianyu appeared next to Mai Huai and several people, which really startled several people. Take a closer look and turn out to be Tianyu. Just now, everyone was still talking about Tianyu going for a long time. Can he channel Xiaotian back? Mei Hui was naturally not in a hurry, because she did not sense the signal that Tianyu was going to return. So let everyone continue to practice chakra. As a result, Tianyu appeared directly in front of everyone, and it shocked everyone. Inu Yan was stunned. Huh? Small day? Why did you return before Mei Hui was psychic? He. Don't mind, when I went back to learn medical techniques, I learned a spacetime ninjutsu by the way. This time Tianyu's strength has soared. Of course, you can't talk too much to them, otherwise you will become a monster. It is better to let them adapt to their ability little by little, otherwise they will appear to have too many secrets, and it is okay to spread them? Just a curious shadow-level powerhouse like Big Snake Pill coming to visit is not something that Tianyu can afford. You can really do it. You can also cultivate a spacetime ninjutsu by the way. How genius is this? This time, it was the wilderness in the mountains. In addition to some basic ninjutsu, there are only 1 or 2 ninjutsu that can be used to fight. This person is no match for a cat. Suddenly felt 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. Forget it, this is not a normal cat beast at all. Yamanaka Harano comforted himself. He asked, so, you've learned the medical skills that can save my father? Tianyu didn't say much, and immediately asked people to prepare a simple operating table, and then asked Yamanaka Harano's father to lie down and meow to me. The severed limb has already formed flesh, and if you want to regenerate the limb, you must first cut the wound again. Return to the state in which it was injured before. This treatment process may be longer and there will be some painful meows. Through Mi's explanation, Yamanaka Kazu knew that Kitten wanted someone to recut the amputation of his wrist. He immediately gritted his teeth and said, come on. Fortunately, as a ninja, they all have painkillers in their backpacks, which can relatively reduce the pain a little. When everything was ready, Tianyu put his palms flat in the air and meowed. Cat ninja rejuvenation is over. Tianyu's whole body began to glow green, following Tianyu's cat's claw to the broken wrist of the mountain and the person, and the broken wrist at this time was shining brightly, shining so that it was difficult for everyone to look at it directly. In the light, the blood vessels above the arm seemed to be flowing energy rapidly. Buzz dash after a few minutes like this, as the light dimmed, Tianyu also felt a trace of weakness, and immediately stopped transmitting life energy. Meow meowed a few times. Okay, see if your wrist can move. That's all right? Yamanaka Kazuto was also taken aback. It would have been a long time since he heard what Tianyu said. So what is called a long time is a few minutes. So that he is ready to fight a protracted war with perseverance. As the light dissipated, everyone immediately saw a newborn wrist appear at the original broken wrist. Yamanaka Kazuto was also amazed. This is really a reborn wrist. This white wrist and the original dry hand complexion is distinct. At a glance, you can tell that it is a newly grown part. At this time, Yamanaka Kazuto was excited in his heart and tried to move his fingers. It's moving! Yay! At this time, the most excited thing was the mountain field. Everyone around also smiled with relief, but they didn't expect that such a magical scene would be completed under the witness of themselves and others. At this time, Tianyu hurriedly asked, "Do all the fingers have consciousness?" "I'll try." Yamanaka Kazuto didn't know why Tianyu asked that, but he did it anyway. Only this time it didn't go as smoothly as the first time. I think that if you want to adapt to this new wrist, you need a certain amount of intensive training. Don't worry, this situation is normal. Tianyu looked at Yamanaka and the moving fingers of the people a little reluctantly, thinking that it was too long to useless, resulting in a slow transmission of neural information in the brain. Only one stimulation with an electric current is required to connect the nerve signals. After a slight electric stimulation from Haihara Yagami, the already difficult fingers became more and more flexible. At this time, Yamanaka Kazuto was also in tears, and he finally returned to being a normal person. If you don't adapt to the rest of the little bit, it will take time to adapt, and after supplementing enough nutrients, you will naturally be able to recover as before. It's okay, this result is already good, isn't it just a little time? I've been here for all 3 years, thank you very much. Yamanaka Kazuto felt that his many years of dark injuries were completely healed. This magical medical technique, and this magical ninja cat, it seems that Harano has found a reliable friend, feeling the hope of the future, and sincerely bowed deeply to Xiao Tian and me to thank him, and told everyone that this ability of the cat is best not to be passed on. After all, the strength of everyone is not enough to protect such a powerful ninjutsu. For unnecessary trouble, Yamanaka Kazuto had to solemnly remind. On the beam of the house, the flower cat, who had been paying attention to the entire treatment process, was also shocked by this scene. In this world, there is actually a ninjutsu that can regenerate severed limbs? So can I beg the other party to treat the family's cat as well? Over the years, because of the successive battles, the family's cats have also suffered a large number of casualties, causing a great loss of strength to the entire family. He also had to be forced to go out for training, and even condescended to degrade and win over some powerful cats for the family. If those disabled cats can be restored to their limbs, then it will be a complete combat power. Yamanaka Harano was overjoyed to see that his father's wrist had basically recovered, and thanked Tianyu and Mei one after another, and invited everyone to lunch at home. Afternoon. Everyone decided to go to the Mercenary Union to learn about the Ninja World Martial Arts Conference. So he parted with Yamanaka and people. Not far from the Mercenary Union, many ninja and samurai groups from other countries were found. Looking at this lively scene, it is obvious that the time for the martial arts conference is not far away. That's from Cheyenne Village. Just as everyone was about to break away from the crowded mercenary guild, they heard someone nearby whisper, "Abominable. It's these sand ninjas again." The last conference was when they fought and ignored the rules of the game. Wanton killing. As a result, the mercenary guild lost several outstanding talents. Could it be that this time again? It's disgusting. Keep it quiet, don't be heard by them, or you'll be in trouble. There were 4 ninjas in Sand Hidden Village, and Tianyu recognized one of them at a glance. The man had pale yellow hair, 2 short tails, a tight ninja suit, and the box-like weapon on his back must be the 3-star fan. That's right. This person is none other than Temari, the wind ninja of Sand Hidden Village. Unexpectedly, Cheyenne Village actually sent her out. It seems that this conference is about to meet an opponent. The other 3 Tianyu did not recognize it, presumably it was a certain passerby a character. Temari and several people naturally heard someone from the Mercenary Union talking about them, and one of them, a giant man with a height of more than 2 meters, pushed away the crowd blocking in front, and said a little angrily, "Humph. When the time comes, let them see how good we are. Let them know that they can't chew the root of their tongue behind others." Temari smiled wickedly. That disdainful look and disdainful attitude. It made several nearby teams glare angrily. I can't wait to go up and teach them a lesson. Unfortunately, they also know that their strength is limited. One can only hope that the other contestants will kill them, but how easy is that? Xiao Tian, do you know them? Mei Hui saw that Tianyu's attention was all on several people in Cheyenne Village, and she couldn't help but ask in doubt. That yellow-haired female ninja, beware of being careful, very powerful. It is possible to reach the level of elite middle ninja and above. So powerful? He is the daughter of Sand Hidden Village, Wind Shadow. Strength is also the existence of peerless peers. Look over there. It was the mercenary team of the Iron Country. And over there, the mercenary team of the Land of Rain. The mercenary unions of these two countries are one of the organizers of this martial arts conference. Inu introduced in a timely manner. At this time, a few ninjas with star pattern foreheads came near Tianyu, and Inuyan said in a low voice, "This is the Star Ninja Village of the Country of Bears. I didn't come to the last martial arts conference, but I didn't expect to come this time." Ha! One of them, a female with long black hair, Sing Shinobu, seemed to hear Inuyan talking about them, and after taking a deep look at Inuyan, he left without saying anything. What a keen sense of smell! Habara Yagamai looked at Hashinin, who walked away, and couldn't help but sigh. The reason why the Ninja World Martial Arts Conference has such great appeal. The most fundamental thing is that with a lot of capital to enter, the winning team can not only get a fixed and generous reward, you can also get commissions from capital consortiums. Yamanaka Harano asked curiously, "What commission?" "Look over there. It's the masked team. That's the team of the Land of Waves." The short man with the lead of small round sunglasses is the capitalist Cardo. It is said that he owns almost half of the wealth of the Land of Waves. Even big capitalists like him would come to participate, which is a bit surprising. They don't expect to see the winning prize, but it doesn't prevent them from betting on their team. Invited team members will receive an extra large commission every time they win. So it is. Yamanaka Harano then understood that these big conglomerates were looking for masters, and then placing bets. Earn your casino money. The Land of Waves? Cardo? White. Tanya suddenly saw a masked man who looked a lot like White, and looking closely at the hairstyle and hair ornament, 9 times out of 10 it was the holder of the Ice Shield blood succession limit by. Are even strong people of this level coming? It seems that this Ninja World Martial Arts Conference is not as simple as it seems. The major forces and consortiums have poached some strong people who are far beyond the middle ninja level. No wonder Inuyan said that even a ninja like me is only the lowest level existence. This martial arts conference seems to have exceeded the original meaning. It is indeed a battlefield for fame and fortune. Dark capitalists. If you look at the team over there, the leader is Kuroda. On the other side is the head of the Chiba family, Chiba Wind Leisure. It seems that the two are facing each other again this time. Inuyan side. Kuroda? Who is behind the kidnapping of Chiba? Me is still a little impressed that Chiba once mentioned this name. That's right. The biggest dark force in Shinjuku City. Last time, I wanted to compete with the Chiba family for the position of City Lord. That's why there was such a kidnapping incident. Tianyu looked at the huge square, and at this time, teams from all over the world had gathered. I don't know why so many people gathered today. Is the martial arts conference about to start? Ha! My why, come quickly. Everyone looked towards the sound, and it turned out to be Inu Kang and his wife. Mei Hui and Tianyu soon entered the mission hall of the Mercenary Union. Here they found information about the registration information for the Ninja World Martial Arts Convention. Inu said this year's number is a bit large, so the format has changed a little from usual. The first round is a knockout round. Ask for a group of 3. As long as you snatch the mission book from one of the upper ninja in Death Valley, you will be able to advance to the next round of competition. In the second round of competition, according to the content of the task book obtained, find the task you need to complete and get the task voucher. The mission period is 5 days. Teams that complete missions can advance to the finals. The final was divided into 32 strong teams. Fight in groups in the Glory and Darkness arena. After negotiation or throwing silver coins, decide whether to win or lose in a single-player best-of-2 system or in a group battle. As long as you can get into the last 8 teams, all of them can obtain the final trial qualification of the 5 ninja villages or the Iron Country jointly recommended by the Mercenary Union. As long as you achieve results in the trial, you can also obtain the title of Silver or Gold Mercenary. And there are also all kinds of great rewards. If you can get the final victory, then you will directly get 5 million taels of bonuses. Second place, 3 million bonus. Third place, 2 million bonus. Ninjutsu scrolls, special weapons, mercenary titles, upper ninja guidance qualifications, and much more. It is worth mentioning that the Mercenary Guild has also prepared a mysterious prize for guild members. Oh, there are actually mysterious prizes? Any idea what it is? Habara Yagamai and several people also came to be interested and asked expectantly. Inu rolled his eyes and responded, "It's all said that it's a mysterious prize. Isn't this a hanging?" Tianyu also nagged. By the way, it is also worth mentioning that before entering the final battle, there will be 2 special guest teams to join the final. Ninja squads from Sand Hidden Village and Konoha Village? That's right, because they joined as a special guest team. So even if they win, there is no reward. Simply put, they are the roadblocks in the final. The 2 fighting arenas in the east and west are each stationed with a team to sit. Only after their test will they be able to reach the final. For example, in the last martial arts conference, Cheyenne Village wiped out the entire team in the West Arena. As a result, no champion team was produced in the end. No wonder the people of Cheyenne Village were hated as soon as they came. The mountain wilderness suddenly realized. That's right. Why, did you decide to participate in the conference this time? Inu asked cautiously. Mei Hui nodded and said, of course. Tianyu also meowed in time, expressing that he wanted to participate. Inu Kang saw that me and the cat's participation was very resolute, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Then you have to hurry up to register, because today is the day of the group lottery. Everyone looked at each other. It's good that I waited for someone to catch up, otherwise I would have missed the registration time. Inu Kang is an old man, so he led Mei Hui and several people to fill out the registration qualifications quickly. However, this time the Ninja World Martial Arts Conference was contested by team. How did you find 2 other teammates in such a hurry? Just when Mei Hui was in trouble, a timid voice came from behind her. Please, excuse me, are you also here to participate in the martial arts conference? Yellow-haired young man looked confident and pointed to himself. Yuri. Suck in ninja. The overall mission success rate is 85%. 3 A-level missions. Me, you can call me Spirit. Occult-type special ninja. The overall mission success rate is 85%. 2 A-level missions. The female ninja named Rei has pale yellow hair and 2 fluffy braids, and seems to be only 11 years old. It looks a bit like a scaled-down version of Tsunade. It's pretty cute, but it's too small, right? Fighting at this age? Tianyu beat the drum in his heart. Mei was also speechless. Was this sleepiness coming? Just picked up a pillow? However, Mei Hui was not familiar with these 2 people at all, so she did not directly agree to the other party's team request, but looked at whether there were other team candidates behind the 2 people. 1 by 1, 3 by 3, sat in pairs and watched the bustle of Mei Hui and several people. It looks like they found their ideal teammates. Inuyan also turned around and whispered to Mei Hui, there are only 2 people left in the entire hall to make up the number of people. It is said that these 2 are the rest of the other teams. The yellow-haired young man probably knew what these 2 people were whispering without eavesdropping, and was a little embarrassed, and continued, no need to look, you should be the last person to participate. The 2 of us have been at the registration site for a long time today. Aha. Ling nodded shyly in agreement. The corners of Mei Hui's mouth twitched, so it seems that she has no choice? However, 2 strange teammates were randomly formed for such an important game, and it is said that they were still picked and left. Is this really good? How do you feel that you suddenly have no hope for this conference? Hello, Mei Hui. The overall mission success rate is 88%. 10 B-level missions. Mei Hui stretched out her hand and recognized. The yellow-haired young man named Yuri was shocked, originally thought that their mission resume was bad enough, but he didn't expect that the last person teammate turned out to be worse than the 2 of them left. It won't really be said by those people, right? The legendary fish belly squad? The weak join forces with the weak? Haha, it's okay, it's a big deal to increase the experience of the conference. The team near several people laughed. At this time, a shout came from the mercenary registration office, is there any team that wants to participate in the martial arts conference? Hurry up and register. What's the name of our squad? Mi asked curiously. I haven't thought about this yet. Ling timidly whispered in response. Otherwise, it's called Team Yuri, right? Yuri made a gesture that he thought was very handsome, and said to himself with his thumb, because of the 3 people, my resume is the strongest, so I am the captain. Don't. Mei Hui and Ling speak in unison. It's better to call it the Beauty Spirit Squad. Inu Kang knew why the 2 refused, it must be because it was not good, so he smiled and mediated. Suddenly, Mei Hui and Ling raised their hands in approval. Yuri was stunned, how could this be? Driving range number 4 on the outskirts. Well, now that we have formed a squad, we should understand each other's ninjutsu characteristics. Let me explain it first. Mi got up, faced the target and said, my main ninjutsu is fire. Fire burst. The main thing here is to let the other party see their release speed, as well as the basic power. Several kunao in the air collided with each other and all changed targets and hit other targets because of the strength. This embodies the superb dark weapon technique. In addition, there is Tianyu's performance. The 2 couldn't help but be surprised when they learned that this little cat also had a powerful medical ninjutsu. So, then a little more odds. The second one on display is a mystical type special ninja spirit. Everyone saw her waving her hands, covering her body with an invisible membrane. Motioned for Tianyu to attack. Tianyu's continuous high-speed rapid attack felt like hitting a crumpled mud. I feel like I can't exert my strength. This is a defensive ninjutsu, and it can be collectively coated with a layer of this defensive film. Is this very practical? How can I not find my teammates? After some inquiry, I realized that this special female ninja named Ling actually had no means of attack. This ability of his is not so much ninjutsu as some kind of blood succession limit. Or the power, I didn't see her seal when I cast it. Yuri performed a set of earthen armor and earthen shield weapons, which looked very powerful. But isn't that too wasteful of chakra? Why use weapons instead of building a few high-quality iron weapons? Do I have to use chakra condensation in battle? It's a thankless effort. This guy has a good name. Relatively handsome. Well, no wonder it's hard for these two to team up. It turns out that they both have problems. The corners of Mi's mouth twitched. For example, Ling, although she can perform well in group battles, what if she is singled out? As a person who can only create defensive bubbles, her only means of attack is to use bubbles to give the other party one. Can temporarily trap each other in disguise. As for Yuri, it seems that participating in the competition is to play handsome. If he uses chakra like that, it is estimated that it may be gone while fighting. After learning about each other's ninjutsu characteristics, Inu suggested that me and the three of them get acquainted with each other and cooperate, and he and his sister could be used as sparring partners. In this way, everyone had a relatively gentle confrontation at the number 4 driving range. The sun was setting and everyone was panting. Sitting around the grass, Inuyen taught some experience to everyone, and everyone had a deeper understanding of the martial arts conference. For example, the team composition of the martial arts conference is mainly these types. The first category, members of the mercenary union. Purpose of participation, obtain the qualification of the 5 major ninja villages, as well as the title and reward of mercenary. The second category, small ninja villages, such as Star Ninja Village in Bear Country, Kusanagi Village in Kusanagi Country. Purpose of participation, mainly to exercise practical combat ability, expand the influence of the shinobi village, and increase income. The third category, the team of masters collected by the consortium with money. Purpose of participation, mainly focus on the gambling business and show their strength. The fourth category, civilian teams formed through relevant assessment events held by small countries. Purpose of participation, to provide a channel for the common people to rise. Category 5, a team of special guests from the 5 ninja villages. Purpose of participation, talent absorption, show strength, hone experience, complete a task to get commission. It is said that nearly 1,000 people attended the conference. The 3 mercenary unions alone accounted for more than 200 people. So this time, the first and second games were held for 5 consecutive days, eliminating the test of most people. Since the competition date is the day after tomorrow, everyone meets tomorrow for intensive training. So it was getting late, and everyone separated. On the way back to Maivai, Tianyu, who had been napping on Maivai's shoulder, suddenly smelled a familiar smell, and suddenly opened his eyes and saw a lame cat walking on the opposite side. A yellowish hair with brown-black markings. If you don't look closely, you think it's a small tiger, and there is a diamond-shaped black mark on the center of the eyebrow. Isn't this cat Tiger Dior? Hey, why haven't you seen your feet for 2 days and are lame again? This lame-looking pitiful cat is naturally one of the subordinates of cat food. Because it looks like a little tiger and its name is Gra, Tianyu directly gave it the name Cat Tiger Gra to make it easy to distinguish. At that time, when the cat food eyes were treated, all the injured cats were treated by the way, so there is no such thing as disability. So, Tianyu couldn't help but ask curiously, isn't this Gara? Why are your feet lame again? Hey, isn't this Lord Cat immortal? Tianyu saw Gara running towards him happily, where there was still a lame look. He couldn't help but be speechless. Since this goods is not lame, why did he jump and look miserable? Gra felt Tianyu's gaze focused on his lame hind legs, and couldn't help but kick his legs, indicating that it was okay, and meowed, this is pitiful, there is food meow. Tianyu is speechless, you fucking are a talent. Cat food, their cultivation is still going well, right? Tianyu felt that the amount of chakra in the other party's body was close to the level of lower patience, and couldn't help asking. Cat Tiger Gra responded, smooth, smooth meow. It is the meat sent by the cat fairy, and everyone has already eaten the meow. Well, that's good, I'll go see you guys tonight, remember to tell the cat food, that's it. Okay, Lord Cat Fairy. The cat Tiger Gra, who had followed him all the way, limped along the corner of the wall and continued to look for food. Tianyu's eyes widened. Why did he suddenly have a sense of shame? Is it because of this strange appearance under his subordinates? It's good that I have an income, otherwise its portrayal will be reflected on myself. It seems that it is time to find a way out for his subordinates. Just as Tianyu was thinking about how to find a way out for these subordinates, he suddenly heard a meow. Robbery. Tianyu yelled, I dizzy, there are actually people, oh no, there are cats blocking the way and robbing the road? Looking closely around the corner, it turned out that a big cat with brown and yellow hair was bullying a freshly weaned cat. Tianyu's face darkened for a while, because he recognized who this big brown-yellow cat was. Isn't this the #1 general of cat food, feral cat Shinashuk? Seeing the little cat being forced to tremble in the corner, Tianyu was angry. This bullying the weak is too much, people have just been weaned, is it easy to get a bite to eat? You're going to go down? Tianyu hurriedly shouted, Shinashuk, roll over for me. Isn't this Lord Cat Fairy? Shinashuk didn't dare to snub and rolled over directly. Tianyu, who was lying on Nui's shoulder, was speechless. This guy was true and sincere. The anger suddenly subsided a lot, and he said directly, "You can't bully this underage cat in the future, you know, meow." Got it. Although Shinashuk the wild cat didn't understand what was going on, but Lord Cat Fairy said it listened. With a few words, me had already surpassed the intersection where Shinashuk was before, and Tianyu had to turn around and look at Shinashuk with a puzzled look and did not dare to ask questions, and said angrily, "Get out." Shinashuk hurriedly rolled towards the fork in the road, and the entire cat disappeared from Tianyu's field of vision. Tianyu is helpless, this is just his own mantra. Aren't these cats worry-free? Meow meow bastard. The fish that the old lady just fried has not yet come and eaten, you dare to steal it. Don't catch you for me, or I'll roast you and eat you. Tianyu was curious, looking at the sound, a burst of chickens, flying dogs jumping, the clatter of pots and pans, endlessly. It seems that a wonderful drama of encirclement and blockage is unfolding behind the wall, but unfortunately it is not visible. At this moment, from the tree near the fence, a dark fat cat ran past the fence by the side of the road. Then behind the fence lay an ant of about 50, beating and scolding with a broom. "I'll go. Isn't this a Corinth? I taught you ninjutsu, and you used it for this?" The Korin bird, who was biting the fish and galloping, suddenly heard Tianyu's voice, and couldn't help but be startled, and meowed, "Huh. Isn't this Lord Cat Fairy?" As soon as Corinth spoke, the fish fell from his mouth. Tianyu couldn't help but remind, "Hey, your fish has fallen." Hadash, looking at the fat and sturdy figure of the Columbus, just 2 raids rebit the fried fish that had not yet had time to land in the mouth again. Glancing at the woman who threw a broom and smashed it in the back, the sweat immediately exploded, and one of them ran away, leaving only an ominous whine. "Cats, my lord, I'll go first. These are your new friends." Mei Hui was a little puzzled. Is Xiaoshan's speed of making friends too fast, as if there are cats all the way to No Xiaotian? Tianyu was a little embarrassed. What kind of friends are these? All are subdued. Since he couldn't hide it, he no longer hid it. "I took in some little brothers. In the future, you can help collect intelligence, and you can also help with meow." Oh, Mei Hui didn't care. She didn't understand the world of cats, and she didn't want to ask more. Where did she know that these strange-looking guys would become big people in the future? Finally, I can take a beautiful bath. Eat. After Aunt Hanaji greeted Mei Hui and Tianyu, the dishes were served. Several roasted whole rabbits are dotted with a few green vegetable leaves, and the meat is fragrant, which makes people feel appetizing. Meow. Tianyu was also hungry. This time he wanted to experience the pleasure of splashing and selling mode twice as much. Sell cute buff plus 2 times Mei Hui owner identity buff plus 1 times rabbit meat buff plus 1 times several buffs superimposed. I believe there will be surprises. Chakra plus 15. Chakra plus 22. Chakra plus 35. Chakra plus 25. Well, the amount of chakra at this time is growing by double digits every time, although it is a little worse than Hinata's Hinata. However, it seems to have little impact. According to me, the few scrolls here are summon scrolls, seal scrolls, dark weapon scrolls, space scrolls, and so on. The idea of using scrolls to make killer apps was also obtained from a friend in Konoha village some time ago. Mei Hui felt that the creativity was good, so she agreed to make a few scrolls for her, and by the way, on the basis of her creativity, she extended several more powerful scrolling techniques. For example, this killer app that is about to be completed. Scroll technique, detonation flame array. Use the space scroll to set up the Kumu detonation charm, and combine it with the dark weapon technique to lay down the detonation talisman array. If the opponent is a fast type, it can also be combined with the sealing technique to form a more powerful scroll technique, blocking explosive array. Note, scrolling technique, detonation flame array. After throwing out the scroll, use the not sealing technique to detonate the scroll. The Kumu initiator charm shoots out from the space scroll, forming a covering attack on the ground. Shroud the enemy in it, and the Kumu initiation charm explodes at the same time. Scroll, blocking the flame formation, compared to the simple rough covering attack of scroll, explosion formation. The detonation talisman that blocks the explosion array adopts a gossip layout, and the explosion time of the detonator is also delayed from the outside to the inside. Once a large explosion occurs around, then the detonation talisman that is not yet exploded on the inside will be gathered in the middle by the shockwave, and finally form a chain explosion. After introducing these 2 expensive ninjutsu, me introduced a ninjutsu scroll that can be used frequently. Scrolling Tensing. This does not have much technical content, it is completely a design concept of strength and quantity. So this time, Mei prepared a total of 20 such scrolls. As long as the scroll is injected into chakra before it is thrown, the flying scroll will explode 2 seconds later. Shoot out dozens of shurikens and deliver indiscriminate fan attacks on enemies in front of you. How does Tianyu feel that this scroll technique has a little familiarity? If it can really be designed, it is indeed a killer app. Tianyu, who couldn't help, had to watch me how to make scroll art on the sidelines, and when he looked at it, he suddenly remembered why he couldn't create his own ninjutsu. For example, when I just crossed over, I created a semi-finished four-legged technique. It's not technical though, it's just a general chakra use. But this did not prevent the idle bored Tianyu from starting to think cranky. It was at this time that Tianyu remembered a picture. This picture is a Muji ninjutsu taught by Jiraiya when he took Naruto to practice. Super A-level ninjutsu spiral pill. One of the cats showed Naruto how to rub balls. After this, Naruto began the process of rubbing balls by many people. It seems that you can too. Tianyu has a flash of inspiration. Soon, Tianyu brought a few balloons and leather balls from the downtown boss, and in order not to disturb me to make scrolls, Tianyu instantly returned to the psychic space. Looking at the few leather balls filled with water on the ground, Tianyu fell into memories. After recalling the entire learning theory, Tianyu began to operate. The first thing is to shoot the ball. First feel the flow of chakra inside the ball. Tianyu is not human, so his perception ability is much stronger than that of humans. Even the way to get started is different. There is a saying that all roads lead to Rome. This means that regardless of the process, as long as the final goal can be achieved. Therefore, Tianyu used his perception ability to feel the direction of the water flow inside the balloon, and after continuous adjustment, Tianyu found a more suitable way to guide his chakra. Almost. Tianyu felt that the direction of rotation of the water flow was almost perfect, but there were still some discordant sounds, so he activated the B-level Ninfa Shunfangir technique and the B-level Ninfa Shunfangir technique, able to use chakra and spiritual power to interpret certain sound messages from the wind. The systematically strengthened Shunfangir technique has long been different from the past, and has become a perceptual ninjutsu that can be practicalized. At this time, Tianyu used its powerful perception ability to find a discordant sound in the water flow, and after precise adjustment, the sound of the water flow in Tianyu's hand was very harmonious. The first stage of the spiral pill is completed? Tianyu still couldn't believe it. But that's it, then the second stage should be a power blast, right? The practice method of power blasting is to use chakra's rotation to form a strong inertia, and then control chakra in an instant to collide and burst out, breaking the water ball. Tianyu, who has the art of Shunfangers, is very confident to learn, because he can perfectly perceive the water cyclone structure in the balloon at any time with chakra and spiritual power. After constant adjustment, a feasible blasting method was finally selected. Boom! The water balloon suddenly exploded. Tianyu was drenched in water. After many repeated power blasts, until mastered, Tianyu feels that his second stage is also completed. Belch? This progress has exceeded expectations. Tianyu had to sigh that there was a great benefit of the Shunfangir technique before learning the spiral pill. If there was to be a description, it was that Tianyu could see the answer through the wall and copy the answer. Because of the existence of this perceptual ninjutsu, Tianyu's control over chakra and spiritual power has reached a new height. It seems that this skill needs to be mentioned to a higher level, because the benefits it brings are likely to outweigh the ninjutsu itself. It is chakra's ability to control and mental perception that improves. It is no wonder that the level of the tailwind ear art mastered by cat food at that time was so low. After all, the requirements for these two abilities were too high. Then the third stage of training is next. The third stage of practice seems to be to enhance the power, this time using a leather ball. The degree of hardness is much higher, and this time there is no water flow to guide chakra, but Tianyu itself does not rely on water flow guidance, so there is not much difference between there and not, and the powerful chakra control and mental perception ability instantly played its due role. Tianyu smoothly formed a chakra cyclone inside the ball. Through the perception adjustment, the inner chakra rotates the air flow steadily. Now that the basic disc has stabilized as Tarzan, Tianyu began to join chakra, making the entire chakra cyclone more solid. The ball finally couldn't hold it when it added a lot of chakra and exploded. Tianyu, who felt a gum smell, pinched his nose, and this pungent smell was a torture for Tianyu, who had a keen sense of smell. So Tianyu decided to bypass this stage and began to condense the chakra rotating airflow directly in the palm of his hand. Under the high-speed rotation of chakra, the surrounding cyclones gradually condensed in the center of the spiral pill, and the nearby grass and trees and flowers swung with it, and the more chakra injected into it, the more powerful the cyclone rotating at high speed. Even Tianyu felt threatened. Eileen, how did the spiral pill attack the enemy in his hand? Wouldn't it hurt yourself? Just do it when you think of it. Tianyu gradually condenses the chakra ball that has expanded to the size of a basin. The process is simple, but it is very difficult when condensed to the limit. Tianyu decided to do extreme compression. This may be the real spiral pill. Because at this time, Tianyu thought of the mark left by Jiraiya demonstrating the spiral pill attack on the trunk for Naruto at that time. One of them is the dispersion of power caused by insufficient solidification, which is a failed spiral pill. With the transformation of the sound of the spiral pill, Tianyu knew that he had succeeded. If it is compressed again, the current mental power and chakra control power are no longer enough. The rapidly spinning chakra suddenly encountered obstacles, and the chaotic forces entangled, forming a big explosion. The results are dusty. Ahem dash seeing the boulder appear a large pit of about 1 meter, this power is a little too great. It's dangerous to use. At this time, Tianyu thought, is this ninjutsu itself supposed to be a long-range attack? In close combat, Tianyu felt that he had not met the requirements and actually exploded. Tianyu complained with a grey face. Distance melee combat practicality, it seems that you also need to improve your mental power and chakra control. Ding dash congratulations on obtaining A-grade ninjutsu Shunfangir technique. It's 400,000 taels, it's really fucking expensive. But no matter how expensive Tianyu is, he doesn't pay attention to it, because the spiral pill is also a super A-level ninjutsu. One more time. This time, Tianyu was actually able to quickly condense the spiral pill smoothly, and after just 3 seconds, the spiral pill in Tianyu's hand had swelled to the size of a basketball, and because of Tianyu's petite figure, it had actually been covered by the condensed spiral pill light. SHH Super A-level ninjutsu spiral pill cultivation successful. Tianyu exhaled a turbid breath. Glancing at his chakra depressly, a total of more than 9,000 chakra points are now less than 1,000 points left. Since the strengthening of ninjutsu, as the level of ninjutsu has increased, the use of chakra has also increased. For example, when treating Yamanaka Harano's father, he used S-grade ninjutsu and directly squeezed Tianyu's chakra dry. So for now, the way to strengthen oneself should shift from strengthening ninjutsu itself to being skilled in using ninjutsu. The other is to increase the number of chakras. Just having weapons and no ammunition is. Well, by the way, it's time to check out if the purchase quantity of special rainbow dried fish has recovered. Ding dash successful purchase special rainbow dried fish x10 total payment 20,000 taels. The previous advanced A-level Ninfa Shunfangir art cost 400,000 taels. Now another 20,000 taels have been spent on dried rainbow fish. Total expenditure 420,000 taels. Tianyu checked the balance of the panel 408,000 taels. This money is spent quickly, Tianyu sighed. At night, there was silence. Tianyu took advantage of the breeze and fell asleep on the tree trunk in the yard. While sleeping soundly, I felt strange fluctuations in the air flow around me. As soon as his eyes opened, he saw a pair of eyes that emitted a ghostly light looking directly at him. Tianyu was shocked, and it was directly a punch, and he suddenly howled. Meow Tianyu's eyes widened, and he saw that it was a fat cat that was sent flying, and hurriedly chased after him, looking at the Kolant who fell in the corner of the wall and said on all fours, "Yo, is it a Corinth? What are you doing staring at me when you don't sleep in the middle of the night?" It's Lord Cat Fairy. Why did you hit me? Corinth's eyes are Venus, and his brain is still a little unclear. Aggrieved, didn't you say that you were going to the headquarters tonight? Seeing that you didn't come, the cat food boss asked me to call your meow. The headquarters is Tianyu's name for the cattery, although they don't understand what cat food means, it's right to follow the name anyway, so the subordinates also called it that. I slept so soundly that I had long forgotten about it. Tianyu said embarrassed, got it, let's go. Tianyu, who was standing at the head of the wall, just looked up and saw a flower cat on the eaves opposite, and the two cats looked at each other at this time. Tianyu was taken aback. I'll go. This flower cat is still haunted, right? That's right. Opposite is the flower cat you encountered during the day. He looked at the various performances of Tianyu and Corinth and smiled slightly. Tianyu's face turned dark, and he said bluntly, how did you find this place? Hee, do you want to learn? This is a tracking ninjutsu, Reijutsu. The flower cat condensed a trace of chakra and gathered on the tip of the nose, and the sense of smell was immediately increased by 1,000 times. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, as long as the wind direction is not chaotic, then it is sure to find any taste it remembers. Tianyu's eyes widened, sighing that he was worthy of being a ninja cat from a big family, and ninjutsu was several times more than the 2 goods of cat food. But looking at the seductive appearance of the flower cat, Tianyu's face turned dark. He didn't believe that the flower cat would be so kind. Ignore it directly and quickly let the Corinth lead the way. Meow, I'm not done yet. Meow. Wakat saw that Tianyu ran with the fat cat, and couldn't help but chase after him. Tianyu was depressed. This guy is also good at tracking. It seems that it is almost impossible to get rid of it in the future. Fortunately, he is not a local cat. He will have to leave sooner or later, and he can't help but feel a little comfortable in his heart when he thinks of this. The 2 cats scurried all the way from the roof and soon arrived at the so-called headquarters. Tianyu looked, good guy, there are many cats coming today. It is estimated that there are hundreds of them. There are all colors, body types, and varieties. What the? And the on-the-spot cat-making movement? This face is a bit chaotic, and Tianyu can't bear to look at it directly. Cat food saw that Tianyu was coming, and quickly quieted all the cats. Immediately after that, the cat food introduced, this is my eldest brother, Master Cat Fairy. Lord Cat Immortal, Lord Cat Immortal. How Tianyu felt like a divine stick when he saw this scene. And these cats are the most loyal believers? Obviously, this scene was arranged by cat food. Otherwise, with the IQ of these cats, they will definitely not complete this set. Tianyu didn't say much, and directly sat on the eldest throne, and the cat food also squatted aside. After Tianyu motioned for them to calm down, he said, "Cat food, how many of them can use chakra now?" Cat food pointed to a bunch of cats and said, "These are cats that can use chakra." When it comes to food, Tianyu can't help but think of the fishing port town he went to during the day, where there are many cats' favorite fish, so can you go there and kill some fish to feed these cats? It should be fine, as long as it is a creature that kills itself, it should become chakra food. Tianyu suddenly disappeared. "All the cats, you look at me, I look at you, they are all confused." Just when the cats were noisy, Tianyu was carrying out special processing of the fish that came smoothly in space, and the fish that were originally fresh had already rolled their eyes at this time. According to past experience, all killed prey will get some chakra points, but this time it didn't. This is not too unexpected for Tianyu, after all, they are just some prey waiting to be killed. It's over before it starts. It's just that this time he came specifically to get food, and if there is no chakra characteristic, then he is busy for nothing. Originally, Tianyu wanted to try whether it had chakra quality, but Tianyu didn't have fire and ate raw? Come on. Although it smells very fragrant, Tianyu can't go down to his mouth. There were a lot of them, and there were no ice shields, so Tianyu had to send fish every 2 days. After a puff of white smoke, Tianyu has returned to the headquarters. For Tianyu's magical operation, all the cats were stunned and confused. For some ordinary cats, this is a miracle. Before I was surprised, something even more amazing appeared. Boom dash with a wave of Tianyu's big hand, a large number of white-scaled fish appeared out of thin air. Looking at the fish all over the ground, the cats are not calm. The scene was a mess. This is the cat fairy. In a corner of the headquarters, a snow-white cat was stunned. Shocked. What is this means? With a wave of your hand, countless delicious snow-white fish appeared? The flower cat is no exception. This little brother seems to be more powerful than he thought. It didn't take long for him to come and go. What did he do? In addition to being confused, there is only a fool left for his father. In the entire headquarters, only the flower cat and a snow-white cat were very calm and did not grab food. I was actually blown away. As the saying goes, the more you understand the world, the more you are in awe of the world. Having seen some of the 2 cats in the world, they naturally know how powerful this method is. Tianyu couldn't help but be curious and asked, "Cat food, how can that white cat have a large amount of chakra?" "Oh, big brother, I forgot to report to you. This cat is called White Snow, and its hind legs are crippled. I said, big brother, you can save it, so I brought it to Meow." "Oh, that's it." Tianyu suddenly realized, no wonder he had never seen this white cat before. It turned out that it was picked up by cat food. The flower cat and the white cat also noticed each other, and after noticing each other's strength, they couldn't help but maintain a trace of vigilance. How did this flower cat come about? The cat food also noticed the flower cat not far from the white cat at this time, and couldn't help but be vigilant. Cats are very sensitive to territory. Fighting for the sake of territory is commonplace. Tianyu repeated the process of his acquaintance with the flower cat, and said, "You are already a powerful cat. It's time to conquer a cat of your own." Tianyu's head turned, encouraging the cat food to conquer this flower cat, so that he can get rid of the golden cicada. But before that, Tianyu decided to strengthen his cat food skills, so as not to lose face to the other party. Cat food understood and sat quietly on the side, waiting to communicate with Tianyu's spiritual transmission. This time, Tianyu only retained the S-level rejuvenation technique and the A-level life recovery technique and the self-created Super A-level spiral pill and did not teach it, and all other transition levels of ninjutsu including D, C, B, and A were taught to cat food. As for why the low-level ninjutsu of the same type is also taught, that is, of course, Tianyu wants to establish a growth mechanism for cat organizations. For novices who have just entered the ranks of ninja cats, it is useless to teach advanced ninjutsu. This is equivalent to going straight to college. Isn't this a pit, man? They don't have the status of servants with cat food, so they can only spend time and energy studying. Another point is that Tianyu intends to let these cats organize and make money for themselves, otherwise Tianyu would not have this effort to spend here. Isn't it fragrant to make money? You need money to strengthen your skills through the system, so these cats can't be prostituted for nothing, right? Of course, it also costs money to learn advanced skills. As for the pricing, just charge 1/3 of the price of the system. It is equivalent to 3 cats learning his skill, then he can prostitute a skill in the system. You must know that skills can be sold in one skill, anyway, it will definitely not lose money. In addition, Tianyu plans to send some cats into some relatively friendly large families, such as Hinata of the white-eyed family, the heir of these large families, but there is a lot of money at his disposal. This is the otherworldly version of sending mobile phones, cats, to earn services. Want to get stronger? Top up now. Ahem, isn't it a little dark yourself? If you sell someone else, you have to let someone else count money for yourself. Tianyu is a little embarrassed. How did he become a Philistine's black-hearted businessman? Well, it's reasonable not to steal and not to rob, isn't it? Tianyu comforted himself in time. In addition, due to factors such as learning ability and talent in the early stage of cats, Tianyu also explained that when training these cats with cat food, targeted training should be carried out. For example, combat-friendly cats mainly learn combat skills. Therefore, it is necessary for Tianyu to plan the early career of these cats. The first stage is divided into combat cat, medical cat, perception cat, wisdom cat. 4 types. The second stage is divided into a compound cat that masters 2 types of ninjutsu at the same time. The third stage is divided into a compound cat that masters 3 types of ninjutsu at the same time, and so on. Finally, high-end cat warriors appear. This batch of free cultivated cats certainly exists as the backbone of the future. Tianyu doesn't have so much time to spend on this, so everything is left to cat food. The cat food itself is a serious cat ninja, so it is still understood about these ninja cat classifications. It's just that he wondered why Tianyu wanted to make money. Tianyu just said, in our cat fairy family, if you have money, you can exchange for powerful ninjutsu, and you can become stronger. This is a way of training, you know, meow. Looking at the cat food that suddenly realized, Tianyu glanced at the cat food meaningfully. This guy is the biggest white in the Hokage world. It's really a choice to stand directly to the peak of cat life. So you have to be prepared for a tool cat, including how to make the cats make money, how to divide. In short, if you want to be strong, you have to pay money. The black heart of the capitalist is vividly embodied. According to Tianyu, these cats will not cost money, so simply leave it to me. Ha ha. Of course, the movements here have also been detected by the flower cat and the white cat, and the most shocking thing is that the cat food itself is very powerful, and it has signed a shameful master-servant contract with the cat in front of him, which calls itself a cat fairy. This cat food seems a bit shameless, huh? I still look so happy. I don't know, I thought it made a lot of money. If you have money, you can become stronger. If you have money, you can become stronger. Cat food only understands these words. For the rest, put it aside, as long as there is money, isn't it? And guarantee must live up to the trust, because the most direct beneficiary is its cat food. Feeling his strength, the cat food was directly given to Tianyu to kneel. This kind of master is worth following for a lifetime. Cat food estimated in his heart, this time the owner gave it so many powerful ninjutsu. He is now at least 10 times stronger than his original self. Suddenly burst with confidence and eager to try. However, Tianyu still reminded it and said, ahem, you have to do the A-level ninjutsu according to your ability, your chakra can't bear the consumption, and you won't consider using it until chakra reaches Zongnin in the future. Got it, meow? According to Tianyu's estimate, the current comprehensive strength of cat food is already medium tolerance, but this guy's chakra amount is too crotch-pulling. The state of having a good gun and few bullets is the current situation of cat food. Otherwise, just with such a powerful ninjutsu, it is not a problem to directly reach the elite ninjutsu. You know, A-level ninjutsu is exclusive to shadow-level powerhouses. Meow cat food quickly understood what Tianyu meant. Immediately focused his gaze on the uninvited flower cat, and meowed, I heard that you came to find a powerful cat and give birth to powerful offspring. I'm a powerful meow. Tianyu smiled and looked at the flower cat. How about it? Introduce you to a powerful cat. The flower cat's expression also became solemn, because it knew the strength of Tianyu. Obviously, just now Tianyu and the cat food had a master-servant contract communication. I think it was Tianyu who taught powerful ninjutsu to this cat food. This situation was something it had never thought of before. Because cats and cats do not use this secret technique of loss of freedom and dignity. The forced ones can't complete the contract, so even forcing some weak cats doesn't make much sense. Because this secret technique is subject to the limitation of mental power, under normal circumstances, you can only sign a cat at most, and there will be a risk of being eaten back. As a cat ninja family, long-term cooperation with humans, Huamao naturally knows that this ninjutsu is actually developed by humans. The main purpose is to develop ninjutsu for ninja beasts and strengthen mutual trust and tacit understanding between them. Improvement is carried out through continuous mutual practice and running in. In the end, it will become a ninjutsu suitable for cat ninja, or other ninja beasts. In addition to obtaining ninjutsu through this way, most of the ninja beasts are natural ninjutsu that come with them. Ninja beasts that can develop ninjutsu on their own are rare. This is why most ninja beasts are willing to sign contracts with humans. As far as it knows, in addition to the master-servant contract, there is also a contract of equality, which is the contract that most ninja beasts are willing to sign, at least without losing their dignity. However, the consequence is that you can't directly obtain ninjutsu inheritance like cat food, because this master-servant contract is a unilateral, completely undefended spiritual contract. The master has the power of life and death over the contractor. Simply put, more permissions, fewer obstacles, and more. It takes courage and boldness to sign a master-servant contract. Cat food, as the leader of the cat group. The weakest group of the local cat tribe is of course also on its inspection list. This time it was just a coincidence. Compared with Tianyu, a cat to be grown, the mature aura exuded by the cat food fascinates it more. Then look at your skills, meow. The flower cat instantly figured it out, so he took up the challenge. Tianyu was stunned, originally wanted to see the embarrassment of the flower cat, but did not expect that it did not seem to be like this. It seems to be eye-catching? The two cats came to the clearing and immediately began a fierce battle. Snap snap dash. The entire center of the clearing is full of black shadows, except for cats with dynamic vision. It is estimated that not many creatures can clearly feel the intersection of their fists and claws. The flower cat itself has the strength of the middle ninja level, and the strengthened cat food should be slightly stronger than the flower cat according to Tianyu's estimate. For cat food, who has many powerful ninjutsu, what limits his strength is chakra's inadequacy. Otherwise, 10 times the surprise attack, ordinary ninja cannot be stopped. Ninfa, cat kill, cat ninja, raid. Snap. Tianyu was a little speechless. Cat food, is this not going to be left behind? Isn't this your future daughter-in-law? Directly probing is on a 6-fold raid. Where can Tianyu understand the mood of cat food at this time, as the moment of the explosion of strength, cat food has only one thought in his heart, that is, to experience the powerful power freely. The flower cat was completely inferior in strength and was quickly suppressed by cat food. In a situation of defeat, just when the next paw of the cat food was directly punched on the face of the flower cat. Wadash, cat doppelganger. After a puff of white smoke, Cat Liang knew that he had been fooled, and immediately felt a strong wind coming from the rear. Cat food turned around and was a sonic ninjutsu. B-level ninjutsu, shock. The only change from C to B is the speed of play. Real seconds. How could it be your own ninjutsu? How could it be so fast? Is this still your own ninjutsu? At the same time that the flower cat was surprised, his mind was dark for a while, and he felt that he was about to pass out, and he was nauseous and wanted to vomit. This guy is holding his own ninjutsu to hit himself, it's really enough. This is the weakest cat animal organization? No, this guy is powerful. Although the flower cat has not fully seen the other ninja cats here. But I also know that this kind of wild ninja cat that has no family and has not signed a cooperation agreement with humans is predictable no matter how strong it is. Of course, this cat brother is an exception. It seems that what he said about the cat fairy family is true. Otherwise, how to explain that a cat ninja with no foundation and no foundation can be so powerful? It seems that the cat food that signed the master-servant contract with this cat brother may be the real smart cat. With this strength, it is definitely a top-notch existence among cats and cats, right? Meow dash. The flower cat was just like that, and the punch was blasted out of the cattery. Tianyu looked at the flower cat that spun thousands of degrees and flew out of the cattery and couldn't help but mourn for 3 minutes, and glared at the cat's eyes in disbelief. Are you being too cruel to your future daughter-in-law like this? Yes. The white cat was also trembling when he saw it. This cat food has actually become so much stronger, and it can barely get the upper hand when the two of them fought before. Now seeing that the flower cat was abused like this, if he fought against it again, he would definitely end up the same. Unless his injury can improve, he may be able to fight on an equal footing. Feeling the gaze of the white cat, Tianyu and the cat food, two cats automatically looked at the white cat. The white cat was startled and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Tianyu helplessly spread his hands, glanced at the cute cat food and said, "Cat food, you must have been so ruthless just now that you scared everyone else." Cat food means innocent. What the? Put on an innocent face and think it's okay? Tianyu hates iron but not steel. Respected cat immortal, I heard that the boss of the cat food said that you can treat my leg injury, so please help me. Tianyu looked the flower cat up and down and said, "It's not impossible to help you, it's just, what benefits can I get by helping you?" Benefits. The white cat named by Shui was curious, what benefits do you want to get? Meow. What Tianyu lacked most at the moment was nothing more than money and ninjutsu, so he asked, "Is there money?" The white cat glared at the cat and said, "You look like a rich meow. It is estimated that none of the cats present can take out a silver coin, right? Does that seem to be the truth?" Tianyu glanced at the cat food, and the cat food shook his head, indicating that there was not a single silver coin. Tianyu couldn't help but be depressed. I rely on, you guys actually don't need money, meow. Cat food wondered, is there a place for cats to have money? There will be, and you will know later that there is not enough money. Tianyu hated that iron could not become steel, and he vowed to squeeze the last copper plate on them in the future. Since there is no money, let's use ninjutsu to pay for it, right? Tell me about what ninjutsu you have. How about I choose 2 ninjutsu? Although ninjutsu is precious, it depends on the ability to learn it or not, so the white cat does not hesitate too much. What it wants most now is to treat the leg injury well, otherwise it will be in danger of life at any time. Soon, Tianyu completely healed the white cat's injuries and obtained 2 ninjutsu from the white cat. They are D-level, Lei Dun, the art of thunder flame. This ninjutsu is able to emit a thunderbolt technique capable of exploding through its tail. Whenever an object is hit, an explosion occurs. The power is very average, but as a ninjutsu master Tianyu, this is not a problem. the biggest problem is that he now lacks a long-range attack ninjutsu. It is precisely because of such a long-range offensive ninjutsu that his combat methods have become more flexible and changeable. It will not be restrained under certain circumstances. For example, I love a ninja who can stand and has an absolute defense type. Another ninjutsu is a B-grade ninjutsu similar to teleportation, flashing body. Using the chakra condensed on the solace of the feet and the special chakra application method, it instantly bursts out at a speed close to the sound barrier, which is very practical. This is a B-level ninjutsu. Yes, this is the highest level of ninjutsu that Tianyu has obtained from outside the system. Ninjutsu level S level UI, occult skill level A level, forbidden technique, super high ninjutsu level B level, upper shinobi level C level, medium shinobi level D level, lower shinobi level. The main characteristics of the division of the E level ninja school levels are the difficulty of learning, the consumption of chakra, the power of ninjutsu, and special attributes are rated to facilitate learning by latecomers, and taboos to pay attention to when using. For example, Tianyu's use of the S-class Cat Ninja method recovery technique has exhausted all of Tianyu's chakra with just one technique, and if it is in battle, it will be directly cold. Therefore, it is not that the higher the level of ninjutsu, the more powerful it is, but that it can be matched according to the level of the user to play the greatest role. This is also the reason why Tianyu reminded the cat food to prohibit the use of A-class raids at the beginning, because the current chakra consumption of a A-level raid has been increased to 800 chakra. As far as the current total amount of chakra of cat food is concerned, it is estimated that it is less than 4,000 points. So 5 raids can turn cat food into soft-footed shrimp. Fortunately, the average Zongnin can't carry the cat food 5 times 10 times raid. The skill of raiding is the basic value of the body, so Tianyu still has to pay more attention to improving physical fitness when ordering cat food. Only in this way will you not blind the A-level cat body art raid ninjutsu. Increase your combat power by 10 times according to the foundation? If you learn the 8 gates of Dunjia, can you ascend directly to heaven? Haha, I feel full of harvest. Tianyu is very satisfied with this transaction, and promised that if the white cat is hurt in the future, it can also find a free cat food treatment. The returning flower cat was also treated with life restoration surgery by cat food. Immediately couldn't help but be surprised, because Hua Cat didn't expect Tianyu to teach such precious ninjutsu to cat food. It seems that in this wave of signing the contract, cat food is really worth it. Even it began to envy. What if it became its servant? Blah blah, how can I think that? The flower cat shook his head violently and quickly cleared out this dangerous thought. Besides, a cat can only sign a cat servant, so you don't have to think about it. Immediately, he said, respected cat immortal, I came for my clan this time. Many of them were seriously injured or even crippled in the battle, resulting in a great loss of strength in our cat clan, so I want you to help. The problem of money, we will find a way. If it is not enough, we can also exchange Miao with ninjutsu. Regarding Tianyu's deal with the white cat, it also knows, so it also talks directly about its purpose. Tianyu felt that these cats might really not usually collect coins in these things, so he did not dare to open his mouth, and tentatively asked, can Miao, no matter how many injuries are, 200,000 taels? How? 200,000 taels. The flower cat almost ran away when she heard this number, but finally held back. Because this price is very reasonable for this kind of injury, but it is an astronomical amount for ninja beasts. Tianyu is not opening his mouth indiscriminately, mainly combining the current income level and consumption level, and then balancing the habit of cats and beasts not collecting coins, so this price is decent, dare not ask for more. For example, according to the flower cat, a medium-level cat beast, if you can perform B-level tasks, the money for 3 tasks can basically treat a disabled cat. So from the standard of income, it is inherently inexpensive. The flower cat gritted his teeth and decided to negotiate the price first, and then find a way to get the money. Tianyu thought for a moment, and felt that the business sent to the door in vain should not be in vain. How much oil and water can these cats have? Even if you squeeze dry, you can't produce a few taels of oil, and it is estimated that it will be about the same. So he took the opportunity to ask for tracking ninjutsu. Yes, but you have to teach me your tracking ninjutsu first. Spiritual sense. Deal. The flower cat did not hesitate and immediately responded. C-level tracking ninjutsu, spiritual sense. Using chakra to increase the sensitivity of smell by 1,000 times, it is possible to track the taste with memories within a radius of 1 kilometer. Tianyu's eyebrows smiled, and his eyes were much gentler when he looked at the flower cat. This is the god of wealth. The flower cat breathed a sigh of relief and said, thank you to the cat immortals, your kindness will be remembered by our cat clan. It was reduced by more than 1 million taels in one breath, and the flower cat knew that he had taken advantage of it. With 3 million taels, the strength of the cat tribe can be revived, which is a huge bargain. No money? Isn't this the problem of not storing coins in normal times? If you usually pay attention to storing these things, there are at least tens of millions of taels now, right? At this moment, Tianyu is afraid that he does not know that he will open a new era in which cats and beasts also cost money. After agreeing on the treatment date, Tanya did not stay for long, taught the cat food several ninjutsu he learned from the flower cat and the white cat, and instructed him to go to his place of residence when the sun came out. Seeing that cat food that has just gained great power is so exciting, an outlet is urgently needed to vent force. Tianyu expressed understanding, so he told him that he was going to take him to the human martial arts conference. Let it run wild. The fact that cat food was going to fight with humans reminded him of his former owner, who hadn't been able to give it anything, but generally cared for it. So much so that he sacrificed himself and let himself run away first. Such a host is worth remembering. Now, after more than a year, are you going to fight with mankind again? Is this excitement? Or excited? Or sentimental? This mixed mood haunts my heart. If only he had the strength he has today. The master should not be sacrificed, right? Meow the flower cat looked at the cat food squatting on the edge of the eaves, staring into the distance, as if a sculpture did not move, and couldn't help but lean over. At this moment, I suddenly heard a mournful cry from the cat food. Feeling the sadness in the heart of the cat food, the flower cat knows that this is also a cat with a story. Meow the stars fade, the first sun rises, the birds sing. The cat food arrived as promised, and after Tianya's explanation, Mei Hui knew that this ninja cat actually had the strength of Zhongnan, and it was also a small snack immediately. I didn't expect Tianya to have such a powerful little brother. It seems that this ninja beast of his has many secrets. Isn't that great, though? I used to worry that it was too weak, but now I have to worry that it is too strong? Mei Hui sorted out her rucksack and checked the medicines in her rucksack, kunao, soldiers' food pills and other material reserves. This is what a professional ninja should have. Always vigilant, guarded, prepared. Mei Hui is in front and the two cats are behind, and come to the number 4 driving range. I found that I came early, so I planned to cultivate. Me took out several shurikens and stared ahead, posing in a continuous shooting posture. Mei Hui continued to run at high speed without stopping, and stopped sideways. A few shurikens thrown again. Repeat this several times to keep yourself in a very demanding state to practice your darts technique. Mei Hui suddenly soared backwards, and successively pulled out the kunao from the leggings in the air, shooting again. Ding dash the shurikens that were originally inserted in the bullseye suffered from Kuwu's attack at this time, and they all made a crisp sound, scattered in all directions. Me fell from the air like a falcon, gasping for breath. It seems that this high-speed movement has consumed a lot of Mi's physical strength. Snap dash at this moment, Yuri and the spirit came to meet, just in time to see Mi's exaggerated speed and hit rate, and couldn't help but clap his hands in praise. This kind of superb shuriken technique is not common. Most of today's ninjas like some very exaggerated ninjutsu. Few people have the patience to craft this practical technique. You must know that when a person's chakra is always exhausted, once it falls into a scorching battle, then the one who can dominate the back must be the most basic combat skill such as shuriken. The two who had said hello also wanted to do a warm-up exercise, but at this time they saw two cats not far from Mei Hui. I couldn't help but ask curiously, why is there an extra cat here? Yuri suddenly realized, could it be Xiaoshan's lover? Tianyu vomited blood, your sister's. He's a male cat. If there is a problem with your eyes, go wash it, less disgusting people. Haha, don't get me wrong, this is a helper that Xiao Tian found. Isn't the spirit without the ability to attack? This is indeed a big shortcoming. So, Xiao Tian found a ninja cat to help you, Mi hurriedly explained. This is also to avoid a 1v1 situation, where a support ninja without attack power cannot win. Therefore, in order to get the bonus, Tianyu decided to give the spirit a wave of combat effectiveness. Really? It's so cute. Spirit, smile widely. Looking at Xiao Tian in surprise, he thanked him. Thank you so much, Xiao Tian, I will definitely cheer well. Ugh. Tianyu saw that the cat food avoided Ling's embrace, and couldn't help explaining, you want to gain his trust, but it is not a day or two. The cat itself is a proud creature, so you don't have to care. Hee, it's okay. Ling took out a little jerky from his backpack, and the cat food brushed off his face with a confused face. Disdainful, who am I? Think a few pieces of jerky will buy me? Think beautiful. Well, it's really fragrant. Tianyu is speechless. You are too bottomless with cat food, right? What about the pride of saying yes? Ha ha. Mi was not surprised. Cats are like this. As long as you are not listed as a dangerous person, there is no reason not to be moved by the meat sent to your mouth. Immediately said, well, since the people are together. So let's start the final training camp. Yesterday I familiarized myself with the cooperation between us, so today we must familiarize ourselves with each other's combat methods and combat strength. Let's be opponents. Mi suddenly turned around to look at Yuri and Rei, and the two of them inexplicably felt a momentum emanating from Mi's body. Is this still the ninja with the worst resume? This must be an illusion. Haha, good. Yuri also instantly raised his momentum, and said with a confident look, no need to divide, who calls me the strongest resume? I'll beat you two one by one. Tianyu was speechless. Where did you get the courage and confidence? Liang Jingru? Me corrected in time, this. You misunderstood, it was me and Xiao Tian who beat the three of you. Mei Hui felt that the two looked bad and added in time, don't get me wrong, the main thing is that Xiao Tian is too strong. This result was also discussed with Mei Hui before departure, so that playing against each other can more intuitively understand the abilities of teammates and combat methods. Are you serious? Yuri couldn't believe it. Although Xiao Tian showed surprising strength yesterday, it was at the level of medium ninja at best, right? As an opponent, it is also considered to be equal, but is it too big to come 2-on-3 at once? Good. Ling knows that his combat power is limited, and he doesn't know how much combat power the cat food has, so this competition is mainly to examine the ability of his partner. After discussing the battle plan, come on, Yuri exuded momentum and shouted, Suki, armament of earth. Boom! Tanya silently looked at Yuri pretending, don't say, this pretending is indeed an expert, the visual effect is very shocking. With the energy vibration, the earth on the ground began to gather around Yuri's body, and soon formed the earth armor, the earth dun armor and the long sword. There is also chakra flowing on the surface of these formed earth armaments, which is obviously a layer of chakra protection in the soil. I have to say that this guy's ability to use Tudun is already very powerful. The spirit dwelled in the rear, propped his hands forward, and shouted, eggshell, swish. At this time, the cat food in Yuri's body added another layer of vague protection. Haha, Yuri laughed, now I feel like I can hit 3 upper shinobi. Tianyu is speechless, you will die if you don't brag? This protection is really difficult. Yuri, in particular, has a double defense. It seems that the breakthrough is still in the spirit. So he said to Mai Hui, the other party's defense is too strong, you go to entangle Yuri, I will raid the spirits and break their joint defense. What do you think? Okay, for Mai Hui, there is no better way at present, so let's follow the small day and see if you can test something. It would also be a way to gather intelligence. Tudun, splitting the earth and turning palms. Boom! Tianyami instantly felt the ground vibrate violently, and in the next second, she saw the entire ground shattered, and the squeezed earth blocks flew out from the ground, causing a chaotic splash scene. For cats with excellent reflexes, this chaotic scene was quickly brought under control. In the splashing earth, the newly obtained B-level ninjutsu, flashing body. Yuri thought that his sudden attack had succeeded, and immediately found that Xiao Tian was dodging and moving in the chaotic clods, and only saw 2 after images before losing Xiao Tian's traces, and he couldn't help but be surprised. This speed is several times faster than yesterday's speed. Where did Yuri know that last night's Tianyu had obtained a B-grade flashing technique? Of course, Tianyu's speed is much more than that, this is just an appetizer. Spiral pill. Tianyu, who suddenly appeared behind Yuri, shone with a ball of light the size of a basketball in his palm. Tianyu pushes with the trend. Boom! Before he could react, Yuri found that his vision and body were completely spinning, and he was sliding on the ground in a dark light. Triple raid. Tianyu did not stop after sneaking up on the careless Yuri, and instantly increased his speed. Cat food saw that Tianyu came to the two of them, got the cat food of the eggshell, and drank with confidence, big brother be careful. 6 times the raid. Cat food, you're floating. Not to be outdone, Tianyu also meowed. Boom! Boom! The two cats bombarded each other continuously in the air, and the sound of huge forces colliding endlessly. Tianyu's foundation is several times stronger than cat food, so just a triple raid was used, which is just as powerful as a 6-fold raid on cat food. As a heuristic attack is just right. The spirits who watched the battle nervously on the side constantly replenished the eggshell energy of their 2 teammates. At this time, she found that the speed of cat food and Xiaoshan's 2 cats was too fast. Her eyes simply couldn't keep up with the speed of the 2 of them. Looking at the air torrent created by the collision of 2 cats, and the cat shadows that appear and disappear in an instant, this is simply teleportation. No more. The energy can't keep up. Spirit struggles to perceive the speed of the 2 cats with the spirit, but it is always a beat slower. Although cat food basically masters all the abilities of Tianyu, the basic quality and talent are not inheritable, so under the talent of Tianyu Wind, he has always been passively beaten. Fortunately, because of the existence of the eggshell, it is still intact so far, but the chakra that is constantly consumed has lost most of it, and sooner or later it will be consumed and die. Big brother is always his big brother. Fire, dragon fire art. Mei Mei is printing faster than before. Yuri, who was hit hard, had not yet woken up in his brain when he was surrounded by Mi's fire. Although it is protected by eggshells and earth armor, the hot air still penetrates the protection. Yuri shook his head and got up, ignoring the violent fire attack with the help of double defense. Carrying a long sword made of dirt, he rushed towards me. Nothing to see, the other party actually ignored his own fire, and immediately flew out of the shuriken. Yuri laughed and said, the last thing my earth armor is afraid of is this kind of physical attack. My why? Look at the move, ha! Just when Yuri was about to exert his might, he found that after the shuriken, 2 more kunai were inserted into the eggshell one after another. What's terrible is that one of them is also wrapped around a detonation charm. Boom! Although there was a thick double protection, the explosive impact caused by the detonator still withstood Yuri's sudden attack. Ahem. Yuri was depressed. This is just practice, can it be spent on this money? Although Yuri seemed unharmed, he was still hit by the powerful blast wave into his internal organs, making him feel the urge to vomit. Mi saw that the explosion had a shock effect, which still caused impact damage to Yuri, so she decided to use one of the sea-level fire ninjutsu captured last time. Because it was still relatively rusty, the speed of sealing was not fast, but fortunately, Tanya's raid put me in a favorable position. Sun, Yin, Jun, Ugly, Oh, Yin. Snapfire, Phoenix Immortal Fire Art. More than a dozen fireballs were spit out by me one after another, and the fireballs were controlled by chakra and had a certain ability to track and attack. After accumulating enough fireballs in a small half-circle, it was as if he had eyes and began to encircle Yuri, who rushed towards him. The big fireballs that burned violently hit one by one with a heat wave. Yuri knew what me had in mind at a glance, and immediately did not dare to resist hard with armor, and the large shield in his left hand suddenly plunged into the ground, and suddenly, the soil on the ground began to gradually gather on the shield under the guidance of chakra, and soon formed a huge shield. Tudun, shield of the earth. Fireballs that hit the earth shield one after another were like raindrops falling into the sea, without waves. Mei Hui was also shocked. Looking at the earth shield that was more than 10 meters in size in front of her, she felt powerless. Is this Yuri so strong? You have already seen my strongest shield, so let you see the strongest sword. Me. Be careful with this next move. Be careful with the ground. Yuri also specially reminded me, and then inserted the big sword in his hand directly into the ground and shouted, Sword of the Earth. Just when me felt the ground move, she immediately bounced away, and in the next second, a 1 meter wide and 3 meter high blade stabbed out from the ground. It's very similar to the earth gun art of earth ninjutsu. It's just that it is much stronger in terms of morphological changes. The earthen blades that were stabbed out one after another seemed to wait for me to react before stabbing out, and me knew that it was Yuri releasing water. Feelings are underestimated. Me wasn't annoyed either, just gasping and observing the situation around her. Well, what's going on? At this time, Mei found that the sword blades that were protruding before around had not disappeared, and according to the normal situation, in order to save the use of chakra, ninjutsu that generally retained its form after the end of ninjutsu would collapse due to the loss of chakra's support. But these residual blades did not collapse, which only means that there is still chakra maintenance in these blades. Then it is conceivable that these blades still have a back move. The next move is my last big move. I can't control it. Might as well throw in the towel. Yuri said with his hands sealed. Use any moves. Me didn't intend to admit defeat. Looking at these prominent blades, she actually turned the spearhead on herself after obtaining a new chakra. Yuri only performed 3 spells. Immediately clapped both hands. Snap. Tudun, sword blade dance. Tudun, dive in the soil. This earth ninjutsu is also one of the sea-level ninjutsu captured last time. Both ninjutsu me learned in their free time. So this is also the first time it has been used in actual combat. No matter what the opponent's attack is, as long as she goes underground, then any attack on the ground has nothing to do with her. Boom! The strong tremor stopped, the dust dissipated. Where me was before, there were more than a dozen sharp objects that overlapped and intertwined. Mai Wai, who sneaks underground, is also not happy, and the chaotic layers of earth and soil that squeeze each other around her also make her taste the pain. Fortunately, this ninjutsu did not specifically attack Mei who sneaked underground, otherwise with Mei Hui's half-hanging earth ninjutsu, it is estimated that he will be trapped in the soil. The line of sight gradually cleared. Yuri gasped, not daring to be careless, since me insisted on taking her own move, it meant that she was still somewhat sure. It was at this time that me sneaked out from behind Yuri. Me didn't intend to hide herself, so Yuri knew for the first time that me had escaped from the ground behind her. Yuri felt the depleted chakra and said with a bitter smile, I didn't expect you to use this ninjutsu, which was unexpected. You win, I'm out of chakra. After that, the armed armor on Yuri's body also lost the maintenance of chakra and was scattered all over the place. The battle on Tianyu's side was also because Tianyu used a 6 times raid, and the cat food fell into the absolute inferiority in terms of speed and strength. In addition, the eggshell of the spirit could not keep up with the replenishment consumption, and was finally defeated by Tianyu's fierce punch. Big brother, you are so powerful. After gaining great power, cat food finally fought a hearty duel. At this time, it also has a clearer understanding of its own power. No more swelling, complacency. Admit defeat. The spirit who watched the overall situation found that Yuri also admitted defeat there, so there was nothing for her, an auxiliary ninja who had lost the ability to attack, to hold on. Throw in the towel immediately. After several medical treatments in Tianyu, except for his appearance stained with dirt, it was completely impossible to see that several people had gone through a fierce battle. Snap, it's wonderful. It's a pity that it ended a little faster. The people who came were Inu Yan's team and Inu Kang's couple. Before Inu Yan came closer, he said, the markets of the major gambling houses have been opened. Get ready to place your bets. Everyone sat around and looked at the information brought by Anuyan, and Tianyu learned the first round of gambling house market odds. The first way to play: guess the winner of the 1, 2, 3 teams. One-time bet, not changeable. Bet 1 pays 20 before the first round starts. Bet 1 for 10 before the end of the second round. Death Valley Brawl, bet 1 pays 5 before the start of the third round. Round of 32, bet 1 for 2 before the start of the fourth round. Round of 8. The second way to play is to guess the team that made it to the top 32 finals. Total statistics: 273 participating teams, which is the odds of our team. When everyone saw it, they couldn't help but get angry and said, 1 for 3, we're really a fish belly squad. The odds of the casino are set to 1:1 for the favorites, 1:2 for teams with a chance of promotion, 1:3 for teams with no promotion hopes, and the odds will be adjusted in due course according to the inflow of funds. For example, if more people buy the favorites, the odds may drop to the point of extremely low profits. This is to adjust the balance between loss and profit. Too much does not table. The third way to play is the top 32 win-loss odds, which are adjusted for each game. Disclose the odds according to the situation at the time. There are also a lot of non-mainstream gameplay, such as guessing how many people a team will sacrifice before the end of the second round, the first few teams qualified, and so on. I won't express them all here. We don't understand these either, so it's up to you to operate. Both me and Tianyu took out their savings and handed them to Anuyan. You watch. Tianyu only has more than 400,000 taels left, so an integer of 400,000 is given. My Y gave 1 million. In the end, after Anuyan distributed the wanted bounty of 350,000 taels of snow demons received by the daimyofu, because it was the credit of Tianyu, Tianyu took half of the amount and invested a total of 575,000 gambling funds. Finally, after some discussion, it was concluded the winner of the first round of competition. 1 pays 20. Tianyu invested 500,000, Mei Hui invested 1 million, Inuyan 500,000, Inu Kang couple 1 million, Yagamai 300,000, Yamanaka Field 100,000. Total funding, 3.4 million. Me and Tianyu, as contestants, had no time to be distracted, so they took some money from the snow demon and handed it over to Anuyan for his own disposal. The rest of the bets are left to worry about. Yuri and Ling looked at Tianyu and the others' commotion, and couldn't help but be speechless. What are you doing? Isn't our goal for the round of 8? Who said that? What the hell are you two betting on? Inuyan glanced at the two and asked. The spirit is unconscious, and feels that everyone is so confident, so he decided to bet symbolically on 100,000 taels and bet on himself to win the championship. The corner of Yuri's mouth twitched. Is this playing real or fake? When did he and others go from the salted fish squad to the favorites to win the championship? Are these people overconfident? More than 3 million taels. How many people are betting on yourself to win this competition? Am I not awake? Or did you go through the wrong door? Sorry for the interruption. Well? Yuri noticed that everyone's eyes were focused on him, and he immediately broke out in cold sweat. It seemed that if he didn't bet, he would be angry, and smiled awkwardly. Since everyone bets, then I also mean the next 50,000 taels. We want this training ground. At this time, I don't know when there was a 25 or 6-year-old woman with a ponytail on a tree on the edge of the training ground, dressed in a capable costume, weighing kuwu in her hand and smiling contemptuously. This abrupt remark aroused the alarm of several people in Anuyan. Everyone got up and looked at this woman. Swish swish dash. At this moment, more than a dozen figures appeared above the tree trunks around the woman, one by one, dressed strangely, and looked at Anuyan and several people playfully. Is it any wonder that it is so arrogant? It turns out that there are so many people behind him? Seeing that the other party wanted to rob the training ground when there were many people, Yuri couldn't help but be annoyed. Don't you know that you come first come? Ooh-ha. This little brother is very spirited, right? Have you thought of a few tricks? The female ninja who took the lead scoffed and glanced at Yuri. At this time, Inuyan stretched out his hand to stop Yuri, who wanted to continue to provoke, and said, just now, you have already had a confrontation match, both physical strength and chakra need to be restored, and the purpose of today's training has been achieved. There is no need to clash with them. Reserve your strength for tomorrow's preliminary round. Yuri snorted coldly in frustration. Did you just give it to them? Isn't it too depressing? Meaningless fighting, we don't have to do it, what we say in the game. Inu stopped Yuri, who wanted to continue talking. Although Yuri was angry in his heart, seeing that no one had the mind to fight, he had no choice but to go with the flow. Alright, good. The training ground is up to you. After Inuyan shouted at the dozen or so people in the woods, he said to me and the others, let's go. I'll want to go now. It's late. An evil man covered in bandages snorted coldly contemptuously. It disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant, only to be by Yuri's side when he appeared in the next moment, and a big knife had been swung out. Shock! Everyone didn't expect the other party to suddenly make a move, and they didn't react all of a sudden, but Tianyu, who had super high reaction ability, was the first to react, and instantly launched ultrasonic ninjutsu. The evil man thought that his raid had succeeded, but he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brain. The vision also blurred. Completely lost balance. Get out! Yuri, who felt offended, instantly transformed his right arm into an unearthed armor, and his huge fist smashed directly towards the evil man's head. The evil man couldn't sneak attack, but was sent flying more than 10 meters. It's really how you came to go back. Abominable. The strange ninjas saw their people being sent flying back, and immediately moved. How? Do you think that if you have more people, you can do whatever you want on our territory? Inu Kang stood up at the right time at this time, took out a signal flare in his hand, and looked contemptuously at the strange ninja who thought that he could eat himself and others if there were many people. The strange ninjas, who were already in turmoil, just wanted to move, but were stopped by Inu's words. One by one, they looked at the female ninjas. The female ninja who appeared first stopped the change, and also hit her mouth and laughed. Oh, it turns out to be a mercenary of the mercenary union. Disrespect, disrespect. We belong to the Tiger Mercenary Group. It's really my own family beating my own family. Tiger Mercenary Corps. Mei Hui seems to have heard about it somewhere. Inuyan explained at this time, this is one of the small mercenary groups other than the 3 major mercenary groups, and it should be currently operating in the land of Earth. Unexpectedly, they also came to the conference this time. The training ground will let you guys, but you have to manage your people, otherwise you think you can do whatever you want if you have more people. I'll let you know what it means to be crowded. Inuyan was also a little annoyed this time. There are not many people who can live so arrogantly on other people's territory. However, this time is not the time to be angry, and we must make concessions for tomorrow's conference. Tomorrow is the conference. It is a very important thing for you and me. If you want to divide the victory and defeat, then each according to the ability in the conference. Thank you. I'll restrain these people. That female ninja knows that she and others are at a loss, and they are still making trouble on other people's territory, but it is not a wise choice, so she immediately chooses to settle the matter. You must know that you and others have traveled thousands of miles to participate in the conference, but they are not here to find trouble. Let's go. Inuyan beckoned everyone to follow. Looking at Mei Hui and the others leaving, some mercenaries were a little unwilling. Do you just let them leave like this? What do you say? The female ninja did not look back, and kept watching me and the others disappear at the end of the training ground. The man said, solve it in the assembly. The female ninja finally added, I don't believe that there are people in the conference who will help them. Obviously they are a fish-belly type team, but they are so strong, it seems that their strength lies in those silver-level mercenaries. Find them when the time comes. One does not stay. Hey, leave it to me. At this time, an ugly man with a bowed back came out from behind a tree, and his long tongue licked in a circle marked successfully. Very good. It's up to you then. The female ninja, who felt a little relieved, remembered that there was a fool who was beaten instead of a sneak attack, and asked, oh, by the way, what happened to the evil ghost? It's okay, just fainted temporarily. I was sneaked in. Anger me too. Anger me too. At this moment, the bandaged man who was called an evil ghost got up from the ground with an annoyed look and kept shouting, Belch? You still have the face to say, if you didn't sneak up on others first, how could you be beaten to death? But these words can't be spoken, otherwise this mad dog will bite even his own people. After the evil ghost elaborated, everyone knew what had probably happened at that time. Otherwise, everyone thought that the evil ghost at that time was because the speed was too fast, and his feet slipped. Blank in your mind? The body is also temporarily out of control, but quickly recovered. Everyone was amazed. I seem to hear something uncomfortable, but I don't know how to describe it. The evil ghost recalled gloomily. Well, this really needs attention. By the way, report this matter to Black Pupil later. See if anyone on his side knows what's going on. Looking at the embarrassed evil ghost, the female ninja gently patted the evil ghost's shoulder a few times, and smiled slightly. Don't worry, they can't run away. Go to the mercenary union. Inu was succinct. More than 200 teams, hundreds of people in the big fight. If you want to stand out from it, you must join forces with other teams. This increases the chances of qualifying. A conference battle of this scale has caught up with the scale of a small war. It's not a ninja who thinks that he can pick up a whole solo show if he is strong, but the organizers seem to have thought of this for a long time, so they used the mission scroll to divide the teams that want to unite together. So there must not be many combined teams, at most 2 or 3 teams. Otherwise, the likelihood of a conflict of tasks becomes infinite. An untrustworthy alliance is better than no alliance. Otherwise, you must always pay attention to the opponent's black hands. How can you still have the energy to defend the enemy with all your strength? After Inu Yan's explanation, Mei Hui suddenly realized. It turns out that it can still be so. Just when everyone came to the square of the Mercenary Union, they found that it was already a sea of people. The Mercenary Union, which is a local team, naturally also thought of this. This time, the Mercenary Guild of Kawanakuni, including the Mercenary Union members who participated in the conference in several nearby large cities, gathered together at this time, and at a glance, it was close to 100 people. At least 30 teams gathered here. Seeing the arrival of my Y, some people were puzzled, and some people had bad intentions. What is more, excessive demands are made. For example, let them kill them at the time of the conference and fulfill their tasks. Tianyu's face was black. What kind of people are these people? How can I say that it is the same union, and it is such a request? See? That team is also a fishbelly team, and whoever grabs it is whoever grabs it. Tianyu's sense of hearing was keen, and these words whispered behind his back, thinking that no one knew were all heard by Tianyu. Originally, as a cat, there was nothing to be angry about. But if you listen to these shameless words, you will still be angry. What is a fishbelly team? Your sisters. Looking down on the rookie team? These self-sustaining, experienced, mature and arrogant talents are the most terrifying. The mouth grows on others, and Tianyu is helpless, and he can only let it go. It's good if you don't run into yourself and others, even if you do, you're unlucky. At that time, let you know what is called hunting is not to be hunted, and who is the hunter is still unknown. Yo, isn't this a new inflammation? At this time, a young man with a towering yellow head and a white scarf wrapped around his forehead walked past everyone and said, "No need to look for it." This time, there are a total of 5 rookie teams, except for the 2 strongest rookie teams Furuta Taeki and Kane, who have found a strong backer. The other 3 teams are left with you and me, and there is also a samurai team. Tianyu also knows that this guy is the silver-level mercenary Yoshiki Gaida who cut Inu Yan's drink money when he first came to the mercenary union, and he is also one of Inu Yan's competitors. Are you talking about us? Ha ha. With the click of the armor, a hearty laugh came. Everyone looked at it. It turned out to be Captain Thunder. Thunder is the samurai captain who escorted Chiba, the concubine of the Chiba family, from the land of fire to Shinjuku City with me and others on the last mission. Yamanaka Harano said unexpectedly, "Uncle, it's actually you, what a coincidence." After exchanging pleasantries with my Y, he said, "Haha, it's no coincidence, I know that you also participated in this conference. It just so happened that we were looking for you too, so I came over. This is the bounty you received the last time you eliminated the bandits. Since there was no total annihilation and no corpse of the leader, the bonus was only half received. We have a 50-50 cent, and this is your 150,000 taels of deposit receipts. Oh, I didn't expect to receive the bounty, thank you so much." Everyone then remembered that after returning to Shinjuku City, Inuyen arranged for the Thunder team to escort those captured wandering warriors and some ordinary bandits to the city lord's mansion for processing, and they never thought that there would be a bounty to receive. So this can also be regarded as a windfall, and Yamanaka Harano took the deposit certificate with a grin. Did you see the look in those people's eyes? All 3 of us have become the fishbelly team in the eyes of these people. What do you think? Do our 3 teams want to unite this time? Even if they want to touch us, they have to weigh their portions. Thunder glanced meaningfully at Inu Yan's side, knowing that there was a psychic beast in their squad that was good at medical ninjutsu. This is the favorite of these samurai who are good at hand-to-hand combat, so that they don't have to fear injury and their combat effectiveness is doubled. Inuyen saw Yoshiki Guda stretched out his hand, and just thought for a moment and the hands of the 3 joined together. Done! So the 3 teams gathered and made a brief understanding. Nightingale Squad Yuri Yamada, Water Ninja. Specialty, Water Ninjutsu and Water System Healing. Currently serving as a squad leader Sakura Sakata, a sentient ninja. Good at tracking, gas machine perception. Maki, Fire Ninja. Good at fire and wind ninjutsu, Tensu Samurai Squad, Harano Fei, Ninja Samurai. Good at wind hand-to-hand combat. Currently serving as a squad leader Sanada Manki, Ninja Samurai. Good at fire hand-to-hand combat. Kaido, Ninja Samurai. Good at thunder hand-to-hand combat. Beauty Spirit Squad Me, Fire Ninja. Good at dark weapons. Has a medium ninja level psychic beast. Good at medical treatment, combat reconnaissance, etc. He currently serves as a squad leader. Yuri, Suka Ninja. Good at hand-to-hand combat. Please call me the strongest Yuri. Spirit, Occult Ninja. Good at group defense blessings. Also owns a Naka Ninja Cat Beast. Inu, I didn't expect you to make such a powerful squad silently, I really underestimated you. Gouda Yoshiki is a little delicious. Originally, according to the mercenary information, Yuri, the 3-minute man, was an uncertain factor, so many teams were reluctant to take him to play. In addition, the secret ninja spirit, although it has a good defensive secret technique, but has no attack ability, once it encounters a one-on-one situation, then its own side will directly lose a game. So no one chose to team up. This is an extra cat beast of the middle ninja level. Then it can really be described as an integration of attack and defense. I made a mistake, I thought that my squad could take the leadership of the alliance, it seems that this is hopeless. In the end, ranked according to strength, the Myling team won the leadership of the 3 teams with 2 more ninja cat beasts and the overall advantage of the team. As the leader of the squad, me naturally became the leader of the 3 squads. Then we met on Flat Top Mountain. If an accident occurs during the period, clues will be left during the evacuation. The hardest part of the league is how to get together, because the entrance to the arena is random. So even if you want to unite, you have to face many obstacles. But this problem is not much hindered here in Tianyu, because Tianyu has a space bridge, pseudo-space-time ninjutsu. As long as the three teams are imprinted on their bodies, then it is easy to find the three teams. Of course, Tianyu did not say it. After all, this is his own whole card. Some things can be done, but they can't be said. Otherwise, it is a risk to be known. The bustling streets are full of traffic, and even some personal posters of the contestants are posted in prominent places on both sides of the road. Outside, the latest handicap statistics are out. The list of the most championship-winning teams is analyzed. Who's the winner? Similarly, as residents of Shinjuku City, they will not let go of such a grand event, and the gaming industry is so developed. Here's a big list of the most winning teams. A wealthy businessman stops a roadside brother selling information. The little brother, who wore small glasses and looked a little lewd, greeted him with a playful smile and sent a piece of information, 150 taels. Thank you for your patronage. The corner of the rich businessman's mouth twitched. It was really expensive. These are all profiteering goods. Ha! Wave Country Cardo's dream team? Gather 3 blood succession realm masters? SHHH. Menacing. Kuroda, the favorable title contender of the previous edition. The strongest contestant in Star Shinobi Village? A mysterious squad from Yin Yin Village? What kind of ninja village is this? Haven't heard of it before? Sure enough, mysterious. Gee. Ha. Counterattack of the Fishbelly Squad? It's interesting. As a first-time contestant, I actually bet millions of taels on myself. Kind of interesting. Very confident. In a luxurious office. Kuroda-sama, these are the teams with the highest call to win the championship at the moment. The tough man called Kuroda looked at it for a moment and said, it's understandable that these veteran strong teams were selected. Why can a rookie team also be selected? Is there anything special? This is a rookie squad. According to the intelligence on the gambling house, these funds are all bet on themselves by themselves. Today's young people are very bold. Kuroda disagreed. There were many young people with high eyes and low hands. Just as he wanted to throw the information aside, the person sitting down said, there is another special point that you must be interested in. The leader of this team is the mercenary who rescued Chiba in the first place. Ha! What dash the person sitting down couldn't help but snort when he saw Kuroda smash the table with a palm. Tell Mordo that they will be wiped out when they run into this squad. Humph. It's a good thing for me. The Chiba family mansion. Ha! This person saved you in the first place? No, it should be her kitten that saved me. This kitten has a magical medical ninjutsu. I think we should woo her, show her goodwill, and if possible, hope they can give some medical help during the game. With their help, then Lord Father will definitely be able to stabilize Kuroda in this battle. The middle-aged man and young girl who answered questions in the mansion were Chiba Kazuma and Cho Chiba. Well, that's good. If it is really as you say, then it is indeed worth wooing. In such a compact and fierce conference, in addition to their own strength, it depends on who is more resilient. Kuroda, they don't know, do they? Kinyi said slowly, I shouldn't know yet. I'll do it. Chiba Kazuma looked at her departing daughter, silently closing her eyes and pondering. There are so many things that this Congress carries, and if you win everything is there, if you lose, then it will be a total defeat. Outside Shinjuku City, training ground. The teams that were waiting to assemble arrived one after another. Tianyu looked at these ninjas who gathered to participate. One by one, they were either strangely dressed or hateful, and their weapons were also varied, which was simply a mess of porridge. Tianyu actually smelled a familiar smell at this time. Immediately, he saw a tightly wrapped girl walking over. Mei Hui also noticed that someone was approaching at this time, and the girl on the opposite side put down her face hat and said, Xiaotian, we meet again. Meow. Tianyu was also very happy, so he echoed. After me and Chiba exchanged pleasantries, Chiba also explained her intentions this time. No problem, meow. You give this to the members of your squad, and I will go to their meows from time to time after the conference starts. This? Kinyi is a little confused. Isn't this a bitter nothing? Mei Hui then explained. Xiao Tian made a mark on it. As long as you carry this, Xiao Tian will be able to find them quickly. Okay, understand. Thank you so much, Xiao Tian. Although Kinyi was still a little puzzled, he still believed Xiaoshan's words. Aha! Watching Kinyi leave, the team of Mei Hui and several people also ushered in the entrance draw ceremony. Entrance number 54? A man in white overalls handed me a metal sign and reminded, this is a team token, you must put it away. If you lose it, then it will be regarded as a mission failure. Because the competition has a certain life risk, please go over there and sign the participation agreement. Mei Hui took the participation agreement, which in addition to indicating that voluntary participation in the conference, personal risk exposure and other disclaimers, In addition, it is forbidden to kill without reason in the conference, and once the other party admits defeat or has no ability to resist, it can no longer continue to strike. If casualties are caused, they will be forcibly judged to violate the rules of the conference and disqualified. In addition, there is some information related to the competition. For example, the team needs to obtain a mission book from the upper shinobi. Shangnan, on the other hand, can snatch the team tokens of each squad, and each token can get 100,000 taels of reward. It can be said that this is a large hunting ground. Complete their respective missions within 5 days, and teams that arrive at the designated location to pay the tasks will be promoted. The signature is finished. Mei Hui and several people followed the staff to a mountain pass. After explaining to Mei Hui, he left. Ninja World Martial Arts Tournament. The first round, Death Valley Smash Brothers, has officially begun. Swish swish dash. After entering the valley, Tinyu and the others faced a mountain forest, and the occasional sound of strange birds made the entire valley even quieter. Mi observed the terrain and realized that it was a relatively safe temporary residence, and immediately stopped. Everyone must be vigilant. The mission of the first round is to get the mission book from Shangnan, and then you can know what the mission of the second round is. So our next goal is to attack Kaminobu or be attacked by Shangnan. Our goal is not to fight to the death with each other, so if we can outwit, then we will do it in a way that outwits. Do you understand? Received. My why, wouldn't it be too dangerous for Xiao Tian to explore the road in front alone? Spirit worried. Don't worry, Xiao Tian is a psychic beast, and he can enter the psychic space to take refuge in a critical situation. Let's not worry too much. Today's Mei Hui still trusts Xiao Tian. After all, it has proved that it can be trusted with its own strength. So Mei Hui did not have much worry at this time. Seeing that the sky in the distance was also starting to darken, Mi decided to set up her first temporary residence here. Because of the large number of teams, it takes a long time to enter the stadium one after another, so tomorrow is the real first day of the game. This map is still very accurate. Tinyu looked at the full map of Death Valley given by the staff when he entered Death Valley, which marked many eye-catching locations and places where supplies could be obtained. The purpose of Tinyu's solo march this time is to go to the first striking landmark site, Sun Moon Lake. Once one of the points is found, the squad will be able to get their exact location in Death Valley. It will be of great help to future actions. Tinyu followed the path he had hoped to come from, so the place where Mai Hui and the others were located was about 30 kilometers away from this Sun Moon Lake. Since the location has been determined, Tinyu's task is basically completed, so Tinyu intends to go around the vicinity more, mainly to familiarize himself with the nearby terrain, and to confirm several nearby landmark locations. In this way, you can be more precise about the location of yourself and others. Tinyu sneaked all the way in the mountains and forests, and found a lot of wild beasts during the period. As long as Tinyu did not bother him, he packed them up and took them away. It was at this time that Tinyu keenly sensed that a group of people and horses was passing by in front of him, and it seemed that the target was Sun Moon Lake, and Tinyu did not plan to say hello to the other party or anything. For creatures like ninjas, sometimes they can't communicate at all, and if they don't agree, they have to fight. Looking at the bright sun, it was already noon. Tinyu used the roll of the space bridge to quickly teleport directly to the vicinity of Mai Hui. Wadash. After a puff of blue smoke, Tinyu appeared. Meow. The first person to discover Tinyu's return was cat food. Because the cat food at this time is fulfilling its duty of sensing ninja beasts. Mei Hui and the others were setting up a simple camp at this time, because they were going to rest here for a while. Soon, Mai Hui and the others also obtained information about the nearby terrain from Tinyu, as well as the existence of 2 other teams around. Mi explains, the competition hasn't started yet, and everyone doesn't know what their mission is. So it's still safe for now. Of course, we can't be careless. Mai Hui, look at this. Well, it's too far from the flat-topped mountain we agreed on earlier. I've asked Xiao Tian to see where everyone else is. Nanny? Isn't Xiao Tian just coming back? Why do you have to go out? Besides, Death Valley is so big. Even if Xiao Tian has the ability to track and perceive, it is impossible to find the other party in a short time. Yuri questioned. Space-time ninjutsu, Mei Hui said with a mysterious smile. Yuri and Spirit were immediately surprised. What? Does Xiao Tian still have time and space ninjutsu? I originally thought that Xiao Tian would heal ninjutsu as enough against the sky, but I didn't expect that the other party would also have time and space ninjutsu. This is too powerful. He had never heard of a ninja beast that could play time and space ninjutsu. SHH, be quiet. Mi reminded with a silent motion. This time and space ninjutsu is a very important piece of information, which cannot be leaked. So I have to remind Yuri and REI to keep secrets. Cat food is confused. What time and space ninjutsu? I've never heard of Meow. Can anyone explain it to me? Since cat food does not have the skills to match hearts, everyone in cat food are in a difficult state of communication. Skylock's samurai squad. Captain, the mountains and forests here are too dense. And a lot of damn mosquitoes. Kaido, who opened the way with his long sword, said depressedly. It's still a ninja, jumping and walking directly on the tree. It's much more convenient than marching like us. Okay, let's not complain anymore. If this continues, we won't be able to reach the meeting place on time. Sanada Monoki watched another ninja squad passing by, and the two sides only looked at each other a few times and left. At this point in time, everyone knew that rushing to assemble was the most important, because tomorrow will start to be dangerous. If you can gather more strength, you can get a greater chance of promotion. The blue smoke cleared, and Tianyu appeared near several people. Who? Tianyu looked at several samurai with a guarded look, and immediately meowed, "It's me." Oh my. Because Captain Haranohima was a female ninja, it was inconvenient to brand her heart at that time. So at this time, Kaido acted as an interpreter. "It's my wise psychic beast." Oh, so it is. Immediately, the three of them sheathed their long swords and asked, "Are the three of them okay now?" "Okay, they're in this position right now." Tianyu took out the map and circled 3 locations on the map. This is where the 3 teams are currently located. The 3 samurai immediately gasped. It had only been a long time since entering Death Valley, and the psychic beast had not only found the location of the 3 teams, but also conducted some geographical exploration. How capable is this? That's right, Tianyu had already visited the location of the Nightingale squad before arriving at the Celestial Lock Samurai squad, because the 3 teams are far apart relative to the location of the Nightingale squad. Me and the Tenslock Samurai squad are located much closer, and they only take a few hours to travel. Therefore, Tianyu planned a temporary assembly site for the 2 teams. This location is on the way to the center of Death Valley, and the direction is to the Nightingale squad. At this time, the 2 teams may be able to assemble before dark. Well, if you can't arrive on time, we'll rest there and wait for your meow. With a puff of blue smoke, Tianyu disappeared out of thin air. It's really extraordinary. Well, with Xiao Tian, we should have good results in this conference. In terms of the problem of this set, we are ahead of an unknown number of teams, then move towards the goal. With a new goal, the 3 samurai rushed to the moon and finally joined me and the others when it was completely dark. After the pleasantries, Haranohima was worried. It seems that the Nightingale squad will not be able to meet us before the start of the conference. There's no way around it. Anyway, we don't have a task at the moment, and it's okay to go in either direction. So tomorrow we will meet at the agreed place. Had dinner. After the 2 teams met, they went to rest and rushed for a day, and tomorrow's conference will officially begin, and you must save your physical strength. In the evening, the samurai team and Mi's team each rotated to keep vigil, and Tianyu and Cat Food rotated each other, and the night passed without incident. Tianyu sat on a tall tree and watched the rising sun in the distance, the breeze blowing the cat's hair. Tianyu closed his cat's eyes comfortably. How good is this peaceful day? I really don't know why the people here fight and kill. Enjoyable? I also had to go with the flow. Sometimes Tianyu feels that being a cat is actually very good, at least without thinking about the complex problems of humans. The tailwind ear technique, which has been strengthened several times, is no longer what it used to be. Even in places where the wind direction flow is chaotic, Tianyu can use the mastery level chakra control and spiritual perception ability to find fragmented information flow. If it is incomplete, reorganize the information content to complete the reconnaissance mission. After collecting the information he needed, Tianyu knew that he was very close at this time. Tianyu did not dare to snub, and he was very energetic. Tianyu cooperated with the wind's aerial orbit change ability all the way, easily passing through the complex mountains and forests. After the great strengthening of ninjutsu, today's Tianyu has entered a new stage in terms of speed and flexibility. Coupled with the newly obtained flashing technique, Tianyu actually had the illusion that he was flying. Because of the rapid speed, coupled with the wind control talent ability of the wind, Tianyu at this time only needed to occasionally light the trunk, which was enough to jump and fly tens of meters by himself. If there is no place to stay on the way or ahead, Tianyu will use the talent to accelerate the change of orbit, so that Tianyu can have one less time to land and borrow power. It's extremely convenient. If you upgrade your wind and other skills to a higher level, won't you really take off? Although Tianyu was looking forward to it, he did not dare to do so, because the higher the ninjutsu level, the more chakra consumed. Therefore, Tianyu is now more proficient in using various ninjutsu tricks. For example, the wind talent, after 2 evolutions of Tianyu, has reached 250% additional acceleration. Even in a state of acceleration that has not been superimposed by a raid, the bursting air flow generated during acceleration still destroys the branches behind you. It can be seen that the cyclone is strong. Soon, Tianyu had already arrived at the place of engagement, and Tianyu activated the stealth skill and slowly approached. From the dense woods, Tianyu saw 6 people and 1 person grappling. The strength of the 2 sides is basically between Bazhong. But soon, the highly skilled Shangnan found their cooperation loophole, and the 2 unknown teams were at a disadvantage after a few efforts. Tianya silently watched the battle between the two sides for a long time, waiting for the arrival of Mei Hui and the others. As the battle between the two sides gradually became fierce, they came to the vicinity where Tianya was hiding. At this time, the two participating teams have obviously retreated, but they have never found a good time. How? Want to run? Shangnan, who was dressed in a black uniform, looked contemptuously at the two joint teams of only 4 ninjas left and smiled. I thought you had the ability to dare to ambush a Shangnan, and now you can't fight like running. What a good thing. Take out your tokens and I'll let you go. Abominable. This is impossible. Once your token is lost or snatched by the other party, it is equivalent to being eliminated directly, so the negotiations are deadlocked. Although the upper shinobi at this time looked much better than the other 4, it also took a lot of chakra to break through the joint ambush of the 6 Naka shinobi, unofficially recognized, in the early stage of the battle. Note, the middle patience referred to here refers to the attainment of middle patience in a sense. Only after obtaining the assessment certification of the 5 major ninja villages can it be regarded as a true middle ninja. Once you earn the title of Naka ninja, you will automatically become a squad leader when you go on a mission. Water escape, the art of mist concealment. It turns out that these imps are running this way in order to create a large-scale mist concealment technique with the help of the water resources of Sun Moon Lake. Misstep. As the fog rises, the redhead shinobi secretly says that if the other party runs away separately, then he is likely to lose the opportunity to obtain the opponent's squad token. Swish swish dash Tianya was depressed, these guys were running too fast. Looking at the appearance that Shangnan still has a lot of energy, it seems that the method of borrowing these guys to consume this Shangnan strength will not work. It was at this time that Tianya found that this Shangnan had exposed his rear to himself, and this sudden situation made Tianya feel unreal. Was it too coincidental? The other party won't have discovered something to deliberately seduce me out to attack him, right? I perceived it with spiritual power, and found that my Hui had not yet entered their own perception range, and I thought there was still some distance, but the opportunity at this time was just right, and I could give it a shot. No matter what, they can't wait for my Hui and them. Tianya knows that the opportunity is fleeting, so Tianyu, who was hidden in the shadows, decides to make a move. 10x raid. Boom dash. The burst of powerful air flow instantly attracted the attention of the red-haired shinobu, and immediately turned to respond. Who thought that Tianyu's 10 times faster raid speed was as fast as he had never seen before? What dash. Before he could finish turning, he was shot out by a powerful cyclone of power. It hit several thigh-thick tree trunks one after another, vomiting several mouthfuls of blood. Forced to endure the pain of fainting, he only had time to glance at Tianyu and passed out. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Tianyu was very happy, so he confirmed that the other party had indeed passed out, and Tianyu began to collect the task book. After fumbling for a moment, Tianyu searched out a task scroll from the other party's black uniform. The scroll was not large, and it was similar to a large microphone pen. Tianyu dialed a few times, and the task book unfolded. Above, mission book, obtain squad tokens from 10 participating teams, finally arrive safely at Death Valley Habitat, hand in enough squad tokens, and the mission is successful. If you pick up the task, please press the handprint. The task content is hidden for final confirmation. Gee, the difficulty of this task is not low. And this press the handprint, the mission content will be hidden. There is a big mystery in this. First of all, the first point, if the mission book is snatched by another team, then the other party does not know what it is. This eliminates the loophole of robbing others of their final fruits. The second point, after arriving at the designated place to hand in the task letter, how can I be sure that this task is completed by myself? Then press the fingerprint again, so that the fingerprint can be compared and the task content will be reproduced. It doesn't matter if the person receiving the mission book dies in battle, because the same team naturally knows the content of the mission. Arriving at the destination can also confirm the content of the assignment by dictating. One last point. After the content of the mission book disappears, everyone does not know the content of the other party's task, which will create a gap and cannot be trusted. Then the allies who team up together will be difficult to monolithicize to some extent. The organizers still have a lot of trouble. After probably understanding, I began to fumble for a long time, only to find that there was only one task scroll, and it seemed that a Shangnan could only carry one task scroll. Tianyu is a little regretful. If you can choose a task, it is naturally the best. No matter, first tie up this guy. Tianyu decided to wait for my Hui and the others to come and torture more relevant information. Xiao Tian, you are too fierce, and you caught a superior ninja. For everyone's shock, Tianyu's little nose breathed a lot. After everyone learned of the process, they all sighed that this Shangnan was unlucky enough, and actually entered the attack range of Tianyu in the fog. Was attacked by Tianyu at once. This is also fate, destined to escape this calamity. This is the mission book? Harino asked suspiciously, taking a tiny scroll from Yuri's hand. Yuri said helplessly, that's right, it's a bit difficult to defeat 10 teams in this mission. Not necessarily. This only states that 10 teams of tokens are required, and does not indicate that they must be obtained by themselves. After Mei Hui's point, everyone suddenly realized that 10 teams are quite a lot, but if you defeat another team and have a few tokens, then you and others can complete the task at once. Well, reasonable. Don't think too much about it, the team that can get a few tokens must be super strong. The difficulty is not much lower than defeating several teams. Providence poured cold water at the right time. Indeed it is. The corners of Kaido's mouth twitched. Sure enough, it was not as easy as expected, and Sonata Monoki nodded in agreement. Yuri said a little impatiently, then is this task to take or not? The crowd was silent. At this time, Tanya said in a timely manner, in my opinion, we don't need to be so anxious, this is only the first day, and we must have obtained more than one task book. So when the time comes, we see that the task is easy to complete, and we choose which one to complete. Isn't that great? For Tianyu, who had just sneaked up and defeated a Shangnin, he still had absolute confidence. Sneak attack? This is just because of chance. Even if the frontal battle with Tianyu's current strength, even if it can't be defeated, it still has the power to protect itself. Plus a few helpers. Isn't it good at all? That's why Tianyu made such a suggestion. When everyone heard that it was also a Daigo empowerment, they all nodded and said yes. Find a few more task books. Can't you figure out which task is automatically completed before you know it? Thinking of this, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Are we floating? The other party is a shangran, not a cat or a dog's roadside goods. The corners of Mai Huai's mouth twitched, and she was still uneasy a while ago, wanting to encourage them. Now after a while, I have to suppress their arrogance. This nanny is not good. Immediately reminded, self-confidence is a good thing, but conceit comes at a price. Everyone was embarrassed. That's when the redhead tied to the tree woke up and turned around. Everyone's attention was also diverted to the red-haired shinobu, and if some relevant information could be obtained from it, it would be a huge help for future operations. Name, age, any other position. Say everything you know. Yuri asked with a dark face. The red-haired ninja who had just woken up moved a few times and found that he was bound, and immediately looked bitter, which was not good for the master. Just entered Death Valley before showing his might, he was captured alive? Damn it! It was at this time that he remembered that he saw a cat before he fell into a coma, and he wouldn't have been flown by a cat, right? It's a shame. Is that how you treat your seniors? The red-haired shinobu also asked with a straight face at this time. What senior? We are now hostile forces, so we have to do this. You must also cooperate well, otherwise you will suffer. Kaido raised his great sword and said without showing weakness. Well, look at what you said so raw, we seem to be enemies of life and death, I didn't attack you, but I was a victim. Attacked by you for no reason. You're really shameless. Did you enter Death Valley to send warmth? The redhead shinobu was a little depressed, this special is too good to chat, and he will talk to death at once. I had to say depressedly, what are you kidnapping me here for? Naturally, it is the relevant information of this trial, tell everything you know. Yuri duly reminded, don't think that we don't dare to kill you, you can take it for granted, or avoid answering. Let you suffer what we can still do, don't toast, and don't eat and punish wine. At that time, everyone's faces will not look good. The redhead was speechless. This intelligence is not top secret, what can't be said? Why are you intimidating me like that? Say whatever you want, and make sure you know everything and say everything. The red-haired shinobu was also a bachelor, and quickly told him some of the information he knew. First of all, this person's name is Whirlwind and Yan, and he is employed by the Mercenary Guild as the trial officer of this time. The main purpose is to earn commissions and additional rewards for each squad token. The entrances to the places where the trial officers on the periphery entered were the entrances of the contestants, so this was why he caught up with everyone so quickly. There are also the inner trial officers, who entered Death Valley in advance before the game and hid in various dangerous strongholds. There is also an important piece of information, not every trial officer has a mission book. According to rumors, about 50 upper shinobi participated in this assessment. In other words, 18 of them did not have a mission book, but they have candidacies. The purpose of the candidacy is to ensure that at least 32 teams will make it to the finals in full. This finalist is one of the guarantees for the organizers to earn money. Some of them even started teaming up to improve the efficiency of getting rewards. Therefore, it is very likely that in the future, everyone will encounter hordes of upper ninja teams. As for the content of the mission book, it is also varied. Not limited to specific missions, most of them are designed to allow teams to fight and create conflicts. This is too shameful. Do you need to form a team to deal with the Naka Shinobi squad? The crowd was angry and indignant. The redhead was speechless. You are all in groups, and you are not allowed to form a team with shinobi? If Laozi also teamed up, would he still be tied to a tree by you like this? It's a shame. The redhead shinobu really wanted to say something. The baby is bitter. At this time, Mei Hui noticed that there was a black swirl pattern at the navel of this red-haired shinobu, and couldn't help but ask curiously, what are you? This is a crest of our family. The red-haired shinobu wanted to quibble, but when he thought in his heart, no one knew what this thing was. So I simply said it directly. Unexpectedly, at this time, 5 chakra flames of different colors burned on Might Y's fingers. 5 elements vortex seal. Poof! As soon as the red-haired shinobu wanted to struggle, he was hit by Mi's 5 element mark, and suddenly 5 marks suddenly appeared around the vortex mark of the red-haired shinobu, and then a faint blue smoke quietly appeared, and finally gradually disappeared. The redhead Shangren was also frightened at this time, thinking that the other party was going to poison him, but he didn't react to anything except for the hot at the navel. Only then did he put down the stone in his heart. What have you done to me? Don't worry, you will become stronger in the future. The redhead shinobu looked confused. Are we communicating on the same channel? Tianyu, who was watching from the side, also suddenly figured out something. Red hair? Swirl imprint? In addition to the redhead shinobu, a person who has both these characteristics has another person in front of him. That's Mi Uzumaki. Could it be that this guy in front of him is actually a member of the Vortex clan? Tianyu immediately figured out what was happening. Looking at Mi Uzumaki's eyes, Tianyu knew what Mi was going to do. So this red-haired shinobu was branded with time and space. Xiao Tian, treat it. In a moment, the red-haired shinobu, who was about to fall apart, suddenly felt that his entire body began to be wrapped in a warm ocean. The various functions of the body are gradually restored to their full state. Feeling that his state was better than ever, the redhead couldn't help but roar. The power that the entire body had suppressed for a long time was finally released, and the power fireworks that ejected brought out bursts of strong chi, impacting everyone nearby. This sudden change frightened everyone present to retreat one after another, all keeping their distance and waiting for the battle. Whew! The fiercely burning chakra flame finally calmed off, and the red-haired shinobu exhaled heavily. This unexpected force made the redhead shinobu stunned. What's wrong with me? When did I have that much power? Fuck. Xiao Tian, what the hell did you do to him? How did the power become so powerful? No, it's not me, it's me. Tianyu was also curious. What did me do to him? And then this guy became a Super Saiyan. You also feel it, the power in your body awakens. From today onwards, your power will be stronger than before. As for how much stronger it is, you need to experience it yourself. Mi Uzumaki said slowly. You helped me. The redhead shinobu looked curious. Why did this girl on the other side help him improve his strength? And how did she do it? Because I'm of your kind. Mi said it cryptically, but the redhead shinobu understood. Unable to bear the tremor in his heart, he was shocked. What you said is true. The swirl mark on your body is called the 5-element swirl mark. The 5 elements are needed to liberate the force. Just now, I helped you unleash your power. This is a unique mark of our people. You have it, and so do I. The redhead was stunned. So that's the case, no wonder I heard her say that her strength will become stronger before. It turned out to be my own power. However, how did I not know that this thing, which has always been said to be a family emblem, still has this effect? Just for a moment, the red-haired shinobu acknowledged the person in front of him who called himself a clanman. Who knows better than himself what this swirling seal is than himself? After you go back, you have to ask the old man well. Well, the redhead who made up his mind directly thanked him. Thank you. It's okay, there are few people in our family now. I didn't expect that today we had a fate, which is also fate. It's not convenient to talk here. See you again when you have a chance. Go. Since he was from his own clan, Mi Uzumaki had no intention of continuing to embarrass him. So let Tianyu treat his injuries and let him go. As for unleashing his power, it was just a matter of following the trend. She knows the importance of strength. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. As a member of the Vortex clan, since he has great power, he should naturally also give his own strength for the clansmen. No one will force him, let it be. He also understood Might Y's words. After glancing at the person not far away, he held back what he wanted to say. Good. I'll come back to you in 5 days. Swoosh! Just like that, the redhead shinobu disappeared just like that. The others were also confused, and Kaido wondered, just let him go. Everything that should be said has been said. Do you want to keep him for dinner? Mei Hui also showed no mercy and asked rhetorically. Here comes. Tianyu's attention, which had been drawn away, returned again. The perception that emanates is immediately improved. I didn't expect the other party to be so close, and I found out that the other party was coming, which was really a mistake. Swish dash! Just as Tianyu's words fell, 3 figures actually appeared on the tree trunk on the opposite side one after another. The leader's face was gloomy, as if he owed him 8 million. The 2 people behind him were exactly the same as the uniforms of the red-haired shinobi, and they were obviously 2 of the kami shinobi examiners. Haha! The man at the head took out a palm-sized portrait and compared it to Mei Hui. I didn't expect to find you so soon. I thought you guys had already run into some kind of bumps. In this regard, I also specially found a tracking master to help. Who are you again? Mei Mei knew that the other party was coming to find herself, Could it be the dark force that specialized in capturing the Uzumaki clan? But why are there two examiners behind this person? The middle-aged man in the lead saw that the other party did not recognize him, so he slowly said, "Ghost Lamp Water Mirror, it's you, you're looking for me." When Mei Hui first heard the name of the Ghost Lamp Water Mirror, she couldn't believe it. He didn't know why the other party came to him at this time. "Before you saved Miss Chiba, I didn't have time to ask you to settle it, and now you actually want to go against us again, so I have to send you on your way," Ghost Lantern Water Mirror said viciously. Isn't that the job? You're too careful too, aren't you?" When Mei Mei heard him say this, she knew that it was not the dark force that specialized in hunting down the Uzumaki clan. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but soon she was targeted by Shangnan on the other side. Go and die. Speaking of this, Mei Hui and Tianya knew that their transaction with Chiba was discovered by them, but it's too late to say anything. I can only go all out. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique, so fast. Mei Hui had never seen anyone seal so quickly. After the end of the second, the water escapes instantly. Ghost Lamp Water Mirror is indeed a difficult opponent. The other party's understanding of Shui Dun ninjutsu should be at the level of proficiency. It's too late, it's fast. After a sound of running water, the water dragon is formed, and water bombs are constantly spit out of the mouth. But the water bombs spit out by the other party's water dragon were too many and urgent, making it difficult for Mei Hui and several people to dodge. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the secret eggshell of the spirit played a good protective role, and although everyone was shocked, they quickly reacted. Tianyu also shot an ultrasonic attack towards the Ghost Lamp Water Mirror at this time. The originally arrogant water dragon suddenly turned into nothing. The Ghost Lamp Water Mirror covered his head. The heart-wrenching pain in my mind quickly disappeared. He's been yin. The water dragon that lost Chakra's control naturally turned into liquid. But the other two ninjas were not idle, and one immediately threw out the kunao, and the other quickly flipped the seal in his hand. Wind escape, wind tornado. A powerful super tornado whirlwind rushed towards everyone, and Yuri suddenly plunged his shield into the ground and shouted, "Tudun, shield of the earth." Boom dash, there was a muffled sound, and the surrounding trees seemed to have experienced a powerful typhoon, blowing up and falling rain and broken branches flying everywhere. Several successive impacts were unable to break through the earth shield that stood between the two. Yuri was not happy because the earth shield resisted the opponent's wind tornado, and directly plunged the big sword into the ground and shouted, "Tudun, sword blade dance." Wadash, a sharp sword that turned the earth into a sword, stabbed out from under the ground, catching the three people on the opposite side by surprise. But good villains are also good forbearance, although a little embarrassed, but also very good at avoiding sudden attacks. The Ghost Lamp Water Mirror transformed into a water body and easily dodged many earth sword attacks, while the wind ninja used the wind power to jump directly out of the entire attack range. The ninja who threw out Ku was seen to be an individual ninja, and he was killed from the earth sword group. Swish, several figures stood on the tree trunks around them, facing each other. It heralds the end of the first round of confrontation. Kind of interesting. In the face of the three upper shinobi, you are worthy of praise for being able to not run away. The bald ninja smiled and looked at everyone, as if he was looking for an opponent for himself. Yuri and Rei deal with that wind ninja. Xiao Tian and I deal with the Ghost Lamp Water Mirror. Fima, the bald body ninja, will be dealt with by you. In just a moment, Mei Hui divided the combat target. "Hey, little ghost. If you wish, let us have fun with you." The two kami shinobi actually agreed to Mii's distribution plan, and after looking at each other, they scattered to find the battlefield that belonged to them. The only thing that did not move in the center of the battlefield were the Ghost Lamp Water Mirror that had been leading in the middle, as well as Mei Hui and Tianyu. Tianyu lay on Mei Hui's shoulder and said, "This guy is good at water ninjutsu, and you are a fire ninjutsu, and you are restrained in ninjutsu." "Ha. Yes, but I don't just know ninjutsu. Besides, the other party is just a forbearance among the elite. The two of us haven't got hands on hand yet?" Mei Hui glanced at the very dark Ghost Lamp Water Mirror and said confidently, "Ha ha, you've underestimated it. Shinobi among the elite? It's time for your intelligence to be updated." The Ghost Lamp Water Mirror laughed maniacally. Mei Hui was surprised. Originally she wanted to solve one quickly with Xiao Tian, and then go to help the others. The strategy used is to eliminate the weakest opponent with the strongest and finally besiege the opponent with numerical superiority. But things didn't seem to be in her plans. Water escape, the art of mist concealment. Boom dash, the boiling mist of water on the ground around began to permeate the surroundings, getting thicker and thicker. Just for a moment, it was difficult to see things within a meter. Not good. It turned out to be this level of fog concealment art. Finding that the fog was thicker than expected, Mei Hui, who launched a defensive posture, did not panic for no reason. Tianyu comforted, "It's okay, in my perception, all the actions of the other party are under control. I'm the main fighter, you just cover me." Good. Mei Hui knew that Tianyu had extremely strong perception ability, so in this fog, she still left it to Xiao Tian to deal with. I came to a huge tree, and from above the tree, I saw a misty forest. At this time, Tianyu had already used his spiritual sense to remember the smell of the ghost lamp water mirror, coupled with the chakra perception ability improved by the Shun Feng Ear technique, distributed in all directions, and also formed a chakra network. Water escape, multiple water body technique. The ghost lamp water mirror may also know some of Tianyu's advantages, and immediately conjured up more than a dozen doppelgangers to confuse Xiaoshen's judgment. Tianyu's cat's eyes turned, and he suddenly noticed more than a dozen water bodies in front of him. He suddenly couldn't tell which was the real body. No matter. If it's so hard to tell, it's all knocked down. Ninjutsu, flashing, swoosh boom dash Tianyu quickly appeared in one water body after another. Each attack was as fast as lightning, and the relatively dull water body was quickly beaten into a puddle of water vapor by the constantly appearing Tianyu. Humph. These water bodies are really weak. Under the blessing of dynamic vision, watching the water bodies that seemed to have been hit by retardation techniques attacking towards him, Tianyu smiled, like a ghost shuttling freely between them, and every place he goes, it represents the decomposition of a water body. What? How could it be so fast? The ghost lamp water mirror hidden in the water mist was also shocked by the super high speed of Tianyu. You must know that these water bodies have 10% of their own strength. Even if it's not his opponent, he won't even have the power to fight back, right? Fortunately, I was cautious enough to test with my water body, otherwise I would suffer a big loss. No matter, consume its strength first. The ghost lamp water mirror hidden in the fog was made by several handprints. The water body that had just been beaten to pieces by Tianyu took shape from the ground full of water traces one after another. Tianyu frowned. Did this guy plan to use these useless water bodies to consume my physical strength? Swish boom dash. The two freshly formed water bodies were once again beaten into water by Tianyu. Just when Tianyu wanted to leave to attack the next water body, he had a sudden vision. The water body that had just splashed and scattered actually condensed again, wrapping Tianyu's whole body into a water ball. Tianyu was shocked. Water dungeon, the art of water prison. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the water trail on the ground, and the large water ball connected to his hand actually imprisoned Tianyu in it. Haha, I didn't expect it. Tianyu, who was trapped in the water prison, knew that the ghost lamp water mirror was hidden in the shadow of the water body. There was a pause when he broke through this water body, and the other party used this opportunity to use the water dungeon technique on himself, and this combat experience was really rich enough. Tianyu just wanted to speak, but when he thought about it, a mouthful of water poured into his mouth, and immediately found that these waters contained a large amount of chakra, so that the quality of the water was greatly enhanced in a short time, and Tianyu who fell into it was like falling into the iron sand mud, and it was difficult to move to escape. After a futile struggle, Tianyu couldn't help but sigh at the power of this water prison technique. Panicked for a moment, Tianyu quickly remembered that in the plot, Kakashi was also trapped by the water prison technique when he fought again, and the way to rescue it came from the outside. It seems that it is impossible to break through from the inside? Chakra? Well, Tianyu Lingji moved. Maybe you can try. It was at this moment of crisis that Tianyu activated Cat Ninja method, chakra extraction technique. Since Cat Ninja, chakra extraction. After being upgraded to a level, the extraction speed and efficiency of extracting chakra has not only been greatly improved, but even the scope is no longer limited to the body, and even sometimes Tianyu can feel the illusion that chakra on the body surface can also be absorbed. At that time, I also fantasized about it. If there is a large amount of chakra outside the body, I don't know if I can absorb it? For the precise control of chakra, Tianyu quickly found the chakra body condensed in the water. Swish, hee, it really can. Feeling a large amount of chakra enter his body, Tianyu felt refreshed, and the originally struggling body did not struggle, and began to absorb chakra wholeheartedly. Of course, this sudden abnormality did not escape the perception of the ghost lamp water mirror, and soon he found that something was wrong. Why did he feel that the chakra he had injected into the water prison was gradually decreasing? Feeling that the structure of the water prison technique was already unstable, he immediately increased the amount of chakra's input again. In this way, one enters chakra, and the other frantically absorbs chakra. Chakra plus 88. Chakra plus 108. Chakra plus 158. It's just that less than a minute has passed, and Tianyu has already absorbed nearly 2,000 chakras. It's just violent. However, Tianyu's good deeds were soon discovered by the ghost lamp water mirror, who is also proficient in water done ninjutsu. Because after the input of chakra, the huge chakra flow has almost materialized, and one after another condensed pure chakra flows into Tianyu's body from the water balls everywhere. Ghost lamp water mirror's terrified eyes seem to see a ghost. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Actually able to absorb chakra? The ghost lamp water mirror that found the problem naturally would not let Tianyu absorb his chakra so easily, and hurriedly controlled chakra to resist Tianyu's absorption. Soon, Tianyu, who readily absorbed chakra, discovered the problem of absorption difficulties, and after probing, it was known that the chakra who had been allowed to flow freely had been consciously controlled by the ghost lamp water mirror. But it didn't matter, Tianyu still found the other 20% of chakra that the ghost lantern water mirror couldn't control. Absorption continues. It was at this time that Tianyu learned that even if he extracted chakra, he could only extract those unconscious masterless chakras. Once there is an ideological influence in chakra, it is quite difficult to extract even if it can be extracted. What? Ghost light water mirror was taken aback. Unexpectedly, although he blocked a large number of chakra losses, there was still a small part of chakra disappearing in the continuation. Abominable. Just when the ghost lamp water mirror was thinking about whether to remove the water prison technique, he suddenly felt that Tianyu struggled in the water prison technique. Haha, it seems that this cat beast is almost unable to hold on. Even if you can absorb chakra, what can you do? After all, if there is no air, sooner or later it will be suffocated and die. Ghost lamp water mirror confidence increased at this time. Separate several water bodies to prevent me sneak attack, and the real body continues to input chakra energy for the water dungeon technique. In fact, where did he know that Tianyu had returned to the psychic space with time and space ninjutsu, exhaled his breath and returned to the water prison technique? The movement that is generated is caused by going back and forth. Humph. Clean up urine, clean up that female doll. Tianyu also kicked his legs at the right time at this time, struggled a little, and made an appearance. It provoked the ghost lamp water mirror for a while. It lasted like this for a few more minutes. At this time, the ghost lamp water mirror felt wrong. His chakra had been worn out by nearly a quarter. How could this cat beast not suffocate to death? It's also too weird. The ghost lamp water mirror, who was not at ease, observed Tianyu again, and thought that Tianyu cooperated with a few legs at this time, indicating that he still had a breath. Don't untie ninjutsu. The ghost lamp water mirror was speechless. When the hell is this ahead? Just when the ghost lamp water mirror thought that the battle between the two had entered the final stage, Tianyu was looking at the amount of chakra soaring on the panel. A few minutes passed and it grew by more than 5,000 points. Boom! A dull sound came out. Tianyu's body actually burned with chakra flame. Tianyu was shocked. This is an advanced performance? Immediately looked at the information displayed in the lower panel. Name: Tianyu. Gender: male. Age: 4 months. Level: Elite Naka Shinobi. Class: Psychic Beast. Vortex Me. Possession: Psychic Space. Basic Attributes: Agility 1130, Strength 760, Wisdom 232, Chakra 16900/17200, Spiritual Power 368, Money 8000, Tails. Talent: Skills: C level. Sapa Selling Mode B level. Spacetime Imprint 9, Dead Life Technique 1 A level. Cat Illusion Pupil B level. Blast Occult Technique Combination Transformation Ninjutsu S grade. Cat Ninjutsu Rejuvenation Technique A grade. Cat Ninjutsu Chakra Extraction Grade at Cat Ninjutsu Life Recovery Technique Grade at Contract Master and Servant Contract B Level Ninjutsu Shunfangir Technique B Grade Ninjutsu Four-Legged Technique B Level Ninja Fa Shock B Level Sneak B Level Thunder Flame Technique C Level Ninja Fa Spiritual Technique. This time it was improved, and the attribute Agility increased by 250 points, Strength 200 points, Wisdom 30 points, and Spiritual Power also skyrocketed by 40 points. Congratulations to the host for reaching the Elite Middle Ninja level, and the permission of the Cat Island contract stone is open. SHH- At this moment, a gold-colored flame ignited above Tianyu's interface, and Tianyu looked at it, and there was an additional cat-shaped sculpture panel on the interface. Tianyu opened it and saw that it was a golden contract scroll. Is this the so-called contract stone? According to the introduction of the item, as long as the cat beast that signs a contract on it, it will become a psychic beast in the space of Cat Island. In the future, you can naturally freely enter and exit the Cat Island space. Well, sure enough, Tianyu had already guessed that the whole catfish house in the space itself was to make money. How can I do without customers? Therefore, there is currently no such function, which can only mean that the level permission has not arrived. Since it is ready to open for business, then Tianyu will raise the price of the so-called rainbow dried fish a little. Well, this is very in line with the essence of profiteers. Tianyu was very satisfied when he watched the retail price increase to 8,000 taels. This is more conducive to cats to struggle. If the price is too low, it will lead to insufficient supply and demand, so 8,000 days is only tentative. Let's see the cat's ability to make money. Well, at this time, Tianyu found that he had not drawn for a long time, and after the last promotion, the amount of chakra consumed by the space has been increased to 1,000 points once, and the limit of 3 draws per day has also been limited. It seems that it is not necessarily a good thing to move up too quickly. Completely missed a lot of lottery links. Just take the building in the space. There is only one catfish house is gone. Even if the access is now open, then it is useless to enter. At best, it is just snapping up special rainbow dried fish with itself. It seems that there will be more draws in the future. In this way, the world in Cat Island can be enriched. Create a perfect haven. In just such a period of time, the absorbed chakra actually skyrocketed by 3,000 points. Tianyu smiled and brought up the lottery panel. Well, now if you're bored, let's come to a wave of lotteries. Draw 3 in a row, ding! Congratulations on obtaining Special Building, Cat Climbing Tower, the place where ninja cats practice. This building needs to be built in a psychic space. Congratulations, Chakramaru X10 can restore 10,000 Chakramara Ki in 3 minutes. Congratulations on obtaining Grade B Cat Ninja Disguise transforms various cat forms within 30 minutes, during which it cannot be seen. This camouflage technique seems to look powerful. A composite ninjutsu that is somewhat similar to Shadow Doppelganger plus Transfiguration. Although it is useless, it has also enriched his ninjutsu inventory, hasn't it? Although this wave has not improved much strength, it can be regarded as a lot of gains. Happy Tianyu also saw the livid face of the ghost lamp water mirror at this time. Could it be that this guy couldn't hold on? Tianyu thought right. At this time, the ghost lamp water mirror felt that he was a little impulsive to be played by the cat. This cat has been trapped for almost 10 minutes, and there is no sign of swallowing breath so far. Isn't this playing with himself? Even if Tianyu adds drama at this time, the ghost lamp water mirror does not plan to consume with Tianyu. This cat, a little weird. Time goes back 3 minutes. At this time, Mi also noticed that something was wrong. A few minutes passed in the fog, there was peace and quiet, and there was no sign of a fierce battle at all, so after spending patience, Mi also went to fight. Mi gasped, watching as one by one, her water body was taken out by her own shuriken, and then condensed again. After repeating this for 2 minutes, the number of enemies did not decrease in the slightest. Mei Hui can also be regarded as understanding that these water bodies are basically immune to physics. Even if he cuts off his head, the collapse is only temporary, because the water on the ground will recondense, so he has been doing useless work. Since this is the case, then use fire to evaporate all this water. Fire, dragon fire art. A huge stream of fire hit the entire damp forest, and even the thick fog was a little thinner. The water vapor overflowed, the smoke was billowing out, and Mai Hui opened the way, and after destroying the few remaining water bodies, she finally saw Tianyu trapped in the water prison. Immediately, there was no longer anything to worry about, and it was directly a few bitter shots. The ghost lamp water mirror also took the opportunity to withdraw his hand from the water prison at this time, because he felt that there was no point in going on like this. Trapped immortal cat. The water prison broke. Tianyu jumped out of the water prison, shook the water on his body, and said to Mei Mei, who came to the rescue, "Don't worry, I'm okay, meow. I was playing with him just now, and I haven't played enough of it. If I don't come again, you will drown." Mei Hui didn't believe Tianyu's words, feeling that she was making excuses for the embarrassment of being caught. Tianyu knew that Mei Hui was worried about herself, and did not refute it. Anyway, she also made a lot of money, but it was just a pity. The ghost lamp water mirror is very depressed, and he has spent so much effort to make this cat trapped in a dead water prison. It seems that there is something else to do. After learning of this cat's super high speed, the ghost lamp water mirror did not dare to fight head-on, so he ran towards Sun Moon Lake. Tianyu and Mai Hui naturally knew each other's thoughts. Immediately chasing after him, Tianyu's speed was too fast, and he could only see the last cat's shadow dissipate. The ghost lamp water mirror soon noticed the pursuers behind, and immediately quickly sealed the seal. Water escape, water wind needle technique. The Tianyu cat who was chasing closely saw that water needles suddenly condensed into space in front of him, and immediately the cat's tail lightning thunderbolt. That's right. This was the only thunder ninjutsu that was traded with by Shui, and at that time, because it felt that the power was too small, Tianyu strengthened it to B-level ninjutsu. The power of upgrading to B-level ninjutsu is not only several times stronger than the previous D-level, but the most important thing is that the release speed is also half a second faster than before, so at present, although the power is barely strong, the casting speed is also instantaneous. Thunder flame technique had dashed a series of lightning flashes, and the water needles flying from the opposite side exploded directly when they touched. A safe passage was opened for Tianyu, who was in rapid pursuit. It's late. At this time, the ghost lamp water mirror had already come to the nearby Sun Moon Lake, and hurriedly made a seal in his hand. Snapped water escape evil mouth. With the completion of the ghost lamp water mirror, an evil dragon head more than 10 meters high began to rise from the originally calm Sun Moon Lake. Crazy spray water bombs. Roar Hadash. Tianyu just came out of the woods when he saw a huge water bomb flying from the opposite side, and immediately the ball of light in his hand rotated. Wind escape, spiral pill. Boom dash. After the huge explosion, Tianyu was also blown backwards by the powerful impact. Just as Mai Hui arrived and caught Tianyu, Tianyu's cat hair was messed up by the water vapor that exploded instantly. Fooled me out. Originally, Tianyu wanted to use the effect of the wind to spin the water bomb away. Penetrating through the water bomb, who knows that this is not an ordinary water bomb at all, but contains a large number of chakra water bombs. As soon as it is touched, a large explosion will occur immediately. Tianyu also suffered the loss of inexperience. After all, it was also the first time to see this ninjutsu. A dash after Tianyu's telling, Mei Hui also knew that these water bombs would explode, and of course, considering the risk of splashing, she immediately dodged one after another. Finally, he returned to the jungle. Boom dash can't see me in Tianyu's ghost lamp water mirror, so I have to let the evil dragon bombard wildly. Everywhere there were splashes of rain from the explosion. Tanya shook the wetness on his body and regroomed his hair. Is there any good way? Mai Wai, who was hidden above the tree, glanced at Tianyu, who was grooming her hair, and asked. This ghost lamp water mirror is a member of the Water Escape secret art family of the Land of Water, and his combat power in the water is bursting, and he must be allowed to return to the shore. Tianyu meowed. The question is, how can we get him ashore to fight? Mei Hui wondered. Tianyu smiled slyly. You don't have to lead him ashore. You separate a doppelganger of mine, and then pretend to confront him. If he comes after you, you run. And I went to help the others, killed the others and came together against him. So, you just need to stall for time with him and call me if you can't hold on. Mai Wai's original plan was to first solve the most easily dealt with elite ninja ghost lamp water mirror. Who would have thought that the ghost lamp water mirror would have long been upgraded to upper ninja strength? Although it has not been recognized by the 5 major powers, that strength is a real endurance. Coupled with the fact that he is now fighting in the main field in the water, the combat power of the ghost lamp water mirror as a member of the Water Escape secret art family is estimated to be not far from the elite, right? Tianyu's arrangement was similar to the original plan, except that he destroyed the other 2 ninjas first. But the effect is the same. Now the only flaw is that the ghost lamp water mirror sees that the cat is changed, and Mei Hui is dangerous. So before leaving, Tianyu planned to let the other party know that he was leading him ashore to fight, at least to confuse him for a while. Tianyu summoned the boomerang that had been in place for a long time. At this time, half of the chakra has been stored in the boomerang. So Tianyu plans to use this boomerang to attack that water dragon, thinking that there are a lot of chakras in this water dragon that can be absorbed. Me, you wait here, I'll meet her. Remember, if I get caught by the water prison, don't worry, I want to go and I can use time and space ninjutsu to escape at any time. I can absorb chakra in the water prison. Very cool, meow. Cool, Mei Hui was surprised, but soon reacted, and Dragon Tooth grinned. Call me master. Mei Hui is depressed to death. This little day is too big and small. So he reminded again. Well, when you are better than me one day, I will call you master. Tianyu is also not used to it, pointing directly to Mei Hui's pain point. Abominable. Look how I clean you up. Mei Hui is puffing up, and grabbing the bullnose Tianyu is kneading. Tianyu protested and meowed. Taking advantage of Mei Hui's lack of grasp, Tianyu flashed the technique and escaped instantly. Watching the Tianyu cat's shadow dissipate, Mei Hui had to shout angrily. Tianyu, who quickly came to the lake, looked at the head of the dragon in the water, and the boomerang in his hand flew out. The dragon did not dodge at all, and was directly pierced by the boomerang. The evil dragon head directly spewed out 3 water bombs. Boom! Tianyu dodged left and right, and the speed of the water bomb was obviously more than a step slower than Tianyu's flashing technique, so he basically did useless work. But the other party's water bombs seemed to be inexhaustible. Tianyu, who had just dodged 3 water bombs, also caught the returning boomerang. Snap! The boomerang started, and Tianyu instantly felt the boomerang full of chakra state, and immediately shot out again. Ooh! Boom! Wave at the speed of light. The boomerang shining with dazzling light instantly accelerated again in flight, and the huge hum produced was extremely harsh. At this time, the evil dragon head did not have time to dodge, and was directly hit by the cyclotron. Boom! The huge explosion instantly exploded and evaporated the evil dragon head of the water condensation. Abominable. The ghost lamp water mirror was also taken aback by this trick. You must know that this evil water dragon is more than 10 meters in size, and it was killed in one move. Although the ghost lamp water mirror was surprised, the reaction power in his hand was not less, and 4 evil water dragons of the same size appeared again. Boom! Water bombs shot out one after another, and water bombardments hit wherever Tianyu went. The entire Sun Moon Lake is basically messy. Abominable. This cat beast is also too flexible. Seeing Tianyu getting closer and closer, the ghost lamp water mirror immediately froze in his hand. Water dungeon, the art of water prison. Tianyu just paused for a moment, and at this moment, a huge water prison suddenly rose in the water, directly trapping Tianyu in it. Tianyu was a little depressed. This guy's timing was too good, but Tianyu, who was trapped in it, did not panic, and immediately began to absorb chakra. Who thinks, one moment after another. At the same time, 4 huge water bombs attacked, and Tianyu's soul appeared, and it seemed that his dream of easily upgrading was in vain. Bubbles suddenly churned in the water, and Tianyu returned to the psychic space in an instant, and estimated that the time was almost up, and he appeared in the original place of the water prison again. Tianyu, who reappeared, found that all around him were filled with water vapor and a majestic rainstorm pouring down. Let people not see the surrounding situation. Immediately the spiritual power unfolded, and instantly found the ghost lamp water mirror. At this time, the ghost lamp water mirror was surprised to see the blurry little figure in the water mist rushing towards him again, and immediately froze and flew. Boom! Dozens of water bodies appeared around the ghost lamp water mirror, and it was difficult for Tianyu to distinguish the real from the fake for a while. I had to shine with my tail and the sound of thunderbolts. In an instant, more than a dozen water bodies were directly hit. The successive explosions shattered the surrounding water bodies, and soon there seemed to be a lot of water bodies left in an instant. But soon, under the operation of the ghost lamp water mirror, a large amount of water bodies appeared again. The practice of ghost lamp water mirror is completely afraid of Tianyu's super high speed, and uses the water body to hide itself. Boom dash! The 4 evil water dragons were not idle, and they all tore towards Tianyu, but their huge physique is slow motion in Tianyu's dexterous figure. The 4 evil dragon heads collided with each other and finally dissipated. Tianyu reappeared from the gap, and the ghost lamp water mirror immediately inserted his palm under the surface of the water, and shouted, "Water dragon fish!" Tianyu, who was sprinting, immediately saw several huge fish-shaped black shadows swimming towards him below the surface of the water. Be alert immediately! Roar! Several fish monsters that raided from below the surface of the water swooped out to attack the rushing Tianyu. 6x raid. After the flashing operation, coupled with the surprise attack, Tianyu's speed increased to a point that was imperceptible to the naked eye. I saw Tianyu's figure flickering, and the next moment he actually appeared next to the ghost lamp water mirror. Wind escape, spiral pill. The terrified ghost lamp water mirror misestimated Tianyu's speed. Originally he felt that he had looked up to Tianyu's speed and kept a relatively safe distance from his battle, but at this time he found that he still underestimated the speed of the other party. Boom dash! The powerful rotational force directly knocked the ghost lamp water mirror flying tens of meters. The whole person's body is like a water drift thrown by someone, and it is ejected on the surface of the water one after another. At this time, if Tianyu is in a normal state, it should be a state where the collision of two forces will produce a pause, but Tianyu has a wind talent boom dash at this time. Tianyu is like a suddenly accelerated fighter, and a powerful cyclone is produced at the tail, caught up with the ghost lamp water mirror that was ejected again, and another basketball-sized spiral pill fell down. Boom! Dash! The ghost lamp water mirror that spat blood from its mouth sank to the bottom of the lake. Tianyu above the water surface was sensing what the underwater ghost lamp water mirror was at this time, and suddenly felt a huge chakra gathering, and in an instant the water under his feet began to rotate, becoming more and more urgent, and Tianyu fled immediately. Soon, Tianyu arrived at the shore and looked contemptuously at the ghost lamp water mirror that wiped the blood from his mouth and meowed. Although the ghost lamp water mirror could not understand what Tianyu was saying, it knew from its contemptuous expression that there was nothing good to say. Mei was sitting on a tree trunk by the lake watching the two perform, and the ghost lamp water mirror of Qi once again summoned several evil dragon heads and sprayed water bombs. Boom dash! After a wild bombardment, Mei Hui and Xiao Tian, who were dodging everywhere, were soaked with water vapor that exploded everywhere. Wipe it a little and look back at the ghostly lamp water mirror in the lake. At this time, the ghost lamp water mirror can be regarded as stretching the knot in the heart. This is when chakra begins to recover. If you don't come, then I'll restore chakra. Hey! Tianyu knew that the opportunity was coming, so he gave me a look, and Tianyu used the space bridge skill to teleport to the Tianshuo samurai squad who was fighting fiercely with that physical ninja. Haha, eat me. Tianyu, who had just appeared, saw the powerful physical ninja kicking a child. Sanada Minoki and Kaido were kicked and flew into the jungle respectively, so the Captain Harano Hima could rely on wind attribute ninjutsu to entangle with physical ninjas. Wind and clouds. Harano Fiema's speed increased again, and he sneaked up while the bald body ninja's movements were stiff. How to think that the speed of the bald body ninja is not slow, and immediately his body tilted and his big foot kicked out. Boom dash! Harano Fuma was directly kicked by the bald body ninja. Humph! None of them can fight. The bald body ninja still maintained that handsome kicking motion and snorted coldly 6x raid. At this time, a small black shadow suddenly appeared, and the bald body ninja who had not yet reacted felt that the sky was spinning. In an instant, a huge force spread out directly from his back. At this time, no matter how stupid the bald ninja was, he knew that he had been attacked by a sneak attack. It's just that. Isn't that too fast? Boom dash! In the dust generated by successive impacts on the ground, the bald body ninja spat out a mouthful of blood, and before he could stand firmly, he found a ball of light attacking. Wind escape, spiral pill. Boom! Soon, a deep pit more than 10 meters in size was formed. The physical ninja in the center of the power vortex no longer had a sound, and Tianyu dissolved the power of the spiral pill. Ding dash! Detected the host's self-created super A-level ninjutsu wind escape, spiral pill. Successfully defeat the enemy in real combat. Gain the wind attribute mastery talent. Ha! What is this? The puzzled Tianyu immediately pulled his front paws down, and the personal attribute panel appeared. At this time, he found that his talent column had an extra talent of wind attribute mastery. Is this triggering a hidden mission? This accident came so quickly, Tianyu didn't even react. He was stunned for a moment before he meowed happily. It was originally thought that the self-created skill would not appear in the spiral pill in the ninjutsu column, but at this time, it is impressively listed. Is this the system acknowledging? Well, it should be so. It seems that in the future, we must pay attention to self-created ninjutsu. If you can obtain the talent of mastery of other elemental attributes through self-created ninjutsu, then wouldn't you be awesome? You must know that ninjas who can master all attributes are awesome existences. For example, the third generation of Hokage, known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, masters the existence of 1,000 ninjutsu. How can Kakashi, the copy ninja, be able to copy ninjutsu in an instant if he is not proficient in all the jutsu? There is also the Kakuto, who is said to have fought with the original Hokage, and he is a character who has mastered all the art mastery. Tianyu nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Tian is you. Tianyu, who had returned to his senses, heard the familiar click of armor approaching at this time, and looked up to see that it was Harano Fiema. Tianyu said hello. Harano Fiema didn't understand, but he also knew the general meaning. Great, Xiao Tian, if you hadn't arrived in time, we might have been terrible. Kaido helped the injured Sanada Manki to walk Tianyu, then hit the three people with three medical techniques, and the whole body of the three fell into a warmth, and soon, the pain dissipated and the wound healed. If it weren't for the dirt stains all over their bodies, no one would have known that they had just gone through an uphill battle. Tianyu glanced at the bloody bald head Shangnin, and walked away in disgust, originally wanting to continue touching the corpse, but this was really miserable. Tianyu said to a few people, you guys go and see what good things are on this Shangnin, we divide it. That's all. Sanada placed the collected things in front of Tianyu. Tianyu glanced at it. There were a lot of ninja tools and detonation charms, as well as standing items such as soldier food pills, which were given to Sanada Manki and several people. In addition to these, there are also some fragmentary goods and space scrolls that have been collected by Tianyu into the space. Although Tianyu didn't know what good things would be stored in the space scroll, he could definitely guarantee that it would not be too bad. This is a quest scroll, right? Tianyu found that there was also a small scroll in his hand, so he just wanted to see what task was inside, but quickly stopped moving in his hand and said, I'll go support Yuri and them. You guys go and join my Y. As for the quest scroll, let's study it together again. After speaking, Tianyu did not ask the opinions of several people, and disappeared directly. Several people in the Tianshuo samurai squad also twitched the corners of their mouths, and this guy was not cute at all. No one will be happy to be told to do things by a cat. But this is a world where power reigns supreme. Yuri Battlefield. Tianyu once again came to the place where Yuri and the others were through the space bridge, because with the help of cat food, the battle here was much better than the samurai team's side, although it was not an absolute upper hand, but it was also a favorable situation. The main reason why he couldn't take down the wind ninja by this time was that Yuri, a 3-minute man, had almost exhausted chakra at this time, and could only use these recent ninja attack methods with cat food. But cat food is also a fast gunner. Both are lords who lack blue, but fortunately there are many cat food combat techniques, and even in the absence of blue, they can rely on the eggshell of the spirit to cooperate and always suppress the attack of the wind ninja. Tianyu, who roughly understood the situation, continued to hide at this time. This is Tianyu's old skill, and he can sneak attack and definitely not attack head-on. Wind escape, Sui Lan fierce wind. He really didn't expect these two people and cats to be so difficult to deal with. Large wind ninjutsu has earth ninjutsu to resist, and small wind ninjutsu has eggshell protection, which simply cannot cause much damage to the other party. If it weren't for his own sentient ninjutsu, he would have been successful by that cat. After several battles, even the Shangshan had to start thinking about saving chakra. At this time, the wind ninja is also struggling to support, hoping that other battlefields will end the battle quickly to support him. Lose face? It doesn't matter anymore. Several attempts to sneak up on the spirit as the center of the battlefield were forced back by cat food. The only thing that is fortunate is that the ninjutsu of the earth ninja, although powerful, is a master who lacks chakra. Tianyu watched as the large shuriken flying back and forth was blessed by the wind, and it was extremely sharp, but all the trees hit by it should be broken. The cat food flashes in the woods, constantly forcing Feng Du and Shangnin to perform the wind escape shuriken manipulation technique. Wind escape, ultra. With a large amount of chakra infusion, the shuriken that spun out formed a large cutting scene in the center, and not a single tree in a radius of 20 meters existed. Well, how can this ninja manipulation technique be similar to his own boomerang? The only difference is that he has to control this ninjutsu himself. And its own boomerang is more convenient and intelligent. Being able to automatically return to the boomerang in your hand saves a lot of effort. Mi also likes to use this type of ninjutsu, if only she could force the other person to teach this ninjutsu. So Tianyu decided to leave the other party with a small life 6x raid. Tianyu, who lurked nearby, saw the wind ninja send out a powerful move, and at this point in time, he would definitely pay more concentration, and when the time was ripe for a sneak attack, he immediately launched a surprise attack. Being able to fight with cat food that is second only to his own speed until now, it can be seen that the speed of this wind ninja is also extremely fast. Therefore, in order to achieve the success rate of the sneak attack, Tianyu also added a wind skill after the raid, and the acceleration suddenly exceeded the speed of sound. SHHH- as a sentient ninja, Kaze Kazugami Shinobu has a unique wind ninjutsu, Wind Fall. Being able to sense airflow fluctuations and detect chakra's reaction, as long as it is laid out in advance, is a very powerful perceptual ninjutsu. It is precisely in order to deal with the ninja beast with super high speed that cat food also had to use the art of consuming chakra's huge wind resistance, Wind Fall. It is precisely because of the existence of the wind induction technique laid out in advance that the wind ninja has a chance to react, but sensing the sneak attack of Tianyu and avoiding Tianyu's attack are two different things. Simply put, you know that someone is attacking you, but your body can't react faster than the other party's sneak attack. At this time, the wind ninja encountered this situation. The whole body instantly felt the powerful power, and the whole person shot out like a cannonball. Successive collisions between the trees. Click click dash. After breaking several trees in succession, the dust cleared. Tianyu looked at the wind ninja who was like a dead dog. He smiled, looked at the cat food Yuri who rushed in. Tianyu ordered Yuri to take the rope and tie it up. And from the other party's body also searched out some materials and 2 scrolls. Tianyu looked at the space scroll and the task scroll in his hand, groped his chin. It seems that these shangnin are convenient for carrying materials, but everyone who has money will carry a space scroll. At this time, he remembered the Zongnin team that came from the underground exchange to rob the road. These people seem to be the only boss who has a spatial scroll. It should be shared by the team. Sure enough, the price of this kind of space scroll is not something that ordinary ninjas can afford. Inu Yan, who was like a silver-level mercenary, had only recently obtained a second-hand space scroll. After dividing the dirt, Tianyu gave the cat food and Yuri a purple chakra ball, and instructed them to use it only when they were fighting. A cat was a little incredulous when he heard that this thing could provide a large amount of chakra in 3 minutes. This thing won't be a soldier's food pill, right? Yuri took out a soldier pill from the ninja reserve bag and looked at it. One was purple and the other was brown, both about the same size. It was hard for him to believe that the balls given by a cat were not military food pills. Yuri flipped the chakra balls in his hand. It turned out to be purple? Could it be a secret medicinal pill? As we all know, the common military food pills are divided into military food pills, brown. This type is the most common military food pills. The main role is to supplement protein and efficient absorption rate, can effectively reduce the time for ninjas to supplement food and the possibility of latent exposure. The disadvantage is that the taste is difficult to say, and it can only be said that this is definitely not eaten by people. Eating one within 3 days will definitely not have the courage to eat a second one. Soldier food pills, dark green, drug-type military food pills can restore chakra, but eating too much will also have drug resistance, so you can also try not to eat without eating. Chakra supplements that do not fall within the normal range. Most of the military food pills such as secret medicine type military food pills, colorful, exist in large families, and the production methods are different, so it is understandable that various colors appear. The prices sold in the market are expensive, and they are not affordable for ordinary ninjas. The effect is to be able to instantly increase the upper limit of chakra and burst out powerful instant combat power. But the disadvantages are also obvious. The sequelae of the outbreak is that it is difficult to move for several days. Therefore, the most normal role of the soldier food pill is to supplement physical strength. As for the recovery of chakra's medicinal military food pills, there are more or less different degrees of sequelae. Therefore, it will only be used as a last resort. Distinguished from the above common colors, this one given by Tianyu is undoubtedly a secret medicinal type of military food pill. This is a chakra pill specially made in our Holy Land, not a military food pill. There should be no sequelae like the kind you said. Eat it with confidence. After Tianyu heard Yuri's explanation, he couldn't help but drummed in his heart, and this thing didn't say anything like sequelae. Isn't there a phrase, though? System production must be a boutique. Let's experiment with Yuri and cat food, right? At this time, Tianyu unscrupulously persuaded. Well, the corner of Yuri's mouth twitched, and then he thought that this cat is quite magical. Not only can medical ninjutsu, but also the legendary time and space ninjutsu, if you want to say it, it is still a little reliable. Yuri's concern is that he can't afford the consequences of the aftermath of the outbreak. You must know that this is the first day of the conference. If you can't fight for the next few days, then won't you become a burden? The spirit poked the unconscious wind ninja with his finger and grinned. Tianyu thought for a moment and put a time-space mark on this wind ninja, so that he couldn't run away. Tianyu meowed, "Don't worry, it is estimated that he will not wake up for a while, so let it be here first." Boom! The successive explosions and tremors interrupted the conversation of several people. As the leaves fell, Tianyu knew that the ghost lantern water mirror must have found something, so he attacked me. Being able to produce such a violent explosion may be Mi's use of a killer weapon. I'll go over to support me first. So Tianyu no longer dared to delay, and immediately disappeared with a bang after only a word. Tianyu, who passed through the space bridge, instantly came to the battlefield where Mei Hui was. The ghost lamp water mirror is backed by Sun Moon Lake, and the chakra required to perform water-done ninjutsu is greatly reduced, so it can be squandered. When Tianyu rushed to the battlefield of Miui, he found that dozens of water bodies constantly appeared from the lake, attacking the cat bodies of Mai Huai and the fake Tianyu. Ghost Lantern Water Mirror didn't expect this move to eliminate the other party, but he just didn't want the other party to restore chakra like himself. For the water body that consumes the least amount of chakra, it is the most suitable attack method. At this time, Mei Hui didn't know how many water bodies she had eliminated, and she felt that her chakra had been consumed more than half, and she had to be dignified at this time. If you consume it like this, you will fall into the tricks of the other party. This time, she intends to solve all the water bodies at once. Mai Huai, who rises lightly, distances herself from the water bodies. Suddenly, a space scroll was pulled out of his backpack, and the scroll in his hand was drawn. Boom! After the sound, 3 purple scrolls appeared out of thin air in the air. Mi put away the space scrolls with her left hand, and picked up the 3 purple scrolls in the air with her right hand. Chakra condensed her fingers, purple scrolls rose from blue smoke, and Mi immediately threw it out. Swish, scrolling, star explosion, boom! With a violent continuous explosion, dozens of shurikens flew out from the scroll, and all the water bodies that forced them back were evaporated in an instant. Finally solved. Mi landed on the ground and gasped. But she knew that soon there would be an army of water bodies again, so her goal is nothing more than to stall for time. At this time, the ghost lamp water mirror also felt wrong, and this cat was too quiet. After several attempts to attack the water body, at first I thought that the cat was just reluctant to make a move in order to restore chakra. But now that the female ninja who is the master is already very embarrassed, is it impossible to watch the play at this time? Therefore, the number of water bodies has increased a lot this time, mainly to further stimulate the cat and beast to fight. However, it seems that chakra consumes a lot of female ninjas in this luxurious move, which is unexpected by the ghost lamp water mirror. Hey, that's interesting. Your cat doesn't seem to be willing to help you. Ghost lantern water mirror mocked. Humph. A shrunken-headed turtle who does not dare to go ashore to fight. Mei Hui took advantage of the opportunity to stimulate. Humph. I don't know if you still have the strength to take advantage of it. The ghost lamp water mirror is an old river, how can it be possible to give up its favorable terrain with simple words? Now his main thing is to recover the lost chakra, and then clean them up. It was at this time that the 3 members of the Tianchuo samurai squad arrived. Ghost lantern water mirror's brows furrowed. This situation only means that the bald Leo has been defeated. Mai Huai and several people exchanged pleasantries, and only then learned the news that Tianyu had succeeded. Mei Hui then calmed down. With the addition of the 3 members of the samurai squad, if the other party still uses water bodies to harass, then he has nothing to worry about. Ghost lamp water mirror frowned. The combat power of the water body in the lake can reach 30% of his overall strength, and the General Zongnin naturally cannot match it. Once the water body leaves the lake and enters the land battle, then the combat power will be reduced to 10%-20%, which is naturally not enough for a medium endurance fight. If you send out a water body attack at this time, at most, it will consume the opponent's chakra and physical strength. But now as the number of opponents increases, they must also divide more water bodies to maintain their advantage, so that they will not be able to recover even a trace of chakra. The chakra consumed between the two has been balanced. There is no need to delay any longer. Therefore, at this time, the ghost lamp decided to use that trick. When Ling Li's eyes opened, a streak of blood crossed his palm, and words were chanted in his mouth. Hi, Jiao, Yu, Shen, Wei. Suddenly, he squatted and slapped on the water. Ninjutsu, psychic art. At this time, Tianyu saw a huge whirlpool appear in the center of the lake, and soon the whirlpool began to calm down, and the ripples on the lake also crashed on the shore wave after wave, giving Tianyu the illusion of being on the seaside. There's a big guy in this water. Tianyu was also curious about what kind of monster this guy could summon. Mai Huai and the others felt the bad atmosphere and hurriedly stayed away from the lake. Stay on alert. Water escape, water dragon technique. The ghost lamp water mirror has not yet ended, and it continues to make imprints in his hands, and several water dragons have appeared in the entire lake. Yuri, who had just arrived, couldn't help but say when he saw the scenery, I am in the world. If he hadn't seen Mai Huai, he would have thought he had gone to the wrong set. It was at this time that a huge fish fin appeared in the center of the lake, rushing towards the ghost lamp water mirror. The ghost lamp water mirror turned dark, and hurriedly jumped above the fins and said, sorry, suckling pig. I really need your help this time. Abominable. You summoned me out again. Didn't we say okay? I only fight for you 3 times a year. The loud voice of the great voice traveled far away in the flat land of the lake. So Mai Huai and several people also heard it, and couldn't help but be surprised. It seems that the huge fish beast he channeled was not very obedient. The ghost lamp water mirror originally did not intend to channel this product, but despite the situation, it had to make this decision, so he fawned, I will prepare 100 servings of food for you as a reward. 100 copies and want to send me? 200 servings. The ghost lamp water mirror was dark, and this tone seemed to reject himself. It turned out to be just a bargaining drama. It's just a bit of trouble after the fact. What is the reason not to say yes? No problem, but you have to clean up those people. Ha! Just those little fart children also want me to shoot? Have the people of the Ghost Lantern family also declined? The big fish, known as the porpoise, said contemptuously. Don't underestimate them, they have a cat beast, fast and ruthless. The porpoise replied pleasantly, haha. Rest assured, they can break through my chakra armor and talk to me about speed. Tianyu's face turned dark when he heard it. It seems that the other party is very confident in his defense. It seems that the ninjutsu that he is currently attacking is a spiral pill, right? At this time, a water body arrived with the wind ninja. Tianyu was also surprised. I didn't expect that the ghost lamp water mirror also has this trick, and there is a dense network of waterways distributed around this lake, which is indeed a paradise for water ninjas. It was a mistake to save the wind ninja so quietly, but fortunately, he has his own time-space imprint on him, and it is not difficult to clean him up. The ghost lamp water mirror looked at the seriously injured wind ninja, and said unexpectedly, Shikang didn't expect you to fail too. Ashamed. What dash after 2 streaks of green smoke, the eagle hit the sky. Tweet dash Shikang's psychic beasts are 2 giant eagles that can fly. It is estimated that the wingspan is about 5 or 6 meters. This is also one of the reasons why the 3 people of the ghost lamp water mirror are so efficient in chasing Mai Huai and the others. SHHH. Flying ninja. Look at the 2 giant maroon eagles hovering over the lake. The 3 members of the Heavenly Lock Samurai Squad suddenly felt their insignificance, and this level of war was really a little reluctant for them. A fish beast tens of meters in size, 6 water dragons more than 10 meters tall. There are also 2 flying ninja beasts with a wingspan of 5 or 6 meters. Mei Hui felt that the other party's huge camp was also trembling. Fortunately, Tianyu appeared at this time. Mai Huai, who was much more at ease, glanced at Tianyu, who was calm, and couldn't help but calm down a lot. Haha dash the ghost lamp water mirror standing above the faucet was condescending, looking down at the small people by the lake. Little ghosts. It's time for you to see the horror of the ghost lanterns. I admit it. The ghost lantern family's combat talent in the water is indeed obtained. Yuri, who was saying and performing the technique, watched the other party easily cast several ninjutsu that required a lot of chakra, and it was fake not to envy. But that's not a reason for you to underestimate us. Originally, this trick was to shock the audience until the final. But these things you summoned are too much. Welcome to my last art. Tudun, Earth and Rock Giant. Boom! Everyone suddenly felt the ground shake. Roar! Just when everyone was stunned, along with the ground cracking, a huge lump of earth actually climbed out of the earth. Soon more clods piled up, gradually forming a huge earth and rock giant. Yuri, you are so mighty. When the spirit saw such a giant appear, he immediately cried out with joy. Cat food is also excited, constantly meowing, and the battle is about to begin. Ha ha. Feel relieved. We are also worth the size of a single round. As long as they dare to come ashore, the earth and rock giants will teach them to be human. Oh, Yuri's color turned red, and his nostrils were bullish. The train is moving. Doodle. Well, just don't get punched in the face. Tianyu couldn't help but worry when he saw Yuri so passionate. Roar! The noise of various humans and beasts echoed back and forth around this flat lake. The 2 sides put up a position, and the battle between the psychic beasts was about to break out. Ghost Lantern Water Mirror grinned and shouted, attack! The first to attack were a few water dragons, spraying water bombs wildly. Tianyu was overwhelmed, and immediately meowed, this water bomb is full of chakra, and it will explode when touched. Everyone, be careful. After the words, Tianyu's tail crackled, and chakra condensed instantly. Thunder, the art of thunder and fire. Boom boom dash the same 6 thunder flames and water bombs collided with each other in the sky. The disturbed chakra group exploded in the air in an instant, and the splashing air waves and lake water poured down like a violent storm. Here it is again. This time, it was the cat food that launched the thunder flame technique. It's just that the mental perception ability of cat food is not good, and the 6 shots only hit 3 of the water bombs. Fortunately Tianyu remedied several rounds of attacks in a row. Tianyu's side was 2 on 6 and difficult to parry. Soon a missed water bomb hit the crowd. Boom dash Kaido couldn't dodge being directly shocked by the blast wave of the explosion for several meters, but fortunately, everyone in the Skylock squad was armored, so there were not too many casualties. Quick! Lie down! Boom! The scene was chaotic, with earth and rock splashing. The fish monster saw that the other party was unable to parry so many water cannons, and immediately spit out water bombs to attack. For a time, the firepower was even more ferocious. Boom dash Yuri saw that he couldn't parry so many water bombs, and immediately ordered the earth and rock giant to throw earth blocks to resist the remedy, but he couldn't help it, so he had to attack the flying water bombs with his fist. Boom dash boom! The earth and rock giant directly burst several water bombs with a wave of his fist, but he also had some damage himself. The situation was critical, and Yuri couldn't take care of it at this time, and immediately took out the chakra pills given by Tianyu and swallowed them. In just a moment, Yuri felt that his chakra was instantly worth it. Hiss! This is really chakra balls, and it is the first time he has experienced such a pure chakra. Eileen. At this time, Yuri felt that his body could not accommodate too much chakra, and chakra leaked out rapidly, and the chakra flames around him burned rapidly. This TMD is too violent. Too done. Double earth shield. Boom! The earth and rocks around it quickly condensed to form two shields more than 10 meters in size, resisting the pouring water bomb attack. Due to the abundance of chakra, the constantly broken earth continues to absorb the earth element. The seemingly crumbling shield of the earth is still strong under the repeated attacks of water bombs. Shivering, Sanada Hunky hurriedly put forward his opinion. The opponent's ninjutsu is too fierce, we must withdraw from their water bomb attack range. Don't worry, the fish monster on the other side can't get ashore, we just need to deal with the two ninja eagles flying in the sky that day. Feeling the constant eruption of chakra in his body, Yuri said confidently. As soon as Yuri finished speaking, he heard two giant eagles circling down overhead, followed by several thunderbolts. Yuri, who could not dodge, was directly struck by a lightning strike. Abominable. Yuri, who hit the bushes, felt the scorched numbness all over his body, and couldn't help but be glad that his whole body was covered with a layer of earth armor, which could effectively absorb the power of lightning. Otherwise, it will end up with serious injuries. Looking at the giant eagle who returned again, he cursed in his mouth. Immediately command the earth and rock giants to escort. The earth and rock giant shielded the attack with his body. The attack power is not too great, so the earth and stone giants did not suffer any damage. The cat food jumped on the shoulders of the earth and stone giants and continued to output the art of thunder and fire. The two giant eagles also dodged quickly. The roaring giant eagle quickly turned back and continued to attack with lightning. Tanya couldn't stand it, and he and the others were beaten by the other party so hard that they couldn't fight back, and immediately jumped straight above the earth and rock giant's head. The two giant eagles that had just turned back were performing thunder and lightning when they thought of a cat that appeared quickly and suddenly appeared in front of them. Watching the black shining boomerang streak by, the two giant eagles subconsciously began to evade. It's still a step too late. The giant eagle that lost one of its wings immediately roared furiously and fell towards the ground. Blood Fang, go back. Shikang, who was seriously injured, could not join the battle, so he had to watch and command the battle in the center of the lake. At this time, when he saw that his psychic beast was injured in its wings, he immediately shouted in distress. Just as the giant eagle with broken wings was about to fall to the ground, the giant eagle dissolved its psychic state and returned directly to the psychic space, while the other giant eagle saw that his wife was actually injured by this little bean sprout. Immediately furious. Looking at the falling Tianyu, the giant eagle let out a long roar, turned around and dived towards Tianyu, quickly condensed chakra in his mouth, and immediately several lightning bolts came. Tianyu's tail also thundered, and the two sides exchanged lightning attacks. Boom boom dash. Just when the giant eagle was getting closer and closer to Tianyu, Tianyu suddenly launched a stormy talent and surprise attack. The sonic boom state generated in an instant scared the giant eagle to break suddenly, directly slashed by the Tianyu boomerang. It actually ran away. Looking at the few bloody bird feathers falling in the air, Tianyu knew that he had attacked the other party, but at the moment of the attack, he still released it from the psychic state and ran away. Forget it. Tianyu, who spread his limbs, learned the movements of flying squirrels and hovered down in the air. The corner of the ghost lamp water mirror's mouth twitched. Can all the cats of this TMD fly? Just now, the ghost lamp water mirror saw it clearly. The cat not only accelerated in the sky, but also changed tracks. This is also outrageous. Tianyu, who was circling and descending, saw that the fish monster directly below had washed from the water to the shore at this time, and had smashed Yuri's huge earth escape. And what about the muddy ground? At this time, Tianyu was also surprised to look at the huge fish monster swimming on the muddy earth, and couldn't help but burst into foul language. Fuck. You fish can't stay in the water well, run ashore and do something. The giant fish monster heard Tianyu scolding, and immediately scolded back, bastard. You have a cat flying up the sky. Also blame me for a fish ashore. You are also outrageous. Tianyu was speechless. That seems to be true. After 3 consecutive Z-shaped raids, the spiral pill on the cat's claw is also growing dramatically. Since Tianyu obtained the talent of Fang Dun mastery, Tianyu felt that his understanding of Fang Dun had gone to another level, so even if he was gliding and flying in the sky, Tianyu felt at ease. In addition, the mastery of spiral pills is also more mature. No, Tianyu knew that the other party's body was huge, and the small spiral pill was definitely useless, so Tianyu began to increase the output of chakra, and in less than 3 seconds, the spiral pill had expanded to about 2 meters in size. Tianyu Meow, who suddenly attacked, shouted, "This is a gift for you in return," and then Meow. Wind, reverse. Datama spiral pill. Although the fish monster can use his talent to create swamps and go ashore to fight, he is still not as dexterous as in the water. It was completely rampage with the hard chakra armor. In the face of Tianyu's ultra-high speed raid, the movements of the giant fish monster are not much different from slow motion. The fish monster knows that he can't dodge it no matter what, so the fins are hard. Wadash after the huge crashing sound, a stream of chakra rays of light sprayed out from the friction between the two. The rapidly consuming chakra armor gradually collapsed under the rotation of the spiral pill, and the fish monster immediately concentrated chakra at the place where the fins collided, and soon the chakra armor returned to its original state. It's okay like this. The crowd was flabbergasted. I saw that the armor at the fins that was about to collapse was quickly replenished by chakra from other places, and it instantly recovered as before, and immediately burst into foul language. Just the next moment, me shouted, the chakra of that fish monster is concentrated in the fin, and there is definitely not enough chakra in other places, let's attack together. At the same time, the ghost lamp water mirror that restored some chakra also commanded the water dragon to spit out more than a dozen water bombs towards Tianyu. Tianyu, who was concentrating on competing with the fish monster for chakra, sensed more than a dozen chakra water bombs at this time. I had to use the wind raid to escape. It was a coincidence that Tianyu actually hit a water bomb himself. Wadash, a burst of air erupted in the sky. Seeing this, Mei Hui immediately shouted, Xiao Tian! Tianyu, who was shaken by the blast wave of the explosion, fell into the woods. Mei Hui was in a hurry, and immediately couldn't take care of the fish monster, and rushed directly to the woods. The fish monster's chakra armor was also liberated in an instant. When everyone's attack hits the sturdy chakra armor, it can only cause a little trouble. The fish monster looked at everyone, flipped its body, and screamed strangely and rushed towards everyone. Wadash, the three members of the Heavenly Lock Samurai Squad once again exerted their full slash. 3 half-moon-shaped sword chi rushed towards the fish monster. Boom dash, the sword chi that hit the chakra armor suddenly collapsed into a sparkling chakra state. There is no harm at all. The three of Harano Fiema were pale and hateful. It didn't work at all. At this time, the three of them also felt that their strength was small. Wadash, the earth and rock giant, arrived, and directly wrestled with the strange fish. The three members of the Tianshua warrior squad were not idle, with the blessing of eggshells, and immediately charged, taking advantage of the troll's control by the earth and stone giants, and the big sword plunged straight into the weak point of the fish monster. Tianyu, who fell into the woods, felt that his whole body was about to fall apart, and he saw that his hair all over his body was about to become hot and curly, an ugly stroke. Curse and curse immediately. Fortunately, at the most critical moment, Ling added a layer of eggshell to himself, and he was only slightly injured. It's not a big deal. Mei Hui arrived in time and saw that Tianyu was healing her injuries, and immediately asked with concern, Xiao Tian, are you injured? Well, it's okay, just treat it. At this time, Tianyu's face was solemn. The strange fish's chakra armor was much harder than expected, and it could even use chakra flow to concentrate on a one-point defense, and his own large spiral pill could not break its defense. It seems that it is time to use that trick. Mei Hui looked at the cat and looked at her motionless appearance, and couldn't help but wonder, Xiao Tian, what are you doing watching me? Did you hear what I said? Me, do you want to experience a power that is stronger than me? Tianyu answered what he asked. I haven't used it since I obtained secret art combination transformation, one of which is that I am afraid that me will not be able to accept the beast state after the combination transformation. After all, no one knows what it will look like after transformation. Only at critical moments can me be persuaded to use this trick. However, at this time, the enemy is stronger than expected, then it should be time for a showdown with me. A force stronger than you? Me was quickly attracted by the powerful force and wondered. Tianyu nodded and meowed, you also know, I'm from the Cat Clan Holy Land. Our Cat Clan has a fit secret technique, which can be combined with the Covenanter to transform. Once the combination transforms, you will gain extraordinary status. I haven't tried how powerful it is, but what I can tell you is that at least it's the elite upper ninja strength. What do you think? Would you like to fit in with me? Ha! You said yes? Aren't you afraid of what strange things will look like after you transform? Tianyu was a little surprised and wondered. Mei Hui looked firm and replied, who called you my ninja beast? We will be partners forever. Tianyu was a little moved. In this unaccompanied otherworld, the only person who can trust him so unconditionally is probably Mei Hui. It's family and family. Tianyu jumped up and lay directly on top of Mei Hui's head, and meowed, I connect with you with my heart. Once you knot the transformation seal, you will be able to perform a combination transformation. Mei Hui felt Tianyu use chakra to adsorb on top of her head, and then turned over the transformation magic seal in her hand. Occult combo transformation. Wadash, after a huge puff of smoke, a powerful shock airflow spread in all directions, rolling dead branches and flying leaves all over the sky. Only after the smoke cleared did Mei Hui realize that her form had undergone incredible changes. Ha! The cat's ears on the top of her head moved, her tail that kept wagging balanced her entire body, and the protrusions on her chest made her involuntarily weigh a few times. How did it get that big? At this time, Mei Mei remembered how her tail appeared outside, and her pants would not be torn, right? Mei Hui suddenly blushed. What can be done about this? Tianyu reminded, haven't you noticed that your clothes have changed? This should be a dedicated cat lady combat suit. Why, you have changed into a cat lady state. At this time, Mei Hui also found that her clothing style had changed into a similar appearance to Tianyu. Wu, if that's the case, you can rest assured. Mei Hui exhaled a sigh of relief. It was not expected that such a situation would occur after the combination transformation. Ha! Feeling the power? Tianyu asked. Mi felt it, and after connecting with the heart, she sensed 3 special ninjutsu. First ninjutsu, Catwoman state. 30 minutes of extraordinary cat lady state. The second ninjutsu, the state of bestiality. 30 minutes of extraordinary Catman state. Third ninjutsu, immortal mode. 3 minutes across 2 realms of extraordinary combat power. In other words, after the combination transformation, you can switch freely between these 3 modes. Tianyu looked at his attribute panel, and there was an extra row of green enhancement values behind it, and the comprehensive improvement was about 5 times. What kind of combat power such a powerful value will exert? This is also what Tianyu is looking forward to. He continued, when you have the cat lady status, you will get the extraordinary cat lady status. Reflexes, attack, ability to resist hits, equilibrant, spiritual energy, life energy, chakra is greatly enhanced. Let's see how powerful the combined power is. Good. Swoosh dash Mi rushed towards the center of the battlefield, but for a moment, Mi had reached the top of the fish monster, and Mi was also startled. The reaction was slightly slower for half a beat before he used his kick to smash towards the strange fish that was chasing everyone. There was a loud noise, and the strange fish with chakra armor was immediately smashed by the Bigfoot and Dizzy, and he didn't understand the situation for a while. This was followed by a continuous kicking attack. Although the strange fish that was strongly attacked had a size of 30 or 40 meters, it was still kicked by Mi and flew. The chakra armor on his body was also shaky. Mi instantly grabbed part of the tail of the strange fish and threw it directly into the sky, quickly sealing it in her hand. Wow! Mei Hui bowed and instantly spit out a 30-meter-sized super fireball. Fire, great flame bomb. Boom! A powerful explosion produced a dazzling light, and everyone lost their vision for a short time. The strong wind rushed in, causing everyone below the center of the explosion to fly. Suddenly the scene was chaotic. Yuri grabbed the shoulder of the earth and stone giant to avoid being blown away, and shouted, Mi, you did too much. Mi was also frightened. Such a huge fireball turned out to be her own. This is too exaggerated. This ninjutsu has not dared to use it before for fear that chakra will be consumed once, and after this combination transformation, I found that my chakra was dozens of times more. It was simply not too cool, and I got carried away all of a sudden. That's what makes such a movement. The bursting flames began to turn into expanding black smoke air masses, and the strange fish in them also turned into pitch black grilled fish. Fall directly in the trees. Life and death are unknown. What's going on? Why is this girl suddenly so strong? What the hell is such a huge flame bomb? The ghost lamp water mirror and Shikang were also shivering at this time. This woman is too strong. After the whole body shivered, I found that Mei Hui at this time had actually come behind the 2 people, and her whole body was cold. Temporary incapacitation. Mei Hui kicked a child, and both of them were kicked and flew into the water. The next moment, Mei Hui appeared above the ghost lamp water mirror again, and she stepped down. A large splash exploded from the entire lake, and the ghost lamp water mirror that reacted was hydrated at the last moment, only to avoid this fateful attack. Badly injured and chakras nearly exhausted ghost lamp water mirror decides to run. Mixed in the lake and about to escape, he was detected by Tianyu's perception ability. Hurriedly said, this ghost lamp water mirror is going to run. Mei Hui got the information and found that the ghost lamp water mirror had left the Sun Moon Lake and entered the dense network of waterways near the Sun Moon Lake. Mi felt an unprecedented sense of power, and the speed was more than 10 times faster than Naka Shinobu's self, which was a speed that even Shinobu crushed to the limit. The heart moved at will, almost instantaneously, and caught up with the ghost lamp water mirror lurking under the water to escape. Hiding underwater? Hydration ignores physical attacks, right? Let me evaporate everything. Fire, great flame bomb. Boom! The mushroom cloud rose. Mei Hui was also blown tens of meters away by the powerful impact airflow. Tianya saw Mei Hui using the big flame bomb at such a close distance, and glared at the cat in fright. Mei Hui, you have to calm down. Don't get carried away by the mighty force. This power is so exhilarating and obsessive. I'm sorry. After Tianya's reminder, Mei Mei finally woke up from the powerful power suddenly obtained. Exhale a turbid breath. Watching the tens of meters in size pit in front of him being poured into the lake again, there was a violent sound of flowing water. The heart that calmed down couldn't help but giggle. Just now, he was so reckless, fortunately it did not affect his own safety. This is settled? Everyone was speechless. What kind of power is this? It's so powerful. The two upper shinobi just went to dust? Terrifying strength. Is this the cat lady state? It's pretty good. Mei Hui is happy in her heart, and what satisfies her the most is that she has not become such an ugly creature. Me? At this time, everyone had already come to Mei Hui's side, and looking at Mei Hui, who had more tails, she couldn't help but be surprised. Mei Hui faced everyone, and everyone saw that Mei Hui's pupils were also catified. Immediately startled, everyone unconsciously took a few steps back. Me, is that you? How did you become like this? Everyone was puzzled. Mei Hui came out of the woods and became like this, coupled with the powerful strength that she had just watched everything, the momentum exuded was powerful and terrifying. Hello everyone, I'm Mei Hui, but Mei Hui in the state of the cat lady, I'm with Xiao Tian. SHHHHHHH is this ninjutsu? It is a special secret technique of the cat race Holy Land. Once the combination transforms, then it will have an extraordinary catman state. In other words, now I am far stronger than Xiao Tian. Wow! Xiao Tian is already outrageously strong, far beyond. Mei Hui, is there anyone else who can stop you from being the winner of this contest? Ling's eyes flashed, looking like a lost sister, enviously dying, looking at the tail that was constantly wagging, and asked, Sister Mei Hui, can I touch your tail? Yes. Mei Hui was happy and immediately agreed. Thinking that his tail was brushed by the spirit, his whole body shivered comfortably, and his face immediately turned red, and he stopped shyly. Ling, you still don't touch it. Yes, a little unbearable. Is it comfortable? Ling also felt Mei Hui's trembling just now, and immediately asked with a big mouth. Don't ask if you shouldn't. Mei Hui's face was shy, and she pretended to be annoyed. Haha, the crowd laughed. Mei Hui wanted to find a hole to drill into, and immediately meowed, you guys go and clean up the mess. I'll go see if the big fish is dead. After saying that, Mei Hui fled and disappeared. Ling glanced at the cat food on his shoulder and said, Cat food, you can also fit together, right? The cat food was speechless, pretending not to hear it, and continued to fake sleep. It was envious of it, but it wasn't something he could have at the moment. Dead? Mei Mei looked at the scorched dead fish lying on the ground with a hint of blue smoke at this time, obviously burned by a large number of flames. I could feel its faint heartbeat. Do you have a way to surrender it? Now may be a good time to forcibly subdue it. It is also a psychic beast of the upper ninja level, and if it is in the water, it may reach the elite upper ninja level. Tianyu knew that Mei Hui was good at sealing, so he suggested, this is no problem, the ghost lamp water mirror is dead, so this psychic beast is already in an ownerless state. Just re-sign the deed. Me found a brand new psychic scroll from the space scroll, which she had prepared just in case she came across a psychic beast that could be subdued. Unexpectedly, it really came in handy now, and it was also an elite ninja level psychic beast. How does this not surprise Mei Hui? Obtain a drop of essence blood from the opponent's forehead, place it on the psychic scroll, and instantly be absorbed by the psychic scroll into a red mark. Immediately afterwards, he also bit off one finger, glued all 5 fingers with his own blood, and the imprint on his hand flew over, while pressing on the psychic scroll. At this time, the dead fish seemed to sense something, suddenly woke up, and roared angrily, damn humans, you actually forced me to sign a master-servant contract. You're all dying, do you still have a choice? Obey or die. After Mei Hui obtained the power of the cat lady state, her momentum became much stronger, and she instantly pressed the big fish and couldn't breathe. The waste that I didn't even have a move to survive, even dared to talk about conditions. I'm afraid you don't know how to write dead words. Tianyu had to be convinced, and Mei Mei at this time played the spirit of a strong man very well. No. At this time, the fish monster finally knew that he was a fish on a chopping board, and he could only let the fish flesh. Immediately convinced. Oh, good. Follow me and I won't fail you. Mei Hui also knew that the other party was only temporarily deterred by herself, whether she was sincerely convinced or not, but for now, it was enough. In the future, there is time, and more tuning is convenient. After all, he will let go of that proud figure. It was at this time that Yuri and the spirit came clutching the time when they had passed out. The Heavenly Lock Samurai Squad also confirmed the death of the Ghost Lantern Water Mirror and buried half of his body. What? You buried it? It is said that this Ghost Lamp Water Mirror can be exchanged for a lot of bounty. Yuri immediately left it, and Kang led the people of the Skylock Squad to dig up the corpses. Cat food, you give it a treat. Mei Hui knew that the cat food was partially inherited by Tianyu, so she also knew that the other party would also heal ninjutsu, and immediately said, I have concluded a psychic contract with it, don't be afraid. Meow-cat food understood, and soon, the fish monster's injuries were wrapped in green light, and the injuries gradually healed. Because of the protection of chakra armor, the fish monster's injuries were not as serious as it seemed, but it was stunned by the powerful explosion impact, which caused the chakra armor to dissipate, and thus burned by the remaining chakra power. The fish monster, who had almost recovered, felt tired and depressed, and was forcibly signed a master-servant contract with strength, which was unacceptable to a powerful ninja beast, but at this time, he was speechless, and immediately said in discouragement, "Master, if nothing else, I will return to the psychic space." "Okay, let's go. But bring this with you before you go back." Tianyu and Mai Huai discussed that since they were deterred, they should give a sweet date. In this way, it will be happy and sincere to fight for Mai Huai. Mei Hui felt Tianyu's love and was very moved. Tianyu gained control of his body, and only then summoned thousands of white-scaled fish from the space backpack, all of which were attached chakra attributes by Tianyu. So the value is extraordinary. At first, the fish monster was dismissive, but soon felt a strange chakra breath coming to his face. He was immediately stunned. What is this? This is a special food in the cat tribe sanctuary, and it is a very precious thing. Meow, that can help you strengthen yourself. Although the fish monster is also well informed, it was surprised to see so much high-end food at once. Be aware that this kind of food with chakra is not common. In this Hokage world, it can't be said that there is none, it can only be said that this kind of thing is extremely expensive and rare. You must know that the formation of chakra is an energy produced by the combination of spiritual and physical forces. For example, after the death of a ninja, as the mental and physical activities die, chakra will also dissipate. It would not exist alone as a chakra like these white-scaled dead fish, which is contrary to principle. For example, the reason why the secret medicine type of the military food pill can greatly improve the ninja's chakra is just a huge increase in chakra obtained by stimulating the ninja's flesh through drugs and overdrawing the body. Therefore, there will be strong sequelae after use. However, the chakra pills without sequelae are fundamentally different from the soldier's food pills. The fish monster felt the value of these white-scaled fish and couldn't believe it. The value of these thousands of chakra fish far exceeded the 200 servings of food it had asked for from the ghost lantern water mirror. It's not a loss to follow such a master. Immediately, the facade changed quickly, wagging his tail and saying happily, "Thank you, master, for the reward." Well, just like it. One person and one monster, everyone is happy. The fish monster sucked in and sucked all the white-scaled fish into its belly, and then disappeared. Tianyu stood up, just took 2 steps, and his body almost lost his balance, which was the sequelae of not using a human body to walk for too long, but the super high balance quickly adapted. Swish dash, Tianyu shuttled through the dense forest at an extremely high speed, feeling the urge to let go of himself. Ha ha. Mei Hui felt Tianyu's excitement and madness, and immediately reminded Xiaotian, "What's wrong with you? This is not the same as you normally are. Are you lost too?" Hee, don't worry. Tianyu is actually excited that he has become a human again, walking upright again. Can he not make Tianyu excited? In this strange world, anything can happen. This inevitably gave Tianyu a vision for the future. After the jubilation, in order to avoid wasting energy, after dismantling the merger, Tianyu took out the space scroll obtained from the bald ninja in Shikang and asked me to unseal it. In addition to obtaining a large amount of materials from it, it is worth mentioning that several ninjutsu scrolls and more than 1 million taels of funds were obtained, allowing Tianyu, a poor ghost, to make up a wave of blood fiercely. Looking at the 4 ninjutsu in the Shikang space scroll, Tianyu couldn't help but try to learn 3 of them. The first ninjutsu B-level wind magic wind induction can use chakra to attach wind currents to perform large area perceptual reconnaissance, which is a very practical perceptual ninjutsu. The second ninjutsu grade B wind technique wind force field is an upgraded version of the wind sensing technique, which strengthens chakra's wind control ability, and can generate a wind blade when it finds an enemy, attacking all enemies within the range of the wind force field. A veritable silent killing. This ninjutsu is also a consuming chakra household. The third ninjutsu B-level wind ninja tool manipulation. This is a ninjutsu that uses wind to control ninja tools, and the previously applied wind escape Kui Lan fierce wind is also one of them. The 3 ninjutsu consumed a total of 1 million taels. Although several other ninjutsu also have some value, money does not allow it. For example, 8 Earth Dun Jian Fist of the Bald Head Shinobi is also a B-grade ninjutsu, but the price consumed by learning is 800,000 taels. It is more than twice as expensive as the Sentient Wind ninjutsu. Why this is so, Tianyu can only guess that it is because he has obtained the mastery of Feng Duan. Looking at the amount in the backpack, it was displayed 550,000 taels. Tianyu felt that he belonged to the type that could not be rich. Taking this opportunity, Tianyu also learned from Mei Hui the unsealing technique of the space scroll. Fortunately, the price is not expensive, and it only consumes tens of thousands of taels of Tianyu. But with this ninjutsu, you can easily get rich. Mai Hui also obtained a lot of resources in this stolen goods sharing operation, which was initially estimated to be worth hundreds of thousands of taels. Plus 2 space scrolls, after Mai Hui's unsealing and reenactment, one worth at least 1 million starts from the beginning, and I can't help but sigh that Shangnan is rich. It's time for us to leave. The movement just caused will definitely attract some unknown enemies. Yuri, who found and sealed the body of the ghost lantern water mirror, returns to remind me. Mei Hui also nodded deeply and said, "What about this person?" Everyone then found that there was still a wind and a Fengshi lying on the grass, and Tianya meowed, "Save him, it will definitely be dead if he is left like this. I also have something I want to ask him." What Tianya said is actually to let this wind ninja teach his wind ninja to Mei Hui, because Mei Hui still has a certain talent for ninja tools, and if she learns the control technique, her combat effectiveness will definitely increase a lot. After waking up leisurely, Shikeng knew that he and the others had lost and also reached a conditional exchange with Tianyu, that is, Tianyu was responsible for helping his psychic beast recover from his injuries, while he taught Mei Hui to use wind escape ninjutsu during the conference. As the sun set, the last light was about to dissipate, and the Tianyu people, who were moving in the direction of the Nightingale team, felt that darkness was about to fall, and immediately found a safe place to temporarily settle. Several members of the Skylock squad go out to find prey, and Yuri and Rei are in charge of making a fire and barbecue. Cat Food and Tianyu are respectively responsible for guarding the top of the tree. Mei Hui was arranged by Tianyu to follow Shikeng to learn the wind escape ninja manipulation technique. The moonlight was shining, and the campfire became the only light in the woods. Everyone sat around enjoying the delicious food, and Mei also took out the other 2 quest scrolls she had obtained today. Everyone opened it and took a look. Quest of the first quest scroll: reach the gathering point of the Death Mountain range, obtain strategic supplies, and safely escort them to designated locations. Task succeeded. The second mission: guard the secret scroll of the Sword Pavilion for 3 days, and the mission is successful. Well, sure enough, these diverse missions were able to break the united team into pieces. Don't want to do it? Know that the number of quest scrolls is limited. If you give up and don't execute, then one more team will have to enter the shortlist, which is all luck. Yuri seemed to have expected it. Harino thought for a moment and asked, "What if we meet other teams and exchange the mission book in their hands with them?" Well, this is also a method. In order to jointly break through the level, you can only choose the tasks that can be performed at the same time. Mi nodded in agreement. In the canyon where Mi and the others are, 1 day away. With the help of the darkness of the night, 3 figures are hidden inside. Sakata. Sense the pursuer? No, we should have escaped. The female ninja known as Sakata is the Nightingale team, one of the 3 teams that have formed an alliance with several people in Tinayu. On the way to assemble, they repeatedly fought the 2 teams, and the 3 were exhausted at this time, unable to arrive at the designated place at the agreed time, and were in trouble for a while. What now? Rest? No way. The continuous rapid march and the engagement, everyone is exhausted. Night operations are easy to be ambushed by intentional people. Now it's better to regain your strength. Tomorrow we will continue to the agreed place. By the way, Maki, how are your injuries? Well, my hands and ribs have been broken, and I can't participate in the battle in a short time. Now I can only hope that Xiao Tian will come over to treat you quickly, otherwise tomorrow we will encounter another battle, and we are in danger of destruction. As far as the current situation is concerned, the situation is not optimistic, and everyone is silent. Unexpectedly, on the way to the assembly, he accidentally obtained a mission book, which led to being chased and killed by 2 teams. Fortunately, the 2 teams were not a group, and they fought when they met together, which allowed the 3 to breathe and escape. It seems that we should be the first team to get the mission book. Come open and see what the mission is. With the moonlight, Yamada Yuri opened the scroll. Support the Sword Pavilion and ensure that the 3-day secret scroll is not lost. Mission successful. Sword Pavilion? Take out the map and see where the location is. Sakata Sakura cleanly took out the map of Death Valley from his backpack, and the 3 of them used the moonlight to find the location of the Sword Pavilion. Here. Everyone looked at it and found that this distance was not far away. It takes about half a day to walk west. This direction was not consistent with the agreed location, and the 3 of them fell into a decision whether to go to the rendezvous first or go directly to the Sword Pavilion. Obviously, go directly to the Sword Pavilion, then there must be a big battle waiting for you and others. Since it is support, then there should be natural allies there. But there are also natural enemies. This sudden change made everyone feel embarrassed for a while. At this moment, a bang suddenly made the 3 of them feel like a great enemy, like a frightened bird. However, just a moment later, the perceptual ninja Sakata Sakura quickly sensed that it was Xiao Tian coming, so he stopped the other 2 and said, "It's Xiao Tian who is here." Miao Tianyu greeted the wary 3 with a signature greeting, "Are you okay everyone?" Knowing that it was Xiao Tian who came, the 3 members of the Nightingale squad immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Xiao Tian, you came in such a timely manner. Quick, come and help Maki heal it." "No problem." Tianyu threw a small ball of light at all 3 at the same time, and the green light flame spreading throughout the body made several people extremely conspicuous in the dark night. But soon the treatment was completed, and darkness was plunging around him. The 3 members of the Nightingale squad were also suddenly refreshed, and Maki's injuries were fully recovered. Unexpectedly, as soon as Xiao Tian came, this difficult dilemma was lifted at once. Sakata Sakura also had to sigh how important it was to have a medical ninja in this continuous battle. After the exchange of information, Yamada Yuri and the three learned that me and several people had had a fierce battle with 4 kami shinobi in a row, and the final victory in the end could not help but be stunned. If they win a Shangnin, they can still accept it. After all, the strength of 2 teams, 6 Quasi Zongnin, has every chance to defeat 1 Shangnin. But what kind of strength does it take to defeat 4 Shangnin in a row in one day? Looking at Tianyu's bullish appearance, everyone couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Could it be that this fish belly alliance also had the strength to dance? Since you have also obtained the task of guarding the sword pavilion, it just coincides with the task of reinforcing the sword pavilion that we obtained, so let's change the agreed place to the sword pavilion. In this way, we will be able to complete the 3 days of guarding the sword pavilion as soon as possible. Tianyu knew what Yamada Yuri was thinking, and what he meant was that it was only the first day, so there were definitely many teams that had not obtained the mission book, and he and the others obtained the task book on the first day. So if the task of guarding the secret scroll of the sword pavilion and the task can be opened in advance, then a time difference can be played, so that the task of guarding the sword pavilion will be much easier. At least the first 2 days will definitely not be too many teams that have obtained the task of attacking the sword pavilion. If the task is delayed until 3 days later, the difficulty will undoubtedly more than double. Tianyu was clear, nodded and said that he would inform Mei Hui and the others of the new plan when he went back, let the 3 of them change direction in advance, and the agreed new meeting place was Sword Pavilion. After discussing, Tianyu learned that the 3 people still had tails to follow, so he released his perception, and soon, Tianyu found a team that followed the 3, so Tianyu planned to let the Nightingale team as a sneak attack on the surface, and he was hiding behind, waiting for the attention of the 3 to be attracted before he sneaked up on each other in turn. What are you doing looking at me like this? Tianyu was speechless. Nothing, just the first time I've seen such a sinister cat. Are you honestly a cat? Tianyu rolled his eyes. Too lazy to bother. Although the opponent's strength is good, but at the same time, after a series of battles, they faced the Nightingale squad that had just recovered as before, and soon under the combined sneak attack of the 3 and Tianyu, the battle ended in less than 5 minutes. Tianyu shared the loot with a few people, but Tianyu proposed that as long as the money and space scrolls, the rest of the strategic materials were all lost to the 3 members of the Nightingale team. The 3 of them also did not dare to have an opinion. If it were not for Tianyu, they would still be chased and killed at this time, and they could not live in panic. Where is the opportunity to share the spoils happily here? In that case, let's separate for the time being. Tianyu said goodbye to the 3 and came directly to a desert through the space bridge. This is the team that Chiba entrusted Tianyu to take care of. Tianyu didn't know a few people yet, so Tianyu didn't appear directly, but came to a high rock, looked at the 3 people around the bonfire below, and meowed. Ha! The 3 discovered the arrival of the cat, and immediately became vigilant, led by a handsome man with a knife. His right hand was intentionally or unintentionally placed on the hilt, and it seemed that once Tianyu changed, he would instantly strike the knife. It wasn't until Tianyu jumped down from a height and approached the fire that the 3 were able to see clearly that the visitor was a cat. Are you Xiao Tian? One of the female ninjas with a long ponytail remembered Miss Chiba's explanation, so he took the kunao from his arms and looked at it. Meow meow. In fact, Tianyu asked knowingly, but this is the normal contact process, and it is also the process of building mutual trust between the 2 sides. The Thousand Clans team saw that Tianyu took out the token given by Qinyi, a cat with a token, and this was right. Everyone couldn't help but relax a lot. So Tianyu proposed that one of the 3 of them establish a heart-to-heart bond with him, so that he could facilitate communication in the next few days. As the captain, the young man with the knife was obligated to stand up, and after Tianyu finished casting, he opened his mouth and asked, "Do you need treatment?" Through the translation of the captain with the knife, a black-haired man who had not spoken among the 3 rolled up the sleeves on his wrist and asked Tianyu, "Can this injury be treated?" Tianyu watched the other party open the bandage, only to find that the other party's left hand was burned by flames from the elbow down. The injury was a bit serious, but under Tianyu's S-level medical ninjutsu, this injury couldn't be simpler. Watching the black-haired man's already wasted hand miraculously recover under Tianyu's treatment, I couldn't help but be surprised. This highly effective medical ninjutsu is simply unheard of. Originally listening to Qinyi tell the magic of Tianyu, the 3 still felt that their young lady was exaggerated, but they wanted to witness it directly this time, only to find that their own miss was not exaggerated, but too conservative. Tianyu checked that the 3 people were more or less slightly injured, and did not ask, but 2 balls of light were played, and the 2 did not resist, feeling the warmth of the surrounding body, and soon, the injury was healed. Including the loss of physical strength, it has also been greatly strengthened, and the already exhausted body and mind are instantly full. Several people who received the favor thanked Tianyu for his help. After a short period of time together, Tianyu learned that the leader of the squad, that is, the young samurai with a knife, was named Mamoru Kawada. The female ninja is named Sakura Tokiyu, and the black-haired ninja whose arm is burned is Black Fire. The 3 have just experienced 2 big battles, so there are many injuries. However, in the future, with the whole card of Tianyu, the 3 of them are also full of fighting spirit. and agreed that if nothing else, Tanya would come over every night, and at this time they would be able to get treatment. Then take your leave first meow shh. The three members of the Thousand Clan squad looked at each other. This cat is not ordinary. After Tianyu, who returned to Mai Huai's side, told the new agreed place with the Nightingale team, everyone also agreed. In this way, the mission books of the three squads have been put together. Mission 1: Guard the Sword Pavilion's secret scroll for 3 days. Mission 2: Reinforcement Sword Pavilion Mission. Mission 3: Get 10 squad identity tokens. This is the Nightingale squad getting a token, and now there are still 9 left. Since it is to guard the Sword Pavilion, then there will definitely be other teams who will get the task of attacking the Sword Pavilion to steal the secret scroll. We just have to wait for the rabbit. In fact, this task of guarding the Sword Pavilion is not simple at a glance, but with Xiao Tian and Mai Huai sitting there, the 3 members of the Tianchuo team have no opinion. It also saves them running around. 3 tasks can be completed at the same time, and that is the best result. So Tianyu decided to go to the Sword Pavilion to explore the way first, and there was cat food in the team that could do the job whether it was perception tracking or medical treatment, so Tianyu was very relieved. After thinking for a moment, Mei Hui agreed, if she could go to investigate the situation in advance, then it would be good for everyone to complete the task. So I explained to be careful on the road. Of course, Tianyu's approach is his own consideration, and it is just a passing thing to explore the situation in advance, and the main purpose of his departure is to find the bad luck of other teams, earn some extra money, and enrich his pockets. After sneaking up on a ninja squad with the Nightingale squad before, Tianyu, who got the sweetness, suddenly became cheerful. Isn't this something that can blatantly loot the other party's wealth? After interrogation, it was learned that this Death Valley trial lasted for 5 days, but all the teams with some strength held space scrolls to carry supplies. Even if there is nothing valuable in the space scroll, the space scroll alone is a great fortune. So at this time, Tianyu started to think crookedly, and by the way, he can also collect team tokens, why not? Tianyu itself has a wealth of perception abilities. It was another nocturnal creature, so he quickly detected 3 different teams from the ninjutsu of smell, sight, and hearing. With money, Tianyu was about to upgrade his B-level stealth to A-level ninjutsu, so that his stealth ability in the dark was greatly improved again. Maybe even the other party's sentient ninja can't find his existence. After all, he is an A-level stealth ninjutsu, and the other party's perception ninjutsu must be at least B-level, right? Tianyu was very confident and gradually approached the other party's camp, and in Tianyu's careful observation, this was a small team composed of 1 man and 2 women. Tianyu was also in no hurry to get closer, but launched the A-level ninja fa shunfang ear art to eavesdrop on each other's conversations. Inada, it's been a day, and we haven't met a team or a single shinobi. Have we been forgotten? Isn't that nice? The female ninja, known as Inada, wiped the weapon in her hand and responded, we'll stay here until the end, wait for those teams to fight each other, and then we'll go and reap the benefits of the fisherman. Although what you said also makes a little sense, isn't it too much to do this? No, as long as we can complete the task, it is the best way, and the last 2 days are the time for us to hunt. The male ninja interrupted the yellow-haired female ninja. Humph, you think it's beautiful. Tianyu, who was hiding on the side, thought. Huh. The female ninja known as Ricefield suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the place where Tianyu was, and in an instant, several flying needles appeared. Tianyu was taken aback, but his extremely fast speed still easily dodged the other party's sudden flying needle. Tianyu wondered, he had been here all this time and the other party had not discovered his whereabouts. Why did he suddenly discover himself at this time? It's really weird. Tianyu couldn't figure it out, so he channeled out the cardboard that had been prepared long ago from his backpack and asked, how did you find me? The other party found that it was a cat hiding on the side, and he couldn't help but be surprised, but soon, he found that this cat could still write, and couldn't help but be a little curious, say, which squad's ninja cat are you, actually came to spy on us. Tianyu saw that the other party had no intention of replying to himself, so he channeled another piece of cardboard and said, seeing that you still have some strength, pay 200,000 taels of meeting fees, I won't trouble you. If I'm not mistaken, is this cat robbing us? The 3 people present looked at each other, and it took a long time to roughly understand the typo dialogue card. The corners of several people's mouths twitched, and the male ninja nodded his head and said sarcastically, this cat's brain circuit is a little abnormal. Haha. Tianyu's face turned dark, and he didn't care if the other party could understand it, and he said angrily, Eileen, dare to ridicule my neuropathy? Discuss with you guys, since you don't appreciate it, don't blame me for snatching your tokens. What a toast without eating and punishing wine. Snap, Tianyu was so angry that he smashed the dialogue card in his hand. SHHH, the 3 ninjas looked like they were facing a great enemy, looking like they were on guard for battle, staring at Tianyu and shouting. After venting, Tianyu finally stretched out the sullen breath of the language barrier, silently looked at the 3 people on guard under the tree, and took out a dialogue card. I actually toasted and didn't eat and punish wine. Look at the move. The moment Tianyu dropped the dialogue sign, an ultrasonic attack was launched, targeting the female ninja who discovered himself in the first place. The other yellow-haired female ninja saw Tianyu open his mouth and bow and let out a strange cry, and then found that beside him, the female ninja known as Patty suddenly covered his head and screamed. The Tianyu flashing technique was launched, and suddenly the cat's shadow was heavy. The male ninja's hands immediately froze quickly, and the female ninja's hands were raised, and several shurikens flew out in an instant. Unfortunately, Tianyu's flashing technique is not a straight body technique, but a technique that can be moved at any point in an instant. Coupled with the fact that he was proficient in Feng Duan, Tianyu had a new understanding of the flashing technique. With the speed of the wind, the speed is faster. The male ninja also completed the seal. 2 done, earth flow wall. Boom dash a huge earthen wall suddenly rose between Tianyu and the three, blocking Tianyu's attack route, who thought that Tianyu would instantly launch a 10-fold raid. The power and speed of the instantaneous explosion slammed into the earthen wall. Boom, the earth wall that stood in between the two shattered and crumbled in an instant. The splashing earth caused the three ninjas to suffer a slight injury immediately, but soon, Tianyu, who appeared from the splashing earth, punched the male ninja who was performing earth ninjutsu. 2 done, petrification. At this moment, the earth ninja played beyond normal, and instantly condensed a gray-white lump of earth at the chest. Tianyu's extremely powerful punch actually failed to break the stones formed in the opponent's chest. It was only beaten out by the powerful force. Poof dash watching the other party spit out a mouthful of blood, Tianyu instantly followed, and after the other party broke several thigh-like trees in a row, Tianyu came directly above the other party, and a strong wind formed in his palm, and finally gradually became bright. Wind escape, spiral pill. Boom dash the earth ninja, who was knocked away by the powerful rotation force of the spiral pill, spat out several mouthfuls of blood and fell violently to the side. With the help of the power of countershock, Tianyu once again cast a swift wind connection, adjusted his posture and launched the flashing technique. Things developed too quickly, and the female ninja who was attacked by Tianyu with ultrasound before he could wake up, was hit in the back by Tianyu's punch, and immediately vomited blood and passed out. Now the only thing left is the yellow-haired female ninja who lost her shuriken. Where could she have imagined that Tianyu had leveled her two teammates in a matter of seconds, immediately surrendering and begging for mercy, indicating that she was willing to pay. It's late. Hand over everything of value. Tianyu duly took out a pre-selected written sign and meowed. Tianyu has no hatred with them, so it's just an ordinary robbery. Since the other party is willing to pay, then Tianyu will no longer pursue, just some valuable things, and squad tokens. Watching Tianyu leave, the yellow female ninja's whole body was soft, the strength of this cat was too strong, and the instantaneous explosive power even hit two teammates hard without even being able to react, which was really unfavorable. I already knew that I paid the fee obediently. But fortunately, the other party did not rush to kill, only took some valuable things, and some basic materials did not take away. After this battle, Tianyu once again gained 300,000 taels. What is this thing? Tianyu saw a very beautiful ninjutsu scroll and couldn't help but open it. Telepathy. After reading the explanation and practice method of this ninjutsu, Tianyu was silent. This ninjutsu is a bit powerful. In this scroll, there are 3 advanced types of psychic perception ninjutsu. Grade C Ninfa, mind reading, can read the other person's thoughts in the face of physical contact. Grade B Ninfa, psychic connection technique, uses spiritual energy to connect with each other's spirits, and has the ability to have a dialogue in each other's hearts. The effective range is 1 kilometer. This ninjutsu is completely tailored for yourself, and it is currently impossible to speak, not a simple problem of language ability, but a problem of physiological structure pronunciation restrictions. If you communicate directly with your heart, you can directly overcome the limiting barriers caused by physiological structures, and communication will be much easier. But this ninjutsu also has a fatal drawback, that is, once the other party has mental resistance, then it is impossible to communicate effectively. Although there are some shortcomings, Tianyu is already satisfied with being able to obtain another communication channel. I didn't expect that going out to generate income could have such a windfall. It's blissful. Grade A, Ninfa, psychic perception technique, can read any interactivity within 500 meters of the fan-shaped area when the spirit is condensed. How does this thing feel like a mind radar? Once the other party has interactivity that will generate bioelectric waves, then it is possible to be detected by this ninjutsu. This ninjutsu is a little strong, it is worthy of being an A-level ninjutsu, and under the scan of this ninjutsu, everyone has almost no secrets. Is this ninjutsu the ninjutsu of discovering yourself? At this time, Tianyu thought of his inner mockery and was discovered when he wanted to be beautiful. It seems that this is the way it is. This ninjutsu is a bit like the secret art of the Yamanaka clan, ninjutsu, heart-turning avatar. They all belong to the same type of telepathic ninjutsu, but the Yamanaka clan seems to be more advanced. After all, even the other party's body was controlled together. The squad that sneaked up on the Nightingale squad and the silver taels obtained from this battle totaled 420,000 taels. On average, each person has less than 70,000 taels of money. This result made Tianyu a little depressed, but think about it, unless there is a space scroll, who will bring so much money on him? Most of the money that can be made is contributed by the owner of the space scroll. Therefore, it is enough for the average ninja to carry only enough daily expenses. Therefore, it is still relatively wealthy that Shangnan is prone to space scroll carriers. In any case, it is better to talk than nothing. Together with the original remaining 510,000 taels, Tianyu's money at this time totaled 930,000 taels. As for these 3 mind sensing techniques, Tianyu must have learned them all, but now he doesn't have so much money, so he can only choose one of them to study. Then choose the B-level Ninju Mind Connection Art for Communication. Tianyu, who had consumed 800,000 taels, instantly returned to the state of poverty. This is rich faster, poor faster. Sell the mission book, pay the disaster waiver fee, go to war. Tianyu stood on the tree trunk and looked condescendingly at the 3 male ninjas below, using the technique of mind connection he had just learned to communicate with each other, and said, "At present, this Miao only accepts these 3 businesses, choose one Miao." "You ask me, I ask who to go." "Mission book? The task book you said won't be the one everyone is grabbing, right?" one of the tall ninjas asked suspiciously. Tianyu also had a black face. Yes, Tianyu used disguise before doing bad things, and changed his body into a completely black hair, which is more conducive to hiding himself in the dark. Even if he appeared now, due to the dark background, the other party saw more cat pupils shining fluorescent, so he had the doubts of the ninja at the beginning. He took out a task book from his space backpack and shook it in his hand. This task book is the extra content for the task book to escort the mission. Anyway, it is useless. If you can sell 1,000,000 taels, then it is also quite good. So he said, "That's right. The price is 1,000,000 taels, and the Miao is not on credit." The dwarf ninja jumped out and pointed at Tianyu and roared, "The price is too expensive. This is what can be obtained by defeating a superior shinobi. Isn't it worth 1,000,000 taels? In addition, I will send you one more intelligence for free, more than 200 teams, only 32 mission books, 18 waiting places. Isn't it for your poor situation? How can you sell 1,000,000 taels?" Tianyu's nostrils are jet. "Just this price is already tong suo. Is it too expensive?" "Humph. Don't talk nonsense with him. Grab it directly." Tianyu's eyes widened and he couldn't help but complain, "I rely on these guys are outrageous than me." The tall ninja waved his big hand, and the other 2 ninjas launched the fire ninjutsu together. Fire, flame bomb, boom boom, these bastards. It seems that it is not easy to do some business peacefully. But this is also good, the other party's hand first, then morally it is also morally justified. In that case, don't blame me for doing anti-robbery. Well, is this the legend that a bitch can still set up a torii? Tianyu dodged several flame bombs and immediately moved at high speed. Swish swish dash, seeing that the flame bomb in the must-be was completely empty. What the hell is this? The short ninja suddenly found that the cat shadow was heavy, and he couldn't tell the real from the fake, and he couldn't help but sweat coldly. SHH-wa dash the super high speed, the strange body technique, and the black hair brought by the camouflage technique almost completely melted into the entire darkness. Every time a cat shadow appears, a ninja suffers a melee attack from Tianyu. A little friend in a second. Bah! With this ability, you dare to grab a copy of Uncle's mission book? Tianyu looked at the 3 ninjas who were cursing, spit out water, cursed and walked away with the loot. Watching the amount increase to 530,000 taels again, I finally felt a little unpanicked. The dwarf ninja hanging upside down from the branch muttered, "Big brother, you're so excited, we should choose to pay the disaster waiver. Next time we must take revenge." The tall ninja raised his hand and slammed it into the ground, roaring unwillingly. Every time Tianyu arrives, he will leave a spacetime coordinate after finding that there is some distance apart, which is completely for the need to rush, and also for the convenience of arriving here again in the future. After leaving the spacetime coordinates, Tianyu hurriedly shuttled through the dark woods to the next target. Sell the mission book, pay the disaster waiver fee, open, attack, groove, go to war without saying a word. Tianyu once again transformed into a night ghost. It is no exaggeration to say that Tianyu, shrouded in darkness with dark hair all over his body and super high speed, is definitely much more difficult to deal with than Shang. The other party only has one chance to perform ninjutsu. Tianyu is able to attack at close range. And if once is not enough, then come twice. Did we get robbed by a black cat? In this way, the nearby ninja squad was almost cleansed by Tianyu. The name of the black ghost also spread. Tianyu was completely unaware of this matter. Looking at the 8 tokens in the backpack space, plus 1 in my wise hand, I have already gathered 9. In addition, the funds are replenished again. Bringing up the panel and taking a look, the reserve amount has reached more than 3 million. Well, it seems necessary to carry forward this cause. Tianyu came to a tree tens of meters high, felt the breeze blowing through the hair, and saw a huge lake under the cliff, and there was a complex of buildings on the edge of the lake, including a 10-story tall tower, which was extremely conspicuous. He muttered, "Is this the sword pavilion?" When Tianyu came to the vicinity, he sensed a familiar taste. Why are they here? Tianyu was very curious and immediately followed with a taste. Woof dash woof dash. Just as Tianyu entered the complex, he heard a burst of dog barking, and Tianyu immediately knew that Akamaru had also discovered his arrival, and immediately a cat and a dog wagged their tails and swirled each other, and Akamaru also let out a haha gasp in his mouth. Yo, is this Xiao Tian? Inyazuka sits on a door beam that resembles a Chinese torii and greets him. This kind of torii is everywhere and is said to be something called torii. Tianyu didn't understand the specific use, and he didn't delve into it, and when he saw Inyazuka say hello, he also responded, hee hee, we met again. Tianyu used the telepathic connection technique to communicate with Inyazuka, yeah, and Inyazuka was stunned for a moment before reacting. What kind of ninjutsu is this that allows you to speak? Inyazuka was surprised. Tianyu explained, well, this is a spiritual ninjutsu similar to your Konoha village Yamanaka clan. Communication can be done directly on a spiritual level. By the way, why did you show up here? Tianyu wondered. Haha, isn't that boring? It just so happened that the organizers of the conference lacked manpower, so in order to increase their actual combat experience, they took the initiative to invite Ying to garrison the Sword Pavilion. Could it be that you came to the Sword Pavilion on purpose? Inyazuka naturally knew what Tianyu said about the Yamanaka clan. Just a little puzzled, is the mountain family so famous? Even a cat from another country knows their name? That's not going to work. Our Inyazuka clan must at least be more famous than them in the ninja world. However, this slight thought was soon attracted by the purpose of Tianyu's visit. This is our mission book. Tianyu took out the task book for guarding the Sword Pavilion and threw it to Inyazuka above. After Inyazuka saw the mission book, he said solemnly, then according to the mission regulations, since receiving the mission book, the task of guarding the Sword Pavilion will be opened immediately. Are you sure you can submit your mission right now? Since they were acquaintances, Inyazuka reminded him, it seems that your ninja squad hasn't arrived yet, right? It's okay. Tianyu responded indifferently. Well, that's good. I will hand over the assignment to the teacher. Swoosh. Tianyu was so anxious to start the mission, and he also discussed with me and several people, as the captain of the Nightingale team, Yamada Yuli said, you can play a time difference, after all, not every team gets the mission book as early as himself and others. And it's still the mission book for attacking the Sword Pavilion? The sooner the task is received, the sooner it ends. Tianyu lay on the roof, sighing, looking at the sparkling lake, and estimated that it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. After eating a plate of special rainbow dried fish, Tianyu's spirit gradually improved. Akamaru smelled the smell and rushed over, and the corners of Tianyu's mouth grinned, and he knew why this product was so happy. Tianyu was afraid that Akamaru would always be worried about the taste of his chrysanthemums, so he immediately threw out a plate of special rainbow dried fish and said, eat. Wow, Akamaru was happy, wagging his tail quickly and hurriedly eating the fish. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but lick a few times. Looking at Akamaru's dissatisfied look, Tianyu could only persuade, you can only eat this thing once a day, you know. Aha. Akamaru also understood. So it was not so urgent, and immediately began to look forward to the early arrival of tomorrow. Tianyu. At this time, Tianyu sensed that someone was coming, and immediately stood up. Because the distance was still far away, Tianyu could not fully perceive whether the other party was friend or foe, so he projected the A-leveled ninja fa mind perception technique he had just learned into the direction of the incoming person. After the content of the other party's conversation, Tianyu knew that it was the people of the Nightingale squad who had arrived. Immediately, he also relaxed his mind and waited for the other party to arrive. Xiao Tian. Maki looked at a cat waiting for them on the road in amazement, and couldn't help but be surprised. In terms of distance, Mai Huai and the others traveled a little farther than them. So how can it be said that they should have arrived at the Sword Pavilion first? Why did they arrive first? The three members of the Nightingale squad were also curious, but after communication, they learned that Tianyu came alone, which was mainly to accept Yamada Yuli's strategy and start the mission in advance, so that the most difficult late stage could save a lot of trouble. This strategy also proved to be correct, because by the afternoon, the belated Mei Hui and others arrived at the mission site. In this passing time, everything was peaceful. As night began to fall, the Sword Pavilion, which had been so quiet that it was terrifying, became lively at this time, and several female ninjas who had just returned from bathing in the lake had already mingled. Even the introverted Hinata is a lot more cheerful. The men collected firewood to clear their prey, and soon a bonfire was lit around the lake to dispel the darkness. Mei Hui straightened her long red hair and asked, Xiao Tian, can you take out these ingredients containing chakra? There is nothing good or bad, I used to hide it for fear of being coveted by the strong, but now we are strong enough. This is the final sprint up meow. Final dash, Mi asked suspiciously. Tianyu looked at the busy crowd around the bonfire and said, after we merged, our strength has reached the strength of elite shinobi, and now there are not many people who can pose a threat to us. What we have to do now is strengthen the last wave before others react. The next time you get together, you can reach the shadow level strength. Shadow level strength. Hearing this, Mei Hui's heart also trembled slightly. This is a power that she has never dared to luxury, and now it is close at hand. I need more money. So I plan to make money by opening a store with these ingredients. I wonder if my Hui has any stores in these industries. Oh, Xiao Tian, you want to open a store to make money? Mei Hui was a little surprised. She never thought that a cat would think about opening a store to make money. After the shock, he smiled slightly in his heart. His cat is really different. Yes, my parents' and grandfather's property has 5 stores, 3 in Kanaha and 2 in Shinjuku City, which is large enough. I don't know how you plan to open a store, Xiao Tian. Mei Hui also became interested at this time. Before, he had been selling the sealed scrolls and detonation charms to others wholesale, and he didn't want to delay his strength. Because to achieve your goals, you can't just do it with money. Therefore, Mei Hui has always been thinking about improving her strength, so she has the matter of joining the mercenary group to increase her actual combat experience. She hopes to improve her strength through actual combat, and since the psychic came out of Xiao Tian, she has found that her strength has been steadily improving, and she forcibly collected a powerful psychic fish monster some time ago. Now, under the teaching of Kaze Shangnin, he has strengthened the ninjutsu of the wind system. Now Mei Mei is very confident. Even without using the secret method of the Vortex clan, it has definitely completely surpassed the strength of Zongnin. In this regard, Mei Hui is quite satisfied with the progress of her strength. But the most satisfying thing is the psychic beast around him, Xiao Tian. This is an unfathomable psychic beast, and every action is always unexpected. Oh, do you still have an estate in Kanaha? Mei Hui smiled slightly. Due to the early death of her parents, she grew up with her grandfather since she was a child, and now even her parents' impression is gradually blurred. Speaking of this, Mei Hui was a little sad and continued, the last time I went to the Land of Fire was to inherit the inheritance left by my parents. I have arranged for someone to clean it, and I was going to rent it out. But if you need it, I'll leave it to you. Don't know how you plan to take care of the property. You can rest assured of this, I will arrange it then. Tianyu didn't care. You say you're short of money? How much money do you really need? I might be able to help. Mei Hui was a little curious. She also knows that the children of Tianyu's cat family decentralization clan obtain the corresponding ninjutsu inheritance through worldly experience and obtaining money as the basis. But I don't know exactly how much is enough. That's why I asked. The corners of Tianyu's mouth twitched. This ghost just knew that this was a bottomless pit, so he meowed, many. Let's start with 100 million. Is there any? Tianyu looked at Mai Hui's appearance and knew that he thought too much. Even if Mai Hui inherited the family property, he had a small amount of wealth, and it was estimated that it would be tens of millions of taels at most. It seems that if you want to get more money, you need to think long term. If you are given 100 million, what level do you estimate your strength can reach? Mei Hui was curious. Tianyu thought for a moment and estimated, maybe you can reach the shadow level. Mei Hui made up her mind. Anyway, she doesn't care about money or anything. As long as she makes more money, then Xiao Tian will be able to reach the shadow level a day earlier. If she merges again, she dare not imagine how terrifying her strength is. Tianyu was a little curious, so he asked, that's right. How have you recently learned from Shikang about wind ninjutsu? Mei Hui smiled slightly, and the wind was turning in her open palm, changing various rhythms and forms from time to time. Tianyu can see that Mei is showing her control over the wind-done ninjutsu. The higher the control, the more skilled you are. This is the same reason as the talent of wind system ninjutsu mastery obtained by Tianyu. With the talent of mastery of wind ninjutsu, then the control over wind ninjutsu can be infinitely improved. The power changes of various wind ninjutsu can be easily used. At this time, Tianyu also stretched out his cat's claw, and the airflow also began to rotate on the cat's claw, and soon, it gradually turned blue, and then there was a dazzling cyclone light. Mei Hui looked at the rapidly rotating cyclone light and said enviously, oh, this is the spiral pill you used to fight dolphins before, right? That's right. This is my self-created super A-grade Muji ninjutsu, wind escape, spiral pill. Tianyu couldn't explain that this was a copy of the ninjutsu of the 4th generation of Hokage and Wei Fang Shuman, so he could only cheekily say that it was self-created. How? Want to learn? Can I learn too? Mei was a little surprised. She also knew that the ninjutsu of the cat tribe was completely different from the ninjutsu of humans. It can't be shared at all. So even knowing that Tianyu has such a powerful ninjutsu is one of the reasons why there is not too much curiosity. Now I suddenly know that I can also learn, and I suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. Of course you can, and I have a way to get you up and running fast. Of course, Tianyu can't say that this ninjutsu was originally developed by humans, right? In fact, the advantage of this Muji ninjutsu is that whether it is a human or a ninja beast, it can actually be learned, and the key point of this ninjutsu lies in the understanding of wind ninjutsu. Form change, lasting power, chakra control. These are all important indicators for learning spiral pills. Today's Tianyu is trying to add ultrasound to the spiral pill. In fact, as long as you understand the principle of ultrasound, you only need to use the overclocking resonance of the wind to simulate ultrasound. But this difficulty is a little big. If not, then he will consider using the system to integrate, but this lacks a lot of challenges. Tanya still hopes that he can have something to do, not all rely on the system. Oh? Is there any way I can learn this ninjutsu quickly? Maihuai's eyes suddenly lit up, and the power of this ninjutsu was obvious to all. And it's also an instantaneous Muji ninjutsu. Why was Tianyu able to kill the bald ninja of Shang Ninja at the level of ninja among the elite? In addition to the power of the spiral pill, that is, almost all of Tianyu's ninjutsu is instantaneous Muji ninjutsu. This is the core of Tianyu's real strength. Without the need to seal the seal, coupled with the super high speed that is difficult for Shangnin to reach, this makes Shangnin who is as strong as a ghost lampwater mirror retreat. The powerful core of Tianyu is speed and strength. After Mei Hui and Tianyu who came to the center of the lake transformed, the already calm lake suddenly crashed on the shore. This kind of movement naturally attracted the attention of everyone who was working around the campfire. Hinata turned to Haranohima next to him and asked, "What is me sister doing?" Haranohima looked at me in the center of the lake, fascinated, and muttered, "This is a secret technique unique to the cat clan. Combo transformation. Able to burst into great strength in an instant. The wind, it's dancing again." Buzz dash before everyone could react, the originally calm airflow began to converge towards the center of the lake, and finally gradually formed a hurricane. Mei in the beast state felt the rapid condensation of airflow fluctuations in her hand, and finally turned into a dazzling spiral pill. As chakra gradually increases, the volume of the spiral pill also begins to grow until it becomes the size of a basketball and does not stop expanding. Tianyu said, "Just now is the process of forming the spiral pill, do you feel it?" Through consciousness, Mei and Tianyu are in a state of heart-to-heart connection, and the flow of chakra in Tianyu's body and how to control the operation of chakra are all fed back to Mei Hui's mind one by one. This is more than 10 times stronger than direct hands-on teaching. This is also the spiritual transmission method that Tianyu borrowed from himself and cat food. It's just that here it's more of a body transmission method. Swoosh dash Tianyu launched a flashing technique, and in the eyes of everyone on the shore, he only saw the bright spiral pill in Tianyu's hand, and instantly appeared at the end of the lake. Accompanied by a loud ringing sound. Boom came the sound of rocks shattering and falling into the water. Boom, another loud noise came out. The shaking this time was felt even by everyone far away from the place where the incident occurred. With a booming sound, more cliffs began to collapse. Abominable. Not again. Yuri immediately thought that after Mi's transformation, he dared to use the powerful Great Flame Bomb at close range. Are you going to get moths again this time? Soon, everyone knew that their fears were justified, because the huge cliff collapse caused a huge wave to rush towards everyone. Although everyone will tread water, the ingredients, bonfires, etc. are drowned. For safety, everyone can only choose a more distant place to start over. Avoid the by-effects of my Hui practice. Hinata sighed with trepidation. Sister Me, she has become so strong. Combined ninjutsu? That day we compared to see which of us has the stronger combined ninjutsu. Inyazuka clenched his fists and muttered to himself. It must be Xiao Qian and Mai Hui's stronger. Shino the oil girl who passed by seemed to be talking to herself. But Inyazuka was not happy, and raised his fist and said unconvinced, "It must be my stronger." "You said yes?" Akamaru. Wang Dash at this time, Sunset Hong, who came near me, was full of shock, because she felt familiar when she saw this ninjutsu before, but she didn't expect to see a ninjutsu that he had forgotten for a long time tonight. Spiral pills. Isn't this a self-created ninjutsu for the purpose of the 4th generation? How can Mai Hui also use it? And what's with that tail? Sunset Red also noticed Mi's body changes. Although there were many doubts, she was not good at disturbing the other party's cultivation at this time. Although she didn't know exactly what the other party was cultivating. Because the spiral pill that has been used is already very mature. Seems to be practicing how to increase power? With all kinds of doubts, Sunset Hong squatted on a boulder, took out the kettle hanging from his waist, and drank a few sips. Continue to pay attention to Mai Hui's cultivation. This is water polo, you start practicing from the first step. At this time, she has transformed into a cat lady state, and the controller of her body has become me. Tianyu copied everything he had experienced on Mai Hui, because with the previous experience, Mai Hui at this time quickly began to master the trick of spiral pills. However, Rome was not built in a day, and it required consistent practice. Therefore, Tianyu instructed Mei Hui to practice this spiral pill when she had nothing to do, and if she didn't understand anything, she could ask him at any time. As long as the two of them are combined, no matter what problem can be solved in an instant, so the progress of Mai Hui's practice is also very fast. What a fragrance, everyone feasted. Especially Tianyu and Hinata, both of whom are famous big stomach kings. Tianyu is not hiding today, unlimited supply. Shiri Hong asked curiously, Xiao Tian, I heard that you are from the Cat Clan Holy Land. Tin Wu, who was curled up in Hinata's arms, meowed, that's right. What's wrong? Sunset Hong tentatively asked, then do you have any connection with the other 3 holy places? Tianyu was very busy and seemed a little unwilling to answer, but this time was the most important time for Tianyu to eat, and even the cat food came to join in the fun. Discovering the benefits, the cat food was also bright in the eyes at this time, and the 2 cats attacked each other, grabbing Hineda's feeding. Both. Don't grab it, 1 bite per person. Everyone was speechless. Is Hineda so delicious? Isn't our meat? Tianyu kicked his good brother cat food and let him go somewhere else to beg for food. The cat food competed but had to give in. At this time, Tianyu replied slowly, what you are talking about is the Dragon Earth Cave and the Wet Bone Forest and the Miyama Mountain of the Toad Immortals, right? Sunset Hong was also a small snack, although she had expected Tianyu to know something, but she was shocked to hear Tianyu say it in person. Isn't it surprising enough to know that these holy places are top secret existences, which the world generally does not know, but are known by a cat? Myoki Mountain? Wet Bone Forest? The conversation here also attracted everyone, and they all looked at it. Well, actually, I've only heard of it, I haven't been there. Tianyu meowed and continued to compile. Our cat clan Holy Land can be described as a holy place that can be named on a par with the other 3 holy lands. It's just that we have little to do with the world, so many people don't know it. Everyone also nodded to show understanding. You must know that all cats are not very affectionate with humans, they are mavericks and withdrawn, so it is normal for their reputation not to be visible in the eyes of the world. With all due respect, what is the holy place you are talking about? The leader of the Nightingale Squad, Yuri Yamada, swallowed the food in his mouth and asked suspiciously. Tianyu looked at everyone and looked at him, looking very curious. However, at this time, Mei Hui took over and said, the holy places are said to be places with the existence of immortals, and they are an absolutely secret place that normal people cannot reach. In addition, it is said that each holy place has left the inheritance of immortals, and if you can obtain the inheritance of immortals, then you can obtain strength beyond the shadow level. SHHH. Beyond shadow level. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked when they heard Mei Hui's story. Sure enough, it's extremely secretive. The world does not know. So, Xiao Tian is the cat beast of the cat clan's holy land? And also has a heritage beyond the shadow level? That's right. After I merge with Xiao Tian, I will be able to temporarily obtain the extraordinary power of the cat clan, and the combat power will reach the elite upper ninja strength. If necessary, you can also turn on immortal mode. Poof! Yuri spewed out a sip of old wine and roared, what? You said that you now have the strength of elite upper ninja? Kaido, that's why you sprayed me in the face. Although Kaido was also shocked, they were samurai and did not know much about ninjas, only that the elite shinobu was already a super strong in this world. At this time, Sunset Hong was also shocked. This cat tribe Holy Land seemed to be far more powerful than expected. There is a magical combination of ninjutsu? Instantly raise a middle ninja to the elite upper ninja strength? And still be able to enter immortal mode at critical moments? This is shocking. Mei Hui saw that everyone seemed to have some mistakes in understanding, so she corrected, well, it's not that I already have the elite upper ninja strength, but after merging, I will improve based on the strongest. The current Xiao Tian has reached the strength of the elite middle ninja. So, after I merge with Xiao Tian, I will strengthen and improve based on Xiao Tian. In the extraordinary state of the cat lady, after the merger, I will gain the strength of elite upper shinobi. That's the charm of this combined ninjutsu. Oh, so it is. Everyone who received the explanation breathed a sigh of relief, and they all looked at Tianyu, who was eating in Hineda's arms. This little guy has unknowingly grown into an elite and endured it. Sunset Hong felt the gradually growing chakra in her body, and couldn't help but ask, you said that these foods that can increase chakra are also the specialties of your cat tribe Holy Land. That's right. These are specially made ingredients and are very precious. I'm going to open 2 ninja restaurants in Shinjuku Castle and Konoha Village. At that time, I hope you will take care of you. Everyone was speechless, just said that it was very precious. They were all a little moved, and then they said that they were going to open a restaurant. Are you sure this thing is precious? Fragrant. What a fragrance. Yuri instantly transformed into a big stomach king. He wants to eat hard and become a 4-minute man. Sunset Hong accidentally obtained a lot of information today, including the spiral pill matter. Tianyu explained that he was self-created and did not know about Konoha's wave feng shui gate. Looking at Tianyu's young figure, you can know that this cat is no more than 1-year-old, so it is impossible to know Bofeng Shuman, who died more than 10 years ago. The clue was broken at this point, but it was accidentally learned that Mi is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, and she had also met her parents, but it was a long time ago, and she was young at that time, so she did not know each other. After a few conversations, Yuri Hong learned that Mi had a master-apprentice relationship with Uzumaki Jishine, but she was young at that time, and then followed her grandfather to Shinjuku City to live after her parents died. Snap! The moon sky was shining, and Sunset Red came to a secluded place, tied the message to the feet of a messenger bird, and let it fly. This information is too important, and she must pass it back as soon as possible. Whether it's the original ninjutsu of Wave Feng Shuman, or the food that can increase chakra, and Mii's identity as a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, it is all a message worth conveying. The stuff involved is too important. You know, every special holy place has an immortal inheritance, and this fourth holy place also has an immortal inheritance. If it is robbed of places by the other 4 major ninja villages, it will be a huge loss to the Land of Fire and even Konoha village. The immortal inheritance of the fourth holy land must be left in Konoha. Sunset Red clenched his fists and his eyes were resolute. On the windowsill in the attic, Tianyu was draped in moonlight, looking at the sleeping Akamaru on the side, his nostrils still bubbling from time to time, as if he was dreaming. Tianyu smiled slightly, and his tail wagged. Taking advantage of his free time, he also learned the 2 spiritual ninjutsu he had obtained before. A total of 1.2 million taels were spent. Chakra is almost 25,000? It seems that the threshold has been reached. In order to avoid the recurrence of the 3 daily lottery restriction event similar to that occurred when the promotion was carried out in the middle of the promotion. Therefore, Tianyu intends to stay in the elite forbearance stage for a while longer to make up for the lottery link that was previously neglected. Enriching the functional expansion of the psychic space. Draw 3 in a row, ding. Congratulations on obtaining special building, mysterious grocery store. Sell a variety of items. This building needs to be built in a psychic space. Congratulations on obtaining Class A, Cat Ninja Assault Art in high-speed movement. It has the ability to cross space in 1 second. Congratulations on obtaining Grade B, Cat Ninja Fa Easy Cultivation Technique to transform the physical and mental fatigue caused by excessive cultivation into cultivation results, and improve the efficiency of cultivation in the best physical condition. Grade A. This seems to be the first time to draw A-level ninjutsu, right? Across space? What does that mean? It won't be space-time ninjutsu, right? Do I have to be in high-speed motion to activate this ninjutsu? So Tianyu ran at high speed and instantly rushed towards the wall. Cat Ninjutsu Assault Technique. Launch. Swoosh dash. The volley of Tianyu's heart moved at will, and the figure disappeared without a trace in an instant. Only to be in the middle of the air outside when he appeared in the next moment, Tianyu immediately adjusted his body posture and landed smoothly on the ground. Sure enough, this is a time and space ninjutsu, otherwise you can't penetrate the wall. Well, the system doesn't think it's fast enough. There was such a short distance space jumping technique. It's going to be a big deal. Tianyu Lezz, this is good. If you encounter the ninjutsu that blocked your attack line with an earthen wall last time, then this ninjutsu will surprise the other party. Assault. As the name suggests, when attacking, the ninjutsu or obstacles that block in front will not be effective, so as to achieve the purpose of melee attack. A good partner in physical skills. Another ninjutsu is quite interesting. This is a ninjutsu that assists cultivation. Transform the negative state of physical and mental fatigue into cultivation results. It's kind of awesome. It is estimated that this value does not lie in medical ninjutsu. The more fatigue accumulates, the higher the conversion rate. After a series of big battles, his body and mind are indeed in a state of tension, so just try how many cultivation results he can get. Cat Ninja Easy Cultivation Technique. Tianyu tried to cast a ninjutsu on himself, and immediately felt that his body was full of strength, and he had a feeling of fluttering. The state was very good, and suddenly the ears became clear. Feeling the restlessness of the properties panel, immediately the cat's paw pulled, and a translucent properties panel appeared. Name Tianyu. Gender male. Age 4 months. Level Elite Naka Shinobi Class Psychic Beast Vortex Me Possession Psychic Space Basic Attributes Agility 1530 Strength 1160 Wisdom 252 Chakra 23400/23400 Spiritual Power 408 Money 2,462,002 Talent Skills Grade C Sapa Selling Mode Grade B Spacetime Imprint 9 Dead Life Technique 1 Grade A Cat Illusion Pupil Grade B Blasting Secret Technique Combination Transformation Offensive Ninjutsu Grade A Cat Body Technique Raid Grade A Ninfa Spiral Pill Grade A Ninfa Datama Spiral Pill Grade B Ninfa Shock Grade B Thunderdun Thunder Flame Fire Technique Auxiliary Ninjutsu Grade S Cat Ninja Rejuvenation Grade A Cat Ninja Chakra Extraction Grade A Cat Ninja Life Restoration Grade A Cat Ninja Assault Art Grade B Cat Ninja Disguise Grade B Ninfa 4 Legs Grade B Sneak Grade B Wind Ninja Manipulation Grade B Ninfa Psychic Connection Technique Grade C Ninfa Mind Reading Grade B Cat Ninjutsu The Art of Easy Cultivation Perception Ninjutsu Grade 8 Ninfa Mind Perception Technique Grade 8 Ninfa Mind Perception Technique Grade 8 Ninfa Shunfang Air Art Grade B Wind Art Wind Induction Grade B Wind Art Wind Force Field C Grade Ninfa Spiritual Awareness Secret Ninjutsu Grade 8 Contract Master and Servant Contract Using the Art of Easy Cultivation actually increased his agility attributes by 200 points, Strength by 200 points, Wisdom by 10 points, Spiritual Power by 20 points, and even Chakra by 2200 points. Well, just consumed 3000 chakra and replenished himself with 2200 points. Tomorrow, you have to continue the lottery, otherwise if you accidentally cross the 25,000 point chakra, the achievement of the upper ninja level will be bad. Tianyu had a hunch that these 25,000 chakra points were the first promotion limit of Shangnan. By the way, I still have 2 buildings that have not been placed into space, so take advantage of the free time to place 2 buildings first and see what different functions can be bring. Inside the psychic space, Tianyu called up the cat climbing tower building that he had previously acquired. The green area is immediately displayed in the field of vision, which means that the area where this cat climbing tower can be placed is at the cliff of the mountain. Roughly looking at the past, there are 3 locations that can be placed. Tianyu randomly chose a location after a bright light shone immediately. A spiraling tower attached to the cliff wall has been winding up to the sky. Tianyu leaned his little head and looked up, really high. It is estimated that it is hundreds of meters in height. Mysterious grocery store. Well, Tianyu was placed more than 10 meters away from the catfish house, made into a row, and in the future, this is an area with similar buildings. Once the scale is formed, then the space will not seem so lonely. Tianyu walked into the grocery store and saw that the list said, Chakra Pill X10 can recover 10,000 chakra pills in 3 minutes. Tianyu was speechless. Sure enough. Or a routine with the catfish house. If you want to increase your merchandise, draw a prize. It is a matching combination type. Internal price, 5,000 taels apiece. Retail price, 10,000 taels. After purchasing chakra balls, Tianyu headed towards the cat climbing tower to experience how this new building cat climbing tower trains cats. Coming to the bottom of the cat climbing tower, watching the cat climbing the tower with a spiral structure rising felt a little dizzy. The cat climbs the tower with a total of 10 floors, and each crawl to one floor can get the corresponding reward. As for what rewards can be obtained, you will only know when you go up. Simply put, the rewards are random, and each tier of rewards can only be obtained once. There is no reward for going again for the second time. You can only continue to challenge for higher difficulties. Tianyu didn't want to climb up directly, just attached to the cat climbing the tower felt a suction, firmly absorbed himself on the cat climbing tower, but this suction is not difficult for today's Tianyu, the action is fast. Tianyu came to the first layer. The space in the first floor is very large, about 1,000 square meters, and there is an altar-like thing in the middle position, and Tianyu walked to the center of the altar with doubts. Congratulations on completing the first layer of the test. Get the first layer reward, Grade B, Cat Ninja Fa, Cat Doppelganger Art. The white light lit up on Tianyu's body, and it lasted for about 30 seconds before gradually disappearing. Tianyu checked the attribute panel, and sure enough, there was an additional cat avatar technique in the ninjutsu column at this time. Cat Ninja, the art of cat doppelganger. SHH- after a burst of white smoke, a cat exactly like Tianyu appeared, and Tianyu poked it with his finger. It's physical, so this is actually a cat version of the shadow avatar technique? Is this a lot of money? Bastard, actually poked me. The cat avatar apparently had an opinion about Tianyu's behavior. How? Do you still want to do something to me? Meow. Tianyu watched the other party rush towards him, and immediately dissolved the doppelganger. With a bang, the smoke cleared, and the cat doppelganger disappeared. Humph. As a cat doppelganger, you should have the consciousness of a cat doppelganger. Tianyu continued to climb up and found that there seemed to be no special difficulty except for the 5-fold increase in suction. Agility plus 1 point, strength plus 2 points, chakra plus 4 points. Is this the ultimate purpose of cat tower climbing? Tempt cats with rewards to exercise and improve their strength? Well, interesting. Soon, Tianyu came to the altar on the second floor. Congratulations on completing the second layer of testing. Get the second level of rewards: agility 150 points, strength 100 points, wisdom 20 points, chakra 1000 points, spiritual power 50 points. After the white light, Tianyu checked his attribute panel, and the attributes really increased a lot, and this wave has increased a lot of basic strength. Immediately afterwards, Tianyu directly challenged the third layer, this time with 10 times the adsorption force. Even Tianyu began to pant a little. Not as fast as before. Agility plus 3 points, strength plus 7 points, spirit plus 2 points. But again, the stronger the adsorption force, the more basic attributes you will gain on the way. An hour later, Tianyu was panting and finally stood in the altar on the third floor. Congratulations on completing the third layer of testing. Get the third tier reward, Water of Miracles. Water of Miracles, after drinking it, you can obtain any kind of blood succession limit in the Hokage world. Well, it looks amazing, but this thing is random, right? Let it go first. Fourth layer. It turned out to be 15 times the adsorption force, which had reached the limit of Tianyu, and this time it took Tianyu 3 hours to reach the altar in the center of the fourth layer. Congratulations on completing the fourth layer test. Get rewarded A level, Cat Ninja, Chakra Armament. It turned out to be an A-grade ninjutsu? Although each tier can only get one random reward, this is also too rich. After the white light fused, Tianyu tried to cast this ninja technique, and found that a layer of chakra shell was created around the cat's body, and this shell could even change in different forms with his thoughts. I'm going. This ninjutsu Cow X. It turned out to be a ninjutsu that integrates attack and defense. Buzz dash at this time, Tianyu actually turned his chakra form into a 10-meter size in his mind. And if you float in the center of the entire chakra shell and run by yourself, then the chakra shell will also make the same action. This chakra form is a bit like Susanoo and Uchiha Hitomi. It's amazing cat climbing towers, and most importantly, it's free, obtained entirely by strength. However, if Tianyu wants to maintain such a huge chakra body, the chakra consumed is also very huge. According to the current chakra of more than 20,000 points in Tianyu, it can last for up to 4 minutes. Therefore, as far as the current amount of chakra is concerned, changing into such a huge chakra beast has no practical significance at all, and it is estimated that this form can only be fully mastered after the elite endures. The fifth layer turned out to be 20 times the adsorption power, plus the hurricane trial. Glancing at the still towering cat climbing tower, Tianyu felt that in order to enter the next level, he had to use this newly acquired defensive ninjutsu. Otherwise, it will be difficult to deal with the hurricanes that linger around the tower. If you talk about difficulty alone, the difficulty of the fifth layer needs to be at the upper level of patience to have hope. But now Tianyu does not plan to continue, because his physical energy has been consumed too much, and he must maintain sufficient physical energy to cope with the possible battle next. Tianyu cast an easy cultivation technique on himself at this time, and obtained a small amount of basic attribute improvement, and recovered a lot of mental state. Before Tianyu left, he finally glanced at the towering cat climbing tower, and there were 5 floors. I don't know what good things await him. Next time, see if you can bring cat food too. Tianyu returned to the sword pavilion. Lie on the windowsill and watch the first rays of light gradually illuminate the world. It was another morning with birds singing, cheerful birds moving in the trees, chasing and playing, but the tranquility here would soon be broken. Tianyu leaned forward, stretched his waist, and after yawning, he straightened his hair and went to clean up his personal hygiene. Cat Liang watched Tianyu busy back and forth, completely unable to understand those strange actions, and couldn't help asking, "Big brother, what are you doing?" "Gargle." Tianyu was speechless. "What is gargling?" Tianyu fell. It probably doesn't make sense with this guy. Since that's the case, it's a fart. A puff of smoke disappeared. Cat Liang looked at Tianyu's disappearing figure and fell into confusion. At this time, Tianyu came to the highest place of the sword pavilion, and with the cool breeze, Tianyu began to draw again, because his chakra value was about to explode again. Draw 3 in a row, ding! Congratulations on the award, special building, fishing house. You can catch a variety of precious fish. This building needs to be built in a psychic space. Congratulations on obtaining rare item, Shadow Grade Protector. After wearing, it can increase the amount of chakra by 2 times. Actually brushed out instant noodles? Well, that's surprising enough. But this is also very good. When can you brush some happy water out? I didn't expect this lottery to have this kind of surprise. Why didn't I find it earlier? Now you can only draw 3 times a day. If you can get more modern food, you can also solve the gluttony. Shadow Guard? After getting started, Tianyu found that this shadow level forehead can actually change the pattern on the forehead with his heart, as well as the size, and the most surprising thing is that this forehead is only part of the shadow level suit. If you can make up the entire set, you can also activate the set attribute additionally. At present, Tianyu's camp belongs to the Mercenary Guild, so under the random movement of the heart, Tianyu's protective head has become the appearance of the Mercenary Guild. Feeling the amount of chakra, Tianyu was full of strength. In this way, your chakra armament can be more durable. What a sleepy touch on a pillow. It's just that where should this shadow level forehead be worn? Wearing it around the neck is the best looking position, but how to have a sense of sight with a dog leash? After thinking about it for a long time, Tianyu finally decided to put it on his front leg, so that it is less conspicuous. After a night of strengthening, Tianyu didn't know how strong he really was. Maybe you can face the elite head on and endure it? Well, at this time, Tianyu found that Hinata and Shino were guarding a bound ninja, and Tianyu came closer to see that it turned out to be a strange ninja. Apparently, other teams had arrived in his absence last night. After a night of interrogation, it was roughly learned that there were currently as many as 5 teams that had arrived at the periphery of the sword pavilion. This person is the one who wants to lurk in while everyone is unprepared, intending to steal the scroll. 2 other people came in to spy on the intelligence, and found that something was wrong and fled. When Tianyu found Mai Wai, he found that all the captains had arrived, sitting silently one by one, and a solemn aura filled the entire hall. There is quite a sense of heaviness that the mountain rain is about to come. Mai Wai, as the leader of the 3 teams, can you tell me what to do? The leader of the Nightingale squad, Yuri Yamada, was the first to break the silence. According to the information obtained, these 5 teams are just playing the front station. This means that more than 8 teams are expected to arrive in the afternoon. In the worst case scenario, there could be 10 teams. This information was obtained from the Inyazuka squad as an official identity. The task of guarding the sword pavilion consists of a total of 10 attack teams and 7 guard teams. That is to say, on the garrison side, in addition to Miwi's 3 squads, there are 4 other teams that have not yet arrived. As the official neutral garrison of the scrolls, the Inyazuka squad will not take the initiative in this battle, and their only task is to ensure that the task of guarding the Kenkaku scrolls is carried out smoothly, and at critical moments, it serves as a weight to balance the strength of both sides. That is, if the attacking and defending forces are not equal, they have some kind of autonomy to participate in and withdraw from the battle. For example, in the current situation, if there are too many teams of attackers, they will participate in the task of garrisoning the secret scroll and share some of the pressure for the garrison team. A day and a half has passed since the mission, and by the time they have assembled in the afternoon, it will start to get dark. After a long journey, the best time for them to attack should be tomorrow morning. So, there may be a tentative attack tonight. Combined with the current situation, 2 countermeasures can be made. First, defeat the 5 teams before the rest of the teams arrive. Second, tonight's showdown. SHHH. Tonight's showdown. That's right, we can't come at their pace. They must have thought that we, as the defenders, had fewer than them, and could only rely on setting traps for passive defense, and did not dare to take the initiative. That way we can take them by surprise and catch them off guard. The second advantage is that the later team must be physically and mentally exhausted. We are waiting for the rabbit, and the situation is favorable to us. The third benefit is that we have Katen, Cat Food, and Akamaru and Hinata on our team, and Shino is good at night fighting. Therefore, night is the best time for us to fight, which can weaken the opponent's combat effectiveness to the maximum. Well, it does make sense. Everyone nodded, feeling that this method was feasible. So the general policy was drawn up, and the rest is a matter of details. The result of the final discussion was that in the second half of the night, the psychic beasts went to the other camp to harass. The 3 squad members grab each other's attention head-on. The Inyazuka squad guards the Sword Pavilion scroll. In a hidden valley near the Sword Pavilion. Wow. The ponytailed girl looked at the 2 who returned embarrassed, roughly guessed that the mission failed, frowned, and asked, "Tell me, what happened?" The operation to steal the scroll failed, and Wow was caught. Our 2 main tasks were to receive and probe intelligence, so we didn't go deeper. The battle happened too suddenly. Waduo was caught before he had time to escape, and we had to return first. Did you find out any intelligence? According to the information obtained so far, there are about 4 teams on the other side, and one of them is the Myling team that clashed with us before. Oh? It turned out to be them. The ponytailed girl smiled mysteriously and muttered, "It's really a narrow road." What happened to the other 3 teams? The other 2 teams, one of which is made up of an armored ninja samurai squad. The other one was an ordinary ninja squad that didn't see anything special. After a short confrontation, one of them is good at fire escape, and the other is a sentient ninja. The last squad has been guarding the innermost secret scroll, and we have not had contact, so the intelligence is unknown. In addition, several trap areas were found. Wado sneaked in from this location at the time. When raiding, we can consider raiding from this position. This position must also be exposed. If it is calculated by the other party, then we will lose a lot. A white-haired ninja in the tent disagreed. As a matter of safety, I personally recommend waiting for the black eyes to come before making plans. Well, the number of opponents is basically equal to ours, coupled with the advantage of location. It is too much to attack us directly, and the current way is to wait for the arrival of Black Pupil. We can rely on numerical superiority to crush the past. What position have they reached at the moment? The pony-tailed girl asked. Based on the speed, it is estimated that we can reach this place before dark. The white-haired ninja calculated in his heart and replied, "Ha! Black eyes, they rushed for a day, and when they arrived, it was almost dark. Don't you let them take a break. Ha! If the other side captures our people, then our intelligence is likely to be leaked. So we're going to catch them off guard. They cannot be prepared." The pony-tailed girl patiently explained and continued, "According to the current situation, either they will launch a surprise attack on us later. If they don't come, it only means that they are going to die. When they are outnumbered, they can only lay more traps to balance the strength of both sides. So we made a raid on the eve of nightfall, just enough to catch them off guard." "Oh, I see, wonderful. At this time, they should be laying traps separately, and once we raid, then they will be in a passive state." "Well, that makes sense." Everyone in the audience nodded yes. "Hee, but before that, there's still something to do. Lar, didn't you capture 2 mission books to guard the Sword Pavilion before? You know what to do, right?" "Oh, you mean. Haha, wonderful, wonderful." All the ninjas present smiled heartily. They all praised the trick. At noon, the sun shines high. In the woods by the shores of Kenkaku Lake, Tianyu asked the cat food to sign a contract on the Cat Island contract scroll, so that the cat food could become a real psychic beast. You can also psychic summon cat food anytime, anywhere. When things can't be done, cat food can also lift the psychic style and return to the space for refuge, so that the safety factor is much higher. For this matter, cat food is the happiest. because he has become a member of the sacred land of Cat Kojima. It is an honor. The war is coming, and Tianyu has taught several new ninjutsu recently learned by cat food, including Cat Ninja Assault Art and Cat Ninja Cat Doppelganger and Fengdun Spiral Pill that has not been taught before. After all, Tianyu at the time also had to consider Konoha's feelings. After all, this ninjutsu is the self-created ninjutsu of the 4th generation of Memba Fang Shuman. If the people of Konoha come looking for trouble, they are okay, they can't beat it and run. But cat food doesn't have that. But now it's different, the cat food has a psychic space, and it can be retreated at any time, and Tianyu can rest assured that it can be used. As for the chakra armament, this ninjutsu itself is a big blue-consuming household, and the poor chakra of the cat food doesn't even have the ability to open it. So the current cat food does not apply to this ninjutsu. Haha, you came just in time, the big war is coming. Just when you need help. Yuri read the other party's mission book and talked with the other party very heartily. The 3 squad leaders who received the news all came to meet one after another. After checking the mission book, they were very happy that reinforcements from their side finally came. In this way, the strength of the two sides is close again. Several people chatted with each other, and Mei Hui led the newly arrived Squad 3 into the hall to discuss the next arrangement. Tianyu heard Yuri's loud voice from far away. So he followed with the cat food, and before he arrived, Tianyu smelled a familiar smell? This situation immediately made Tianyu wary. It stands to reason that how could they have a familiar taste when they met for the first time? That only means that the other party has a problem. As for what is the problem, Tianyu uses A-level Ninfa psychic perception art to read what the other party is thinking. Haha, these stupid people. Thinking that we signed the mission letter to guard the sword pavilion, we really thought that we were friends and not enemies. What a naive. Although the 3 of them can't complete the final trial mission, but what about it? If this kind of mission of penetrating into the enemy, spying on intelligence, and taking the opportunity to stab the water can be completed, then the reward is also great. The bald ninja glanced at me and introduced them enthusiastically. This is Arad, the physical ninja. This is the wind ninja, Blue Crow. Although Tianyu knew that the other party was undercover, he also quietly called Mei Hui out the door, signaling for Mei Hui to test the other party's thoughts, so that he could read the secret information in the other party's heart. Hee, do you think I don't know if you don't say it? As long as you think in your heart, I can know. Tianyu crouched on the beam, happily watching the 3 of them chatting enthusiastically with Yuri. After Mei Hui's induced questioning, Tianyu also learned of the opponent's attack plan. And let me reveal that she and the others are laying traps somewhere. Use this to confuse the judgment of the other party. Snap in Tianyu's perception, a messenger bird was let go. Everything is under Tianyu's control. Action. After Tianyu informed everyone of the incident through the soul chain, especially Yuri was shocked into a cold sweat. Fortunately, there is still Tianyu, a pervert of perception, otherwise they would really have been deceived by this bitter meat scheme. At the same time, the undercover trio was captured by me several people unsuspectingly. It was so easy to solve a squad, and Kaido was very excited, so that there was another guarantee of victory. Me applied the limb resaling technique to several people, temporarily sealing their powers, and then bundled and thrown into the dungeon. Wow, who was originally lonely and cold, saw so many difficult brothers coming to accompany him, and couldn't help but welcome Union warmly. Haha, look, Mari, they've already mixed in smoothly, and learned about the arming of some trap areas. As well as Mari, they are also responsible for part of the work of setting traps. Mari's letter said that if we raided, then we could enter through their area. If they have the opportunity, they will pick us up. A bowback ninja with a strangely long tongue walked into a tent with a letter and said, "Well, that's good." These people estimated that they could not even figure out that there would be inner ghosts among them. Ha ha! The white-haired ninja laughed. The ponytailed girl was silent. She always felt that something was wrong. But I can't think of where there is a problem, it seems to be too smooth. It was at this time that the bustling sound of greetings came from outside the tent. It seems that it is the Black Eyes that they have arrived. Immediately smiled slightly, got up and greeted out. The ponytailed girl who had just gone out saw a man with black eyes and empty eyes. The man was very tall, wearing a torn cloak, and was gurgling and drinking spring water. How? The evil devil has already told you about it, right? The pony-tailed girl asked. The black pupil wiped the residual water from the corner of his mouth, nodded, glanced at the sky and said, "I have no opinion, rest for 20 minutes. Just attack according to your deployment." The evil ghost appeared out of nowhere and laughed, "The task of this striker will be entrusted to me." The pony-tailed girl knew that the evil ghost wanted to take revenge on the previous revenge, and did not sweep his interest and said, "No problem. But when the time comes, follow my plan." The evil ghost was covered in bandages, and I didn't know that I thought it was a seriously injured person, but in fact, my whole body was sealed with a sealing technique. An evil aura made people shudder. Goo goo dash. The sun was setting in the west, night began to fall, and from time to time there were some birdsong sounds from the depths of the dense forest, and groups of figures flickered against the background of the setting sun. According to the information given by Mari, this is it. Go! Swish-21 figures stepped on the trunk of the tree one after another towards the direction of the sword pavilion, and had already received information. Tianyu and Cat Liang were staring at Black Pupil and the others who had entered the ambush circle at this time. The two cats followed closely without hurry. Black Pupil followed behind the evil ghost, and he was careful every step of the way. Always keep an eye on the grass and trees around you. At this moment, his feet seemed to be caught by something, and when he looked back, it turned out to be a transparent silk thread. The ponytailed girl also discovered this situation, looked around, but found a faint smoke rising, and immediately felt bad, shouting, "Not good, there is a detonation charm trap." Boom attack. Swish-Yuri, Yamada Yuri and the others have recently obtained a lot of supplies, and at this time, they threw up one shuriken after another in the detonation charm without feeling sorry at all. The ponytail group of 20 people who were caught in the ambush were immediately blown up by the detonation charm. The evil ghost that rushed the fastest was directly submerged in the detonation talisman array, and the Black Pupil that followed it reacted fast enough, barely escaping the most dangerous explosion center. But it was inevitable that he was shocked by the aftermath and vomited blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the Black Pupil at this time did not know that the information of himself and others was leaked. It seems that their undercover agents have been recognized by the other party, and adopted the strategy of making plans and ambushing himself and others. But so what? At this time, the black pupils of the binocular contracted and rotated. The art of covering the sky. Tianyu felt that there was darkness in front of him, and it seemed that a layer of black fog was always dangling in his eyes, obscuring his vision. You can't rush away. I'll go. Isn't this magic? Tianyu's cat illusion pupil is immune to illusions with lower mental power than his own. This is the first time Tianyu has encountered this situation. Although he panicked, Tianyu soon came to his senses. What if you don't have vision? Isn't so much perception just the right time to come in handy at this time? Immediately reminded the cat food. The two cats used hearing, smell, chakra perception distribution, wind induction, and a series of perception means have been used. At first, they were a little unaccustomed, but soon Tianyu and cat food got used to this state, and the members of the tiger mercenary group who had just reacted from the sneak attack were preparing to counterattack. SHHH, be careful. There are enemies behind you. Swish cat food and Tianyu, who were constantly shuttling through the group of enemies, constantly sneaking up on the embarrassed ninjas. Spread out. At this time, the ponytailed girl also found something wrong. These two small black shadows are not only extremely fast, but also have a huge attack power, but whenever they are hit, they are basically a serious injury and vomit blood. The most uncomfortable thing is that these two small figures are confused among themselves and others, and ninjutsu cannot play its due role. There is no physical ninja who can compete with one of them. For a while, his own camp was chaotic. Follow me to break through. Looking at the partners who were sneaked up one by one, the ponytailed girl gritted her teeth. At the same time that his teammates and Tianyu were separated, he saw that it was actually two cats and beasts that sneaked up on his people. Abominable. What's going on? These two cats aren't affected by your black pupils. The ponytailed girl was a little surprised. Black Pupil was also puzzled, and just guessed it may be that they used their sense of smell. Swoosh dash, the group of black pupils finally rushed out of the encirclement, and suddenly their eyes suddenly opened up, and the bottom of the cliff was the lake next to the sword pavilion, and when Tianyu and Mei Hui merged, they hit the cliff below with a spiral pill. Several people saw that there was no ambush below, and immediately jumped towards the lake, and just when they reached the mid-air, they found a large ripple in the lake. Roar dash, the black-eyed people were suddenly shocked. There is a problem in this lake. A huge fish monster suddenly opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow several people alive. Everyone hurriedly sealed the seal. The ponytailed girl condensed the fireball in her hand and shouted, "Get out!" Fusion technique, wind and firebomb. Wind escape, big breakthrough. Water dragon Jiao. Wadash, a large round fireball flew out of the ponytailed girl's hand. It happened to collide with the big fish monster below who wanted to devour himself and the others. Boom dash, the huge explosion caused the chakra armor on the whole body of the fish monster to ripple with the naked eye. The fish monster that had just emerged and had not yet been played was re-entered into the bottom of the lake by the strong impact. A succession of ninjutsu attacks followed, forcing the surface of the lake into a concave shape. Splashes of water wet everyone's clothes. The ponytailed girl immediately reminded everyone to be careful, it's not dead yet. Everyone hurry ashore. The ninjas also know that the lake cannot stay, and immediately rushed towards the shore. At this time, Tianyu and cat food followed closely behind, and just saw the wind and firebomb used by the ponytailed girl, which looked very similar to his spiral pill. It's just that her rotation density is not as high as her own, and her power is not as strong as her own, but the other party is a compound ninjutsu, with explosive damage. The power is also not to be underestimated. Just look at the fate of the fish monster. The black pupil and the ponytailed girl were panting. There were 20 people in the group, and in the end, less than 10 people were able to escape smoothly. Abominable. Swoosh dash my why, and several people also followed one after another, and the two groups of people and horses on the edge of the lake faced each other. Me stood up and said, "Why, do you want to continue? It's still too late to go back and save your injured teammates. This is not a life and death showdown. Besides, Mei Hui and the others are not murderers, so those seriously injured members, Mei Hui and several people did not care, and directly chased over. If you return to treatment at this time, perhaps most people will still be saved. Do you think the victory is in hand? The distance is just right, so let you taste the fear of being dominated by darkness." Cage, as the name suggests. Plunge into a dark enchantment within a range of 500 meters. Under the influence of spiritual power, accompanied by psychic illusion attacks. Mei Hui found that she was shrouded in darkness again, but this time it was completely different from the last time. This time it was endless darkness. She could only see a meter or so of vision, and from time to time she was attacked by a black dragon. The biggest headache for Mei Hui is that this black dragon has no entity at all. As long as it is penetrated by the black dragon, it will produce pain at the level of spirit and soul. In a way, this is a mental attack. Due to Tianyu's strong spiritual power, the dark fog could not get close, and could only be isolated several meters away. Coupled with his keen five senses, he was hardly affected in this dark enchantment. Seeing the black dragon of the spirit body that constantly appeared and disappeared, Tianyu estimated that this was a pupil technique similar to the manifestation of spiritual power, and it was similar to the pupil technique of Susanoo of the Uchiha family, which was manifested with chakra. It's just that this seems to be mixed with some illusion shadows. Tianyu's speed is extremely fast. The so-called spiritual black dragon can't touch Tianyu at all. Tianyu can be said to be walking around in this pupil technique, thinking about how to crack this pupil technique. After many attempts, as long as Tianyu wanted to break out of the pupil range, he was immediately forced back to the very center of the dark fog by the dark enchantment. Tianyu was speechless. This pupil technique possessed illusion, enchantment, spiritual power manifestation, features such as psychic attacks. Perhaps there are other characteristics that Tianyu cannot detect. How to crack this pupil technique? Tianyu watched the cat food dancing with the black dragon. As long as it hit the black dragon, the cat food fell by itself, and then trembled like an electric shock, and knew that it was very sour at a glance. Is this cat food brain okay? Outside the enchantment, this pupil technique of yours is really powerful, and it encircled all of them at once. Looking at their appearance, they can't come out for a while. Why don't we go and grab the secret scroll and leave? The ponytail is also palpitating, and the speed of those two cats is too fast. At the beginning, when Black Pupil performed the covering the sky and the sun technique, it was a very good opportunity to fight back, but these two cats were not affected much at all, and many people were caught off guard by the super high speed of these two cats, suffered a big loss. In the end, they could only be forced to break through. In the past, you took your men and horses to snatch the secret scroll, and my people and I stayed to trap them. The Black Pupil cannot be far away from this technique, otherwise the energy is over, and the enchantment will be automatically lifted. Good. Known as the ponytailed girl of the past, seeing that the Black Pupil spoke, her words were concise. Immediately, he led his 5 subordinates towards the depths of the sword pavilion. It was at this time that the fish monster in the lake reappeared, using water bombs to attack the 4 black eyes who remained to contain me and the others. Hadash except for the black eyes that focused on the dark cage. The remaining 3 ninjas each showed their own powers, and one by one the flame bombs and the wind ninjutsu collided with the flying water bombs. Boom boom dash. At this time, the mid-air was full of splashing rain and air waves. Ryu, after several rounds of air ninjutsu exchange, the 3 felt that their chakra was almost unable to hold on, and immediately had to retreat. Seeing that no one was blocking him, the fish monster immediately slammed towards the dark area of the half-arc, even if he wanted to let the impact of the fish monster be strong, but the ceiling enchantment still did not move. Tanya knew that the fish monster was destroying the enchantment outside, but the enchantment was the enchantment, and it was extremely strong. Dodging the attacks of several black dragons, Tianyu attacked with a large jade spiral pill, and it was also a stone sinking into the sea. Lying in the groove, hitting from the inside is like hitting the air, and the message transmitted back is that the energy is absorbed. Attacking from the outside is as strong as an eggshell? What the hell is this? At this time, Mei Mei had already arranged a ceiling enchantment nearby, allowing all her teammates to enter it. This creates an enchantment similar to the structure of an egg. Effectively isolate the area near you from the dark cage. Temporary security is still possible, and everyone is at a loss for how to crack it. Tianyu felt that this pupil technique was very strange, and he couldn't understand what kind of pupil technique it was, and the attack power was not strong, but it was quite powerful to trap people. Even if Tianyu uses an assault technique with the characteristics of traveling through time and space, he cannot escape this cage, but as soon as he uses it, he will be teleported to the center of the dark cage. This feeling is like infinite reincarnation. Could it be that this cage still has the ability to isolate space? Can't be smashed inside and out, and time and space ninjutsu is useless? How to solve this dead end? Well, at this time, Tinyu immediately remembered that his cat's illusion pupil can also absorb a pupil technique, or an illusion technique. This ninjutsu should have the value of absorption, right? A few million taels. Don't care, let's break the game first. Absorption. Soon, the heavens and the earth changed color, and the semi-arc-shaped dark cage enchantment instantly turned into a black-purple streamer, which converged in Tianyu's eyes and disappeared. At this time, Tianyu discovered that a pupil technique appeared in his cat's phantom pupil. Dark cage. Launch. Before Black Pupil could figure out what the situation was, he found himself in a dark cage at this time, and his attack and defense changed positions in an instant. The three ninjas around him also fell into darkness. What's going on here? My pupil surgery bounced? Feeling trapped in his pupil technique, Black Pupil was suddenly taken aback. Hurry up and stop this pupil technique, one of the blue-haired ninjas reminded. No, I've lost control of this pupil technique. It's so weird. The black pupils broke out in cold sweat, and he didn't expect that he would one day be attacked by his pupil technique. What a hell to hell. For the dark cage, the black pupil who is the spellcaster naturally knows the powerful relationship. Immediately reminded his teammates, everyone be careful, don't be attacked by the illusion of the black dragon. The illusion is false, but the attack is real. One of the ninjas dodged an attack. Hearing this kind of simulated answer, I almost ran away. Don't fight back with ordinary ninjutsu, just dodge. This is a spiritual power level attack method. The appearance of the black dragon is only for a moment, and such an attack can be dodged several times, and it is impossible to dodge all of them. Sooner or later, it will be attacked. Black Eye, this is your ninjutsu, you must be able to find a way to crack it. At this time, Tianyu was adapting to the fusion of this pupil technique in his spiritual induction. Soon Tianyu touched the door, and Tianyu used his spirit to transform into countless small insects from the ground to besiege several people in the formation, scaring one of the ninjas to use fire to attack the black insect shadow on the ground. But suddenly he heard a miserable howl. Obviously, the fire ninjutsu just now burned his teammates. Abominable. Don't unleash ninjutsu. All you see is a superficial state of mind. If it cannot be attacked, it can only attack the spirit body. And not ninjutsu. What? Mental body? How to attack with a psychic body. Black Pupil suddenly activated pupil technique, and the same several black dragons appeared in the dark cage, attacking each other. In this spiritual world, they are spiritually weak, no different from ordinary people, and their lives are completely controlled by people. At this time, Tianyu also found that his spiritual power was continuously consumed. It seemed that the final decisive battle was actually a competition of spiritual power. Tianyu increased the output of spiritual energy, and a fierce tiger appeared instantly, crashing towards the two ninjas watching the battle one after another. This sudden change made the two ninjas completely unable to react in the dark fog, and they were immediately penetrated by the fierce tiger, and the trembling sensation that instantly spread throughout the whole body seemed to take away their spirit, and the whole body felt that it instantly lost some strength. Black Pupil also discovered the situation on this side, and immediately drank disperse. The two ninjas immediately felt their vision increase. The viewing distance is several meters away. Before he had time to thank Black Pupil for his help, he found that the tiger that had disappeared from the fog had actually appeared again. Mental power +2, mental power +1, huh? At this time, Tianyu also discovered that the fierce tiger he created with spiritual power was actually able to gain spiritual power growth while attacking the opponent's body. Yes, ordinary combat can increase strength and speed, learning can improve wisdom, and spiritual power has always grown passively in other attribute growth. Now he can easily use spiritual power attacks. Then naturally, in the battle of spiritual power, one's spiritual power and spiritual control will invisibly become stronger. This unexpected discovery shocked Tianyu. Unexpectedly, absorbing such a ninjutsu made it possible for the spiritual power that had not been found to improve to increase significantly. What in the dark cage, only the black pupil who competed with Tianyu's spiritual power was struggling to support. Boom! More than a dozen black dragons collided with each other one after another, competing with each other. Tianyu found that his spiritual energy with the other party was almost between Bozhong, unable to help each other. However, with the passage of time, Tianyu found that the other party's spiritual power mastery was more proficient than his own, and gradually gained the upper hand. At this time, Tianyu also had to increase his weight, and immediately used the basic skills of the cat's illusion pupil. 5 senses are confused. Under this ability, Tianyu arbitrarily deprived the other party's 5 senses of perception. Black Pupil, who was directing the black dragon to strangle Tianyu, suddenly found himself attacked by the black dragon. What's going on? Without even noticing it, he was attacked? The whole body trembled, and the half-squatting black pupil found that the black dragon's strangling front collapsed instantly. The black dragons on their own sides all dissipated in the loss of control just now. Suddenly facing the attack of dozens of black dragons, the black pupil instantly dissipated, turned into a black smoke, and disappeared. In the spirit world, no matter how it disappeared, it was just a spiritual force, and in Tianyu's perception, the essence of the black pupil was quickly discovered. At this time, the black pupil was like a black smoke, rushing towards Tianyu. Tianyu did not panic, but a surprise technique disappeared in front of the black pupil's eyes. What? Actually disappeared? The black pupil who discovered this situation was taken aback, knowing that he had transformed into a mental state or existed. However, the cat disappeared completely. This is incomprehensible. Don't. Fusion technique, God's spiral pill. This is Tianyu's fusion technique through a ponytailed girl. The wind and fire flame bomb is improved, since the physical chakra attack cannot cause damage to spiritual power. What about the spiral pill that adds spiritual power? Huadash was hit by Tianyu, who instantly appeared behind him with a spiral pill of spiritual power attribute, and the powerful adsorption force absorbed the black pupil that transformed into a spiritual state and could not escape. The lilac spiral instantly turned into a deep purple after absorbing the black pupil's spiritual body. Feeling that his spiritual body was constantly being sucked into it, the black pupils under his mental state were immediately frightened, hurriedly lifted the mentality state and transformed into an entity. But fusion technique, God's spiral pill, can perform dual attribute attacks on the spirit and body at the same time. Boom! The black pupil that transformed into an entity still did not escape the huge physical damage of the spiral pill, and slammed into the ground, spewing out a mouthful of old blood. After getting rid of the adsorption of the spiral pill, the black pupil once again transformed into a mental state and turned into a black smoke and flew away. Who wants Tianyu to repeat the old trick again? Swoosh again suffered a double mental and physical injury. After repeating this several times, black pupil, who knew that he could not escape his fate, finally surrendered. Tianyu checked the spiritual power value. In this battle, he actually increased his spiritual power by 62 points. This dark cage is clearly a spiritual power cultivation field. After using and fighting with spiritual power, you can infinitely improve your mental power and control. These millions of taels are not lost. It's really powerful. Mai Wei, who had been watching the decisive battle between Tianyu and Black Pupil, was also stunned. In this enchantment, the battle feeling between Tianyu and Black Pupil already belonged to the realm of gods. One moment conjures up a fierce tiger raid, the next dragons strangle each other, and the next moment transforms the entire body into smoke and flies away. Tianyu is even more powerful, teleporting and creating a fusion ninjutsu during battle. Powerful ninjutsu cast between waves. Fast and weird combat style that makes people's blood pump. Until this time, everyone still did not understand how Tianyu rebounded the other party's pupil technique. For Tianyu, this is his own killer feature. How can he show people? The principle of this ninjutsu is to create an enchantment of the spiritual world in the real world. In this enchantment, only the spirit body can have an effect on the spirit body. For example, the black dragon of the spirit body cannot be attacked with ordinary ninjutsu, but ordinary ninjutsu can kill people who belong to the material world. In other words, Black Pupil finally transformed himself into a spirit body to avoid a duel with Tianyu in the material world, because then he has no chance of winning. It's just that he didn't expect that Tianyu would be able to create an S-level fusion technique, Divine Spiral Pill, in battle, which is a super high-level Muji ninjutsu that can inflict dual attribute damage on the spirit and body. Ding Dash detected that the host's self-created S-level fusion technique, God Spiral Pill, successfully defeated the enemy in actual combat. Acquired fusion skill mastery talent. This. Tianyu still remembered the last time he created his own spiral pill and obtained the wind attribute mastery talent. Unexpectedly, this time he actually obtained the talent of fusion technique mastery. It's a bit of a surprise. The system rewards self-created ninjutsu very richly. Is this the benefit of self-reliance? Looking at the miserable black pupils, Tianyu promised not to kill him, but he had to hand over the method of instantly switching between the spirit body and the physical body. The result is that pupil surgery cannot be learned, because Tianyu does not have a black pupil bloodline. He was just absorbing a pupil technique in this bloodline. The cat illusion pupil is equivalent to a revolver, equipped with a bullet called the dark cage. If you want to absorb the next pupil technique, then you have to consume 2 million taels. Tianyu had to give up. It's just that he has a spacetime coordinate on his body, and in the future, when he has more money, he will learn how to instantly switch between spiritual body and physical body. Mi applied a sealing ninjutsu to her, making it impossible to exert her power, and said, "Let's hurry in and support Hinata. Protect the volume." Ugh, almost forgot about this stubble. Tianyu immediately rushed towards the sword pavilion. Mei Hui and the others were a little slower and followed closely. Quick! Click. The footsteps in the originally silent wooden passage were chaotic at this time. Mei Hui urged everyone to speed up. As soon as he arrived at the square outside the sword pavilion, he saw that hostile ninjas were being shot out of the dark sword pavilion hall. Time goes back a few minutes. The former 4 ninjas rushed to the bottom of the Kenkaku Tower and opened a huge door. The windows inside were closed. It was particularly dark, and several people hurriedly walked into it. Once upon a time. Why is it so dark here? One of the ninjas asked. The Baobak ninja with a long tongue provoked a few tongues to sense the presence of a ninja in this darkness. Immediately reminded, there are people here. Boom! Suddenly, in the darkness, Hinata's whole body burned with a violent blue chakra flame, which was particularly eye-catching in the dark environment, and the bruises around his eyes burst out. Obviously white eyes were open. With a solemn face, he put on the starting posture of the soft boxing method and said, "It's been a long time since you guys. Take it." Soft boxing method, gossip 32 palms. What? There are actually Konoha ninjas here. Swoosh! What? So dazzling? The former quickly closed his eyes and made a blocking gesture with his hands. Hinata's chakra light and shadow instantly shone, and when he reappeared, he had reached the former's side. Hinata rotated his body, his index finger and middle finger were together, the chakra condensed on the fingertips, and the soft fist method was launched. Gossip 2 palms, gossip and 8 palms, 16 palms, gossip 32 palms. Boom! The powerful fingertip power carried chakra directly into the body, and the former several people just recovered their vision for a moment before they found their feet off the ground, and a powerful impact flew them out. As soon as Tianyu and several people arrived, they saw the scene of the enemy ninja being shot out almost at the same moment. Is this the strength of Konoha ninjas? It's so strong. Yamada Yuri was stunned. Hinata watched as the hostile ninjas were all sent out of the hall, breathed a sigh of relief, put away his posture and said, "Your chakra has been sealed by me. Surrender." What? The old people were shocked. Tried to refine chakra, but found that he could not condense chakra. Immediately turned pale, did not understand anything at all. And the battle was over? Who is this girl? Can you even seal your opponent's chakra while attacking? Konoha's blood succession realm owner, the White-Eyed Clan. One of the insiders reacted instantly. It turned out to be a blood succession limit ninja. The ninja with a long tongue arched his eyes wide and exclaimed, "Abominable, haha, it's too late to know now." Following Hinata out of the dark hall one after another, 2 figures emerged, and everyone took a closer look at who else was it. Inyazuka and Shino the oil girl? Aha! And the little white dog, Akamaru. Inyazuka rubbed his nose and said, "Hinata, you are very successful in imitating Katen's chakra. You're already fast enough. Nowadays, coupled with the speed of flashing, it is simply not too fast. It's a bit too much to consume chakra." Hinata blushed a little and stuck out her tongue. Although it consumes a lot of chakra, it is already very cost-effective to be able to block their acupuncture points by surprise. Indeed, Shino the oil girl praised quietly. Inyazuka held the back of his head with his hands as he walked, bored. "Well, we're done before we play, it's really boring." Mei Hui was speechless. They fought hotly outside, and people solved it so easily here. Is this gap that big? Could this be the strength of the 5 major ninja villages? Mi did not hesitate to praise Hinata, "You are really powerful." This is just with the help of the dark environment, plus the credit of White Eyes. Yes, and Xiaoshan's raid technique. I mimicked the way its chakra works, but I didn't expect to be able to increase the burst speed instantly. I call it burst state. Caught off guard, they were caught off guard by me, and this was the victory. Hinata couldn't stand the praise of others, and suddenly stammered a little. "Haha, this is the strength, but before we can play, they were defeated. It's just a little boring." Inyazuka laughed. We've just been sneak attacked. And that flash, it's so despicable." "Yes, that flash, it's so despicable, now my eyes are still open." The monster can only blame himself and the others for not being able to react in time when they saw the Konoha ninja forward, but were caught off guard by the other party. The most hateful thing is that you can't even see the other party's movements clearly, which is really unlucky enough. That flash was a by-effect of the concentrated burst of chakra. I didn't mean to." Hinata was a little embarrassed to say, rubbing his fingers together, not daring to look at the angry ninjas. Inyazuka immediately interrupted. "Stupid Hinata, you don't have to explain it so clearly to them." Flash. Tianyu was a little puzzled. Unexpectedly, Hinata was able to imitate his own raid ninja method by just asking himself a few questions about the raid. Burst chakra in an instant? It's funny that Hinata has grown up under the instigation of her little wings. You guys did a good job, right? Akamaru. Wow, Inyazuka gave a rare praise to everyone. Haha, everyone is doing well. Mi also had a triumphant smile on her face. Yuri pointed to the former few people and said, "These people all sealed their power and threw them into the dungeon. Well, I'll apply the limb resaling technique to them, so that they cannot use their power. The moon stars are rare, and the black clouds that float from time to time obscure the purity of the moonlight. Me and the others imprisoned all the hostile ninjas in the dungeon." Yuri lit a bonfire with people, fought fiercely for so long, everyone's stomachs growled, and most importantly, they ate Tianyu's chakra food, and that wonderful feeling is unforgettable for a lifetime. There are still 2 opposing teams that have not yet emerged and we cannot completely relax yet. Cat food and Akamaru went to the whistle? Mei Hui didn't see the cat food, so she asked the people around her. Inyazuka and Shino took Akamaru to walk their dogs in the dense forest. Sakata Sakura responded to cat food seems to have followed Tinyu to the roof of the sword pavilion. Oh, you go arrange the affairs of the guard, I'll go and ask Hinata about something. Mei Hui finished explaining and left. On the cliff, Sunset Hong holds a small book to record. The descendant of the sacred land of Makojima, a psychic beast of Miyuzumaki, named Xiaotian. The speed is close to the instantaneous water stop, has unknown spacetime ninjutsu, has unknown rebound pupil ability, has powerful medical ninjutsu, and has powerful perception ability. After merging with the master, the strength can reach the elite upper ninja, and even quasi-shadow level strength. It has a wind escape spiral pill that is more powerful than the wave Feng Shui Gate. Self-developed spiral pill advanced ninjutsu that has not been completed by the 4th generation, Super A level, Datama spiral pill S level, dual attribute damage, God no spiral pill, chakra food owner. The comprehensive assessment is elite upper endurance strength. Cat food, suspected to be the second heir of the Cat Island Holy Land. Comprehensive assessment, the strength of the elite in patience. It's very strong. Sunset Hong looked at Mei Hui who were surrounding the bonfire below, and then looked at Tinyu and Cat Food, who were at the top of the sword pavilion and didn't know what they were doing. Tinyu brought Cat Food here for a reason. The first is to do it once for Cat Food, easy cultivation art. After several battles, Cat Food can also be enhanced by a wave. Thank you, big brother. Feeling the surging sense of power in the body, Cat Food was very happy and grateful. Don't rush to thank, there are good things. Tinyu smiled slightly, and entered the psychic space with Cat Food, and the Cat Food was also the first time to come to this place, and he couldn't help but be curious. Tinyu pointed to the cat climbing the tower and said, I'll take you to your men, but all the cats that have chakra will gather, and when the time comes, you will take them to climb that tower, which contains trials that will increase strength. Got it, meow? Well, okay big brother. Soon, the 2 cats came to the cattery, but they didn't expect it to be so lively. After the 2 cats inquired, they learned that since the Cat Food left in the past few days, these cats have concentrated here at night. The main reason is that the Cat Food told them to take a good look at the house, but I didn't expect that there were so many cats watching the house at the same time. These cats are really silly and cute. Through the summoning of Cat Food, soon all the cats who had chakra were gathered, and Tinyu counted carefully, there were 27, of which 7 had reached the level of lower patience. Well, very good. Tinyu praised the Cat Food in time. Cat Food is a joy in the heart. After all 27 cats have signed the contract of Cat Island, they can freely enter the psychic space through Tianyu's open permission. Tianyu pointed to the incomparably tall tower with many cats and said, every time you climb a floor, you can be 1 point stronger. Each level is rewarded with ninjutsu and other precious rewards. Train in this psychic space when you have nothing to do. As long as you complete the challenge of the 2nd layer, then you will reach the lower endurance strength. The 3rd to 4th layers are the strength of Zongnan. Above 5 layers is the strength of Shangnan. Tianyu introduced the various facilities here for the cats. For example, the newly acquired fishing house, Tianyu ordered them to come here to fish and eat when they were hungry. Fishing also costs money, 1,000 taels at a time. Caught fish can be sold to fishing stations. It's a good place to make money. Therefore, Tianyu gave them 3,000 taels of silver each, which was more than enough. In the dark woods, a man covered in blood with a strap had a hideous and hateful face, and he was actually placed by a trap. Fortunately, he has an immortal body, otherwise he would have been torn apart at this time. Seeing that the dungeon where the former and Black Eyes were imprisoned was unguarded, wouldn't this be a trap? The evil ghost who had been observing for a long time finally couldn't hold back, and planned to take a little risk and sneak in. Ha! Evil ghost, you are not dead yet? The black pupil looked curiously at the arrival of a man covered in bandages. This costume should be few people except for the pervert of the evil ghost. The evil ghost gloomy face and said displeased, is it so easy to want me to die? Well, yes, you're just an undead. Bastard. Tongue devil, if you talk nonsense again, I will pluck your dirty tongue. Stop arguing, we're not saved yet. By the way, evil spirit, didn't you see anyone when you came in? Former asked with some curiosity. The evil ghost was stunned and said, I have been observing for a long time before I came in, and there is no one to guard you at all. I originally thought it was a trap. I waited so long before I dared to make a move. This is not the place to talk, let's evacuate quickly. In a dense forest. The saved black pupil and the former 2 said depressedly, even if you rescue us, it is useless, our strength has been sealed. All kinds of material reserves have also been looted. It's abominable. It's actually robbed. Black.